The final boss, who would eventually terrorize the entire server and use silver threads to crush the skulls of countless players, was currently being stepped on like a dog in a gutter. Keep acting tough, Mu Zinju. Are not you supposed to be so cool and aloof? In the dim alley, a girl wearing the high-end red uniform of the upper district grabbed Mu Zinju by the hair and slammed her beautiful face hard against the rough brick wall. With a dull thud, blood mixed with muddy water smeared across half of her face. Shi Ye watched the scene silently from the shadows. As a transmigrator, he had spent 18 years hiding in an orphanage in the lower district, surviving only by playing the fool. He knew all too well that in the rigid class hierarchy of the ether world, if a slum-dwelling wretch offended the powerful elites of the upper district, they would simply be tossed into a mass grave. Even though the girl being beaten was the future ultimate boss of version 1, the Silver Serpent, Shi Ye had no intention of meddling in such dangerous business. He took half a step back, preparing to fade back into the darkness. Just then, a sharp pain pierced his brain, followed by a crisp, electronic voice exploding in his mind. Dating sim module has been loaded for you. Quest: use your wisdom and schemes to rescue the bullied innocent girl, Mu Zinju. Base quest reward: legendary talent point +1. Shi Ye stopped in his tracks. In this cruel reality where even learning the basics of swordsmanship requires 10,000 swings, a single talent point was enough to change one's fate. He looked at the men in the alley who were about to tear off Mu Zinju's clothes, and a dangerous smirk slowly curled on his lips. Wisdom and schemes, huh? Back when I worked as a fixer in my past life, that was my specialty. He slowly stepped out from the shadows. And the beginning of all this goes back to half an hour ago. September, New Era Year 93, the start of the academic year. Windless Zone, District 13, Black Crow University. 3 days since the last Etha wind, 85 days until the next storm. The freshman military training had just concluded, and the night air outside the campus gate was slightly chilly. Shi Ye mingled in the crowd, his head bowed as he fiddled with a coin. Compared to the jubilant freshmen around him, his face showed a hint of weariness. He glanced back at the Black Crow University sign, let out a long sigh, and the corners of his mouth curled upward. Finally, I got in. As a transmigrator of 18 years who still had to struggle just to get into university, Shi Ye's life had indeed been bitter. In his past life, he was a fixer in the underground world, burning the midnight oil on the virtual game Etha Wind whenever he needed to lay low. Just as his team had defeated the 2-version world boss Chaotic Abomination and were about to loot the treasures, a system prompt suddenly popped up in his ear. Who do you think the future enemy will be? Then everything went black, and he was transported directly into the game world. The Etha world was filled with monsters and anomalies, and an Etha storm would sweep through every 3 months. He had expected that with all the walkthroughs, rare drops, and hidden quest information in his head, he would have a flying start, but reality slapped him hard in the face. He had transmigrated into an abandoned infant left at an orphanage in the Windless Zone, District 13. In this world with strict class divisions between the upper and lower sectors, an infant showing any supernatural signs would be killed as a freak. If they grew up to be smart or good-looking, they would be taken away by the upper sectors. According to the side story of the sinner feed in the game, orphans who were taken away faced only 2 fates. The beautiful ones became playthings, and the gifted ones became suicide soldiers. To grow up safely, he had no choice but to play the fool in the orphanage, surviving while developing his strength in secret. The only thing that proved his status as a transmigrator was the attribute panel that remained with him. Name: Shi Ye Infant. Attributes: Strength 0.3, Agility 0.4, Constitution 0.7, Etha 0. HP 7, Constitution multiplied by Life Coefficient. Life Coefficient 10. Talent none. Skills none. Equipment none. The average attribute value for a normal adult male is 5. His current attributes were worse than the lowliest mob in the game. He was a total weakling. But it was normal for an infant, so it was not a big problem. He would just develop slowly. But how does one develop in reality? There were no game mechanics for leveling up or adding stat points. All growth came from hard training. Just to master the most basic sword skills, one had to swing a sword 10,000 times and beyond that were proficient, master, grandmaster, and transcendent levels. As an orphan, he was malnourished, could not afford weapons, and could not even lift a firewood chopper. Not to mention advanced skills like drawing a blade, vacuum strikes, or etheric magic, all of which required vast theoretical knowledge, how to cultivate, obtain magic, and meditate. An orphan from the lower sector had no chance to access any of this. He could only bide his time. And so Shi Ye hid his strength and developed for 18 full years. Not long ago, with barely passing academic scores and decent physical test results, he was admitted to Black Crow University in District 13. Having survived the freshman military training with its nearly 50% elimination rate, his attributes were no longer what they used to be. After tonight, he would be an official student of Black Crow University tomorrow. Shi Ye looked toward the direction of the orphanage and clenched his fist in his pocket. One last night, you cage. A gust of autumn wind blew by, and the chatter of a few students nearby drifted into his ears. The girl leading them, she is from the upper sector, right? Red uniform, definitely upper sector. Why are they looking for Mu Xinju? Who knows, probably because they think she is pretty. The group let out some lewd chuckles. They look like trouble. Mu Xinju just walked south with Yi Chen. Wanna go and take a look? Forget it, it is just the start of school. Who would dare provoke someone from the upper sector? Shi Ye, who had always been indifferent to his surroundings, stopped abruptly upon hearing this and frowned slightly. Mu Xinju. The name sounded cute, but her history was the complete opposite. Silver Serpent Mu Xinju. An aloof witch raised in the lower sector, the wielder of the Silver Key, one of the 4 final bosses in version 1. To think it is actually the Silver Witch. Mu Xinju, the most terrifying boss in version 1. Her silver threads slaughtered countless players until they eventually managed to pile up and grind her down. Shi Ye sighed to himself. He had lived in the District 13 orphanage for over a decade, and with 4 months left until the official plotline of new calendar year 94 began, this was the first time he had encountered a living character from the story. Although it would still be over 2 years before she turned to the dark side and became the boss known as the Silver Serpent. Still, big shots are always worth keeping an eye on. As for Yi Chen, the side story text mentioned he was her childhood sweetheart who was later killed. Many people speculated that Mu Xinju's fall to darkness was related to him. The Silver Witch is a treasure trove. Her most valuable drop, the Silver Key, is the only way to obtain the legendary talent known as Silver Serpent. Getting close to such a dangerous future boss is risky, and it might even draw the attention of people from the upper city. But Shi Ye decided to go and take a look anyway. Whether he would intervene was a matter for later, but at least he could get a glimpse of her. If someone actually died, a poor wretch like him should definitely not miss the chance to loot the remains. Along the way, Shi Ye looked left and right. By the time he was about to exit the urban village, he still had not bumped into Mu Xinju or Yi Chen. He stopped in his tracks and cast his gaze toward the pitch-black alley on his left. If you are going to do something, an unlit alley without even a street lamp is the perfect place for it. After circling around in the dark, Shi Ye finally came to a stop in front of a dead-end alley. Faint movements came from up ahead. 7 men and women were gathered in the shadows, occasionally erupting into bursts of laughter. Bam! A dull thud sounded. One girl grabbed another girl by the hair and dragged her violently, while someone nearby leaped up and kicked her straight in the stomach, slamming her hard against the wall. The girl's loose, long hair became the perfect handle for the abusers, leaving her with no way to fight back. There was no doubt about it, she was Mu Xinju. Immediately after, a girl in a red vest wearing high heels stepped forward, gripped Mu Xinju's hair tightly and slammed her head against the wall, jeering wildly. Keep acting high and mighty, Mu Xinju. You thought you were so cool, why do not you keep pretending? Look at yourself, who do you think you are to dare to seduce Bai Zhuo? You have a death wish. Bai Zhuo. Shi Ye raised an eyebrow. He remembered the name, a pathetic loser who was killed off-screen by Mu Xinju in the game, the kind of passerby players would skip during cutscenes. To think such trash was actually associated with Mu Xinju. Tusk getting beaten into such a miserable state, the early game version of this boss really had it rough. Mu Xinju did not say a word, pressing her back firmly against the wall. From behind the crowd, a trembling male voice could be heard. Sister Chen Lu, it is all a misunderstanding. Xinju just apologized to her. Shi Ye, lurking in the shadows, was stunned. That voice is that the Silver Witch is childhood friend Yi Chen. He is such a coward. The movement alerted the bullies, and someone turned around and shouted sharply. Who is there? The corner of the alley was dim, and Shi Ye remained hidden without showing his face. He glanced at Mu Xinju on the ground and rubbed his chin. So I have been discovered. Mu Xinju clearly had not awakened yet. Intervening now was too risky. Su Lu was from the upper city. In the windless zone, only those from the upper city were treated as people. Crossing her would likely attract the wind chasers, a real detachment of transcendence which he definitely could not afford to deal with yet. Plus, he had not finished the paperwork to leave the orphanage yet, so it was not worth it. After weighing the pros and cons, Shi lowered his voice. Sorry, just passing by. He took 2 steps back and merged into the darkness once more. Seeing this, the group sneered in contempt. Chen Lu turned back, slapped Mu Xinju twice more, stepped on her hair and smirked at her underlings. Do not rush, we have the whole night ahead of us. The 3 men let out a burst of knowing laughter. Mu Xinju barely managed to lean against the wall by the sewer, clutching her backpack tightly, remaining silent while her eyes brimmed with bone-chilling coldness. Chen Lu reached out to snatch the bag, but when it did not budge, she raised her leg and kicked her hard in the head. You dare fight back against me? The bag was ripped away by force, and after rummaging through it haphazardly, Chen Lu threw it into the nearby sewer in disgust. Splash! This final act completely enraged the girl on the ground. Mu Xinju suddenly erupted, grabbed Chen Lu's hand and bit down hard on her finger. A shrill scream pierced the dark alley. Let go, you damn brat! Chen Lu shrieked hysterically, her face twisted in pain. What are you looking at? Beat this bitch to death. The thugs immediately swarmed in, raining down punches and kicks. But no matter how heavy the blows were, Mu Xinju refused to let go. It was not until she had completely exhausted her last ounce of strength that she finally released her bloody grip and collapsed beside the sewer. Chen Lu shook off her bitten finger, still seething with rage, and gave Mu Xinju, who lay on the ground, a few more vicious kicks. Seeing that she was no longer moving, Chen Lu turned her head, her gaze piercing towards Yi Chen nearby. Mu Xinju's childhood friend shuddered instantly, waving his hands repeatedly in a plea for mercy. Sister Chen Lu, I only know her, this really has nothing to do with me. Mu Xinju happened to lift her eyelids, looking at him calmly. That unfocused yet piercing gaze made Yi Chen feel both ashamed and angry. Xinju, stop looking at me like that. Can you blame me for this? If you had agreed to be with me sooner, would today have even happened? Why did you have to provoke Bai Zhuo and Sister Chen Lu? Is not this just asking for it? Mu Xinju stared at him, lacking even the strength to cast a look of contempt. Chen Lu scanned Yi Chen coldly. A henchman beside her whispered a reminder, Sister Lu, this kid is under the protection of a teacher from the pharmacy department. A pharmacist, how troublesome. Chen Lu curled her lip and stepped forward, pressing the heel of her high heel directly into Yi Chen's crotch, grinding it lightly. Student Yi Chen, I beat up Mu Xinju today. When you go back, will you be standing up for her? Yi Chen gave a violent jolt, blurting out, standing up for her? I was just passing by, I did not see anything. Chen Lu sneered, fine, get lost. Thank you, Sister Chen Lu. Yi Chen, as if granted amnesty, scrambled away in a panic. With the alley cleared, Chen Lu looked down at Mu Xinju. Boring, you guys have fun with her. Sister Lu, and after we are done playing. Has the Sand Sea Gang never taught you the rules? Get rid of her once you are bored. She is just low-town trash. Do not let her be an eyesore to me again. Understood. The 2 henchmen licked their lips with excitement and surrounded her. Sensing their malicious gaze, Mu Xinju stubbornly crawled forward on the ground using her hands and feet. Still trying to run. Before she could crawl 2 steps, a sharp heel ground down ruthlessly onto her fingers. Mu Xinju's body spasmed in pain, cold sweat pouring down, but she bit her teeth shut without making a sound. On her face, stained with grime and blood, a surge of rage burned in her dim eyes. Against the moonlight, a glimmer of sharp silver light flashed quietly from the depths of her eyes. As the silver light flickered, Mu Xinju's expression suddenly froze. She saw through the darkness and locked eyes with Shi Ye, who was hiding in the shadows. Being stared at by this future silver witch, Shi Ye crossed his arms, his fingertips subconsciously tapping against his forearm. He knew he had been exposed. At that moment, he actually hoped that Mu Xinju would call for help, even if it was just a pleading look, to give him an excuse to intervene. The experience of having lived 2 lives told him that when one's strength is insufficient, one must never easily get involved in the karma of others, especially in a mess where someone from the lower town provokes those from the upper town. Forcibly intervening would surely lead to a backlash. But unfortunately, Mu Taisheng bit her teeth hard and never asked him for help at all. But as long as she spoke, he would have a cause, a reason to intervene. Suddenly, a wave of palpitations flashed through him. Shi Ye clutched his head tightly as a sharp, unexpected pain struck, as if his brain had been cracked open and stirred violently with a mop. This tearing pain made it impossible for him to think. Only when a sound like an old computer booting up buzzed in his head did the pain gradually subside. Romance game module has been loaded for you. Task: use your wisdom and cunning to save the innocent girl, student Mu Xinju, who is being bullied. Basic task: reward 1 talent point. Shi Ye suppressed the urge to curse and quickly sorted out his thoughts. Romance game module. Is not this the one he used to play to kill time back when he was in the middle of nowhere? The game was basically just choosing dialogue, and depending on your choices in wisdom and cunning, you would unlock different final CGs. But he cared more about the task reward than the CGs. 1 talent point. In the Ether world, talent points are the rarest stat, far exceeding attribute points and skill points. They are the only things that can truly change a character's standing. Did 2 worlds collide? Or is it? Shi Ye looked up at the pitch-black night sky with a strange expression. But at least he finally had a reason. He looked back at the people surrounding Mu Xinju, the corner of his mouth curving upward. Wisdom and cunning, huh? Well, that is something I am very good at. Shi Ye stepped into the dark alley. His gait was light, as if he had shed 18 years of shackles, the suppressed frustration finally finding an outlet. The approaching footsteps immediately caught the attention of the bullies. Chen Lu raised an eyebrow. In the dim light, she saw the ragged orphanage uniform Shi Ye was wearing. From the lower town. Shi Ye nodded, his gaze falling upon Mu Xinju on the ground. The girl was disheveled, covered in blood and dust, looking utterly wretched. He was looking at Mu Xinju, and Mu Xinju was staring right back at him. In the dimness, those eyes were pitch black and profound. Confirming that Shi Ye was from the lower town, a flash of disdain crossed Chen Lu's eyes, though a playful smile bloomed on her face. She lit a cigarette, licked her teeth, and teased. What, you want to join them and have some fun? Upon hearing Chen Lu's question, Mu Xinju's dull gaze flickered slightly, a hint of the same confusion appearing in her eyes. She seemed to be waiting for Shi Ye's answer. Facing everyone's gaze, Shi Ye just scratched his head awkwardly, like a shy college student just entering society. Oh, sorry, I was just passing by. Mu Xinju withdrew her gaze after hearing Shi Ye's words and slowly lowered her eyes, her lashes like a slightly curved willow curtain, masking the pupils that made people want to probe further. She had not expected anything to begin with, nor should she have expected anything. The 3 boys nearby had been holding it in for a long time, and now that they were interrupted by Shi Ye, they were full of complaints. They feared Chen Lu, but they certainly did not fear Shi Ye. Passing by, then why are you still hanging around here? Get lost. Then can I take her away? Shi pointed at Mu Xinju. Chen Lu's eyes narrowed, and even Mu Xinju herself shifted her head in astonishment. The blonde-haired boy who was questioned by Shi Ye was stunned for a moment, but after he reacted, his expression immediately turned ferocious. You idiot, are you trying to play the hero rescuing the beauty in front of us? As he spoke, the blonde's fist was already aimed at Shi Ye's face. Shi Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling a bit helpless in his heart. Looks like I cannot really sorry. Snap. Scream echoed through the alley. But the one screaming was not Shi Ye, it was the blonde boy. His arm and several of his fingers had been bent irregularly, and after a moment of eye contact, he heard Shi Ye's whisper. Sorry. In the darkness, a flash of light passed between Shi Ye and the blonde boy. The blonde's body was pulled towards the wall by a massive force, slamming heavily against it before being jerked back. Squelch. A sharp blade flashed and vanished, leaving only a lone body standing on the ground, which then faltered and collapsed. And his head was casually tossed aside by Shi Ye. This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. It was too fast. What just happened? While the few bullies were still in shock and stunned, Shi Ye had already lunged forward, arriving in front of the second henchman in the blue school uniform. Sorry about this, Shi Ye apologized again. Before the boy in the school uniform could make a sound, the black blade had already landed on his waist. The boy felt a wave of dizziness. He seemed to see his own body. What was going on? Why is this happening? The blood mist permeating the alley grew thicker than before. The others were completely terrified. He is killing people. A scream erupted from one of the girls, and at the same time, the last boy instinctively pulled out a dagger and stabbed at Shi Ye in a daze. Shi Ye stepped forward with a powerful front kick, sending the last boy flying. At the same time, he threw the sickle in his hand. As the sickle blade spun and decapitated the fleeing girl, Shi Ye grabbed the hair of the woman leaning against the wall and kicked her in the knee. Snap! The fracture of the bone caused her to lose the ability to move. By the time the sickle spun back into Shi Ye's hand, what awaited her was a ruthless sentence. Sorry. The woman with the broken leg was also beheaded on the spot. In just a few breaths, Shi Ye had slaughtered 4 people like a butcher, leaving only 1 henchman and Chen Liu herself. Do not kill. You know the drill, sorry. Squelch. Shi Ye suddenly lunged, severing the head of the last pleading henchman. One sorry after another, one classmate per slash. Student Shi, covered in blood, was now standing before Chen Liu. Chen Liu had recovered from her trance, and as fear crawled all over her, she instinctively tried to flee. Shi Ye scooped up the sickle and flung it. The spinning blade sliced across Chen Liu's right foot, sending the front part of her foot along with her high heel flying. The excruciating pain caused the arrogant bully to instantly lose her balance and crash hard to the ground. Chen Liu screamed as she sprawled on the ground, then crawled forward. But she stopped after crawling only 2 steps, as the sickle just retrieved suddenly flew over and circled by her ear, preventing her from making any further moves. Everything had happened too fast. Enduring the blood loss and terror, Chen Liu turned to look at Shi Ye, trembling all over, and stuttered. I am Chen Liu, my father is Chen Heyman, my brother is Chen Xue, he is a member of the security team, our family. Chen Liu propped herself up with both hands, rambling in her pleas for mercy. Shi Ye did not even look at her, he just retrieved his sickle and shifted his gaze to Mu Xinju. And Mu Xinju had been watching him from the moment he struck, staring at him intensely. In other words, Mu Xinju had witnessed the entire process of Shi Ye's killing. Yet she still remained expressionless, except for a moment of incredulity when Shi Ye began the slaughter. Seeing Shi Ye staring at her now, Mu Xinju showed a look of contemplation, then slowly stood up. She walked towards Shi Ye with some effort, took a glance at the dripping sickle and reached out her hand to him. Shi Ye raised an eyebrow looking at the young, green girl in front of him, his eyes filled with not just surprise but approval. He had not actually said anything, nor had he asked Mu Xinju to do anything. He had not expected her to have such high awareness and to be this composed as well. Shi Ye still did not speak but smiled and handed the sickle to Mu Xinju. The girl's thin frame faltered slightly as she took the sickle, but Shi Ye showed no excessive concern or offered help, just watched her calmly. Mu Xinju walked silently past Shi Ye toward Chen Liu, and Shi Ye thought about reminding her that Chen Liu might not have completely lost her combat capability. But after moving his mouth slightly, he abandoned the thought. However, Mu Xinju's performance was better than he had anticipated. This fragile-looking, silent girl faked a move, using the sickle to test Chen Liu. Sure enough, Chen Liu suddenly pulled out a small knife to counterattack. Mu Xinju immediately staggered back, letting Chen Liu flail with the knife in place, screaming in impotent rage until she was panicked. Mu Xinju, you bitch. Mu Xinju did not react, nor did she make any extra moves. She just stared at Chen Liu's broken leg, watching it bleed, waiting for the maddened woman to lose strength bit by bit. Like a patient hunter, she waited until the prey lost the ability to resist before lifting the sickle in her hand. The blade stuck halfway through. Chen Liu's screams began to echo in the alley. Mu Xinju was injured and had never used a sickle before, so she could not kill Chen Liu in one strike. But this feeling of death inching closer, little by little, was what truly caused the most fear. At this moment, the arrogant, domineering bully finally broke down, and she started begging Mu Xinju for mercy. Mu Zinju, please do not kill me. Murder is against the law. I know I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Mu Zinju lifted the sickle again, her expression still cold. It is not that you know you were wrong, it is that you know you are about to die. As for the law, I only know that the law could not protect me, but likewise, the law cannot protect you right now. The sickle swung while Mu Zinju was speaking, which was probably the most she had said all night. Squelch. She continued to swing the blade repeatedly, watching the bully who had been abusing her just minutes ago die bit by bit in front of her. After hacking Chen Lu to death, Mu Zinju looked down at the scythe in her hands, speechless for a long time. She had killed someone from the upper city. There was no doubt about it, this was a capital crime. She could feel the sharpness of the scythe, and surprisingly, after taking a life, she felt no sense of guilt. She even thought that it felt rather good. The scythe was suddenly snatched from her hands, and then Mu Zinju watched as Shi Ye pulled some rope from his bag, tied up the messy heap of corpses and began dragging them across the ground. She had no idea what he was doing until Shi Ye tossed the heads he had strung together over to her. What are you staring at? Let us go. Mu Zinju, who had been relatively calm until now, stared at the heads in her hands and suddenly began to retch. Bleg. The vomiting did not last long, as she saw Shi Ye already dragging 3 of the bodies forward. The future Silver Witch snapped back to reality, quickly grabbed the heads and hurried after him, hesitating for a moment before asking aloud. Where are we going? There is a pigsty ahead. A pigsty what for? Shi Ye stopped in his tracks, turned back to look at this somewhat withdrawn girl and pondered for a few seconds. Clean up. Mu Zinju. Going to a pigsty to clean up. Shi Ye nodded slightly, although he did not like explaining things. They were now on the same boat, or rather partners in crime. Therefore, clearing up the little girl's confusion was a necessary part of the cleanup. Thus Shi began to explain very seriously. Theoretically speaking, pigs can be used to cover up a murder. Do not be surprised, because pigs are omnivores. They will eat anything left in front of them long enough, even living people. They will lick the blood off the corpses, devour the flesh and fat, and finally crunch through all the bones. Therefore, a pigsty is the perfect place to dispose of evidence after a murder. Mu Zinju opened her mouth slightly, then closed it and swallowed hard. How do you know all this? I study quite diligently. Faced with such a perfunctory answer, Mu Zinju was speechless, but she did not ask anything else. Upon reaching the pigsty, Shi Ye thoroughly looted the 3 corpses he had brought over. Scavenging loot was essential. Of course, it was not just for profit, but also a great way to clean up evidence. However, Shi Ye only took money, jewelry, identification, wallets, and bags. Other items were either piled aside or tossed into the sewer. Not being greedy is an essential quality for a black-gloved professional. After disposing of the 3 bodies, Shi Ye looked at Mu Zinju. Wait here for me a moment, I am going to haul the rest of the bodies. Okay. Mu Zinju was a woman of few words. After Shi Ye left, she was left alone, silently listening to the sound of chewing coming from the pigsty. She was already injured, and now she felt a chill creep over her. Recalling everything that had just happened and thinking about Shi Ye, Mu Zinju felt a sense of disbelief. She actually felt no psychological burden regarding the fact that she had killed Chen Lu. Since the laws of the no-wind zone could not protect her, picking up a weapon and fighting back was the best choice. More than Chen Lu, it was Shi Ye who aroused her curiosity. Are we classmates? Boom. Just then, as if the heavens were helping them, a clap of thunder followed by a downpour began. While Mu Zinju was lost in thought about Shi Ye, their classmate Shi took advantage of the solitude to open his attribute panel. But the romance game module did not prompt that the task was complete, and there were no additional points on the attribute panel, which made Shi Ye frown slightly. Not done yet, are you lying to me? Suppressing the doubt in his heart since the task was not finished, Shi Ye decided to deal with the bodies first. He worked quickly, so Mu Zinju did not have to wait long. The remaining bodies were brought over and the 2 silently witnessed the destruction of evidence until it was finished, at which point Shi Ye looked at Mu Zinju. Alright, now that this is over, we are officially accomplices. Accomplices. Mu Zinju felt the word sounded a bit strange, not a good word, but after pondering she nodded. Yeah, we're accomplices. Shi Ye could not help but smile. After burning the last traces of the bullies, the notification sound for task completion finally appeared in his mind. A rescue filled with wisdom and strategy, the task was completed perfectly. Please keep it up and be brave in love. Reward: 1 talent point, 2 skill points, 4 attribute points. Bond with Mu Zinju has been unlocked. Mu Zinju. Bond accomplices in crime, all attributes +1 during group combat. The rewards for the task surprised Shi Ye. Everyone was killed, and it actually counts as a rescue filled with wisdom and strategy. Besides 1 talent point, he also gained 2 skill points and 4 attribute points. Very good, now I know the correct way to complete tasks in the future. However, the bond with Mu Zinju is a bit hard to handle. Accomplices in crime. His attribute panel is now. Nam Shi Ye. Attributes: Strength 7, Agility 8, Constitution 6, Ether 0. Health 60. Health coefficient 10. Talent none. Skills: Basic Combat Master, Basic Side Proficient. Equipment: Iron Scythe Common. Remaining: Talent 1, Skill 2, Attributes 4. Shi Ye's attribute panel was already quite luxurious among ordinary students in the lower city, and combined with his skilled combat techniques and keen perception, he had the confidence to take action. But these attributes were hard-earned over 10 years of acting foolishly, relying on the experience and memories of his past life to scrape by. Undoubtedly, compared to training himself, the rewards for completing a romantic rescue task were incredible. One task's reward was worth years of hard work. Talent points, in particular, were extremely difficult to obtain regardless of how hard you trained. As for romance, he was just a dirt-poor guy from the lower city who had not lived a good life yet. Now that the person was saved and the reward was in hand, Shi Ye felt that finding a place to allocate his points was more important than romance. Anyway, they were accomplices in crime, and Chen Lu, the upper city resident, was killed by Mu Zinju, which had nothing to do with him. Shi Ye prepared to walk away when a hoarse voice came from behind him. It sounded like Mu Zinju had caught a cold from the rain. Wait. Shi Ye turned back and looked at Mu Zinju. Is there something else? I want to know your name. Mu Zinju's voice remained hoarse and she looked quite disheveled in the heavy rain. Her hair was soaked and clung to her thin school uniform. Besides, it seemed she had caught a cold. There was no reason to hide his name. Even if he did not say it now, she would find out once school started. My name is Shi Ye. Shi Ye, thank you. Shi Ye looked at Mu Zinju for a few seconds, thought about it seriously, and replied with a polite remark. It is nothing, we are all classmates. Shi Ye thought calling her buddy did not seem right here, so classmate would have to do. He waved at Mu Zinju and continued walking toward the exit of the alley. Mu Zinju remained silent for a moment before quietly following behind him. Feeling Mu Zinju following him, he had felt indifferent about it at first. But after a while, Shi Ye finally lost his patience. Hey, even if we are accomplices, you do not have to keep following me around like this, do you? Boom! A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky again. Amidst the howling wind and downpour, Mu Zinju, who had been keeping her head down, was startled by Shi Ye's sudden hostility and appeared at a loss. Only then did she press her lips together and point to the door ahead. My home is here. Shi Ye. Through the flashes of lightning, Shi Ye caught sight of the girl's figure soaked by the rain. She was truly too thin and frail. Having wronged her, it was now a bit awkward. Go back and get some rest early. With that, Shi Ye turned around and continued walking into the curtain of rain. Mu Zinju stood where she was. Having just been misunderstood by Shi Ye for trailing him, she now spoke up on impulse. Do you want to come in and get out of the rain? Shi Ye, walking in front, stopped in his tracks, his expression hidden in the rain, looking slightly surprised. Turning back to look at the girl's somewhat nervous face, he was momentarily speechless. The Silver Witch, who had slaughtered countless foes, surprisingly had such a green, naive side. It was just a pity that now was not the right time. Shi Ye shook his head gently, but gave her a smile that was much kinder than before. Thanks, but no. Mu Zinju was slightly stunned. This was the first time she had ever invited a boy over to her place. Not even Yi Chen had experienced this. She had not expected to be rejected so directly, and with it raining too. However, she was not the type to dwell on things. After being turned down, she called out to Shi Ye again. Then wait here for a moment. Shi Ye was puzzled, and then he watched as Mu Xinju hurried back into the shabby little house at the alley entrance, retrieved an old umbrella, rushed back out and handed it to him. This time it was Shi Ye's turn to offer thanks. "Thank you. You are welcome." Watching Shi Ye disappear into the rain under the umbrella, Mu Xinju finally returned to her solitary, dilapidated shack and locked the door from the inside. Lighting a dim oil lamp, Mu Xinju was visibly taken aback when she saw herself in the mirror. Bruised and battered, how ugly. Frowning, a thought suddenly popped into her head. Is it because I look so ugly like this that is why? Shaking her head slightly to cast away these cluttered thoughts, Mu Xinju first took off her soaked clothes, revealing her bruised and battered body. Then she wrapped herself in a blanket and began to boil water for a bath. As she stood under the makeshift kettle shower head, silver light flashed across her eyes again. This time the glow lasted for a long while. After her bath, Mu Xinju picked up the ether phonograph her mother had left behind long ago. It held a few old songs, which were likely among the few pastimes in her life. Lying on the bed, she recalled what had just happened. The scenes flashed through her mind frame by frame. I have an accomplice. On the other side. Mu Xinju's old umbrella eased the burden of Shi Ye's walk through the rain. He stared at his remaining points, lost in thought. Setting aside the skill points, the 4 attribute points and 1 talent point awarded for completing the mission made him hesitate about his original cultivation path. Because he had plenty of free time during every refuge, Shi Ye had a very deep understanding of all the attribute career systems in Ether Wind. The average mortal attribute is 5, and the mortal limit is 9.9. Reaching 10 points signifies entering the transcendent realm. Because the first attribute to reach 10 points grants a related attribute talent and simultaneously marks the official entry into becoming a Tier 1 transcendent. Therefore, even the weakest transcendent is already fundamentally different from a mortal. According to Shi Ye's original plan, he would go down the agility path, using speed and dexterity to increase his survivability. This was evident from the direction of his attribute development. But the weakness of the agility series is also very obvious: it is fragile. While the agility series certainly increases speed, it is also the most high-stakes path to take. It is unsuitable for heavy gear, and its defense and health pools are embarrassing. Reality is not like a game. There is no reloading a save. You die once and it is truly over. He previously wanted to pursue the agility series because attribute improvement was too difficult. No money, no mentor, no resources, and in the environment of the District 13 orphanage, he was in urgent need of a qualitative change in strength. Now things are different. He had 4 attribute points. Moreover, he possessed a set of very unique, self-created skill systems, the strongest skills he knew, which required immense constitution to support. Therefore, without much hesitation, Shi Ye focused his mental energy on his constitution attribute. 7, 8, 9, 10. As his constitution improved, Shi Ye could feel waves of heat coursing through his body. At the very moment his constitution attribute hit 10, he suddenly felt as if a valve in his body had been opened. Crack, crack, crack. His bones moved involuntarily, repairing and strengthening. His muscles and blood were undergoing a special change and replacement. The attribute boost brought a very intuitive physical feedback. Far more than just a numerical increase, the clear sensation of becoming stronger was absolutely mesmerizing. Your constitution has reached 10 points. Transcendent physique awakened. Please select a talent. Boiling blood inferior. Increase health coefficient by 3. Rapid healing inferior. Life regeneration and injury recovery speed increased by 50%. Steadfast inferior. Physical damage resistance increased by 10%. Firm will inferior. Reduce all direct damage by 4 points. Seeing the 4 talent options, Shi Ye could not help but curl his lips. In the world of Ether Wind, there are no truly weak talents. These 4 seemingly trashy inferior talents actually represent 4 different systems. The blood tank is exactly as the name implies. Developed to the late stage, its health will be explosive, and when combined with blood type bonus skills, it will be terrifying. The healing series looks useless, but in a past life, someone once strengthened the healing talent to the point of being nearly unkillable, capable of regenerating from a drop of blood. And physical resistance goes without saying. Even at the lowest level, getting a 10% physical damage reduction for free is a precious percentage-based attribute, the best talent for a standard tank. But these were not what Shi Ye wanted. He had other ways to improve his health coefficient. Regeneration did not fit his combat system, and physical resistance was not even worth mentioning. Shi Ye had no intention of being a pure tank, and physical resistance could not reduce ether magic damage. The talent he had been anticipating was the fourth one, Firm Will. A talent that seemed like something but upon closer inspection appeared useless, -4. For Shi Ye, -4 was just the beginning. Select Firm Will talent, strengthen Firm Will talent. Firm Will has been upgraded to Indomitable Will. Indomitable Will Elite, reduce all direct damage by 7 points, reduce duration of all abnormal status effects by 20%. The precious talent he had just acquired was used up right away. Yet Shi Ye did not feel any regret. Instead, he felt a sense of satisfaction as if his plans had finally fallen into place. Tier 1 Transcendent taking off. As for the skill points, he would not use them for the time being. He knew where he could learn powerful skills. Black Crow University, for instance, had the skill system he had been longing for. The skills he had now were like piles of dung, so he should take his time. Going home. Holding an umbrella, Shi Ye returned to the front gate of the orphanage in District 13. The Red Sun Orphanage. At this hour, there were hardly any lights on in the orphanage. Whenever thunder and lightning struck, the entire orphanage courtyard looked desolate and terrifying. There were many tombstones standing in the yard, making the place feel less like a home for orphans and more like a cemetery or a church. As one of the few orphans in the District 13 orphanage to be admitted to university, Shi Ye was qualified to hold a key to the main gate. Just as he unlocked the gate, a woman with a voluptuous figure wearing a nun's habit and hood suddenly appeared behind him. Shi Ye acted as if he were completely unaware of her presence. He continued humming a little tune. You are like the comfort of being tucked into a quilt, yet like the wind, impossible to grasp. His steps were light, clearly in a good mood. At this moment, the hooded woman suddenly drew a dagger, the blade almost touching Shi Ye's neck. Her movements were like a ghost, nearly floating, and she followed Shi Ye through the long corridor while maintaining her striking posture. It was not until they reached the end of the corridor that she put away the dagger, switched to a soft voice and asked, "Is little Shi Ye just now getting back?" Shi Ye squinted, and when he turned back, he had already put on a look of surprise. "Miss Tu, you are not asleep yet." "Well, you are leaving for Black Raven University tomorrow, right? Did you come back today to pack your things?" Shi Ye nodded, looking at the courtyard with a touch of sadness. "Yes, I have to leave tomorrow. I am really going to miss it here." Seeing Shi Ye looking so upset, Tu Lan smiled and comforted him. "It is all right. A young bird always has to spread its wings and fly eventually. The orphanage is very happy that you got into Black Raven University. Besides, even if you are in college, you can come back to visit during the holidays. You will always be welcome here." Shi Ye nodded vigorously at this. "Miss Tu, once I have finished my studies, I will definitely repay the orphanage properly." Tu Lan shook her head gently. It is enough that you all grow up well. Then I will go back and pack my things. I have to go to school early tomorrow morning." "Go on then." Just as Shi Ye turned around, Tu Lan suddenly made a move, the sharp blade swiping directly toward Shi Ye's neck. But at that exact moment, Shi Ye turned around as if he had remembered something. Shi Ye looked horrified and just happened to dodge the blow. The blade even cut off some of his hair. "Oh, by the way, Miss Tu, what are you doing?" "It is nothing, just playing around with you," Tu Lan said with a smiling shake of her head. "Oh, okay, I am heading off then," Shi Ye said, looking terrified and uncertain. After Shi Ye left. In the corridor, Tu Lan stood with one arm crossed, resting her chin on her hand, seemingly pondering Shi Ye's recent performance. After a long while, she disappeared into the corridor. Finishing his interaction with Tu Lan, Shi Ye finally returned to the male dormitory area. His smile had remained on his face the whole time, never wavering. It was not until he reached his room that the expression on Shi Ye's face gradually faded, becoming cold and calm. They really are cautious. This was the pressure he had endured while growing up in the District 13 orphanage. This place was never a charity, it was a human trafficking hub that exported children. Of course, not every child was taken away. To avoid suspicion, the orphanage certainly needed a group of children to grow up here peacefully. Shi Ye had struggled to grow up in such an environment. It was just that his development was somewhat unexpected. Despite lacking information and resources, he had gotten into Black Raven University. This had never happened before. Undoubtedly, such performance would definitely arouse the suspicion of the orphanage. Tu Lan's test was the best proof of that. Although Tu Lan was not old and was not the orphanage director, she was the de facto manager of their group of orphans, and she reported directly to the upper city, the true masterminds behind the scenes. As his strength grew, even without special sensory abilities, Shi became increasingly able to rely on his intuition to confirm Ms. Tu's power. He did not understand Tu Lan's attribute skills. He could only be certain that she was a supernatural attribute user, and that floating ability was very likely that of an awakened. Shi had rich experience in PvP, and now that his attributes had broken through, he had the capital to play against other supernaturals. But to talk about challenging Tu Lan, he still was not steady enough. An awakened's abilities were ever-changing. One slip-up could lead to failure or even being counter-killed. To have enough confidence to defeat Tu Lan in a relatively fair environment, he currently lacked some powerful attack skills and weapons. He had to go to Black Raven University, where he would have enough time and room to grow. Though he could not be impatient now. Silently packing up all his luggage, Shi Ye did not sleep but sat quietly on the edge of the bed pretending to doze. He took out a small metal shard from his neck and stared at it in silence. Two words were crudely carved into the metal. Wen Lan. Shi Ye gently rubbed the metal tag, his thoughts drifting far away. This world had nothing worth being happy about until I met you. Shi Ye, when we grow up, let us change this chaotic world together. Do not cry at my grave, for I am not there. There were many memories of Wen Lan, some had blurred, some remained clear. Perhaps at some point in the past, Shi Ye only thought she was a kid playing adult, but later he realized. Emotion is a need, fear is an instinct, and only courage is an anthem. She was someone who truly dared to resist the orphanage. She was brave. His thoughts lasted until dawn. The first light of morning passed through the window, shining on Shi Ye's face, and Shi Ye had already opened his eyes. He was in no rush to go out, but continued to wait in his room. It was not until the time was almost late that he took action. He took a few shallow breaths, adjusted his expression, suddenly grabbed his prepared luggage and rushed out of the room in a hurry. As he ran, he did not forget to shout, done for, I am going to be late." As he dragged his luggage through the orphanage cafeteria, a bunch of children were eating there. Seeing Shi Ye in a rush, Tu Lan reached out to stop him and handed him the orphanage's breakfast. "Shi Ye, are not you going to eat?" "Sorry, Miss Tu, I do not have time, I am going to be late, I will eat on the way." With that, Shi Ye grabbed the coarse grain bun from Tu Lan's hand and ran toward the orphanage gate. No one could truly see through Tu Lan's thoughts, not even Shi Ye. After a while, he heard the serious woman say, "Slow down, be careful on your way." "Got it." By the time Shi Ye responded, he was already out of the orphanage, and he casually tossed the food into a trash can. He would never dare to eat the breakfast Tu Lan had prepared for him. The dull, sluggish orphan medicine boy who suddenly got into Black Raven University had been out of the orphanage's control for 14 days of military training. It could be said that Shi Ye's trajectory during these days had completely exceeded the orphanage's expectations. But Black Raven University held an aloof status, and they had no way to stop him. Therefore, this return to the orphanage to pack his things was their best chance to regain control of Shi Ye. It is just a pity that Shi Ye was just as cunning. He would not give Tu Lan a chance to make a move. As soon as he left, he boarded the District 13 loop magic train. Squeezed into the crowd, it was actually the safest place to be. "Dude." The steam whistle of the magic train echoed through the sky, as if announcing Shi Ye's current feeling of freedom. Staring toward the orphanage, Shi Ye chanted to himself again. "Farewell, Cage." Freshman registration for Black Crow University. As a military university, the school conducts inspections on new arrivals to prevent any contraband from being brought onto campus. Shi Ye was standing honestly in line at the entrance when he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. "Yi Chen. Xinzhu, do not walk away yet, please listen to me." I was genuinely worried about you, but you know how the situation was back there. If I had stayed, I would not have been able to help at all. That is why I said what I said, to buy myself a chance to leave so I could find a way to save you. I called the police as soon as I left last night. You have to believe me." This guy kept rambling on and on. Honestly, it was a bit annoying, and he was quite shameless too. Being afraid of death is fine, many people are, that is not a mistake. But being afraid and refusing to admit it while still talking tough, that is just disgusting. Mu Xinzhu, however, did not have much of a reaction beyond a simple "oh." She kept her head down, seemingly lost in thought. Until, "Hey freshman, what are you doing with such a large scythe?" Shi Ye stared at the scythe lying on the table and cleared his throat. Senior, as a student with pharmacology as a minor, growing herbs is part of my job. Since I have to farm, I naturally need to harvest, so carrying a scythe is perfectly normal, right?" Hearing Shi Ye's voice, Mu Xinzhu, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly looked up. He stared at Shi Ye's scythe with a strange expression. The senior in charge of the inspection frowned. "Farming means harvesting. Is a scythe meant for harvesting? It sounds somewhat logical, but is not this scythe a bit too big?" Seeing the senior's hesitation, Shi Ye put on an exaggerated expression. "Senior, you do not think this is a weapon, do you? That makes no sense. Everyone uses swords or blades for melee combat. Who would use a stupid weapon like a scythe? Swords look so much cooler, do not they?" The surrounding students nodded in agreement upon hearing this. Blades are indeed the mainstream weapons. A scythe really is a pretty stupid-looking tool. This guy makes a fair point. Only Mu Xinzhu seemed a bit odd. The introverted girl who usually kept her expressions under perfect control could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth after hearing those two sentences from Shi Ye. In just one night, the injuries on her face had mostly healed. The swelling was gone, leaving only some faint bruises and scrapes. She was now wearing a suppressed smile, looking even a bit cute. Yi Chen noticed this and shot a glance at Shi Ye, clearly dissatisfied with the freshman for drawing Mu Xinzhu's attention. He cannot even speak properly, what an idiot. Hearing Yi Chen's disdain for Shi Ye, Mu Xinzhu, who had been silent, could not help but turn her head. "Why do you say that? Are not you in the pharmacology department too?" Seeing that Mu Xinzhu was acknowledging him again, Yi Chen felt a surge of joy, thinking their relationship had eased, so he immediately began to show off. "The pharmacology department is not for farming. Herbs are issued uniformly by the school, and formulating potions is our real job. Besides, where would the school find land for you to farm? He is just trying to be clever. As for comparing him to me. Xinzhu, you underestimate me. How could he possibly be mentioned in the same breath as me? Mr. Zhou of the pharmacology department thinks highly of me." Yi Chen spoke at length, though it was unclear if Mu Xinzhu had even taken any of it in. After a moment, she seemed to snap out of it and realized she had not responded, so she spoke. "Oh." Yi Chen was speechless, but there was nothing he could do. Facing Chen Lu and the others last night, running away had been the best option. He wondered what Mu Xinzhu had gone through. Yi Chen could not help but size Mu Xinzhu up from behind, his gaze drifting toward her legs. His thoughts swirled and his breathing grew shallow. A complex mix of pity, disdain, and desire bubbled up within him. Of course he felt pity for Mu Xinzhu, whom he had always considered his own property, being ruined by several men last night. He also felt disdain that Mu Xinzhu's body was no longer pure and clean. Yet he still craved to possess this tarnished body. It could not be helped, Mu Xinzhu was simply too beautiful, a rare beauty in the lower city. Her eyes were like the morning stars, spirited and mysterious, clear yet tinged with a cold detachment, as if hiding some unspeakable secrets. Whenever she blinked, her long lashes would gently sweep, radiating a charm that left others captivated. And when she was lost in thought, her brows would relax, making her appear exceptionally gentle. She could fulfill every fantasy. Watching Mu Xinzhu grow up bit by bit, shedding her youthful awkwardness and blossoming into the beauty he had always wanted to claim. Yi Chen really could not take it anymore. He had confessed to her only to be met with a direct rejection, "I do not like you." Indeed, Yi Chen knew better than anyone that they were just acquaintances. The so-called childhood sweetheart narrative was just a rumor he had spread himself to confuse the crowd. He knew Mu Xinzhu's personality. She did not care for such gossip, nor would she bother to explain it. If people wanted to talk, let them talk. It did not matter to her. But this time was different. Bai Zhuo had taken an interest in Mu Xinzhu and was rejected as well. Before Yi Chen could even gloat, he saw Chen Lu come over with people who not only beat Mu Xinzhu but also had others defile her. Thinking of that scene last night, Yi Chen had been unable to sleep. He felt heartbroken, yet beneath that heartache lay a strange, hidden feeling. The goddess who once ignored him had fallen from grace. She was dirty now, she was not clean anymore. But that is a good thing. At least to Yi Chen, it was a good thing. In his eyes, the tarnished Mu Xinzhu no longer had the right to be so high and mighty, and no longer had the right to act cold and aloof in front of a student favored by the pharmacology teacher. He was more than a match for her now. At a time like this, should not Mu Xinzhu be crying and holding onto him, pouring out her pain from last night? But she did not seem to have any such intention. Her expression and attitude were exactly the same as before. She has been played with by so many, what is the point of acting like that? Yi Chen muttered to himself, unable to suppress his curiosity. What exactly happened last night? Should I go ask those punks who work for Chen Lu? While Yi Chen was obsessing over last night, Mu Xinzhu was actually thinking about everything that had happened as well. Although she and Shi Ye had cleared the evidence and the bodies were probably pig manure by now. But regardless, Chen Lu had died at her hands. Chen Lu's brother was a member of the security team. If his sister went missing, would she be questioned by them? If she were questioned, how should she answer? Carrying various doubts and worries, Mu Xinzhu followed the crowd heading toward the dorms. She was only 2 or 3 meters away from Shi Ye the whole time, but he never noticed her, which left Mu Xinzhu feeling quite flustered. Several times she wanted to speak up but felt it would be awkward, so she decided to just keep her mouth shut and walk with her head down. They finally reached the fork where the crowd split, men to the north, women to the south. Mu Xinzhu suddenly heard a voice coming from behind. A calm, indifferent, yet trust-inspiring and reassuring voice. If you get questioned, do not be afraid, keep your gaze steady. Mu Xinzhu parted her lips slightly, then quickly closed them. Her heartbeat accelerated for a moment before returning to a calm rhythm. She was smart, she had always been smart. She knew it was Shi Ye and she knew what he meant, so she chose not to respond. She simply raised her lowered head, her mind already piqued with curiosity. Did that guy see me a long time ago? Xinzhu, call me if you need anything. Let us have a meal later, okay? Xinzhu, Yi Chen continued to chatter away behind her. But at this moment, Mu Xinzhu only felt he was incredibly annoying. In the past, she had always ignored Yi Chen, but today was the first time she felt such a clear sense of disgust. This guy is so annoying, how did I put up with him for the past few years? On the other side, Shi Ye carried his luggage and followed the crowd to the male dormitory area. At Black Crow University, the foundation courses naturally consist of culture and combat, so dorms are assigned according to your major. Sometimes life is just full of such coincidences. Shi Ye's major is pharmacy, and as it happens, Yi Chen's major is also pharmacy. So they were unexpectedly assigned to the same dormitory. When the two of them stopped at the door of dormitory 17 for first-year males at the same time, Yi Chen's expression became rather interesting. It is you. Hearing him say that, Shi Ye's eyes narrowed instantly, and killing intent began to permeate the air. Exposed, does he know who I am? Could it be last night? No, he had made sure no one was around before making his move last night, and this Yi Chen did not have the ability to hide in the hallway. Besides, he is too cowardly. So Shi Ye suppressed his aura and scratched his head, feigning innocence. Do we know each other? Yi Liu was full of resentment, though most of it was caused by Mu Xinzhu. However, Shi Ye's words and actions did not stop him from offloading his frustrations elsewhere. We do not, but I heard what you said while you were checking in earlier. Oh, is that so? I see. Shi Ye finally eased his mind and dispelled his killing intent. But then Yi Chen added, it was pretty funny. Oh really? Shi Ye scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Yeah, pharmacy is not easy. If you really do not understand it, you should switch majors while you still can. Being a grunt or something would not be so bad that you cannot even afford to eat. Shi Ye was left speechless, lifting his eyes to look at the other two roommates with an innocent and awkward expression. He did not forget to secretly nod and wave at them to say hello. The two roommates were one tall and one short. The tall one was named Zhang Changsheng and the short one was named Zhou Enfu. Seeing that Yi Chen was picking on Shi Ye, the hot-headed Zhang Changsheng immediately stood up. "Hey, we are all freshmen here, what are you acting tough for? Who do you think you are? What is wrong with being a grunt?" Zhang Changsheng's words were sharp, and then Zhou Enfu chimed in. "Exactly, we are all from the lower district, so what is with the superiority complex? If you were really that good, would you still be living in a 4-person dorm?" Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. "What is going on? I just said Shi Ye was funny, why are the other two roommates attacking me?" Shi Ye did not give him a chance to speak, quickly walking between the three with the air of a peacemaker. Guys, let us stop arguing. We have to live together for the next 4 years, we will be seeing each other all the time. Besides, I do not think he meant anything by it, let us just drop it, we are all friends here." Shi Ye sounded like a peacemaker, but if you looked closely, it was actually quite manipulative. It is just that none of those present noticed. The two of them had been scolding Yi Chen, which he could have tolerated, but with Shi Ye saying that, his anger flared up again. "Who is your friend? Do not cry when you fail your professional courses and get kicked out." Shi Ye looked even more awkward, and seeing this, Zhang Changsheng looked even angrier. "What kind of garbage are you spouting? Are you an idiot? I said it, so what?" The two were at each other's throats and the scene instantly turned into chaos. The first meeting in Dorm 17 had unfolded in such a spectacular way. Yi Chen did not realize that he had already been isolated by his other 3 roommates, all stemming from one smart-mouthed comment. Meanwhile, she almost wanted to shout, "Stop fighting, everyone." By the time the dormitory incident ended, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. It was time for the entrance ceremony. Black Crow University was completely different from the university Shi Ye had experienced in his past life. The curriculum here was very intense. As a military academy that needed to provide combat talent for Sector 13 of the Windless Zone, they had to start studying foundation and specialized courses from their first year. And Black Crow University had a credit system. Completion of foundation courses, grades, and accomplishments in specialized courses could all be submitted to the school to earn credits. Beyond helping students graduate, credits could also be used to redeem knowledge, skills, equipment, and more stored at the school. It was a very mature channel for campus resources. After the commotion in the dorm died down, Shi Ye picked up his textbooks and headed to the freshman plaza area. Looking back at Yi Chen, who still had a bruised eye, Shi Ye raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Future university life should be very busy, and he did not have any time to waste on people like Yi Chen. He knew the general outlines of many skill systems but lacked the corresponding advanced knowledge and theories, which was the awkward part. If Yi Chen still did not learn his lesson after what happened today, then he would not mind letting a certain classmate get lost out in the wild. As for why not do it on campus? There is no helping it. Black Crow University's school rules are too strict, so strict that even the students from the upper districts would not dare to break them. A university, after all, is just a place to set rules and manufacture soldiers. His roommates did not notice the dangerous aura coming from Shi Ye. Seeing him pick up his books and get ready to leave, they quickly followed. "Shi Ye, are you going to the classroom now?" "Yeah, I'm heading there." "Shall we go together?" "Sure." Following his 2 roommates, they arrived at the Black Crow University Plaza area. The 3 of them waited for the entrance ceremony to begin. No matter the country, power, or region when it comes to enrollment, you can never escape the inspirational speeches and moralizing talks. Beyond going through the motions, Shi also had to confirm one thing. In the plot, the sealed weapon hidden in the plaza area, whether it was still there or not. If it was, one of the sealed objects would be very important to him. Because it was a weapon that was perfect for him. On the other side, at the door of the first-year female dormitory number 5. Several female members of the security team in green uniforms were standing solemnly around Mu Xinju. "Is this student Mu Xinju?" "Yes, I am." Mu Xinju's voice remained flat, revealing no emotional fluctuations. The leader, Gu Xiaoling, sized Mu Xinju up, paying particular attention to the injuries on her face, and then asked, According to our investigation, you were taken away by Chen Lu, Wang Zhang, Su Jiayak, and others last night. Where did you go? To the alley in the south. What happened? Facing this question, Mu Xinju fell silent. This silence was actually well within the security team's expectations, as everyone knew what might have happened last night. It could only be bullying and humiliation. But regardless, the interrogation has to continue. And as the last person to have contact with Chen Lu and her group last night, Mu Xinju's testimony is extremely important. Yu Xiaoling softened her expression, lowered her voice, and spoke with a gentle, persuasive tone. Mu Xinju, I know you may have suffered some bullying and injustice, but I also want you to know that hiding things and resisting will not help. Only by telling us what happened can we help you. Mu Xinju looked hesitant. After a long while, she spoke with a detached tone. Chen Lu and the others beat me. How did they beat you? A nearby guard asked with curiosity. She was immediately met with a glare from Yu Xiaoling and fell silent at once. Lower city people who become college students are no longer just common laborers. Even the Doldrum Council has to publicly protect them. Yu Xiaoling turned back, readjusted her tone, and maintained that same gentleness. Have they been bullying you all along? Yes. What was the reason? Because of someone named Bai Zhuo. They called me a slut and accused me of seducing him. And did you seduce him? Yu Xiaoling felt this might be a lead. I do not know him, Mu Xinju shook her head. When they were bullying you, did you fight back? When she asked this question, all the guards were staring at Mu Xinju, waiting for the answer. One of the guards silently pulled out a gray crystal sphere. Mu Xinju caught a glimpse of the crystal sphere in her peripheral vision. She did not know exactly what it was for, but she could make a pretty good guess. Lie detector. So this time, she did not hesitate for long before admitting. Yes, I tried to attack her, but she dodged it. I even bit her finger, but in the end, she kicked me away. Yu Xiaoling narrowed her eyes, glanced back at the crystal ball, nodded slightly, and continued. We found blood from multiple people in that alley and suspect that Chen Lu's group was attacked and likely killed. Mu Xinju, do you know what happened afterwards? Mu Xinju glanced at the crystal ball in the guard's hand again. After a moment of silence, she nodded heavily. I know they were killed by someone. This tone of certainty shocked everyone. Yu Xiaoling had not expected Mu Xinju to actually be there. What exactly happened? Did you see what the killer looked like? Mu Xinju pondered for a moment before finally shaking her head. I was injured after being bullied, so I only saw the process of the killing. I did not see the killer's face. I am sorry. Yu Xiaoling felt a momentary flicker of disappointment, but quickly regained her composure to reassure her. Do you know any distinguishing features about the killer? Mu Xinju blinked, her tone firm. The killer was a woman holding a scythe. Yu Xiaoling subconsciously looked at the crystal ball. This was a lie-detecting stone issued by the Gale Force with 100% accuracy on ordinary people. There was no reaction, proving that Mu Xinju was not lying. So it was all the truth. A woman holding a scythe. This simple statement contained very important information, the gender of the killer and the weapon she used. Did you see any other features, like her height or build? She seemed to be about my height. It was too dark at the time. Mu Xinju frowned, still speaking the truth. Yu Xiaoling felt a bit regretful, but she was already very satisfied with having obtained so much information from Mu Xinju. The two of them talked a bit more about what happened last night. A montage of deception had just played out between the student and the guard. I understand. Thank you for your cooperation, student Mu Xinju. You are doing well and your future will be even better. Thank you. Right, you may go now. Mu Xinju left under the watchful eyes of the guards, her expression remaining unchanged. And the few guards began to discuss among themselves at that moment. Captain, what now? Something like this happening at the start of the term should not be publicized. Just report the clues about the killer and consider the task done. What about Chen Shui? Chen Lu is Chen Shui's sister, not mine. Obviously, stability in the school is more important. Understood. The entrance speech will begin at 10:30. There were many people in the square. Shi Ye and the others followed the crowd to find a place to stand. Then came the boring brainwashing session from the Dean of Students. Your future will be the hope of the 13th district of the Doldrum. Yeah, sure. As expected, it is the same rhetoric everywhere. Especially when he saw the excited and fervent looks on the faces of the students from the lower city who seemed to really buy into this talk of hope, Shi Ye felt speechless. The words sound nice, working together for the hope of humanity. But what is the reality? If it were really a human community, there would not be such a divide between the upper and lower cities and their inhabitants. When an anomaly appears, it is always the people from the lower city who have to fill the gap, using their lives to test the anomaly's abilities, only for the upper levels to send in transcendentals or awakened ones once the danger is understood. Besides that, the lower city is divided into 13 districts. There is competition and gambling between these districts, gang wars, and the burden of exploring the world outside the doldrum. Not to mention institutions like the District 13 orphanage, which kidnaps and sells children to provide for the upper-class people. It could be said that people in the lower city are just trying to survive, while those in the upper city are actually living. In fact, every action taken is just invisibly whittling down the population of the doldrum. With his gaming experience and his hard life in the orphanage, Shi Ye could truly feel how cruel the upper city's exploitation and oppression of the lower city really were. They did not even consider the people of the lower city as human. If you have to blame someone, blame the doldrum for not being big enough. Zai, are you okay? A voice that sounded a bit cool and distant came suddenly from within the crowd. Shi Ye turned around, and because they were so close, their noses almost touched. Mu Xinju quickly lowered her head, while Shi Ye stepped back nonchalantly. When he looked intently at Mu Xinju, Shi Ye was clearly stunned. Last night it was too dark, and Mu Xinju had been severely injured with a bruised and swollen face. He had not observed her carefully this morning at school either. Now, at a distance of less than a meter, Shi Ye could almost see every detail on Mu Xinju's face. The faint scars and bruises that had not yet faded only added a sense of fragile beauty to her. This woman is almost too beautiful. Nothing, Shi replied coldly. But what if she is beautiful? As a transmigrator, what kind of women had he not seen? Surviving in the ether world as a lower city dweller means if you cannot keep your impulses in check, you are essentially putting your head on the chopping block. Seeing that Shi Ye had no intention of continuing the conversation, silence fell between them. Mu Xinju's personality was naturally introverted. She just hung her head and kept quiet while Shi Ye was already prepared to catch a nap while standing. But waiting time is easily interrupted, and Yi Chen's jarring voice came from between them. Xinju, what are you doing here? Mu Xinju glanced at Yi Chen, suppressing her disgust, and said coldly, Going to school. Yi Chen huh. His expression was a bit awkward, but he recovered quickly. After all, it was not the first time he had been awkward, and as long as he pretended not to be, the person who was awkward was someone else. As Yi Chen was looking around, he happened to catch sight of Shi Ye. His expression immediately grew gloomy. Glancing back and forth between Mu Xinju and Shi Ye, Yi Chen felt a sense of doubt. How did these two meet? Did they know each other? Suppressing the suspicion in his heart, Yi Chen asked again. Xinju, would you like to go grab some lunch together later? I heard that the standard of the Black Raven University cafeteria is comparable to that of the upper district. No thanks. Rejected once again by Mu Xinju, the resentment in Yi Chen's heart continued to pile up. Thinking about how Mu Xinju had already been slept with by others last night, and not just one person, he felt that his patience was about to run out. You really should get to know the cafeteria at least. No, I have other things to do. With the melancholic girl refusing him time and again, Yi Chen finally lost his patience. Xinju, I do not understand why you keep rejecting me. Is it just because I did not stay last night? Do you know how heartbroken I was last night thinking about you being with them? If I could do it all over again, I would not have left, I would have stayed with you. That was a smooth line. Shi Ye, standing off to the side, almost started applauding. But Mu Xinju just shot a cold glance at Yi Chen. She was a very sharp person. Having grown up tough in the lower district, she was no ignorant little flower. She was the kind of person who dared to bite Chen Lu even when surrounded by 5 or 6 people. And when Shi Ye gave her the chance, she also dared to chop off Chen Lu's head with one strike. She understood everything a girl of her age should know. She also knew the hidden meaning behind Yi Chen's words. If she had just ignored Yi Chen before, he now made her feel disgusted. Get lost. What? Yi Chen looked dazed. It was the first time he had heard Mu Xinju speak in such a tone. Even though she had been indifferent before, she had never had an attitude like this. I said get lost. Yi Chen's face turned green and red. Fine Mu Xinju, you're fine you. He wanted to say something harsh, but in the end, he gave up. After all, he had been trying to win her over for years without success. He really could not bear to burn bridges with her now. As Yi Chen walked away, Mu Xinju felt the air around her clear up significantly. The freshman orientation speech had also concluded. As the crowd dispersed, Shi Ye walked toward the center of the plaza, and Mu Xinju immediately followed him. Shi Ye ignored her, stopping in front of the Black Crow Hero Monument in District 13, where 5 stone weapon sculptures remained. Legend has it that these stone sculptures seal 7 weapons belonging to the ancient sages. As long as one breaks the seal, they can take the weapon. With only 5 carvings left, it meant that 2 seals had already been broken and the weapons taken. However, no one had broken a seal in 11 years, so Black Crow University students generally regarded the legend as nothing more than a fairy tale. But Shi Ye was different. He knew how to break the seals for 3 of those weapons. And one of them is exactly what he needs. The Chessmaster's Scythe Blade Blue Chess Silk. The equipment rarity system in the Ether world was very traditional. It was divided into inferior gray, common white, fine green, enchanted blue, epic purple, legendary orange, and unique dark gold. Blue chess silk was an epic grade weapon, and a very powerful one at that. Even after all these years, Shi Ye could still clearly remember the attributes of this weapon. Blue chess silk epic. Base stats: sharpness 5, weight 22. Trait 1, life steal. The bloodthirsty blade will restore your state. Every kill will restore a small amount of health. Trait 2, soul snatch. Every life harvested by the blue chess silk will have its soul claimed. Skill soul Hua's souls are also chess pieces. Consume souls to summon chess pieces. The pieces grow stronger as more souls are consumed. Description: the weapon of the chessmaster, the great scythe of a ruthless killer. As an epic grade weapon, blue chess silk possessed 3 additional attributes, making it very practical and extremely powerful. In the game, this weapon accompanied Shi Ye for a very, very long time. And after transmigrating, it took Shi Ye 18 years just to see this sealed weapon again. Just like in the legend, to obtain this weapon, one had to break the seal and complete the trial of the ancient sages. The trial of blue chess silk was called the trial of chess. Hearing that name, if you thought it was a challenge like a game of chess, you would be dead wrong. The trial of chess was a combat challenge with a high level of difficulty. One had to face all of the chessmaster's pieces alone and defeat them to claim victory. The strength of the trial's chess pieces was related to the challenger's attribute values. In other words, without exceeding the threshold set by the ancient sage chessmaster, the lower the attributes, the easier the challenge. At the moment, Shi only had one attribute value that reached 10, and he had acquired the common grade constitution talent Indomitable Will. So right now, it was the perfect time to attempt the trial of chess. Gently stroking the sealed blue chess silk, a look of nostalgia appeared in Shi Ye's eyes. He whispered ever so tenderly, "Old friend, I will come to pick you up tonight." This scene was seen clearly by Mu Xinju. She always felt that the way Shi Ye looked at this stone weapon was much gentler than the way he looked at her. And Shi Ye also sensed Mu Xinju's gaze, being stared at like that made him feel uncomfortable. "You have been following me. Is there something you need? Are you looking at the sealed relics?" Mu Xinju could sense Shi's cold attitude. She was usually quite indifferent herself, so she did not think there was anything wrong with it. But the problem was, after such a huge thing happened last night, do not you even need to care a little? She watched Shi Ye for a while, carefully confirming that the other party was not just feigning ignorance, but in the end, she could not read anything from him. "Yes, I am." For Shi Ye, he did not really want to have too much involvement with Mu Xinju. Even though the Silver Witch was powerful, she was a villain boss in the main plot, and the plot was so unclear that Shi Ye never even figured out the reason for the boss fight in the end. If he got mixed up with her, what would happen if some plot protagonist showed up and took him down as a boss? She was too entangled in karma, it was dangerous. So his previous thought was that if Mu Xinju triggered a quest, he would do it. If there was no quest, he would leave her aside and ignore her. After all, he knew the plot well and now practiced alchemy as well. He could develop even without quest rewards. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed there was no need to be so resistant. Although the dating sim module did not show affection levels, it would have extra bonds, and extra contact might provide opportunities to trigger quests. Talent points were good stuff. Besides, this world was no longer a game, and Mu Zinju had not become the Silver Witch yet. With his knowledge advantage, who knows, maybe Mu Zinju could become a Silver Saintess if she was influenced by him. If you want to stand firm in this world, relying on yourself for everything is bound to be extremely exhausting. He could choose not to build his own faction, as that was too much trouble. But he could not afford to have no allies or companions. Or rather accomplices. So Shi Ye added one more line to soften his cold attitude. I am choosing my next weapon. If it were anyone else, hearing that would probably make them scoff on the spot. A freshman like you, and you actually got selected. But Mu Zinju did not question it. Shi Ye had already given her too many shocks. This classmate she had only met a few times was truly no ordinary person. She just did not know how to keep the conversation going, and suddenly it went quiet. Not knowing what else to say, Mu Zinju finally remembered the purpose of her visit. The guard came to see me earlier. Oh, Shi Ye remained the same, looking completely drained. Mu Zinju's eye twitched, feeling a bit awkward. Or not you going to ask? Ask what? Shi Ye still looked just as distracted. Ask about the guard's questioning process, or how I answered. Looking at Mu Zinju, Shi Ye curled the corner of his mouth. So how did you answer? I told the truth. Mu Zinju gave Shi Ye a rough summary of how the guard had interrogated her. After finishing, she stared into Shi Ye's eyes, trying to catch any emotional change on his face. Are you done? I am done. Mu Zinju felt a bit awkward. Although it was a bit embarrassing, she felt she had handled herself very well in front of the guard, and it should have been worthy of praise. But after listening, Shi just blinked, unmoved. That made Mu Zinju feel a bit stifled. Shi smiled. He could sense what she was thinking. No matter how cold or aloof she was, the fact that she was 18 years old did not change. Still, Mu Zinju was indeed very smart. A montage-style lie that perfectly fooled the lie-detecting stone. She deserved credit for staying calm under pressure. So, although I cannot guarantee nothing will happen later, and we cannot rule out the guards finding us based on other evidence. The more she spoke, the lower Mu Du bowed her head. But then she changed his tune. But for now, your response was actually quite perfect. You are pretty impressive, classmate Mu Zinju. Hello. Mu Zinju looked up, then lowered her head again. She felt a hint of recognition, a slightly different kind of acknowledgement. You have not eaten yet, right? Want to go grab a bite together? Sure, Mu Zinju agreed instinctively. However, Shi did not seem to have any intention of walking beside her, opting instead to head out in front. Mu Zinju opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing, silently following behind Shi Ye toward the cafeteria. Not far away, Yi Chen watched everything, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. The resentment in his heart reached its peak. Why would Mu Zinju get so close to that country bumpkin? Aside from being a bit handsome, how does he compare to me in any way? As a sycophant who had been chasing after Mu Zinju for years, he knew better than anyone what the look in her eyes had revealed just now. Anticipation and excitement. A bitch who has been passed around, how dare you? Yi Chen cursed incessantly. He had already devised several ways to get back at Shi Ye, even imagining the scene of Mu Zinju groveling at his feet and Shi Ye begging for mercy before him. But while he was lost in his sick fantasies, he did not notice Shi Ye walking in front, casting an indifferent glance back at him. The two arrived at the Black Crow University cafeteria. Shi Ye looked at the wide array of dishes, food, and even desserts and fruits, feeling a lump in his throat as he nearly cried. 18 years in this world, and today, I can finally afford 4 dishes. Sigh, what kind of miserable life was I living before? The struggle at the orphanage was just too bitter. Shi Ye mused to himself, secretly deciding that from now on, he absolutely had to live a good life. What are you spacing out for? Get to the back of the line if you are not getting food. Because he stood there for too long, Shi Ye got shouted at by someone behind him. To this, he could only awkwardly scratch his head and apologize politely. Sorry, my apologies. Mu Xinju, standing nearby, had a strange expression, as every time Shi Ye had said sorry last night, he had chopped someone's head off. This made her somewhat hypersensitive to that phrase. Shi Ye himself noticed the strange look on Mu Xinju's face and immediately guessed that the girl was drawing unpleasant associations because of his constant apologies from last night. He spoke up to explain himself. I am actually a very easygoing person. I do not chop people's heads off every time I say sorry, it is just my way of being polite. Yeah, you do not need to explain that much. Looking at the unspoken words in Mu Xinju's eyes that read, I know you are no good, Shi Ye could only sigh, having no desire to explain further. When it was their turn to order, Shi Ye excitedly pointed at several main meat dishes. Ma'am, I will take a chicken leg, a pork chop, some beef, and a meat pie. Alright, that will be 12 credits. The meals at Black Crow University were very cheap. 3 credits for a meat dish, 1 for a vegetable, 2 for a mix, and staples were all you can eat. This was subsidized by the Windless Zone Council. The reason was simple, it was not just lip service about caring for students, it was because Black Crow University students would almost all end up in combat roles. The role of university students in the lower city was mostly to enter the front lines of scavenger teams. Since it was a combat position, there was no point in restricting their diet. But even though it was cheap, seeing someone like Shi Ye order 4 meat dishes at once was rare. People in the lower city were mostly poor. Even if they wanted to eat meat, they would usually only order 1 meat dish. Like Mu Xinju behind Shi Ye. After Shi Ye got his food, she hesitated at the service window for a moment, finally choosing shredded pork with green peppers. Mu Xinju's inner thoughts were much the same as Shi Ye's. Finally, some meat. Although it was cheap, it was still expensive, so she only ordered 1 dish. After she brought her tray to sit across from Shi Ye, he glanced at her tray and raised an eyebrow. He looked down at his own. The chicken leg was just bone, the beef might have his spit on it, the pork chop was half gone, and even the meat pie had a bite taken out of it. No sharing here, it was a bit awkward. Watching Mu Xinju eat seriously, Shi Ye did not make a move. This girl was stubborn even when getting beaten yesterday. She was hard-headed and did not even know how to play it cool or beg for mercy. People like this usually are not very sharp, otherwise she would not have become a big boss. If he acted like he was offering her charity food now, she would definitely refuse, so. He sat there thinking for a while. Shi Ye suddenly stood up and amidst Mu Xinju's puzzled gaze, he returned to the service line and ordered 2 meat dishes. Gladder. Seeing the pork chop and beef placed in front of her, Mu Xinju was startled, instinctively refusing. No need, I have my own food. Before she could even finish, she heard Dabaoyi's slightly impatient tone. Heh, stop being so full of yourself, okay? You think I bought this specifically for you? Mu Xinju looked surprised. Shi Ye's tone remained blunt. Alright, stop staring. I did not buy it for nothing. We are accomplices after what happened yesterday. I looted about 2,000 credits and logically you are entitled to half, but I am a cold-hearted guy and short on cash, so let us not split the loot. How about this? I will treat you to a few meals to call it even. You will not be losing out, deal. Half of 2,000 plus bucks offset by a few meals sounds like a pretty shady deal. Plus the scornful words he just spoke, any normal person would have already made up their mind. This guy is no good. But Mu Xinju is not exactly a normal person either. In the lower city, a beautiful appearance is a crime in itself, and her indifference is just a shell to protect herself. Just because she is detached and cold does not mean she lacks sensitivity. On the contrary, Mu Xinju has always been able to pick up on details. The lust in Bai Zhu's eyes, the malice from Chen Lu, and the greed and lecherousness of Yi Chen. She can perceive all of these, but she cannot see through Shi Ye. So just how many meals does it take to settle this share of the spoils? Why will not he say it? Fine, Mu Xinju nodded in agreement. Seeing her agree, Shi Ye hid a smile and pushed the tray toward her. Alright, since you agreed to this way of splitting the spoils, then eat. Mu Xinju nodded, took a long look at Shi Ye, and then started eating on her own. Actually, she does not eat much, but just as Shi Ye had mused earlier. The food at Black Crow University is just too delicious. It is both tasty and well presented, comparable to the dining standards of the upper city. For people like them from the lower city, only here at school can they enjoy such food to their heart's content. At this moment, Mu Xinju was practically wolfing it down. Hey, no matter how tough the talk, the appetite is always soft. Just as this thought crossed Shi's mind, new romance mission triggered. Task: careful instruction. As an evil person who used wisdom and schemes to gain the young girl's trust, you have finally found an opportunity to get close to her. Carefully instruct Mu Xinju to complete her professional promotion. Tip 1. As an evil lecher, you can inadvertently touch her body during the instruction of Mu Xinju. Tip 2. Excessive touching and groping will make Mu Xinju alert and lead to her disgust. Task-based reward: Elite Warrior System Talent 1 talent point. Yeah. Looking at the suddenly triggered mission, Shi Ye's face went dark. What do you mean by evil lecher? How did he become an evil lecher? Shi Ye knew that this was how the progress of the romance game worked, but he would absolutely never admit to such a title. Careful instruction. Completing her specialty. What if her specialty is a scientist or a philosopher? Shi Ye held his chopsticks down, stared at the withdrawn girl for a moment, and suddenly spoke. Mu Xinju. What is your major? Soldier Academy, Frontline Explorer Unit Scout. Shi Ye, huh? No, someone like you is on the front lines. In a scout at that. Wow, are all the young people in this world this reckless? Seeming to sense that Shi Ye had suddenly gone quiet, Mu Xinju looked up and emphasized. I want to become a warrior. Her reaction left Shi Ye puzzled, but he continued the topic. Whether you can do it is not something you just say, it depends on your physical fitness. You are so skinny, who can you beat? Can you beat your classmates? Do you have the ability to resist others? You a scout, you probably cannot even lift a rifle. I will become a warrior. Mu Xinju only changed one word, but it was an affirmation of herself. However, as someone from China in his past life, Shi Ye was well versed in the art of crushing self-esteem to build character. A warrior, you would blow away in the wind with that build, and you want to be a scout. I suggest you eat more. Mu Xinju bit her lip, and her fingers gripping the chopsticks tightened. She felt a bit defiant, but also felt that Shi Ye was right. Students at the next table looked over at them, their playful eyes scanning back and forth between the two, clearly enjoying the show. Mu Xinju used to hate such gazes, but today she felt an inexplicable sense of panic. A thought suddenly popped into her head. Then can you teach me? Shi Ye's eyes lit up, she was on the right track indeed. However, he still pretended to be taken aback for a moment. Hi. Can you teach me how to fight? Mu Xinju stared at Shi Ye, her eyes large and bright. I am a pharmacology major and I do not really have time to teach anyone. Shi Ye looked away, acting a bit troubled. It is okay if you do not teach, I will not cause any trouble, I will just follow along when you train. Shi Ye continued to put on a show of considering it. Alright then, starting tomorrow be at the perimeter of the church plaza at 5 a.m., and I will take you along to train. Hearing Shi Ye agree, Mu Xinju was excited. Okay, thank you. No need for thanks, words were said, food was eaten, that is it, bye. Shi Ye stood up and waved, showing no intention of lingering. Mu Xinju sat where she was and watched him for a good while, only returning her attention to her food once he was out of sight. I will definitely become a warrior. Lunch break ended, and in the afternoon formal classes began. The university system is different from regular lower city education. From the start, it incorporates some deep and obscure theoretical knowledge. For instance, the distinction between malformations, anomalies, and monsters. Malformations are similar to transcendence, being mutations of certain plants, organisms, or animals. They possess absolute physical substance and their abilities are somewhat predictable, though not absolutely so. Anomalies are the alienation of non-living things. They do not necessarily possess physical form or even substance, and their abilities are diverse and difficult to judge. Monsters are a higher level of threat. They usually come with multiple or composite traits and may even undergo multiple reinforcements. They are the most difficult to deal with. Beyond this, there was plenty of combat knowledge, such as detailed guide to magic firearms, ranged weapon selection, anomaly weaknesses, malformation anatomy, etc. This is all knowledge she needs. In the game, you just kill monsters to level up. If you encounter a monster you cannot beat, you just die a few times. But it is different now, you only have one life and he does not want to die. So, from the start of the class, Shi Ye absorbed the university's knowledge and theories like a sponge. verifying them against the experiences from the games in his memory. After a whole afternoon of lectures, many who were used to the wildlife in the lower city felt like they were sitting on needles. They even questioned the teacher, asking what the point of learning this was. The issue of cognition was laid bare here. The less educated someone is, the less they can understand the importance of knowledge. This point was not lost on even Shi Ye's roommates. However, Shi Ye would not criticize his roommates. He listened quietly, not wanting to disturb others or be disturbed himself. The circular classroom was large enough to hold 400 people, so the distribution of students was quite orderly. The front rows were generally occupied by upper city people, and contrary to the stereotype, not all wealthy heirs are playboys. At Black Crow University, those who study the hardest are often these people from the upper strata. Because not all upper city residents are wealthy heirs, there are also many technical personnel, middle-class people, and children of high-level combat personnel. These people understand the importance of education and would never neglect the training of their children. And even if they are genuinely wealthy heirs, their families still place constraints on them. Naturally, as wealthy heirs, their material needs are always well met. Shi Ye has never heard of any genuine wealthy heir who is short of women. Wealthy heirs might engage in competition, as they need to pursue interests. But notions like simping are completely absurd. In the middle rows, you generally find people from the lower city in groups of 3 to 5. Most of them walk with arms over each other's shoulders, displaying clear signs of group behavior. Many of them have joined lower city power blocks such as weapons companies, the Explorers Guild, or local gangs, forming little factions of their own. As for the people in the back rows, they are basically scattered outsiders who have never joined any faction and have no real friends. These people are either loners with their own ideas or just slackers. Shi Ye sat in one of the last few rows of the circular classroom. The class, which did not sound too complex, lasted for a long time. Shi Ye remained attentive almost the entire way through, and even after all the lectures finished, he did not show any intention of leaving immediately. The classroom was too crowded, and he did not want to have too much contact with others, nor did he want to squeeze through the crowd with his classmates. Especially the lower city people in the middle, many were gang members, and pushing and shoving easily leads to conflict. He would rather stay in his seat and wait a while longer, taking the opportunity to digest the knowledge he had just acquired. About 10 minutes passed, and most of the people in the room had cleared out. Only then did Shi Ye pick up his things and head toward the classroom door. As Shi Ye passed the first row of seats, the girl to his left, who was twirling her pen, suddenly lost her grip, and the pen dropped onto the desk with a click. It then rolled toward the edge of the table with a clattering sound. "Oh!" she exclaimed, reaching out instinctively. Shi Ye, who happened to be right there, reached out and caught the pen steadily, then placed it back on her desk without a word. She was a refined girl with a gentle demeanor, named Jiang Kaio. She had bright eyes that carried a sense of meticulous focus and determination, while also revealing the shyness and tenderness unique to a young girl. The sunset filtered through the window frame, spilling onto her face and making her already fair skin look even more translucent, as delicate as fine porcelain. Her ink-black hair draped gently over her shoulders, swaying slightly in the breeze and emitting a faint fragrance. Without a doubt, she was a very beautiful girl, no less so than Mu Xinju. For a brief moment, their eyes met before quickly looking away. Neither of them spoke. Shi Ye had no desire to, and Jiang Kaio simply forgot to open her mouth. It was only after Shi Ye's figure moved away that she suddenly came to her senses. "Wait, thank you." Shi Ye did not look back, pretending he had not heard the thanks, and walked straight out the door. In truth, he had heard Jiang Kaio's gratitude, but he did not want to respond. Relationships in the upper city are intricate and full of traps. Unless there is an opportunity to lean on someone powerful, he did not want to get involved with people from the upper city until he had enough ability to protect himself. A beautiful and wealthy girl like Jiang Kaio would never lack suitors. Especially since she sat in the first row, a symbol of status. Getting too close to someone like her would only bring him trouble. Seeing that Shi Ye ignored her, Jiang Kaio frowned slightly, looking a bit unhappy. Just as Shi Ye had predicted, the moment she showed a puzzled expression, someone immediately stepped forward. "Jiang Kaio, what is wrong?" Jiang Kaio paused, then ultimately just gave a slight shake of her head. It is nothing. Eh. After dinner, Shi Ye took a stroll around the school before heading back to the dormitory. He prepared to recall the trial of chess, getting ready to obtain the blue chess silk. But as soon as Shi Ye entered the room, he was blocked by Yi Chen. Yi Chen was half a head shorter than Shi Ye, but his gaze was like a giant's, attempting to look down on him. Shi Ye, how did you feel about today's classes? Not bad, there was quite a lot of content. If there is anything you do not understand, just ask me. We are roommates, we should help each other. Hearing him say that, Shi Ye's expression became somewhat abstract. What is this guy doing? Is he trying to perform some sort of avant-garde art on me? However, since he had offered, Shi Ye felt it would be rude not to let him help out a little. He kicked a basin over to Yi Chen, then jerked his thumb toward the bathroom. Go on, fetch me a basin of water. Yi Chen stared at the basin, feeling dumbfounded. His original intention was just to use words to soften Shi Ye up, lower his guard, and then strike hard. Wait, are you actually making me do it? You just said we should help each other and now you do not want to go, sigh, and here I thought we had made up. Shi Ye began to mock him with sarcasm, making Yi Chen feel incredibly uncomfortable all over. Do not say another word, I will go. Yi Chen, trembling, brought over a basin of foot-soaking water, and Shi Ye comfortably stuck his feet inside. He even made little sounds of comfort, which made Yi Chen feel physically ill. Seeing that even this had not managed to provoke Yi Chen, Shi Ye was actually a bit impressed, so he added some fuel to the fire. Yi Chen, I met a girl today. At those words, Yi Chen's ears instantly perked up. What girl? Her name is Mu Xinju, she is quite pretty, just a little thin. We even ate together and well, I feel like we have mutual chemistry. When Shi Ye said this, Yi Chen was already on the verge of crushing his book to bits. His gaze, hidden beneath his hair, might as well have been engraved with 4 words. Total insanity. He hated it so much. How could Shi Ye say such things on the very first day he met her when he had known Mu Xinju for 7 years? He really wanted to punch Shi Ye, but he felt that if it came down to a one-on-one fight, he might not be able to beat him. That was why he did not act rashly. After all, he was a noble apothecary, a talented resource that mattered. Forcing down his anger, Yi Chen stood up with a start and stared at Shi Ye with a grave expression. Shi Ye, you should not get too close to Mu Xinju. Oh, why not? Because I know her. Do you like her? No, it is not that. Hearing Yi Chen's denial, Shi Ye could not help but shake his head inwardly. If Yi Chen had directly admitted to liking her, he might have looked up to the guy, considering that in Yi Chen's own knowledge, Mu Xinju had been bullied and humiliated just yesterday. To be able to accept that and admit it openly, regardless of whether she would accept him or not, would have at least made Yi Chen a man. But now, even as calm as Shi Ye was, he could not help but despise Yi Chen in his heart. What a pathetic coward. A real simp too. If you do not like her, then why say I cannot get too close to her? Yi Chen was at a loss for words for a long time. I have known her for a long time. Let me tell you, that woman Mu Xinju is not as simple as she looks. In what way is she not simple? She has been slept with by so many people she is already tainted. Do not fall for her tricks. Hearing this, Shi's eyes narrowed instantly. I heard you were friends with Mu Xinju. Does she know you talk about her like that? You. Watch your mouth in the future. While Yi Chen was still stunned, Shi Ye had already picked up his bag and left the dormitory. He did not have time to waste on a clown. Today was the first day of school, usually the most stable night. Blue chess silk. Tonight it is mine for sure. Leaving the school gates, Sha waited in the parish square. Time dragged on, so he hid in a deserted corner, quietly waiting for the crowds to thin and the hours to slip away. The night was deep and still, with a bright moon hanging in the sky. The breeze gently brushed against Sha's cheeks, and the occasional fallen leaf brushing against his body brought a sense of relief as he leaned against the stone bench. Just like how it was described in the novels. Here, even the wind is free. There is no oppression from the orphanage, no need to play the fool, he can eat properly, study, and cultivate. This mundane, boring life sounds trivial, but to Shi, it feels like heaven, too precious to break. But eventually, he had to get up. At 2 in the morning, Shi arrived at the square's monument. To his surprise, someone else was there at this hour, a man wearing a red school uniform. He was about the same build as Shi Ye, with chestnut-colored hair and gold-rimmed glasses, looking handsome and serious. He appeared to be a very well-mannered person. At that moment, he was holding one of the 5 sealed weapons, the gambler's contract/card. Then, with a burst of intense magical energy, the man's figure vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Shi Ye knew the man had entered the sealed world to challenge it. Challenges against sealed wills are very difficult, and being interrupted by other triggers during the process can easily lead to accidents. That is why most of the time, those who challenge sealed weapons apply to school instructors openly. Although the monument is surely monitored by the school's magic stones and the school rules are strict enough, few people still come here alone to challenge the seals. Only someone like Shi Ye with so many secrets would choose such an hour to challenge it. An upper city person with secrets. Shi Ye put on his mask nonchalantly and stopped by the seal stone, choosing not to start his chess trial so as not to interfere with the bespectacled man. About 3 minutes later, magical fluctuations appeared again, and the man in glasses was teleported back out. He slowly opened his eyes, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Failed. The man's name was Bai Qi, who happened to be Bai Zhu's younger brother. Having just stood steady, Bai Qi immediately noticed Shi Ye's presence and assumed a defensive posture. But he soon realized that Shi Ye had likely been standing there for a long time and had not only refrained from interfering, but also seemed to have been watching over him. Bai Qi raised an eyebrow slightly. Fair enough, this guy is classy, I will keep that in mind. Thanks. Bai Qi thanked him, wiped the blood from his mouth, and stood silently to the side, gesturing for Shi Ye to proceed since he had not moved. Shi Ye felt a bit awkward because of his gesture. He had originally intended to wait for the man to leave before starting his own challenge. This was unpleasant. Shi Ye shook his head. He did not feel like talking and did not want to delay here, so he walked straight to the blue chest silk and slowly placed his palm on the handle. Blue currents of air surged out like venom, wrapping around Shi Ye's body and slowly covering his surface. This obvious resonant reaction with the heroic spirit was something Bai Qi had never seen before. What? While he was surprised, Shi Ye had already disappeared from in front of the seal stone. White chessboard world. Blue mist rolled wildly, and within the thick fog, Shi Ye felt as if he were being buoyed by the smoke, slowly moving to the edge of the chessboard. Before him stood 2 rows of metal armor-wielding weapons. Beside each suit of armor sat a noble, gold-inlaid vase. Touching the vase would trigger a direct attack from the armor. Even without touching them, simply walking past the armor would make fierce glints flash beneath their masks. Ordinary people would instinctively assume these were traps and attack the armor, leading to a counterattack and a desperate struggle. Actually, the armor is not aggressive. These are just tests in the trial, a diversion to increase the difficulty. They do have a certain purpose. For example, the challenger can choose weapons from the hands of the armor, which is information Shi Ye knew. As for the rest, he was not entirely clear either. But being able to choose a weapon was enough for him. After all, in the chess player's challenge, the one thing never in short supply is scythes. Shi Ye picked up a weapon, bypassed the armor, and arrived before a pile of white chess pieces. Long time no see, blue chess silk. The moment Shi Ye spoke, the trial began. 4 white soldier pieces activated instantly, and the dust and stone seals flaked off rapidly as they moved. The jade-white chess pieces brandished their sharp swords and charged in a frontal assault. But Shi Ye's gaze went straight past these pieces, looking toward the ones behind them. The knight held its great scythe high, Shi Ye's arm muscles bulged, and he spun the heavy weapon. Clang, 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 clang. 4 clashing sounds resonated on Shi Ye's body. It was the sound of the soldier's jade sword stabbing against his skin. After the impact, Shi Ye's body paused for a moment but did not stop, and he charged forward again. He knew that if there were a system prompt, he would likely receive such a message now. You have been attacked by a soldier and influenced by indomitable will, the damage dealt is 0. Exactly, Shi Ye had anticipated from the beginning that the soldiers could not harm him. After all, his overall stats are very low, and performing a chess trial at this stage felt a bit like a high-level player playing on a low-level account. The soldier's jade sword attack power is not high, but the frequency is high, with each hit dealing about 10 damage. Shi Ye's 10 points of constitution provide 3 points of physical defense, which means each single hit he takes is about 7 points, and the direct damage reduction from indomitable will is also 7 points. This achieves perfect damage negation. With good maneuvering, he could even use these soldiers to block other pieces, preventing damage from them. Compared to the soldiers, those knights holding high their lances were the ones that truly posed a threat. Soul Reaping. The great scythe suddenly left his hand, the long handle tracing a circle in Shi Ye's grasp, a storm-like slash that passed through the wall of soldiers and struck one of the knights on the head. The jade-like piece shattered on the spot, and Shi Ye let out a shout. Huh? Holding the great scythe, he barreled through the soldiers, raised the blade with both hands, and delivered a vertical strike, slicing the second knight in half. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 black energies struck from afar. Shi Ye swirled his weapon, blocking 2 of them. But one still pierced into his abdomen. Shi Ye groaned and his footsteps stumbled. He looked into the distance, seeing a man and a woman, 2 pieces standing at the farthest end of the board, a queen wearing a white veil and a crown, and a king holding a scepter, wearing a coronet. In blocking Shi Ye's path were countless soldiers, knights, and castles. Even when surrounded, he did not flinch. Instead, he felt his blood boiling. It was a sensation of combat he had not experienced in a long time. Wielding his scythe with both hands, he charged straight into the center of the countless chess pieces. Reap! A black flash erupted as his scythe sliced through the heads of rows upon rows of chess pieces as if they were blades of grass. The attacks from the ordinary soldiers only made clanging sounds against him, failing to deal any damage at all. In one breath, he slashed through 4 knights and finally reached the front of the castle. Behind the castle, the king was still continuously summoning soldiers. The queen would also intermittently fire dark beams to attack him. He was currently in a tight spot. Yet he merely smiled, suddenly kicked a soldier in the head and leapt toward the outside of the chessboard. According to the original strategy, any challenger who steps off the board is judged as a failure. But he caught a vine hanging from the ceiling while in midair. This was the intelligence he had gained as a veteran scythe user. Stepping off counts as a failure, but as long as you do not touch the ground, you have not left the board. The castle piece had extremely high physical defense, and he lacked both a powerful weapon and ether magic, leaving him without strong offensive skills. Trying to break through the castle's defense would likely exhaust all his stamina. Skipping over the castle was the best choice. Swinging on the vine a few times, he locked his gaze onto the king and dived down, clutching the vine. The king seemed to sense it, immediately summoning a large number of soldiers to guard his surroundings. Yet he seized this opening to turn and strike directly at the unguarded queen. Die. Although he took no damage, being beaten constantly left him in a sour mood, and he struck quite ruthlessly. With one slash, he severed the queen's head. He reached out and grabbed the queen's head. The gem on her crown pulsed with waves of magical energy. He held the head up, aiming it at the king. A dark beam burst from the gem, instantly piercing through countless chess pieces guarding the king. With just one hit, it shattered all the king's defenses, leaving him lying on the ground, gasping for life. He took the gem, stepped up to the king, and as the opponent raised a hand, his scythe embedded itself directly into the king's body. Sorry. The trial of chess is full of deception. The end of the challenge is to defeat the king, but the conventional way to defeat him requires obtaining the black gem from the queen. Actually, a thoughtful challenger could have found clues within this trial. The entire board was as white as jade, yet the queen kept firing dark beams. That was strange from the start. And the dark beam was the only ranged attack on the whole board. After he killed the king, dark energy poured out from the gem like black water, falling onto the ground and beginning to corrupt this pocket world. He knew this was the sign that the sealed world was about to collapse, and he had to dash deeper into the area before the board world fully disintegrated. Based on his memory, completing the trial of chess rewards 3 chests. Magic Grass, the Chessmaster's Ring, and White Jade. Magic Grass, Chessmaster's Ring, White Jade. But given the speed at which the board world was collapsing, he could only take one, and he had to make the right choice now. White jade was excluded first, as it is a material for equipment crafting. The Chessmaster's Ring is a mage ring, useless for him as a warrior, the only mage companion worth looking forward to, Mu Zinju, also has a warrior's heart, and there is no telling when she will awaken. It just so happens that his secondary profession is pharmacist, so the only choice is the magic grass. The magic grass, fully known as ethereal magic spirit herb, comes in many varieties. This one is an attribute herb that can be consumed directly to increase stats or used to refine magical potions. The magic grass has attribute biases, and the attributes of the grass in the trial of chess are randomized. Now he could only hope the grass in the reward room was one he needed. As a warrior class, he would be satisfied with strength, constitution, or agility. Alright, hurry up then. He ran straight toward the reward room on the left and kicked the door open. It was different from the treasure chests in the game. In the real world, the reward magic grass was sealed in a display cabinet. It was a red fruit with connected leaves. He carefully opened the glass and picked up the fruit. Flame Flow Epic Grade. Direct consumption effect. Strength +1, agility +1, slightly increases fire resistance. Seeing the flame flow fruit, his gaze tightened and his breathing stalled for a moment. An epic grade triple attribute magic grass. In the game from his past life, this item would undoubtedly be priceless, a treasure that was unavailable even in the late stages of the game. He had many things to worry about now. How long can this thing even be stored? If he keeps it, what if someone notices and covets it? If he crafts it into a potion, what is the success rate? Sigh, life without storage equipment is too hard, should I just eat it? The thought of just eating it had barely crossed his mind before he cast it aside. No, it is too much of a waste to eat directly. He was anxious about improving his strength, but not that anxious. After all, this is a school, not an orphanage. The environment here is relatively safe. There are many channels for improving strength. Attributes, skills, equipment. He had already improved his attributes earlier, and for equipment he had already obtained his core weapon, the blue chest silk. He possessed many combat skills from his previous life. Once he cultivated ether magic, his combat system would take shape. There was no need to rush with the magic grass. Well, that is decided. The black water was about to corrode the entire board world. He stood in place, silently waiting for the trial of chess to collapse. Blue mist swirled around him, gradually pulling him out of this parallel space. Diocese Plaza. Bai Qi scanned the surroundings with some hesitation. The guy had been inside for a long time. What was going on? Normally, seal challenges are not lethal, but one can never be sure of accidents. Still, he had guarded for so long, he had done all he could. If that person met with an accident, it had nothing to do with him. He took out a lighter to light 3 cigarettes for the guy as a courtesy, but just as he pulled out a cigarette and sparked the lighter, he felt a fluctuation in the surrounding space. Boom! With a loud crash, the seal stone sculpture of the blue chest silk shattered instantly. He stood before Bai Qi, holding his large scythe. Bai Qi forgot to extinguish the lighter, holding the flame up while staring at him in total shock. The one who wields the great scythe. You. Under Bai Qi's shocked gaze, Shi Ye turned his head to look at him, then subconsciously touched his mask. Oh my god, when did this tear? Shi Ye awkwardly took off the ragged mask, gave it a hesitant shake in front of him and stuffed it into his pocket. Well, not littering is an excellent quality for a student. Did you succeed? Bai Qi did not pay much attention to what Shi Ye looked like. There were 5 seals before, now there are only 4 left. Undoubtedly, the Shi Ye in front of him had succeeded. He had successfully obtained the weapon of the Black Crow Sage. But he is clearly someone from the lower districts. How could this be possible? Well, I suppose so. If you could, please keep this a secret. Sure, Bai Qi agreed readily. I have other matters to attend to. I will be going now. Shi Ye waved his hand gently and prepared to leave. Bai Qi raised his hand, wanting to detain Shi Ye, if only to exchange a few words about the experience of obtaining the seal. But Shi Ye's attitude clearly showed no desire for small talk, which made Bai Qi hesitate. However, he quickly gathered his thoughts. Who cares about saving face? People who can obtain a sealed weapon are once in a decade. If he missed such an opportunity just because of embarrassment, he would think himself an idiot later. Asking does not break any laws. It will not cost me anything, and I will not lose a piece of flesh. What if he actually knows? After much thought, Bai Qi's hunger for the seal finally made him speak up. Hey, wait a second. What? Shi stopped. Regarding the seal challenge, do you have any tips or insights? I would like to discuss them with you. Shi Ye turned his head to look at Bai Qi, then shifted his gaze toward the slash card, speaking nonchalantly. I do not have many insights to offer, but I can give you one tip. Oh, please go ahead. Every unreasonable or abrupt detail is the key to breaking through the seal challenge. Bai Qi lowered his head to mull over those words. Just as he was about to thank him, Shi Ye had already disappeared from his sight. Thank you. Bai Qi stood there dazed for a moment. Not long after, the teacher on duty at the school arrived. The earlier commotion had alarmed many, and as the duty teachers reached the monument, expressions of shock appeared on their faces. For a moment no one spoke. It was as if something was stuck in their throats. No one had completed the seal challenge at Black Crow University for 11 years. The ether world is not like other places. 11 years is a very long time. Who would have thought that after so many years, someone would finally obtain a sealed weapon again? If possible, they really wanted to find out who this person was. Student, were you the one who obtained the sealed weapon? One of the teachers asked Bai Qi. No, Bai Qi shook his head directly. Was there someone else? Where did they go? They have already left. Bai Qi seemed to have no interest in answering. His mind was entirely focused on the words Shi Ye had just left him. Then do you know them? Did you see what they looked like? Bai Qi fell silent for a moment. He recalled how Shi Ye had looked, leaving early, not sticking around, and unwilling to chat. He had even worn a mask earlier. It was clear he did not want his identity revealed. Shi Ye had helped him secure the way, and after finishing the challenge, offered him a word of advice. To Bai Qi, this was a favor. Bai Qi considered himself a person of character. Betraying a benefactor or a friend was not something he could do. So, facing the teacher's inquiry, he just kept a cold face and adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on his nose. I do not know them, and no, I did not see. Sorry teacher, I need to go back and rest. Bai Qi's refusal left the teacher with no options. He was from the upper district. Even a duty teacher could not really do anything to him. Even if there were questions to be asked, it would have to go through official channels, so he had to give up. I will report it to the school later. In a corner of Black Crow University. Shi Ye fiddled with the blue chest silk. This sealed weapon came with the ability of dimensional collapse, allowing for dimensional summoning. This was one of its powerful points as an epic tier weapon. In the game, he only needed to click to summon and seal. But this was the real world, and the feeling of this dimensional collapse was actually quite difficult. Shi took out a blade, suppressed the effect of unyielding will, then sliced his own palm, letting the blood drip onto the shaft of the blue chest silk, and then focused his attention. The blood acted like some kind of fuel, burning in Shi Ye's hand. A red mist of blood enveloped every corner of the blue chest silk, and then, this huge weapon began to atomize in Shi Ye's hand. It quickly scattered into a blue mist, finally disappearing from Shi Ye's grasp. Finally succeeded, Shi Ye was pleasantly surprised. He then raised his right hand and grabbed at the empty air. Boom! A flash of lightning crossed the sky, and in the pitch-black night, a torrential rain began to fall once more. And the chessmaster's great scythe appeared in Shi Ye's hand at the same time. The next morning, Shi Ye crawled out of bed feeling terrible. Staying at the orphanage the night before last, he had to guard against two Lan making a move on him. Yesterday was even busier, challenging the seal, obtaining the blue chest silk, and then figuring out how to summon and seal it. Come to think of it, he had not rested for 2 days. He was feeling completely numb. Combined with the training appointment with Mu Xinju this morning, Shi Ye felt utterly hopeless as he climbed out of bed. He arrived at the outskirts of the church square, as agreed. It was only 5 o'clock and there was no one around, which was indeed a great time for training as it would not expose too much information about himself. But Shi Ye currently felt that this time slot was just sabotaging himself. When he arrived at the location, Mu Xinju was already waiting. Today, the socially withdrawn girl was wearing a black sports suit. Seeing the places where the fabric had been washed to white, Shi Ye guessed this outfit had seen better days. Good morning, Mu Xinju nodded at Shi Ye. Yeah, morning, Shi Ye appeared listless. Seeing him like this, Mu Xinju just pursed her lips and said nothing. Shi Ye looked her up and down. Alright, let us start. Start? What start? Mu Xinju was slightly confused. Did not you want to be a warrior? Let us begin with physical conditioning. As someone who had experienced the version 1 boss wars, Shi Ye had a detailed understanding of the entire process of the Silver Snake boss fight. Although they had not found a more reasonable strategy, the Silver Witch's weakness had eventually been unearthed. That was her relatively weak physical combat. She was overly reliant on her abilities, and when closed in upon, her combat reflexes could not quite keep up. Her silver piercing attack might cover a wide area, but maintaining such attacks required a vast amount of magical energy and stamina. This was the reason players were able to drag the battle out and wear Mu Xinju down. So Shi Ye figured if he could patch up the Silver Witch's physical shortcomings and combat reflexes, then how could she possibly be defeated? Physical fitness, I see. In truth, Mu Xinju also knew the importance of physical fitness. It was just that very few people from the lower district had decent fitness levels before reaching university age. Physical training is inseparable from proper nutrition and long-term, consistent exercise. Even someone like Shi Ye, a transmigrator, had struggled immensely just to survive in the orphanage. By the time he entered school, his stat points were only a cut above the average person. Not to mention a girl like Mu Xinju, who had practically no one looking after her. Let us warm up first. Warm up. Just follow my lead. Okay. Shi Ye began his warm-up routine. He had long training sessions, was very experienced, and his movements were standard and precise. Mu Xinju was a different story. As she tried to follow Shi Ye, her movements were clumsy and stiff. Her thin frame looked like it might collapse at any moment, and she was panting for breath in no time. Shi Ye never called for a stop, and she did not dare to quit either. Watching Mu Xinju's rigid limbs, Shi Ye frowned slightly. He suddenly stepped forward, walked right up to her, and grabbed her arms. The action took Mu Xinju by surprise, and a rosy flush immediately spread across her fair cheeks. The usual calm and indifference she wore were nowhere to be found, replaced entirely by panic. What is he doing? Mu Xinju's heart beat a little faster, but Shi Ye's reaction was completely beyond her expectations. Lift your arms higher, you cannot even get such a simple movement right, why are you so clumsy? Mu Xinju. Shi Ye's harshness stung her, he was being way too mean. Although she really wanted to perform the movements perfectly, the gap in their physical fitness was not something that could be bridged by sheer willpower alone. Especially the movement where her arms were extended forward. After doing it for a while, her arms felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. 20 minutes into the warm-up, Mu Xinju was covered in sweat and pale-faced. Here. She occasionally let out a whimper, she simply could not help it. Yet Shi Ye's attitude did not change at all. He remained cold and indifferent, occasionally even resorting to sarcasm. For someone stubborn, harsh discipline is the most effective approach. If you cannot keep going, you can go back. No one will say anything if you give up. Hearing Shi Ye say that, Mu Xinju just glanced at him once, then gritted her teeth and pushed through. The warm-up session lasted a full 30 minutes. Mu Xinju saw Shi Ye stop and thought she might finally get a break, but he pointed toward the training track instead. Warm-up finished, time for the real training, start. Mu Xinju. So that was not the actual training. While she was still stunned, Shi Ye had already started running. Although Mu Xinju was exhausted, her inherent stubbornness, her desire for strength, and her refusal to lose to Shi Ye compelled her to follow behind him. She managed to keep up for the first 300 or 400 meters, but before long, she naturally fell behind. It was just like someone who had not exercised in years trying to run a kilometer. They would be panting long before hitting the halfway mark. At least those people usually had a decent diet and were relatively healthy. But at this moment, Mu Xinju's physique could almost be described as frail. Before she had even reached the 500-meter mark, she felt like her body was falling apart, and the world in front of her seemed to shake with every step. Nausea brought on by overexertion began to surge through her body in waves. Forget keeping up with Shi Ye, even just finding a way to keep going had become a monumental challenge. Shi Ye had already finished a lap. He certainly saw Mu Xinju's predicament, but just like that night, he would not say anything or demand anything from her. Shi Ye still was not going to tell her to keep going. If she could, she could. If she wanted to quit, she could quit. He would not offer encouragement or cheer her on. Everything was entirely Mu Xinju's own choice. The 500 to 1,000 meter stretch was the real hurdle. When the frail girl finally hit the 1,000 meter mark, she could not help but come to a stop. It was not that she did not want to run anymore, she just physically could not hold it in. Leg. Violent heaving made her entire body spasm. Her usual elegance and serenity were gone. She looked absolutely wretched, even more so than that night when she was bullied by Chen Lu. As it happened, Shi Ye had been there that night too. He had seen her just as wretched, weak, and helpless then as she was now. Why is it that I am always so pathetic in front of him? Mu Xinju pounded the ground. She felt like every time she was with Shi Ye, she ended up showing her worst side. No combat prowess, no knowledge, even the toughness she used to be proud of was slipping away. Why exactly is this happening? Bleg. After another wave of sickness, Mu Xinju stumbled forward and started running again. Shi Ye frowned slightly. The girl's level of weakness exceeded his expectations. Her constitution was truly terrible. But even at this point, he had no intention of going easy on her. He even occasionally thought that it would be fine if she just quit now. By the time Mu Xinju hit 1,500 meters, Shi Ye had already completed his 5-kilometer morning exercise, and he had even added weighted gear to his body. There was no helping it. Lacking proper training equipment and environments, he had to use weights to increase the intensity of his sessions. As for Mu Xinju, her situation was much more dire. She was pushing forward, swaying unsteadily, her eyes beginning to glaze over and her focus shifting in and out. At this stage, her running pace was barely faster than a walk. Anyone with a slightly brisk step could easily overtake her. The stubborn girl still had not given up. She kept running, forcing her body forward. At the 4-kilometer mark, she threw up for the second time. Leg. Shi Ye did not waste any time. He continued his physical conditioning, not letting his gaze linger on Mu Xinju for even a moment. Except Shi Ye was not doing his usual combat training today, as if he had forgotten what he was here for in the first place. He just kept repeating those conditioning movements. With only 400 meters left, the girl's pace was practically a crawl. Her body swayed so much it seemed like a gust of wind could blow her over. When the body reaches its limit, your willpower will guide you through the darkness. The sweat on Mu Xinju had long since dried. Shi Ye was well aware that the girl was relying entirely on her willpower to hold on. He hesitated for a second, then finally walked to the finish line of the track, standing there as if waiting for her. As Mu Xinju felt Shi Ye standing ahead, a flicker of light seemed to return to her hazy eyes. She had finally set her sights on her goal again. Shi Ye. Strength returned to her drained body. Each of Mu Zhao's steps became incredibly heavy, yet they carried absolute determination. So close, really it was so close now. She moved closer to Shi Ye with every step, and as she was about to reach out and touch him, Mu Xinju slowly stretched out her hand. Shi Ye. Mu Xinju's steps suddenly wavered. She felt herself lose her balance and was about to collapse onto the ground. Her consciousness was already fading. Did I fail? Suddenly, she felt herself collide with a solid chest, and the other person caught her gently in his arms. Before she completely lost consciousness, Mu Xinju stared at Shi Ye. Did I succeed? Shi Ye's embrace blocked Mu Xinju's view, shielding her from the sight of the final 100 meters, and he nodded gently. Yeah, you succeeded. Staring at the girl in his arms, Shi felt a bit helpless. How is he supposed to practice like this? And besides, Sai, you usually have such high alertness, do not you? If you stay like this, I am going to take advantage of you. Mu Xinju did not respond. She had truly passed out, yet even in her unconscious state, a smile that was no longer cold hung on her lips. Shi gently picked up the girl. She was so incredibly light that, to someone like him who was used to carrying heavy loads, she felt like she had no weight at all. He carried her to a patch of shade under the trees. He laid her down carefully, straightened her out, and then gently massaged the girl's thighs and calves to relieve the tension in her body. At some point, the withdrawn girl had already woken up. She just stared blankly at Shi Ye as he massaged her thigh, having no idea what he was doing and not daring to ask. It was not until Shi Ye looked up and their eyes met. The atmosphere turned awkward instantly, and they fell into silence. I am massaging your body so you will not get injured from overexercising. Oh, Mu Xinju's voice was very soft, with a hint of resignation. Her cheeks were flushed, though it was hard to tell if it was from the exercise or from the girl's shyness. If you are fine now, get up. Lying down for too long is not good for you. Shi Ye maintained his stern expression as his hands moved away from Mu Xinju's body. Mu Xinju's eyes wandered for a moment before she sat straight up. But she lost her balance while standing and fell directly toward Shi Ye. Oof. Her hands rested on his back, her slender body colliding with him. The soft contact made Shi Ye pause for a second, but he quickly wiped the expression from his face. Be careful. Yeah, I know, Mu Xinju felt a bit flustered, though she hid it well. Should we continue training now? I feel much better. Shi Ye looked at her speechless. Much better, my foot. A gust of wind would blow you away. If we keep training, I am afraid you will work yourself to death. No more training, your body is too weak. From today on, you will eat properly with me and I will arrange your training schedule. Oh, okay. All day long, the girl followed Shi Ye around like a little shadow. They went to the cafeteria together, to the basic lecture halls together, studied theory together, and even trained together after class. At Black Crow University, there were indeed those who slacked off, but there was never a shortage of those who trained seriously. The world outside the windless zone was too dangerous. Every 3 months, the Ether wind would carry some monsters from the outside world into the zone. As students of Black Crow University, they were highly likely to participate in the expulsion of the strange and deformed creatures within the windless zone. Danger was constant, and everyone needed the strength to protect themselves. In the evening, Shi Ye produced a massive wooden sword from somewhere and tossed it to Mu Xinju. Starting today, we train physical fitness in the morning and swordsmanship at night. Mu Xinju looked at the wooden sword in her hands with a puzzled expression. Why will not you teach me to use a scythe? Faced with this question, Shi Ye, who usually had a rather dismissive attitude, set aside his nonchalance and looked genuinely serious. A scythe is not a conventional weapon and my combat style might not suit you. Many people practice with greatswords. There are plenty of deep techniques and powerful weapons available for it. You do not need to blindly imitate me, just find your own path. That is what I want to see. What you want to see? Mu Xinju pondered the words for a moment and then gave a heavy nod. Okay, I understand. She discovered that Shi Ye was like a treasure trove. He seemed to be good at a little bit of everything, including swordsmanship. Maybe it was not the most advanced level, but it was more than enough to coach her, and no less impressive than the swordsmanship teacher in her elective class. The sword training was just as grueling. They practiced from the end of class until past 10 p.m. Mu Xinju's hands were trembling, and her body was swaying precariously. Can you keep going? She asked. Yes, Mu Xinju had barely finished being stubborn before she collapsed face first onto the ground. Shi Ye. He was already accustomed to the stubborn girl's bravado, but her constant habit of overtraining until she fainted was becoming a nuisance. Shi Ye walked over and planted the wooden sword in the ground to the side. Then he picked her up again, laid her on the nearby grass, unzipped her jacket, turned her over, and gently rubbed her arms and back. In truth, Shi Ye really had no intention of taking advantage of Mu Xinju. But as described in the romance mission, if he were lecherous and wicked enough, he could easily take liberties and grope her while coaching her. Under these circumstances, the girl would hardly even be alert to it. However, Shi Ye did not do that. He simply followed the proper steps to clear her meridians and relieve the stress on her body. Until the girl beneath him made a sound. Me. The shy sound was like a mosquito's buzz, yet even with the noise around them, it sounded deafening. The girl's legs clamped together unintentionally, and her muscles tensed up at that moment. She knew that Mu Xinju had woken up. Alright, stop pretending to be asleep if you are awake. Should I get up? You do not want to. Your massage, it feels so good, Mu Xinju said honestly. She had grown up without ever experiencing something like this. In the past, her life had basically been just one hardship after another. Her father died when she was young, her grandmother followed, and her mother abandoned her while she was in school. Her life had no sweetness at all, she could only struggle to survive. Compared to the past, this moment, it was like sweet dew. Shi Ye did not answer for a long time and his hands stopped moving. Confused, Mu Xinju assumed he had lost patience and began to crawl up. But instead, she was met with Shi Ye's gentle hands and a cold, flat tone. Do not move, since it feels good, I will massage you for a bit longer. you will not have many chances like this in the future. Mu Xinju froze, then nodded quickly. Bye. She felt Shi Ye's palms moving gently across her back, soothing her meridians and her weary body. Without realizing it, Mu Xinju fell asleep. She slept deeply and she felt safe. After Shi Ye finished the massage, he stared at Mu Xinju for a while before letting out a sudden sigh. Sigh. Mu Xinju did not know how long she had slept, but when she felt like she was drooling a bit, she instinctively jerked awake and tightened her grip. Then she realized she was hugging someone. Her heart skipped a beat and she slowly lifted her head. I'm sorry I fell asleep. If you are awake, head back. Shi Ye had already stood up and started walking away without a backward glance. Mu Xinju opened her mouth but found she could not say anything at all. Although Shi Ye's tone was indifferent, Mu Xinju looked at the darkening sky and the deserted surroundings, and could guess that he must have been waiting for her for a long time. The night breeze was still a bit cold. Mu Xinju tightened her gray jacket only to realize that it was not hers, it was Shi Ye's. Mu Xinju took a careful whiff. It still had a faint scent of sweat and laundry detergent. But as if suddenly realizing something, she pulled the clothes tight, covering her slightly flushed cheeks. A young girl's thoughts are hard to guess. She only gripped the fabric a little tighter. Back in his dorm, Shi was also deep in thought. How should he improve his skill system? Should he follow the academic path, leveling up steadily and solidly? Or perhaps go directly with the approach of the top players from his past life and use a self-created skill system? In the game world, there were no prerequisites. As long as you followed your skill affinities and poured skill points into deductions, you could create your own skills. But the real world is different. No matter what you want to do or what skills you want to cultivate, you need a theoretical foundation. He had not even begun the most basic ether mana cultivation, so going down the path of a self-created system was too risky. However, high risk also means high reward. The main plot of the world has not even begun yet. If he prepares now, he will have his place when the stars eventually shine. Standing at the doorway of his dorm, Shi Ye looked toward the lights of the girls' dormitory, a faint smile gradually appearing on his lips. So since I can even handle the Silver Witch, why should I hesitate over such a small matter? With his mind made up, Shi Ye finally returned to his room. For the first time in 18 years, he had a peaceful sleep. The next morning, after leading Mu Xinju to finish her morning studies, Shi Ye headed to the circular lecture hall with her. On the way, they occasionally overheard people in the school discussing. I heard someone took a sealed weapon. I heard that too, so impressive. I wonder which senior bigwig it was. Why could not it be a freshman? Freshmen do not have that kind of strength, you are overthinking it. Listening to others singing his praises, Shi Ye curled his lips slightly but said nothing. Today was the class on ether mana cultivation. This was the class everyone looked forward to, including those from the upper city. Although people from the upper city definitely had access to early ether mana training systems, they usually did not start early education before age 18. Even those families who were bold would at most teach their children some theoretical knowledge, while warning them never to practice before becoming adults. Setting mana cultivation at 18 actually had a reason. Because before 18, humans are in a growth phase and their bodies have not yet stabilized. Humans in this growth phase are inherently unstable. The risk of absorbing ether mana at this stage is extremely high, with a very high probability of triggering an ether riot leading to the death of the practitioner. There is also a high probability that the practitioner will undergo malformation due to their body's instability, mutating from a normal practitioner into a freak or monster. Of course, there are exceptions. There is a special group of people who can break the rules of the growth phase, the awakened, also known as ability users. Awakening itself is a form of ether mutation, and their bodies perfectly accommodate this mutation, allowing them to exert even more powerful forces. This is what is meant by awakening. From the moment they awaken, they possess the ability to draw an ether. Therefore, the awakened are usually synonymous with power. Shi Ye actually knew many ways to cultivate ether mana. The only thing he lacked was the basic theory behind it. Theories like meditation, ether mana tides, and mana cycles. Because of this, he listened to the ether mana cultivation class very carefully, even more so than any other fundamental theory class. This is so hard, Shi Ye frowned. As expected, the theoretical foundations of any world are never easy. He still had a long way to go before he could truly enter an ether mana cultivation state, master ether, and use mana to unleash martial arts, magic, or divine arts. While Shi Ye was studying hard, Mu Xinju, sitting beside him, was doing the same. Except for when the class first started and she would occasionally glance at him, she was just as focused once she entered her flow. Mu Xinju even had a feeling that she could do what the teacher described. For instance, stirring up ether tides. She felt like she did not even need to meditate. Thinking this was ridiculous, she did not attempt anything reckless. It was not until class ended that Shi Ye took her to lunch and then to the Black Raven Library to pick out books on ether cultivation, intending to verify the theory with practice. Mu Xinju could not hold back anymore. Shi Ye, I think I can do it. What can you do? Beneath the shade of a tree, Shi Ye, who was trying to meditate, asked in confusion. But what happened next left him dumbfounded. Mu Xinju felt a bit tongue-tied, unable to explain her state, so she just gently held out her hand toward Shi Ye. As the air vibrated, an ether mana tide, one that even Shi Ye could perceive, began to gather in Mu Xinju's hand. The ether cycle did not even need her to guide it. It flowed into her body on its own, forming a perfect cycle. Oh my! Shi Ye suppressed his inner shock, at a loss for words. Is this the talent of the Silver Serpent? Is it an awakening, or innate ether affinity, or perhaps both? Perhaps someone like this exists in this world only to be a boss. Even though Shi Ye had been using pressure-based education on Mu Xinju, he could not say anything harsh right now. He could only feel the surrounding mana and exclaim in praise. Well done, you have great ether talent. Really? Mu Xinju asked, pleasantly surprised. Really, but it is only average, so do not get too proud, Shi Ye persisted, still stubborn. Okay, I will work hard and never be arrogant or complacent. Because Shi Ye rarely praised her, this solemn recognition was a first. The feeling of being acknowledged by Shi Ye was something different. It made her happy from the bottom of her heart. Actually, when Mu Xinju was happy, Shi Ye was also very happy. Standing around her when she was in a cultivation state was like standing next to a mana furnace. The effect was comparable to using an ether crystal core for training. For the poor Shi Ye, it could not be better, especially since he did not have much money right now. Not needing to buy crystal cores to train would undoubtedly save a huge amount of money and significantly boost his cultivation speed. So, Mu Xinju, Shi Ye suddenly said. Let us cultivate mana together from now on. Oh, what? Mu Xinju was a bit confused. She did not quite understand what he meant. Shi Ye was silent for a moment, then turned his head slightly away. Your cultivation process is very beneficial to me. I need you. Mu Xinju's mouth opened slightly as she heard this, as if trying to digest the message he had just given her. He needs me. After a long while, she nodded vigorously. Okay. The days of cultivation were calm, with almost every day being a repetition of the last. Shi Ye, I have made great progress lately. I can almost feel myself changing every day. Shi Ye, I am tired. Could you give me a massage? My legs are so sore. Shi Ye, it is time to start the ether magic cultivation. Take my hand. Shi Ye was not quite sure what that so-called inseparable bond was supposed to be like, but during this time, he had indeed been with Mu Xinju almost every moment. They worked out together, practiced techniques, accumulated ether magic, and ate together. Shi Ye could feel the girl's increasingly full emotions, and every morning when they met, he would receive Mu Xinju's gaze filled with anticipation. Sometimes Shi Ye would feel that this gaze was a bit scorching. So scorching that it made him feel dazzled. But Shi Ye would never respond to anything, just silently turning his head away, pretending not to see. Such days pass very quickly. A month went by in the blink of an eye. There are 52 days left until the next arrival of the ether wind. During this time, Shi Ye progressed rapidly, and now he looked at his attribute panel, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. Name Shi Ye. Attributes: Strength 8, Agility 9, Constitution 11, Ether 3. Health points 110. Mana pool 30. Life coefficient 10. Talent: Indomitable Will Common. Skills: Basic Combat Master, Basic Side Proficient. Equipment: Blue Chest Silk Epic. Because the food was good enough, plus 1 month of unreserved cultivation, Shi Ye's strength, agility, and constitution all increased by 1 point. Besides that, the biggest gain was the ether magic, which reached 3. The hardest part of ether magic is the process from 0 to 1. It is even harder than from 1 to 10. And he caught onto Mu Xinju's ether magic tidal stream, allowing his unremarkable talent to gain a huge boost in a short time. A mana pool of 30 is indeed very little. For ordinary people, they might face the trouble of running out of mana. But for Shi Ye it was enough. In a sense, the mana pool is a key to open the door, and igniter, a starting valve. The difference between having it and not is huge. As long as you have it, it does not matter if the amount is small. Because his former exclusive skill, called End of the World, is a skill set with extremely harsh usage and cultivation conditions. But it is also a skill set that does not rely entirely on the mana pool to release. Noon. What are we cultivating tonight? Shi Ye, why are you always distracted? Hearing Mu Xinju's slightly dissatisfied voice in his ear, Shi Ye turned to look at her and shook his head gently. We are not cultivating together tonight. What about tomorrow? Not together tomorrow either. Mu Xinju's nose twitched. She seemed panicked and did not know what to say. Shi Ye's rejection was too sudden, making her feel at a loss. Did I do something wrong? No. Mu Xinju fiddled with her fingers in hesitation, and it was a long time before she spoke again. But if we do not cultivate together, you will not have the effect of the ether mana tide. Shi Ye looked at Mu Xinju and sighed slightly in his heart. A perfectly good silver witch, how did she end up like this under his care? Compared to her cold and withdrawn self from over a month ago, now Mu Xinju in front of Shi Ye had no trace of the past. Besides the occasional small resentment, only shyness and softness remained. Shi Ye knew that little Mu had already developed a certain dependency on him. So he also wanted to take this opportunity to put some distance between them, letting her calm down a bit. Ambiguity is indeed heady. But ambiguity is not a real emotion. It might just be a momentary burst of hormones, or perhaps she just wanted to try some fresh experience she had not had in years. I am out of money. In 1 month, over 2,000 has been spent. My pockets are cleaner than my face right now. If we do not earn money, we will both starve to death at school. Before, Shi Ye said they would share the food, and then she inexplicably ate over 100 meals of Shi Ye's. So the excuse of having no money was unassailable, and even Mu Xinju was speechless at this moment. We do need money, so what do you plan to do? I major in pharmacy, so catching up on professional courses should not make it hard to find a job. I am in the Soldiers' Academy, so I will go work as a part-time school worker. Good, let us act separately then. Shi Ye chose to improve his pharmacy major courses during this time, while Mu Xinju went to work as a school employee to earn some living expenses part-time. Having decided on their next jobs, they finally had a reason not to stick together all the time. The afternoon course was a professional one, namely pharmacy. For Shi Ye now, pharmacy is very important. In addition to needing to learn magic potion refining to refine that flame fruit he was holding, he also needed a side profession that could earn money to provide himself with long-term funds. There was no other way. When reading novels in his past life, other transmigrators could just click on the system and be worth billions, never being troubled by such trivial things as money. But what about him? Except for the 140 yuan volunteer allowance he received from the orphanage every month, there was only the 2,000 plus he got from killing and looting that night. Making money is really hard. Student Shi Ye, the teacher on the podium called out twice, which finally pulled back Shi Ye, who had been distracted while looking at his attribute panel. Oh, sorry, teacher. Jiang Yancheng frowned and stared at Shi Ye for a while. As a pharmacy major instructor, he was very strict even with his own sister, Jiang Kaiyao. As one of the top pharmacists in District 13, Jiang Yancheng was actually very busy. He came here to teach because of the weak foundation of pharmacy in District 13 and the strong invitation from the school. So he really did not like guys who were distracted in class. They were clearly born in the lower city, managed to get into Black Crow University, and into a promising major like pharmacy. Yet they chose to degenerate. You were distracted, student Shi Ye. Seeing Jiang Yancheng's attitude, Yi Chen, who was sitting behind Shi Ye, smiled at this moment. Actually, he had deliberately raised his hand to ask to answer the question just now, just to make the teacher notice the distracted Shi Ye. In the past month, Shi Ye and Mu Xinju had been getting very close. For Yi Chen, who had been coveting Mu Xinju, this was simply torture. He would even fantasize every night. Fantasizing about whether something happened between Mu Xinju and Shi Ye. If it did, to what extent, what kind of positions would they use? Every time he thought of this, Yi Chen could not help but masturbate a few more times in bed. No way at 18, it is just the age for fantasizing. But he also knew that Mu Xinju did not want to bother with him, and his roommates were also on Shi Ye's side, and he did not have enough power to do anything to them. So Yi Chen had been lying low during this time. He studied pharmacy very hard and finally finished preparing a stamina potion a few days ago. He received the recognition of Teacher Zhou. Now he was qualified as a campus pharmacy apprentice. In the windless zone, no one can ignore the attitude of a pharmacist. This is true status and also very solid strength. In Yi Chen's view, facing him who had the qualification of a pharmacy apprentice, Shi Ye and Mu Xinju should also be a little sensible. Do not just keep ignoring him all the time. See, this is the lesson. Shi Ye felt Yi Chen's gaze behind him like a needle, but he chose to ignore it. Fighting is not allowed on campus, which is indeed a very troublesome thing. Looking at the teacher on the podium, Shi Ye stood up directly. Yes, teacher, it is my problem. Shi Ye admitted his mistake straight and sincerely, which made Jiang Yancheng feel slightly more comfortable. But only slightly. He was never polite to students who did not take class seriously. Knowing and admitting your problem is a good thing, but the final result still depends on your professional quality. Come, you first talk about the difference between secret pharmacology and magic pharmacology. Yes, teacher. Secret pharmacology, also known as basic pharmacology, is a safety-oriented professional branch that uses conventional, stable pharmaceutical materials for pharmaceutical configuration. While magic pharmacology is a non-safety branch that uses deformed variants, crystal core powder, or even remains of weird creatures and monsters as refining carriers to perform pharmaceutical configuration. Jiang Yancheng nodded slightly, thinking to himself that Shi Ye's answer was fluent. But he did not mean to stop there, instead continuing to ask a new question. Then, in your opinion regarding the current environment of the windless zone, which one has more potential, secret pharmacology or magic pharmacology? Teacher, without a doubt, it is magic pharmacology. Shi Ye's answer caused some commotion, mainly discussions among the students. After all, at this point in time, secret pharmacology is the mainstream, because secret medicine possesses extremely strong stability. Stable returns, not difficult to refine, and there is no much difficulty in obtaining materials or challenging risks. Compared to secret medicine, magic pharmacology can be said to be full of disadvantages everywhere. But even though this is a truth everyone knows, Shi Ye did not answer correctly. He was really too stupid. At least in the eyes of most people, he was very foolish. However, Jiang Yancheng, the instructor, raised his eyebrows slightly after hearing Shi Ye's answer, revealing a hint of interest. Hi. Jiang Yancheng tapped on the desk calmly and continued to inquire. You have felt the whispers and glances of your classmates, haven't you? That does not seem like a very good answer, student Shi Ye. Shi Ye merely smiled upon hearing this. It may not be a very good answer, but it is the correct one. Oh, do you really think so? Yes, Shi Ye nodded. Jiang Yancheng gently rubbed the chalk and proceeded as usual. In the field of pharmacology, or rather in any academic discipline, those who seek to curry favor through sensationalism rarely meet a good end. I understand, Professor, but this is not sensationalism. I truly believe that potion studies is the future. Sensing the firmness in Shi Ye's eyes, Jiang Yancheng grew interested. Shi Ye, tell me your reasons. I feel that our exploration of this world is far too limited. As time passes and we explore the outside world, more and more materials will become available to us. Every unknown is a possibility, and every possibility could create a new future. If it was just interest in Jiang Yancheng's eyes a moment ago, after hearing these words from Shi Ye, his gaze had turned into genuine admiration. No one understood the differences between the two disciplines better than he did. The windless belt is only so big and stable materials are limited, the development of alchemy has hit a bottleneck and has not seen progress for years. But potion studies is different. Any unknown material or any combination of known and unknown materials has the potential to create new potions. And new potions will produce new effects. Combat, support, healing, and even the advancement of transcendent beings are all closely tied to it. In Jiang Yancheng's view, the development of potion studies is a vast blue ocean. Because it is full of unknowns, most medicinal materials are not stable, and their properties change with time, environment, and ether levels. This requires pharmacists to be the first point of contact for these materials, or at least the very first handlers. It also dictates that potion studies scholars must go to the front lines. Either they have deep pockets and support a team, or they must have impressive strength themselves, joining squads and participating in combat as field pharmacists. That is why he believes that the future of potion studies requires more frontline pharmacists or even combat-oriented pharmacists with exceptional fighting capabilities. This is Jiang Yancheng's field of research, as well as the theory of pharmacological development he advocates. It is just a pity that pharmacists are far too precious, and few people acknowledge his perspective. Even among those who agree with his thoughts on potion studies, very few are willing to go to the battlefield. Could the Shi Ye before him be a promising talent? You have a lot of original thoughts. If you feel this way in the future, please keep at it. Sit down. Yes, Professor. Shi Ye narrowed his eyes. Of course he would keep at it. Because potion studies is the future. The reason is just as he said. As transcendents explore the outside, more and more materials will emerge. At the same time, increasingly powerful potions will also spring forth. According to explorer theory, new unknowns equal new changes. The prospects of potion studies belong to the foresight of a transmigrator and are an extension of explorer theory. There is nothing to argue about. This conversation between teacher and student was somewhat strange, yet the sharp-eyed had already sensed something amiss. Could it be that Jiang Yancheng, the youngest professor of pharmacology, supports potion studies? As the students in the classroom buzzed with discussion, only Yi Chen had a gloomy expression. He did not understand how Shi Ye, who had barely attended a few classes, could answer Professor Jiang's questions so fluently. This defies the logic of ether studies. The interlude in the pharmacology class did not affect the pace of Jiang Yancheng's lecture. The classroom quickly returned to quiet, and Yi Chen's malicious glare lasted until the end of class. Yi Chen walked up to Shi Ye's side. Shi Ye, who had a habit of lingering a bit longer, looked up at him in confusion. What is it? Shi Ye, I have already warned you to stay away from Mu Xinju. Why do not you listen to advice? Oh, why should I listen to you? Are you two together? She is not related to you in any way, so what does it have to do with you? Shi Ye's indifference made Yi Chen anxious. Let me tell you the truth. Do you even know what happened the night before school started? What? Shi maintained his deadpan look, the kind that makes people want to punch him twice. She was taken by Chen Lu. Go and ask around to see who Chen Lu is. Hearing this, Shi narrowed his eyes slightly. Had this Yi Chen, who had been honest for a month, become restless again? I mean, is there a possibility that he accidentally slips in the shower, hits his head, and dies on the spot? Or perhaps he eats something unclean and dies of food poisoning right there. Seems like none of that will work. The school is different from the outside. There are too many experts here, and if they want to investigate, they will surely find out. Unless there is a field mission. Field mission. As Shi thought about it, his gaze gradually grew dangerous. Yi Chen, who was being stared at, suddenly felt a chill and felt uneasy, and before he could say a few tough words to put on a show, the aura around Shi suddenly relaxed. At the same time, a slender, fair hand patted him on the shoulder. Student Shi Ye, Professor Jiang would like to see you. The girl standing behind Shi Ye was Jiang Kaio, who was also Jiang Yancheng's younger sister, though at school they still addressed each other as teacher and student. Shi Ye, who had already restrained his aura, hurriedly stood up and nodded. Understood, student Jiang Yuan. Jiang Kaio was stunned for a moment, and a look of dissatisfaction immediately appeared on her sweet brow. My name is Jiang Kaio. Shi Ye. Understood, student Jiang Kaio. Well, as long as he is not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to someone else. After Shi Ye left with Jiang Kaio, Yi Chen, who remained in place, had already clenched his fists, suddenly blocked his path and whispered in Shi Ye's ear. Shi Ye, you will soon find out what kind of person Mu Xinju really is. What do you mean? Do not ask me what I mean, you will find out soon enough. Shi Ye frowned, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen did not fear Shi Ye's gaze this time, he even tilted his head, waved a goodbye gesture and left the classroom. Shi Ye, are you okay? Your complexion was terrible just now. Jiang Kaio's expression was hesitant. Shi Ye thought for a moment and finally just shook his head. I am fine. Basic course classroom. Mu Xinju, who had just finished class, started cleaning the room. That is how it is when you have a part-time job as a school custodian. Cleaning the classroom is part of the work. A month of cultivation had made Mu Xinju look like a completely different person. Having experienced the baptism of the ether magic tide, she had grown more than just her magic pool. Coupled with physical training with Shi Ye, her various physical attributes had increased significantly. Now she was no longer that fragile little sprout. The talent of the Silver Witch was incredibly formidable, and her rapid growth had already qualified her to become a warrior. Doing cleaning work, she was not even flushed or breathless. Humming a song that Shi Ye often hummed, Mu Xinju finished her work step by step. However, when she returned to her seat, planning to tidy up her things and go find Shi Ye. Just as she sat down in her chair, a strange, sticky sensation came from beneath her. Hi. Mu Xinju shifted her hips, only to suddenly discover that her pants were stuck to the chair. Whenever she tried to stand up, the chair would lift right along with her. Bang! The classroom door, which had been closed just a moment ago, was suddenly kicked open, and a large group of students swarmed inside. Their faces were full of mockery, disdain, or something even more sinister. The moment they opened their mouths, the insults were raw and brutal. Mu Xinju, how did it feel to be slept with by 3 men in one night? 3 guys in one night must have been a blast, right? Did you scream that night? There is an old saying, if you cannot resist, you should just silently enjoy it. Did you enjoy it? You always act so high and mighty, I thought you were so pure and innocent, so it was all just an act, huh? Come on, tell me, what did it feel like that night? They surrounded Mu Xinju, spitting out venomous taunts and insults that rained down on her ears. Most of them were girls from the lower district. To these girls, Mu Xinju's beautiful appearance and cold demeanor were nothing short of a sin. They felt she had no right to be that pretty or that aloof. So there was never any girl helping girl here, only bullying. The withdrawn girl kept a straight face and stood up silently, trying to pull the chair off her pants. But after a few attempts, she stopped. It was not that she could not pull it off, but that her pants were of poor quality. If she pulled too hard, she risked tearing them entirely. It was October, and even though the autumn wind was chilly, she was only wearing a pair of trousers over her underwear. If her pants ripped now, no one would sympathize. They would only greet her with endless ridicule, teasing, and scorn. Mu Xinju sat back down in the chair, lowered her head, and simply slumped over the desk. It was as if this could shut out the surrounding insults and laughter. But she had completely underestimated the malice in human hearts. Or rather, she had underestimated the resentment of the weak. The weak never dare to defy the strong. The weak only know how to turn their blades against those even weaker than themselves. These people were undoubtedly the weaklings of the lower district. They would never dare to question those from the upper district or hold the perpetrators accountable. They only dared to follow the crowd, joining in to belittle the victims and the innocent. In their eyes, by gathering together, they were somehow superior to Mu Xinju. They could bully her at will to vent the frustration they had hidden deep within for years. What were they frustrated about? Discontent with society, with their own upbringing, and with Mu Xinju herself. The women wondered, what gives you the right to be this beautiful? The men thought, you are this beautiful and you let other guys sleep with you, so why not me? The essence of this world is just that simple. So, once Mu Xinju slumped down in her attempt to withdraw, the first bully appeared. A girl grabbed Mu Xinju's hair and yanked it hard. I'm asking you a damn question, speak up. In matters like this, as soon as the first person takes action, the following bullying knows no bounds. They even subconsciously forget the school's strict regulations. They believe that the law cannot punish everyone at once. After the first girl pulled her hair, Mu Xinju had already lifted her head, She had retreated and yielded as much as she could, never expecting these people to have such a total lack of decency. Suddenly, someone slapped the back of her head. "Smack! What are you looking at? You are nothing but a slut. How dare you glare at me?" This slap caused a fierce glint to appear in the silver witch's eyes, and that lingering, haunting silver hue began to ripple around her pupils. But Mu Xinju gritted her teeth. "Do not let the ether control your mind," Shi Ye said that. She focused on Shi Ye's warnings and the silver in her eyes faded. She had managed to suppress her emotions. However, she had no intention of enduring this any longer. The girl who was always withdrawn suddenly stood up, ripped the chair off her pants with a loud tearing sound, exposing her fair thighs to the air. Mu Xinju did not panic. She took off her jacket, revealing the sports tank top underneath. Then she tied the jacket around her waist like a skirt. Just after she finished, she was shoved again. Seeing that the fat pig in front of her wanted to continue, Mu Xinju kicked her right in the stomach. She then grabbed the girl to her left by the hair, smashed her face onto the desk, and took a wood chip from the desk compartment and jammed it into the back of the girl's hand. A scream pierced through the classroom, causing many of those who were bullying Mu Xinju to calm down. Mu Xinju's true teacher was Shi Ye. Her fighting style was cut from the same cloth as Shi Ye's, fierce, ruthless, and absolutely devoid of any hesitation. She knew these people were only momentarily stunned. To make them fear her, to make them terrified of her so they would never dare bully her again, she had to be even more brutal. There had to be blood, more blood. Mu Xinju did not stop. She turned and threw a punch, landing it hard on a girl's face. That girl was actually quite pretty, just not nearly as beautiful as Mu Xinju. Her reason for being here was simple, pure jealousy. But Mu Su had no intention of showing any mercy. The struggles of the lower district were always more brutal than anyone imagined. She wanted to survive, and she wanted to stand by his side. Punch after punch landed. Mu Xinju held the girl's head with both hands and used her own forehead to deliver a headbutt, slamming it into the girl's nose bridge. The pretty girl's nasal bone broke on the spot. Blood splattered, staining her clothes and smearing across Mu Xinju's cheek. With the enemy's blood and her own blood covering her face, she looked like a fierce female leopard, coldly surveying everyone in the room. Then she kicked the fat pig who had crawled back up in the stomach, kicking the urine right out of her. Such a savage counterattack plunged the classroom into silence. For a moment, no one dared to approach Mu Xinju. But after a while, someone shouted from the shadows. "She's just one person, get her." With that scream, the chaos began anew. A few minutes later. "What is going on here? What is happening?" Several teachers arrived upon hearing the noise. The chaos in the classroom naturally caught the teachers' attention, and they arrived just in time, but the scene they witnessed was hard to describe. At least it was very unfavorable for Mu Xinju. But things would get even worse. Because someone had already spoken up. "Teacher, Mu Xinju is hitting people." The teacher on duty looked at the crowd, then at the dozen or so girls lying on the floor, and finally gave a long look at Mu Xinju standing in the corner, sighing slightly. "You all come with me to the office." In the pharmacology office at Black Crow University Research Institute. Jiang Yancheng and Su Yi had been chatting for a while, mainly about future visions, theories, and prospects for potionology. Although Shi Ye lacked deep theoretical knowledge and practical experience in brewing, the information he possessed was far beyond anything Jiang Yancheng could match. So whenever the future was discussed, it left Jiang Yancheng itching with curiosity. "Shi Ye, will the future you describe really come to pass?" "Do you not believe it, Professor Jiang?" "It is precisely because I do believe that I have chosen this path. You seem preoccupied. Did my invitation disturb you?" "Hi." Jiang Yancheng's words were sudden, taking Shi Ye by surprise. He had always been good at hiding his emotions, but Yi Chen's words from earlier had made him secretly worried. Worried about that silly girl. Under normal circumstances, Shi Ye is perfectly capable of saying whatever people want to hear, whether he is dealing with ordinary people or playing the part of a ghost among ghosts. He did not expect Jiang Yancheng to see right through him. Indeed, anyone who can become a professor is no simple character, though it is also possible that the worry on Shi Ye's face was just too obvious. Caught off guard and with his thoughts exposed, young Shi had no choice but to admit. "Yes, there's something going on." If you have something to attend to, go ahead. I am the one who has held you up. Not at all, Professor Jiang. Jiang Yancheng shook his head and waved his hand gently at Shi Ye. It is not easy to encounter someone who shares the same vision and truly has genuine insights into potion studies. Your foundation is quite weak, so what we have to discuss is not a matter of urgency. No need to feel embarrassed. A poor foundation is not necessarily a bad thing, at least you are not shackled by existing theories. Whenever you are free, come see me. I will have someone teach you some common knowledge and techniques. Shi Ye was stunned upon hearing this. Jiang Yancheng is a professor, and professors are far more powerful and accomplished than ordinary substitute teachers. He knew exactly how valuable this gift was, so he nodded and thanked him immediately. Thank you for your guidance, Professor Jiang. I will certainly work hard. Call me teacher from now on, stop calling me professor. All right, if you have things to do, go ahead. Zio Kaio, you send him off for me. Always bossing me around. Jiang Kaio pouted with some dissatisfaction at being ordered by her brother, but when she turned to look at Shi Ye, her expression shifted back to a gentle smile. Let us go, I will see you out. All right. In truth, Shi Ye knew the way, but for a place like the Research Institute, he did not dare to be too reckless. As they walked out of the institute, the girl in front suddenly stopped and turned around. I know you are in a hurry. If you have things to attend to, go ahead. She paused and nodded immediately. Thank you, student Jiang Kaio. Not bad, at least you did not get my name wrong this time. Shi Ye gave an awkward smile. Having no intention to keep chatting with Jiang Kaio, he bypassed her and headed toward the Soldier Academy classroom. Watching Shi Ye leave, Jiang Kaio shrugged her shoulders. This is the first time I have ever seen my big brother act like that. Shi Ye waded through the crowd and arrived at the circular classroom of the Soldier Academy. There were only a few people left scattered about in the classroom, and the overturned desks and chairs had already been put back in place. However, the lingering signs of the fight, especially the bloodstains, a broken desk, and a chair with a torn-off pant leg, had not yet been cleared away. Shi Ye casually grabbed a tattooed man and asked, "What happened here just now?" "Who the hell are you?" the tattooed man retorted arrogantly, but his expression froze instantly. Being stared at by Shi Ye felt exactly like encountering that high-level malformed creature during the last Ethos storm, bloodthirsty and cruel. That fear rising from the soles of his feet made him immediately retract his arrogance. Sorry, brother. A group of people were picking on a girl, I think her name was Mu something or Zhu, and then a fight broke out. Where is she now? She was taken to the teacher's office. How long ago? A little while ago, about 20 minutes. Thanks. As she walked away, the tattooed man suddenly shuddered. Wait, did he actually thank me? He is that polite. On his way to the teacher's office, Su Yi occasionally heard snatches of discussion, most of it revolving around Mu Xinju. I heard she was slept with by 3 men that night, no idea if it is true or not. It has to be true, the rumors have spread this far, how could it be false? She always looked like the type to seduce men anyway, serves her right. Shi Yi's expression darkened. He did not go to argue with these people, nor did he offer any defense. The news had already spread, and people only believe what they want to believe. So explaining anything at this point would be meaningless. He could not just take a megaphone, stand on the playground and shout, Mu Xinju was not touched that night, I killed the people responsible, she is still pure. What happened that night is only known to him and Mu Xinju. Everyone else who knew is already dead, so the truth of the matter will likely never be told. But the gossip surrounding this will undoubtedly hurt Mu Xinju. That silly girl, I wonder if she can handle the pressure. In his hesitation, he had already arrived at the office. He peered inside from the doorway but did not see Mu Xinju anywhere. Who are you looking for, craning your neck like that? A teacher spotted Shi Ye. Sorry teacher, I wanted to ask if Mu Xinju is here. Mu Xinju? Teacher Wu just finished criticizing and lecturing her. She has been given a disciplinary warning. Even if others were in the wrong, she should not have struck back so violently without any sense of proportion. Besides, why would others pick on her if she did not provoke it? It is because she is indiscreet and ignited the anger of her classmates. To get into a fight right at the start of the semester, is this even acceptable? Oh, and who are you to her? Why are you looking for her? After the teacher vented her own opinions heavily at Shi Ye, she finally recalled why he was there. Critical lecture, disciplinary warning, victim blaming. Shi Ye took a series of shallow breaths to calm his mind and adjust the smile on his face. I am a friend of hers. Teacher, would you please tell me where she went? The teacher picked up her teacup and took a sip. You are her friend. Yes, I am her friend. You should pick your friends more carefully in the future, you know. Teacher, I do not have many friends. The teacher noticed the change in Shi Ye's expression. All right. She went to the teacher's restroom to clean the filth off herself. Before she could finish her sentence, Shi Ye had already walked quickly out of the office and headed towards the teacher's restroom. The men's room was on the left and the women's room on the right. The restroom in the classroom area was clean enough and usually empty. Mu Xinju, Shi Ye stood at the entrance of the ladies' room and called out twice but received no response. Feeling helpless, he confirmed that there was no one around and that no one had entered recently. Shi Ye walked directly into the ladies' room. He scanned the area. There were some residual bloodstains on the sink, but she was not there, so Shi Ye looked toward the stalls. There were 4 stalls with doors. The first 3 were open, leaving only the last one locked tight. Shi Ye took a deep breath. He knew that his behavior at this moment would be seen by many as that of a pervert or a predator breaking into the women's restroom. But at this point, he could not care less. Shi Ye stepped up to the 4th door. Mu Xinju, if you are in there, open the door. Silence persisted for a few seconds. Click. The door was opened from inside. A slightly helpless young girl was sitting on the toilet. But she was not using the restroom, she was just sitting there blankly. Her pants were gone and the small vest on her upper body was soaked with water and blood. Her coat was draped over her head, hanging down with traces of water. It was impossible to see the expression on her face. Shi Ye looked at Mu Xinju before him and sighed slightly in his heart. Without much hesitation, he started to walk forward. But he had only taken 1 step when the girl grabbed him tightly, pulling him into her arms, or rather, clutching him to her chest. After holding Shi Ye, Mu Xinju reached out and locked the restroom door again. Then she buried her head against Shi Ye's stomach, closed her eyes and rubbed against him with a hint of greediness. Her nose occasionally brushed against him, sniffing him as if he had some delightful scent. Facing Mu Xinju's current need for comfort, Shi Ye could not bear to refuse. He could only gently stroke the girl's hair, soothing her as much as he could. All right, I am here. They bullied me. Mu Xinju's voice sounded somewhat aggrieved. She had never shown such emotions before, because to survive in the lower city, one had to appear strong no matter who they were facing. This is the rule of survival for people in the lower city, especially for pretty girls. This was evident from the fact that she did not utter a sound even when Chen Lu cornered her in an alley to beat her. But right now, Mu Xinju could no longer hold back. She was showing her true self without reservation in front of Shi Ye. Showing her grievances, her sadness, and her vulnerability. Because strong people only reveal their fragility in places where they feel absolutely safe. Shi patted Mu Xinju's head once more. I know this is not your fault. Shi Ye. I am a witch, but I did not kill them. Mu Xinju suddenly said something unexpected. Shi Ye's pupils contracted. He understood perfectly well what that meant. In fact, Shi Ye had always had a suspicion before this. That was, had Mu Xinju's silver snake truly awakened. If it had, why was not she bloodthirsty and cruel as depicted in the game's storyline? If not, how could she so easily control the magical tide, master the cycle of magic, and rapidly increase her power? At this moment, she no longer needed an answer. Mu Xinju might have awakened a long time ago, perhaps on that very night she was bullied by Chen Lu, signaled by that flash of silver light in her eyes. Perhaps even if he had not intervened to save her, she had enough ability to defend herself or even kill everyone with ease. Perhaps it was not him guiding Mu Xinju's growth, but rather Mu Xinju who had been restraining herself, restraining her urge to kill, her surging etheric magic and her own power. As a transmigrator, he did possess a lot of information advantages. But this information did not mean he was invincible, nor did it mean he could control everything or control Mu Xinju. Only the human heart remains unfathomable. Thinking of this, Shi Ye tucked away the arrogance he had inadvertently displayed as a transmigrator. A witch, well, that is actually pretty cool. Hearing this, Mu Xinju finally looked up and stared into Shi Ye's eyes for a long time. Shi Ye did not look away, instead meeting her gaze calmly. After a while, Mu Xinju's face flushed, and she buried her head back into Shi Ye's stomach. She also unexpectedly slipped her cold little hands inside Shi Ye's clothes. "What are you doing?" "I am a little cold, let me warm up." "Well, fine." Usually, Shi Ye would not allow such physical contact between him and Mu Xinju. But at this moment, the emotions between them had clearly crossed a line. Having spent time with him, Mu Xinju knew a bit about Shi Ye's character, and she knew that if she missed this chance, it would not come again. So her little hands wandered greedily inside his clothes. One moment she was touching his abs, the next his back. She even had the thought of tugging at his underarm hair. She just did not go through with it for fear of angering him. This was good enough, already more than enough. This proximity satisfied her, and she only wished for this moment to last longer. Mu Xinju clung to Shi Ye for a long time, long enough for many people to pass by the restroom, long enough that even she began to feel embarrassed. Only then did she pull her hands out and say weakly, "I am warm now." Shi Ye felt somewhat helpless. Warming hands takes nearly 2 hours, really. "Sigh. If you are done, let us go out." Mu Xinju nodded, but her expression was awkward. She blushed and lowered her head. Shi Ye glanced in the direction she was looking and only then remembered that she was only wearing her underwear below the waist and her vest was half wet. "Well, how about this? Tie the jacket around your waist like a skirt, take off the vest and wear my jacket. That should do." Shi Ye's suggestion involved changing clothes, yet Mu Xinju agreed without a second thought. "Okay." Then, right in front of Shi Ye, she began to tie the jacket as a skirt and take off her little vest. Shi Ye was rendered speechless. He could only turn around and hand her his jacket. Behind him, Mu Xinju smiled cunningly and patted Shi Ye's shoulder. "I am ready." Shi Ye turned around and looked at Mu Xinju. He would not have minded had he not looked, but once he did, he could barely hold his composure. The gray jacket wrapped around her jade-like body, with her curves faintly visible. "Puff. Properly wear your clothes." Then he grabbed the jacket she was wearing, pulled the zipper all the way up from the bottom, and bundled her up tightly. "It is a bit suffocating like this," Mu Xinju said with a smile on her lips. "Then endure it." "Oh." Shi Ye pressed against the restroom door, listened for any movement outside, and upon confirming it was clear, opened the door and walked out with Mu Xinju. The once reclusive girl looked around, no longer showing the grievance she had felt earlier that afternoon. She followed behind Shi Ye, almost appearing content. "All right, no training for today. Go back to the dorm and get some good rest." Hearing Shi Ye tell her to return to the dorm, Mu Xinju frowned slightly. She pondered for a few seconds, then as if a thought had occurred to her. "I want to eat." "Shi Ye. I have no money left to eat." "I still have $2. We can buy a serving of pickles to share and the rice is free to refill." As she spoke, Mu Xinju blinked incessantly. Hearing this, Shi Ye could not help but twitch his lips. "You are quite good at living frugally, are not you? So are we going? You are dressed like this, and do not you need to go to the dorm and change?" "No need, your jacket is very warm." Mu Xinju's voice sounded somewhat indescribable. She usually spoke with a cold tone, but at this moment there was an unusual gentleness that made it hard to describe. Shi Ye could see that Mu Xinju was in high spirits, and he did not want to ruin the mood. So he waved his hand. "Fine, let us go." "Shi Ye. What is it? Do you think I am being unreasonable?" "I suppose so. After all, I am a normal man." Cannot you speak more gently? You ask me to speak, but when I tell the truth you get upset. That makes no sense." The glow of the setting sun gradually spilled over the path leading to the cafeteria. It stretched out time and it stretched out their shadows. After getting their food, the two of them found a corner table and sat down. They ate in silence, one bite after another. But the chatter in the cafeteria never ceased, and neither Shi Ye nor Mu Xinju could stop everyone from pointing fingers. There were always people spreading hearsay about Mu Xinju, sometimes even adding their own dramatic embellishments. In the eyes of these people, Shi Ye had gradually become a cuckold, and they would occasionally mock him, calling him spineless and a coward. These voices undoubtedly made the atmosphere even more stifling as they ate. "Shi Ye, maybe we should not have come." "What does it matter if we should or should not? We have to eat eventually." "They keep talking about you," Mu Xinju said, looking troubled. "Actually, they talk about you more," Shi Ye replied, acting indifferent. The situation had become unsolvable. What happened that night was impossible to explain to others, so Shi Ye could not claim to be entirely innocent either. Fortunately, the rumors did not ruin their appetite. Getting free rice refills in the cafeteria was still quite satisfying. Besides, once the topic was discussed enough, people would get bored and the talk would eventually die down. Unfortunately, the peace they had worked so hard for was broken by that annoying voice again. Well, you two are actually still together. Have you heard about what happened with Mu Chen? She has already been used by several men and you are still willing to take her. Shi Ye, you really will settle for anyone. Shi Ye narrowed his eyes, about to retort, but Mu Xinju held him back. The usually withdrawn girl grabbed his wrist, signaling that she would handle this herself. Shi Ye did not refuse and sat quietly, waiting for Mu Xinju to make her move. Mu Xinju stared at Yi Chen and took a deep breath. She was not stupid, she could even be considered very smart, so why had things turned out this way? Looking back on all that had happened, she had a moment of realization. I was wrong, Yi Chen, Mu Xinju said directly. Hearing Mu Xinju admit her mistake, Yi Chen felt a surge of excitement. She had finally admitted she was wrong. Would she beg for his forgiveness? Would she serve him well in the future? Maybe then he could consider forgiving her. Oh, you finally realized you were wrong. What was your mistake? Yi Chen's voice was smug, clearly thinking this was long overdue. But Mu Xinju's gaze never wavered. She had already cleared her thoughts from the very beginning. Yes, I know I was wrong. My biggest mistake was not telling you to get lost the very first time you approached me. What? Yi Chen was stunned. Mu Xinju kept a blank expression and continued what she was saying. Actually, I noticed your intentions and guessed what you were thinking from the start. I rejected you, but that was not enough. Nowhere near enough. I underestimated the malice in human nature, and I underestimated human desire, your desire. Ignoring you did not make you back down. The lack of harsh words or resistance just made you think I was easy to bully and could be manipulated at will. You kept pretending, acting like a good person, pretending to be my friend, acting like a childhood sweetheart, but we both know that was not the case. You are no different from those people in the upper district. You view me as private property. The only difference is that you lack the status and power. If you had enough power, you would have already forced yourself on me instead of waiting until now. So I was wrong. My first choice should not have been to ignore or reject you, but to make you get out. This was the first time Shi Ye had ever seen Mu Xinju speak so much at once. In fact, it was not just him. Even Yi Chen, who had been following her for years, was the same. Humiliated, Yi Chen hung his mouth open. Mu Xinju's words were so clear and direct, exposing every bit of his past filth and depravity. It sent him into a fit of angry shame. Mu Xinju, you really do not know when to quit. You have been used by so many and you still have the nerve to talk to me like that. Shi Ye, you cannot really be willing to have a woman like this, right? It is honestly a bit pathetic. Shi Ye frowned, but he felt his wrist being tightened by the girl's grip. Mu Qingxiao remained incredibly calm, listening to the insults and slanders with a steady look at Yi Yimo. So Yi Chen is slandering me the only way you have to provoke him. Oh, what? Seriously, you are such a failure. Shi nearly clapped in approval when he heard that. To be honest, he was surprised that the usually quiet Mu Xinju could come up with such sharp, logical, and convincing retorts. After coming to his senses, Yi Chen lost his temper and rushed toward her, screaming. Mu Xinju, you bad woman, why him and not me? Why? Hearing this, Mu Xinju stiffened slightly, snuck a glance at Shi Ye and said nothing. The commotion brought the school security, and Yi Chen was dragged away for disrupting the peace. But after things calmed down, there was a silence between Shi Ye and Mu Xinju. They had been having a good time, but Yi Chen had ruined it. Besides, before this, Yu Yi and Mu Xinju had always maintained a unique, unspoken understanding. But Yi Chen's arrival, along with the things he said before leaving, had distorted that understanding and broken their tacit agreement not to bring up certain things. They both seemed to realize that certain emotions had gone too far, especially earlier that day in the bathroom. That was the reason for their mutual silence. Let us head back, Shi Ye said after walking out of the cafeteria, pointing toward the dormitory. Yeah, Mu Xinju nodded. Neither of them spoke for the rest of the way until they reached the point where they parted ways, where Shi Ye waved at her. He was not wearing a jacket, she was wearing his. One went south, the other north. When Mu Xinju got back to the dormitory, she climbed straight into her bed. While some roommates joined in on slandering her, others were genuinely concerned. Xinju, are you okay? I am fine. Mu Xinju shook her head, showing no desire to continue the conversation. She curled up on her bed, unzipped the jacket she was wearing but did not take it off. Instead, she hid her head inside the jacket and zipped it back up. No one knew what she was thinking, perhaps not even herself. I forgot to ask him if we are still going to practice together tomorrow morning. Shi Ye remained quiet for a while after returning to his dorm. However, he did not dwell on his inner turmoil. After a bit of reflection, he started reviewing the lessons he learned that day. But Yi Chen could not stay. Leaving him be would only make Mu Xinju's emotional state more unstable. If she were to unleash her awakened power and cause mass destruction, the school and the upper district would inevitably find out, and Mu Xinju would likely be taken away. If she refused, she would likely fight to the death and break ties with District 13. As someone close to her, he would also be affected, investigated, or even liquidated. This was not in Shi Ye's interest, so this volatile factor had to be eliminated. The entry point should be pharmacology. Pharmacists do not do much field work, and Yi Chen's personality was rather slimy, so getting him to leave school would not be easy. Herb collecting missions were a common field assignment for pharmacology students. As far as Shi Ye was concerned, as long as he was outside the school, he would have plenty of opportunities to act. The environment, monsters, or even an accidental snake or insect bite could easily take someone out. It is definitely time to start properly cozying up to Jiang Yancheng. Early the next morning, Shi Ye went to the parish square as usual, and Mu Xinju was already there waiting for him, just as she always was. Morning. Morning. Both of them seemed to brush off the awkwardness from last night and greeted each other again. Did not you bring my coat? I washed it, but it is not dry yet. I see, let us get started then. Right. Standard cultivation was no longer an issue. Mu Xinju could fully keep up with Shi Ye, but for the cultivation of ether magic, she needed to rely on him. Even though they rarely spoke during their practice, Mu Xinju still felt that this was the happiest part of her day. As for the daytime, she had to attend his pharmacy major courses. And she had to attend classes at the Soldier Academy, since the major she chose was frontline assault. Pharmacy courses were quite complex and tedious, and the parts that required rote memorization were enough to make one's scalp tingle. You just had to memorize them in silence. If you want to know how complex it is, just ask those studying medicine. Shi Ye did not have any supernatural memory or the ability to recall everything at a glance, but thankfully, his memory was not too bad. Memorizing things could be accomplished step by step. Jiang Yancheng's class was difficult. People often could not answer the questions he raised, and that included Shi Ye. It could not be helped, Shi Ye could bluff a bit when it came to forward-looking topics. But if you really got into academic arguments, basic knowledge, theory, or pharmaceutical preparation, Shi Ye could only say he understood 9 out of 10 concepts, with the last one being a total blank. So sitting through this class was a bit of a torment. When class ended, Shi Ye once again followed Jiang Kaio into Jiang Yancheng's office. The young professor gave Shi Ye a look that was hard to describe. How can you know absolutely nothing? I'm currently learning. The point is, you are rusty on even the most basic knowledge. You are not even proficient in secret pharmacy, so how can you talk about magical potions? Professor, you know my family has been poor since I was little. Shi Ye began to play the pity card. But Jiang Yancheng immediately debunked him. Did not you grow up in an orphanage? Where did this family come from? Shi Ye was stunned. Good grief, have you already investigated me? However, for someone in Jiang Yancheng's position, if he wanted to take on a student, a background check was inevitable. The orphanage is my home. Hearing Shi Ye's reply, Jiang Yancheng gave him a look of speechlessness. Zio Kaio during this period teach him the basics of secret pharmacy, keep the pace fast. Since he is an individual with a supernatural physique, you can also have him help you with potion testing and adjustments while you teach him. Shi Ye, do you have any problems with that? Potion testing. Do not worry, the potions you will be testing are all for my projects which have already been approved. There will not be any major issues, it is just fine-tuning details. The worst that could happen is getting an upset stomach. Shi Ye hesitated for a moment. No major issues, just an upset stomach. Although he was a bit resistant to the idea of potion testing, Shi Ye still nodded. There was no better opportunity to hitch a ride than this. In that case, alright, I have no problems. Hearing that Jiang Yancheng had assigned someone to her, and a supernatural physique user at that, Jiang Kaio was very excited. She pointed at Shi Ye and asked, "Big brother, does he count as my pharmacy apprentice?" "You are not a tutor, why would you need an apprentice? Cannot classmates just help each other out?" Jiang Kaio pouted. Although she was a bit dissatisfied, she was happy about her brother assigning her an assistant. Finally a slave. Oh no, I mean finally a pharmacy assistant. Jiang Kaio smacked her lips and raised an eyebrow at Shi Ye. "Classmate Shi Ye, I look forward to working with you then." Just as Shi Ye was about to shake hands, the romance game module, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly rang out. A new romance quest has been triggered. Quest Potions Test Dummy. By chance you have become classmate Jiang Kaio's pharmacy apprentice. You never know what kind of scholarly heart is hidden beneath her cute and sweet appearance. Complete the potion trials, boost her confidence, and help her become a qualified magic potion scholar. Hint 1. As a lecherous degenerate, you can totally play the fool after drinking the potion and dive right into her arms. Hint 2. Every potion has different effects. Even if it causes you to lose control of your animal instincts later, the blame lies with someone else. Quest Base Reward, Talent Potion Perception, 1 talent point. The new mission made Shi Ye's forehead twitch with dark lines. Sure enough, this thing only reacts to pretty girls, not just anyone can catch its eye. And he had already determined that a shady game would only issue shady tasks. Play the fool. Lose control of animal instincts. She is a member of a high district magic potion family. If you actually did that, are you sure you would not get your private parts chopped off? The long pause made Jiang Kaio suspicious, especially since her hand was still hanging in midair. Classmate Shi Ye. Sorry, I was daydreaming just now, I am really sorry. I look forward to working with you, classmate Jiang Kaio. Shi Ye quickly shook her hand to show that they had a pleasant cooperation. Afterward, he was led by Jiang Kaio to the number 2 pharmacy preparation room nearby. Shi Ye was not surprised that Jiang Yancheng did not teach him personally. He was just a beginner. Having Jiang Yancheng teach him would be like a university professor teaching an elementary student, completely unnecessary. With the foundation of their pharmacy family, having his classmate Jiang Kaio teach him was more than enough. Come on, classmate Shi Ye, let us start with material identification. Right. Although Jiang Kaio looked like a gentle, sweet girl, she was quick and efficient in her work, pulling Shi Ye straight into the subject without any trace of a little princess' attitude. This also made Shi Ye feel quite comfortable, and he quickly entered the rhythm of learning. However, Shi Ye clearly underestimated the teaching intensity of this little princess from the Jiang family. She started teaching at noon and had already arranged a test for Shi Ye in the afternoon. Classmate Shi Ye, have you memorized the potion regulations I told you to learn? Classmate Shi Ye, what is the material ratio for stamina potions? Classmate Shi Ye, what side effects will appear if you use potions continuously? Classmate Shi Ye, it is time to take your medicine. By the end of the afternoon, Shi Ye felt like his head was about to crack, with Jiang Kaio's voice buzzing in his ears like a bee. How can someone be so talkative? Zai Yi had been enduring the verbal storm. By the evening, he really could not take it anymore and wanted to find an excuse to get away from Kaiyan Meng for a while to catch his breath. Classmate Jiang Kaio, when are we finishing? Finishing what? I have to go do a part-time job as a school worker later to earn some living expenses. Shi Ye's attitude was very serious, but Jiang Kaio showed a strange expression, as if the concept of working a part-time job as a school worker was completely beyond her awareness and understanding. Jiang Kaio was dazed for a moment, then suddenly seemed to realize something, and hurriedly nodded to apologize to Xin Yi. Sorry, I might have been negligent in this regard, but my brother asked me to speed up your progress. If you go to work part-time now, it will really waste too much time. Shi Ye felt a bit helpless. In truth, he just wanted a moment to rest. When she was with Mu Xinju, the usually withdrawn girl was a woman of few words. She could go half a day without saying a thing, and any interaction with Shi Ye was basically just doing whatever he told her to do. This girl talks too much, it is giving me a headache. He had truly never met such a chatterbox before. Trying to reason with her was actually quite exhausting. So I really cannot help it, Jiang Kaio. I need to earn money, after all I have to make a living. Money, that kind of thing. Jiang Kaio's gaze flickered for a moment. De Jiang had repeatedly warned her in the past that although their family was very wealthy, she was absolutely forbidden from spending money on men. With her looks, her family background, and her professional qualifications, what kind of man could not she find? If she dared to spend money on a man during her university life, they would break her legs. Seriously. So Jiang Kaio was feeling very conflicted right now. If she were to hire Shi Ye now, would that count as spending money on a man? But he is a physical enhancer. Seeing this, Zhang Yi did not want to drag things out any longer and prepared to leave. Well then, Jiang Kaio, shall I head out now? Wait, hold on. Is there something else? Jiang Kaio could not help but tap her fingers together. Although I do not have much pocket money, if you really are short on cash, how about this? Do not go to your part-time job for now, come to the laboratory to help out every day. I will give you 500 a week, how about that? You probably would not get that much working as a janitor, right? How much? She was stunned for a moment. Jiang Kaio did not say anything, thinking he felt 500 was too little, so she hurriedly spoke up again. If you think it is too little, how about 800? Adding 300 just like that made Jiang Kaio's heart ache a bit. To Jiang Kaio, there was not much difference between 500 and 800. Although her family kept her on a tight leash, she still received 20,000 a month in allowance. She had not become an official pharmacist yet, so she could not apply for a pharmacy apprentice position at school. Now that she had finally snagged Shi Ye as a coolie, she was not about to let him go easily. Standing where he was, Shi Ye blinked a few times and suddenly felt that he was not really that tired after all. This Miss Jiang Kaio had a very chirpy way of speaking, quite pleasant to listen to. Actually, money is a bit vulgar. I am someone who primarily loves learning, so let us continue, Jiang Kaio. Okay. Although Shi Ye had a headache from all the studying, faced with a salary of 800 a week, he felt that a little headache did not matter at all. One cannot just give up money for the sake of one's own preferences, right? That makes no sense. The following study time remained just as tedious, but Shi Ye gritted his teeth and persevered. It was not until 9 o'clock at night that the first day of study finally came to an end. Just as Shi Ye thought he was finally free and prepared to say goodbye to Jiang Kaio, the little princess of the Changsheng family suddenly walked up to him holding a vial of potion. This is De Jiang's recent achievement. Let me test it, Shi Ye, let us get started. Shi Ye stared at the dark liquid in front of him, his heart filled with hesitation. What kind of potion is this? A magic potion related to physical enhancement. De Jiang has been researching it for a long time. Physical enhancement. Shi Ye took the potion in his hand, wondering if he could see its attribute panel, and to his surprise, he actually could. Unknown potion. Consuming this will produce unknown effects. There will not be any problems, right? Shi Ye, do not you trust me? Even if you do not trust me, you have to trust De Jiang. It is not that. Since his benefactor had put it that way, Shi Ye had no reason to keep refusing. He closed his eyes, pinched his nose, took the potion, and downed it in one gulp. The moment the black potion flowed into his mouth, Shi Ye realized he had severely underestimated its taste. This thing tasted like diluted mucus mixed with rotten apples, with a secret dash of feces thrown in. One gulp and the flavor hit the depths of his soul. It left Shi Ye, a man who had lived through 2 lifetimes, endured hardship, and possessed the indomitable will talent, instantly disoriented and nearly collapsing to the floor. He wanted to say something, but discovered he could not make a sound. His throat felt like it had been plowed over by a tractor. His muscles spasmed, and his legs began to twitch uncontrollably. Shi Ye's distress caught Jiang Kaio's attention. She ran over in a panic and could not help asking, Shi Ye, why has your face turned blue? Are you okay? Say something. Shi Ye pointed to his mouth and then waved his hand to signal he could not speak, then collapsed against the wall, trembling all over. Jiang Kaio panicked even more. She quickly ran over to support him and muttered in distress, Did I put too much magic scorpion powder in, or is the ratio wrong? Oh no, Shi Ye, please do not die. Leaning against the wall, Shi Ye was at a loss for words. After a while, he was not feeling as bad as before. Furthermore, after getting through that agonizing muscle spasm, some strange sensations began to ripple through his body. Shi Ye did not know how to describe it. It was something like the relief that comes after pain. He even felt that the word relief did not quite capture it. Pure bliss was the most accurate feeling. He opened his attribute panel nonchalantly. Shi Ye was stunned to find that his constitution attribute, which had not budged in a long time, had actually increased by 1 point, becoming 12. And in the romance mission panel, there was a detailed description. Trial of Medicine 1, due to drinking the unknown potion, your indomitable will took effect, reducing negative status effects by 20%. Trial of Medicine 1, due to drinking the unknown potion, your constitution increased by 1 point. Just as Jiang Kaio had said, this was a physical enhancement potion. Not a single bit of false advertising. But at the same time, this potion carried certain side effects. Stop shaking me, I am feeling better. Hearing Shi Ye speak, Jiang Kaio stopped, looking a bit guilty. Are you really okay? Yeah, I'm okay now. After Shi Ye finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, do you have any more of that potion? Huh? Jiang Kaio looked at Shi Ye in surprise, wondering if the man was sick or maybe a masochist. He was in so much pain earlier and he still wanted more. Is it all gone? How should one describe the experience of drinking the potion? It was basically eating a mouthful of feces, coupled with tonsillitis, fever, spasms, and a massive physical overload, all ending in a constitution boost. For someone like him who pursued personal strength compared to a direct increase in his constitution, eating a little filth did not really matter. I do have some left, but are you sure you want to drink more? Shi Ye's eyes lit up, his expression resolute. Yes, I do. Jiang Kaio was not stupid. She had been panicked earlier, but seeing Shi Ye's reaction, she immediately realized something was up. It is effective. Yeah, it is effective. Really effective. Really effective. Upon hearing Shi Ye's confirmation, Jiang Kaio jumped for joy. It worked on the first time we collaborated. Ha, I cannot wait to see the look on De Jiang's face. Jiang Kaio did not give Shi Ye the next potion immediately, but instead began keeping a detailed record of the potion's usage. Taste, physical sensation, effects, side effects, everything had to be recorded. Shi Ye also warned her that if someone did not have a strong enough constitution, the average person probably would not be able to handle this potion. After recording the data for the constitution potion, Jiang Xin brought over the second glass. Here you go. Shi Ye picked up the black liquid and closed his eyes. Bottoms up. The taste of shit rushed to his brain again, but the burning sensation, spasms, and the refreshing feeling that usually followed were nowhere to be found. Shi Ye was a bit bewildered after finishing the cup. No effect, you are kidding me, did I just eat that for nothing? What is it? Hearing Jiang Kaio's question, Shi Ye put on a smile that looked even worse than crying. It does not seem to have any effect this time. Ineffective? Then it is highly likely that you have developed a tolerance to the potion after it took effect, which is a very normal phenomenon. Jiang Kaio analyzed it logically, but Shi Ye found it hard to stay composed. No one would be happy about eating a mouthful of literal shit for nothing. Seeing Shi Ye's disappointed look, Jiang Kaio immediately began to comfort him. Do not be discouraged, Shi Ye. I will be researching other potions, so there will be plenty more to go around later. Shi Ye's mouth twitched upon hearing this. While potion testing might improve his stats, it could also have negative side effects. Take this constitution potion for example, it was already as bad as eating shit. If it stays like this in the future, he will not be able to handle it. Will I still have to take potions in the future? Seeing Shi Ye's resistance, Jiang Kaio, afraid that her physically robust test subject would run away, hurriedly started making grand promises. You definitely have to take them, but you really do not need to be so resistant. These are all branches of De Jiang's alchemy research and their safety is absolutely guaranteed. Although De Jiang likes to brag, he still carries some weight in this corner of District 13. Each of his alchemical research branches could attract countless investments and favor, and the fact that you get to try them first is an opportunity others would kill for. What Jiang Kaio said was mostly true, and Shi Ye understood that a potion capable of directly increasing base stats was worth an astronomical price. With his current income, he probably could not afford it even after years of hard labor. But even so, even with Jiang Kaio's silver tongue, Shi Ye still felt resistant. "I'm still a bit scared." Seeing Shi Ye still hesitating, Jiang Kaio knew that empty promises would not work. She had to offer something tangible. Her bright eyes rolled around for a moment. "How about this? After each test, you can receive a portion of Tier 1 alchemical materials. Whether you want to formulate them yourself or sell them is entirely up to you. 1 portion, 3 portions. Are not you being a bit too greedy? 2 portions. Deal." Their bargaining did not last long. The price of 2 solid portions of alchemical materials was enough to sway Shi Ye. With these, he would be able to refine the flame fruit much faster. "Should I go to Teacher Jiang to collect those 2 portions of materials later?" "Why go to him? Just take them directly from the school's alchemical supply." Shi Ye, take them from the school? Shi Ye was shocked. Is not that just pocketing public funds? What did you expect? I do not have the money to buy materials for you. But will not the school investigate the consumption of alchemical materials? Just report 2 failed alchemical brews. Alchemy is a new field after all, and the failure rate is quite high. What is wrong with consuming 2 extra portions? Watching Jiang Kaio take it for granted, Shi Ye once again felt the disparity in the world. Sure enough, no matter where you go, alchemists are always the best treated group. Alright, that is it for today's lesson. It is time to lock up student Shi Ye. See you tomorrow. Okay. Stepping out of the school research lab, Shi Ye pulled out the 800 credits Jiang Kaio gave him, feeling rather conflicted. It feels like I am being kept. Undoubtedly, latching onto Jiang Yancheng would drastically speed up his growth. Alchemists have way too many resources, and they provide the greatest boosts to attributes. This was the path Shi Ye had already planned out. As for why Jiang Yancheng values him, is it really because of his philosophy? Shi Ye could not find an answer, but he felt that with Jiang Yancheng's status and position, there was no reason for him to scheme against an orphan from the lower city. So let us just walk this path and see where it goes. Walking all the way to the parish plaza, Shi Ye lingered for a while at the spot where he and Mu Xinju usually trained together. Other than this morning, he had not run into Mu Xinju all day. I wonder what that silly girl is doing. Without a communicator, I cannot even reach out to her. Communicators actually exist in the Ether world and are quite advanced. Every player in the game has one. But in reality, communicators are things only transcendent combat personnel and some people from the upper city can use. After all, they require essence cores as a power source. With the price of the most basic Tier 1 core at 1900 per gram, this is something an average person simply cannot afford. Without a communicator, you just cannot get in touch. Communication between alumni essentially relies on making appointments and school mail. Is she training hard? When Shi Ye returned to the dormitory, Mu Xinju was curled up on her bed. She clutched the now-dry jacket, suddenly regretting that she had washed it yesterday. Now Shi Ye's scent was gone, leaving only the smell of detergent. Her roommate from the upper bunk, Wu Wenjing, poked her head out to look at her, seemingly needing something. Xinju, are you okay? Whose jacket is that?" "It is nothing. Need something?" Mu Xinju calmly tucked the jacket under her covers, her face composed, showing no embarrassment at having her secret discovered. Wu Wenjing looked her up and down, then started talking about tomorrow. "Xinju, there is a squad leader assessment in the Soldiers' Academy tomorrow. You have been performing so well lately, it seems like you have a chance to compete with those upper city kids for the squad leader position." Mu Xinju frowned slightly, her eyes filled with indifference. "Not interested." This is not about interest. If you become a squad leader, you get authority over field missions, you can lead 10 people, and there is a lot of extra subsidies every month. It is a huge leap up. Hearing about the subsidies, Mu Xinju finally paid attention. Shi Ye said he would treat her to a few meals to split the loot, and then proceeded to treat her for an entire month, resulting in her eating him broke. Now both Shi and Shi Ye need money. Cultivation costs money, weapons and equipment cost money, and auxiliary potions and combat tools all cost money. Although they can use school credits to exchange for some, it is far from enough. What kind of extra subsidies? Squad leaders can get a gun, a melee weapon, potions, money, and I heard even a communicator. The benefits are really good. Hearing Wu Wenjing's description, Mu Xinju had already quietly clenched her fists. If she could really get those things as a squad leader, then she would definitely give it her all. Mu Xinju was a very sensitive person, so she could sense some of Shi Ye's anxiety. Even though he was already very strong among his peers, he was always worried about something. He was very anxious. Mu Xinju did not quite understand why he was so anxious all the time. But she felt she should work harder to share some of the burden with him. Like becoming a squad leader in the Soldiers' Academy. Earn money. Okay, I will go for it. Hey, if you get selected as the leader, take me with you, okay? Mu Xinju looked at her roommate and nodded slowly. Sure. Upon receiving the affirmative reply, Wu Wenjing beamed with joy. It is great that Mu Xinju was selected. If she hangs out with her roommate, she will definitely be living the good life. Even if she does not get selected, she has nothing to lose. In a good mood, Wu Wenjing wanted to chat a bit more. Hey Mu Xinju, I heard you have been getting close to a handsome guy lately. What is his name? Shi Ye. Are you two dating? Mu Xinju paused, hesitated for a few seconds, and then shook her head. No. Then what is your relationship now? We are just friends. Mu Xinju remained as taciturn as ever, her expression cool and indifferent. Compared to her, the person directly involved, it was Wu Wenjing who spoke with great animation. Then you better hurry up. If you have feelings for him and he is handsome, you should be proactive. There are more women than men in the doldrums, after all. Otherwise, you will feel awful if he gets snatched away by someone else. Seeing that she did not respond, Wu Wenjing continued. Oh, I really envy you for being so pretty. If I were as beautiful as you, I would just go for it. Men are animals that think with their lower halves, and I do not believe there is a man who does not like pretty girls. You talk too much, go to sleep. Mu Xinju refused to continue the topic and pulled the blanket over herself to sleep. Seeing this, Wu Wenjing had no choice but to retreat. I am being serious. If he gets snatched away later, you will be the one feeling miserable. Hiding under her covers, Mu Xinju could not fall asleep at all. Wu Wenjing's words just now made her feel unsettled. Are men really animals that think with their lower halves? Perhaps some are like Yi Chen. Mu Xinju could clearly feel the desire in his eyes. However, she is truly different. Mu Xinju is not naive. Her coldness is merely a protective mask. She knows what she wants, so she is clearer than anyone whether she has ever been proactive. The hug in the restroom, the cold little hands slipping into his clothes, the unhesitating change of clothes, and the way she caressed his legs when Shi Ye helped soothe her meridians. So, if Shi Ye were to be taken by someone else, would she be sad? Wu Wenjing's words lingered in her ears. As Mu Xinju thought about it, she felt a sense of discomfort, and it was with this discomfort that she eventually forced herself to drift off to sleep. Early next morning, Mu Xinju tied her hair into a neat ponytail, pulling back even her bangs. Today's warrior class would hold squad leader tryouts, so she needed to be prepared and stay in fighting shape. Besides that, Mu Xinju also thought it was a very clean and attractive hairstyle. Before the day's classes, she still needed to go to the teaching plaza to finish her morning training with Shi Ye. Both of them were busy with their studies now and had little time to meet during the day. This was one of the few moments they could spend alone together. Rarely, she spun around in front of the mirror, nodded with satisfaction, and stepped out of the dormitory. The two met at their usual training spot. Shi Ye stared at Mu Xinju's new hairstyle for a moment, appearing a bit dazed. Morning, Mu Xinju waved at him with a hint of a smile in her eyes. It seemed she was quite satisfied with Shi Ye's reaction. Morning, that new hairstyle looks great. Shi Ye realized what he was doing and showered Mu Xinju with sincere compliments. This praise made Mu Xinju's mood bright. Thank you. Without realizing it, Mu Xinju's personality had changed a lot. She was no longer as silent and withdrawn, at least not in front of Shi Ye. This was a good change, one that Shi Ye was happy to see. After all, if one less silver witch became a boss, perhaps District 13 would have one more silver saint. Let us practice magic power this morning. I have the warrior squad leader tryouts today and need to conserve my stamina. Mu Xinju rarely made requests regarding their training. Hearing this request, Shi Ye naturally would not refuse. No problem. As they practiced, they chatted about what had happened over the past 2 days. Shi Ye told Mu Xinju about learning alchemy from Jiang Yancheng. And Mu Xinju talked about her thoughts on becoming a warrior squad leader. She knew clearly that if it were not for Shi Ye training her in martial arts, physical fitness, and combat techniques, she probably would not even pass the basic warrior exam, let alone make it to the tryouts. Therefore, Shi Ye's opinion was very important. I have mostly learned about the warrior class students. People from the lower district are manageable, but I expect to run into people from the upper district during the tryouts. Most of them are masters, and I am afraid I am no match for them. As Mu Xinju spoke, a hint of silver gleamed at her fingertips. A small snake-like form of silver energy manifested in her hand, with no intention of concealing it. As her control over magic power reached this level, Shi Ye was a bit startled, but he did not want to interfere. Someone destined to become a world boss should not be swayed by the emotions of others, even if that someone is himself. He stepped forward slightly and gently reached out, covering the silver light on Mu Xinju's fingers. I know what you are worried about, but there is really no need to worry. The people from the upper district are not as strong as you imagine. As for your own abilities, whether you restrain them or let them loose, as long as you have a good reason, just follow your heart. Mu Xinju nodded firmly. After concluding the topic, the two fell back into silence as usual until the training ended. However, when the training was over, Shi Ye called out to her. Let us go. Where to? To pick out a weapon. To participate in the exam, you need at least an iron weapon. But I do not have enough money. She had only been working part-time as a student worker for a few days, and with living expenses, Mu Xinju really could not save up enough for a weapon. Moreover, they had been eating together, so Mu Xinju knew that Shi Ye was equally broke. Shi Ye took 800 yuan out of his pocket and waved it in front of Mu Xinju. I caught a big spender. This is enough to buy a melee weapon. Mu Xinju opened her mouth, subconsciously wanting to refuse, as after so many years of living, refusing charity had become a habit. But the words stopped at her lips. If she refused, would he be unhappy? Then I will pay you back once I have saved enough. Shi Ye's expression softened. Not wanting to reject her stubbornness, he smiled and nodded. All right. At the school's weapon shop, the two spent 420 yuan and 2 of Mu Xinju's credits to exchange for a heavy iron broadsword, which was the weapon Mu Xinju had been practicing with. Shi Ye placed the broadsword into Mu Xinju's hands. Mu Xinju. Yes. Good luck. Bye. Shi Ye left, but Mu Xinju felt a bit discouraged. She had not said a single word of what she had prepared while lying awake last night. Things like asking if Shi Ye had a girlfriend, if there was someone he liked, or what their relationship was right now. She was just as bad with words as before. Wiping the broadsword gently with her hand, Mu Xinju's gaze became sharp. A flash of silver flowed from her palm into the broadsword, making this ordinary-looking weapon instantly become razor-sharp. I must prove my worth. With that thought in mind, Mu Xinju headed toward the Soldier Academy classroom. Soldier Academy, inside the Warrior Specialization classroom. The instructor was lecturing with a stern expression. After this period of training, you all possess the potential to be qualified soldiers, but our academy, District 13, and the people need more than just soldiers. We need warriors, real warriors, who can become squad leaders and lead soldiers toward survival. Today is the moment to select those warriors. Whoever is interested, take a step forward. It is finally here. Mu Xinju did not hesitate, stepping forward directly to distance herself from the others in the formation. Because the requirements for the soldier specialization are the lowest, it also has the largest number of people. They are not like the pharmacy specialization, where the total number of students in a grade cannot even fill a 400-seat lecture hall. There are 8 classes in the soldier specialization, totaling 3,200 students, and Mu Xinju is a member of Class 6. With a ratio of 1 squad leader for every 10, their class needs to select 40 squad leaders. It might seem like there are many spots and it is fair, but in reality that is not the case. Holding such a selection only a month after enrollment is completely unreasonable. Because of the lifestyle over many years, the physical disparity between people from the upper city and the lower city is stark. Especially during this initial period at school, even though the food is good and affordable, the physical gap cannot be bridged in such a short time. Even for Mu Xinju herself, if not for Shi Ye's careful training and the influence of the Etha Mana tide, it would have been impossible for her to catch up in such a short time. Coupled with the gap in combat skills where upper city residents are trained from a young age, the results against lower city residents are often one-sided. This makes it hard not to suspect that the school is deliberately conducting the selection this way to increase the number of upper city residents acting as squad leaders. Participants move to the left queue for registration. Following the instructor's orders, Mu Xinju went to the registration desk, while her roommate Wu Wenjing cheered her on from behind. Xinju, good luck. After registering her identity, Mu Xinju was surprised to draw the number 1 token. This meant she would be competing in the first battle of the selection. Silently waiting for everyone to draw their lots, a total of 213 people participated, with about 40 from the upper city. It was a clever number. 213 people competing for 40 spots. This would likely be a battle that was neither too difficult nor too easy. The teaching pace at Black Crow University has always been fast, with no preamble or mobilization. After they followed the instructor to the combat drill grounds, the instructor walked straight to the center of the arena. Numbers 1 through 8, enter the combat zone according to your serial numbers, step forward. Mu Xinju stood at the bottom left corner of the drill grounds, holding her broadsword. Unfortunately, she did not get a lower city opponent. Her match was against an upper city boy named Pei Bohua. His red uniform was impeccably groomed, and his hair was neatly combed and styled with gel. Seeing that his opponent was Mu Xinju, the corners of Pei Bohua's mouth lifted slightly. Classmate Mu Xinju, I have actually been watching you for a long time, but do not worry, my attention toward you does not come from those rumors. Politeness and gentlemanly behavior are qualities most upper city people possess. While there are spoiled brats, they are in the minority. However, this routine of his did not work on Mu Xinju. After a polite nod, she showed no reaction, did not say a word, and simply raised the broadsword in her hand in silence. Pei Bohua looked somewhat helpless upon seeing this. I honestly did not want to fight you, but unfortunately my family has high expectations for me. In this battle I cannot go easy on you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of the instructor's start signal rang in their ears. The battle began. Pei Bohua possessed high combat proficiency. He took off his jacket, drew a refined steel saber, and prepared to face Mu Xinju with all his might. But the moment the fight started, Mu Xinju's figure seemed to vanish, and she charged toward him with extreme speed. My god, so fast! Clang! In a flash, while Pei Bohua was stunned, the edge of the broadsword had already grazed his saber and nearly touched his hair. Wait, this person's speed! Bang! With the collision of the blade and sword, Pei Bohua's arm immediately went numb. The intense impact made him nearly unable to hold his weapon. Clearly, the strength of the slender girl before him was far more than just speed. Her power was also formidable. But the problem was, how could this be? One should not let their mind wander during a fight, but Pei Bohua could not help himself. Flash! In a daze, his arm had already been slashed by the sword. As he lost his grip on his weapon, that unremarkable iron broadsword was already pressed against his throat. You lost, Mu Xinju said calmly. The bottom left corner of the combat grounds fell into dead silence. That fast? All the students watching this battle between the upper and lower city residents were either standing with mouths agape or eyes wide, with none of them reacting in time. After a while, someone finally muttered, Pei Bohua lost. I am not blind. Did he throw the fight for that girl? Does that look like throwing the fight to you? Her speed was much faster than Pei Bohua's. No way people from the lower city are this strong. What did she grow up eating? It was not just them, even Pei Bohua himself, who had the sword held to his neck, had not recovered from the shock. At just 18 years old, his tested strength and physique had reached level 6, which is already above the level of an average adult. He could definitely be considered an excellent soldier. Yet with these attributes, he was defeated by Mu Xinju in a single encounter. Has this woman already touched the level of a transcendent? Yeah, I lost. Pei Bohua was not a sore loser. the gap between them was obvious, but because of that he became even more curious about Mu Xinju and stepped forward to strike up a conversation. Mu Xinju, you are amazing. Are you free at noon? No. Oh. Mu Xinju ignored Pei Bohua's awkwardness. Many people actually sought her out. Even after all those scandals broke, there were plenty of men wanting to come over and be her next suitor. It is just they are all so weak. Cannot be arrogant. A true master always retains the heart of an apprentice. This is what Shi Ye had repeatedly warned her. As she sat in contemplation and rest, Wu Wenjing had already run over, chattering in her ear. Xinju, you were so cool. You took care of that guy in just 2 or 3 moves. You will definitely be fine. It is not over yet. Mu Xinju felt no joy. This type of combat selection was not 1-on-1 but a 5-to-1 elimination. Unless someone withdrew, she would have to fight at least 3 to 4 more rounds, perhaps even more. This had only just begun. On the distant grandstand, several instructors also saw Mu Xinju's performance and were surprised by the appearance of such a strong student from the lower city. The leader was a woman nearly 2 meters tall with dark skin, a face covered in numerous scars and a black eye patch over her right eye. A red cloak billowed in the wind, covering most of her body. But occasionally, where it lifted, one could catch a glimpse of the metal arm hidden beneath the cloak. This woman, even standing there motionlessly, she exuded a sense of intense oppression. Her subordinates were quick to read the room. Noticing the woman's interest in Mu Xinju, they could not help but try to curry favor. Bloodhound, this girl looks like a real talent. This trip has certainly been worth it. She is just a first-year student. We still need to see how she progresses in mastering Etha. Then should we promote her to squad leader right now? Bloodhound pondered for a moment before shaking her head gently. There is no need for that given her current strength. Let Lan teach her during this training. Basic Etha manipulation, blade enchantment, and enchanted bullets, Lan will be an excellent instructor. But ma'am, they are first-year students who have not even touched firearms yet. Teaching them this now goes against the rules. Hearing someone challenge her, the expressions of Bloodhound's subordinates darkened immediately. Are the instructors in District 13 really this oblivious? Before she could even reprimand them, the subordinate beside her had already turned back. Shut your mouth. When Bloodhound is speaking, you just listen. Oh yes. Keep a close eye on these little ones. They are still too weak as first years. They need more combat experience to grow quickly. Combat, they have not even gone through the full annual training yet. What if something goes wrong? If they die, they die. What else is there to say? Understood. Staying in the corner of the playground, Mu Xinju suddenly looked up. She felt the gaze of that group of people. Especially the tall woman in red, her gaze was incredibly overbearing. To everyone's surprise, after their eyes met, the overbearing Bloodhound's expression softened gradually. She looked at Mu Xinju, tilted her head slightly, and even made a gesture of invitation. This left Mu Xinju, standing on the field, somewhat bewildered. But she did not overthink it, continuing to conserve her energy in preparation for the next battle. Mu Xinju wins. Mu Xinju wins. Mu Xinju wins. Every time her broadsword struck, Mu Xinju would defeat an opponent with ease. Winning 4 matches in a row with such overwhelming dominance caused a 180-degree turn in how many people viewed her. How is she this strong? Mu Xinju. Was not that rumor about her? I am starting to doubt whether she was even bullied that night. Could someone with this kind of strength get bullied? I think it is fake too. Look at how she crushed Pei Bohua. In just 1 month, it is impossible to improve this much. Could someone have been spreading malicious rumors about her? It is possible. Sometimes clearing one's name happens in the most inexplicable ways. But Mu Xinju was not surprised by this, just as Shi Ye had once said. Only strength earns respect. When you are strong, there will always be people who speak for you. The squad leader selection matches were coming to an end. At this moment, several people in Galewalker uniforms arrived, walked up to the instructor and whispered something. Then the instructor returned to the combat arena and announced the results directly. Class 6 Grade 93 Soldier Squad 1 Leader Mu Xinju, Squad 2 Leader Kai Yang. Hearing the instructor announce the results, Mu Xinju finally exhaled in relief. It is over. She actually did it. She became a squad leader in the Soldier Academy. So does this make her a qualified soldier now? Mu Xinju looked around for a moment before looking away. She wanted to share the news with Shi Ye, but she would likely have to wait until tomorrow morning. Just then, 2 more instructors approached and handed Mu Xinju a badge. Mu Xinju, from today on, your squad ID is 936 to 1 combat squad. This is your ID badge. Squad assignments will take place shortly. You can choose up to 2 members, and then you and your squad will undergo a month-long period of closed-off training. As for you personally, you will undergo specialized training for squad leaders, covering professional and combat skills as well as ether mastery. Beyond that, there will be cooperative combat drills, planning, and coordination with your squad. Go to the assembly area and rest for 5 minutes. We depart once the squads are gathered. Closed off specialized training right now, but Mu Xinju was surprised she had no preparation at all. But the instructor did not waste time and said coldly, "As soldiers, you must be capable of handling any emergency. Aberrations and monsters will not wait for you to be ready, and the ether winds will not greet you either. You should answer yes or understood. If you want to quit, you can apply right now." "Yes, sir." Mu Xinju felt a sense of panic. This sudden turn of events left her with no way to explain herself. If Shi Ye does not see her tomorrow morning, what will he think? Does this count as leaving without saying goodbye? Although it is only for a month, she could not afford to give up this chance to be promoted to squad leader. Just as Shi Ye said, as long as you have a good reason, then follow your heart. With the squads assembled, Mu Xinju followed the group to the soldier training camp. Passing by the pharmacology laboratory, she paused for a moment and whispered in her heart, "Wait for me." In the training camp, 320 squad leaders gathered here, while other students from the Soldier Academy were engaged in basic training reinforcement. The original large class members were all broken up and reorganized into special training groups of 20. Mu Xinju scanned her surroundings. Among the reorganized members, there were only a few she recognized. They were arranged in a military tent to wait silently. But after waiting for a full half hour, no instructor arrived, causing some to show signs of impatience. Of course, others believed this was a test from the new instructor, checking to see who would lose their patience at a time like this. Time passed quietly for a while longer. It was not until over 40 minutes later that a female figure strolled slowly in front of the group. She wore a black dress, white gloves, a purple hat, and a white mask with tear stains, looking like a weeping clown girl. Her revealing outfit and high heels felt completely out of place in a military camp. Everyone felt she must have taken a wrong turn. Until this woman stood before them and spoke. "Sorry everyone, I accidentally got lost on the long journey of life just now." Everyone. Seeing no one speak, the woman shook her head gently as if dancing, then sounded puzzled. "Does no one want to stand up and challenge or criticize me? I am a person who is willing to accept criticism." Her voice was slow, her speech was slow, and her cadence was slow, as if she were deliberately tormenting them. Yet the crowd still had no reaction. Everyone who came here was a squad leader. Normally, these leaders were either from the upper city or elites from the lower city. These people were no fools. They all understood that someone who could walk in here so brazenly, acting indifferent and filled with provocative language, could not possibly be simple. Sure enough, the woman crossed her arms with regret. "It is such a pity, everyone is quite cautious, and you did not give me a chance to kill someone to establish authority." "Fine then, I am a member of the Gale Walkers from District 13, and I will be responsible for your training for the next 2 weeks." Wenlan walked slowly to Mu Xinju, leaned down gently and whispered in her ear. "You all need to watch carefully and learn well, I am very strict." Her voice was not actually loud, but everyone present could hear it clearly. "Did you hear me?" "Yes, sir." "Very good, then let us look forward to working with each other in the time to come." "Alright, let me introduce myself. My name is Wenlan." Elsewhere, Shi Ye had finished his basic courses for the day, and had also completed all the assignments Jiang Kaio had set for him. Taking advantage of the early hour, Shi Ye hurried back to his dormitory. He was improving quickly, far faster than Jiang Kaio had imagined, though he was careful to downplay his performance to avoid standing out too much. That was just Shi Ye's nature. He could not bring himself to be completely open with anyone. It was the hallmark of a professional black glove. Today, he planned to secretly prepare a simple medicinal potion, right in his own room, away from the eyes of Jiang Yancheng and Jiang Kaio. The reason was simple. There was a makeshift alchemy station that Yi Chen had bought, and he could use it for free. At this time of day, his roommates had not returned yet, and they would never expect him, who usually came back the latest, to be here so early. It was a classic case of hiding in plain sight. Shi Ye was truly bold. Evening had fallen, the dormitory lights were off, and the door and curtains were tightly shut. In the dim room, only a small oil lamp flickered with a faint light. Shi Ye put on a dust-free cap and changed into a robe stained with various herbs, then gently took the 3 ingredients for a standard life potion from his bag. Bitter vine, vitality grass, and crystal core shards. He ground the bitter vine into powder, crushed the vitality grass, and mixed them into hot water. The liquid swirled inside the glass bottle, emitting a faint bubbling sound. Shi Ye peered through the neck of the bottle, a calm focus in his eyes, as he began to apply heat to the mixture. As the temperature rose, the room filled with the rich scent of mixed herbs. Shi Ye's fingers danced nimbly among the bottles and jars, as if performing a silent ritual, and with the addition of the final drop of crystal core shards, the entire potion seemed to vibrate. He held up the vial, watching the red liquid flow slowly inside. Stable, beautiful, and filled with a blood-like intensity. The corners of Shi Ye's mouth curled up slightly. He knew his first alchemical creation, a blood potion, was a success. Easy as pie. After tidying up, Shi Ye lay on his bed to rest. His roommates arrived one by one. Zhang Chengsheng, the first to return, waved his hand and asked, "Shi Ye, do you smell something in here?" "Not at all." "Why?" Shi asked, feigning ignorance. "Nothing, it is probably just my imagination. I bet that jerk Yi Chen was brewing potions without opening the window again." Later that night, Yi Chen strode into the room looking smug. Seeing Shi Ye reading an alchemy textbook, he remarked out of the blue, "Do not think you are something special just because you have latched onto Jiang Kaio. Alchemy is about skill, not who you know. No matter how good it sounds, if you cannot brew a potion, you are just empty air in the end." Shi Ye glanced up at him and nodded in agreement with what Yi Chen had just said. "Oh, for sure, definitely." Seeing he could not get a rise out of him, Yi Chen curled his lip and walked over to his own makeshift alchemy station. Clearly, he was preparing to brew a potion himself. But the moment he started, Zhang Chengsheng's voice rang out from the top bunk. "Brewing at this hour? You are going to fill the whole room with that stench, you absolute moron." Clearly, this was not the first time Zhang Chengsheng and Yi Chen had quarreled. Yi Chen ignored him with a dismissive, arrogant tone. "If you have got a problem, go tell the teacher. What is the point of whining here? Can you stop me?" Good grief. It is no wonder Yi Chen was so arrogant. Alchemists, even apprentices, were considered highly valuable. School regulations permitted alchemists to perform basic brewing in their dorms, provided they kept the room ventilated. If it really went to the teachers, someone like Zhang Chengsheng from the standard soldier track would not stand a chance against an alchemist. Unable to do anything, Zhang Chengsheng could only seethe in silence. His helplessness only fueled Yi Chen's arrogance. He shot a provocative look at Shi Ye and, without hiding anything, started his own concoction. Shi Ye remained quiet, acting as if he were truly intimidated by Yi Chen. But when Yi Chen became deeply focused on his work, Shi Ye quietly moved behind him to carefully observe his every move. When it comes to alchemy, everyone has their own subtle techniques and approaches. Yi Chen was genuinely talented, and Shi Ye would not let their conflict blind him to that. Anyone singled out by the teacher must have some special talent. During his growth, Shi Ye would not pass up any chance to learn. It was all experience, and such experience would become the foundation for his own future magic potions. Yi Chen's process was skilled. When he successfully produced a vial of green stamina potion, he could not help but look back at Shi Ye, seemingly wanting to show off. But by then, Shi Ye was already lying on his bed, looking as if he were sound asleep. Yi Chen let out a cold snort, staring at the figure on the bed with undisguised resentment. "Just you wait, Shi Ye, the field training next month." Sometimes people's thoughts just happen to align, like those of Yi Chen and Shi Ye right now. Both were thinking, you have already set yourself on a path to death. A month later would be the alchemy field training. This mission, a practical alchemy course specially requested by Professor Jiang Yancheng, was the only chance they would have in the near future to leave school and head into the wild. In fact, while Shi Ye was thinking about dealing with Yi Chen was equally planning how to take care of Shi Ye. The field training was the perfect opportunity. It was the same for both of them. Night turned to dawn. Shi Ye headed to the training spot in the cathedral square as usual. Based on past experience, Mu Xinju would usually arrive before him, but when he got there today, the usual spot was empty. Thinking that she must have been tired from the squad leader selection yesterday and had overslept, Shi Ye stood there and waited for a while. But after 15 minutes, she still had not appeared, and Shi Ye realized it was unlikely she would come. It felt like being stood up on a date and awkwardly waiting around for 15 minutes. Shi Ye scratched his head in embarrassment. Never mind, time to train. At the same time Shi Ye was working out, there were two other figures in the soldiers' special training camp who had not slept. One was Mu Xinju, who also had the habit of morning training. The other was Wen Lan. Mu Xinju stood in the camp's training ground, swinging a broadsword to complete a full set of lethal sword techniques. Her stance was steady and her movements were clean and decisive, causing Wen Lan, who was watching from the sidelines, to frown slightly. She caught a glimpse of someone she recognized in Mu Xinju's sword style. This feeling, it was not pleasant at all. Wen Lan darted forward, her white-gloved hand resting on the blade of the broadsword, and leaned in to greet Mu Xinju. Up early for morning training, student Mu Xinju. For some reason, Mu Xinju did not like this strange instructor. The black slip dress, the tear-stained white mask, and those white gloves all gave off a deeply unsettling vibe. However, since the other party was her instructor after all, out of politeness, Mu Xinju nodded to acknowledge her. "Good morning, instructor. Your swordsmanship is quite refined. Who taught you?" Wen Lan asked with some curiosity. "None, I studied it on my own." This answer made Wen Lan scoff, but she did not intend to call Mu Xinju out. "Student Mu Xinju, could you lend me your weapon for a moment?" "Sure." Although she was not sure how talented Mu Xinju actually was, since the boss, Blood Dog, had already ordered her to teach the girl, Wen Lan naturally would not hold anything back. Taking the broadsword from Mu Xinju's hand, Wen Lan assumed a hidden sword stance, and a wisp of black mist immediately coiled around the blade. Clang! With a single swing, a black slash followed, resembling a black thread that instantly tore through the training camp's wall, yet without causing the wall to collapse. This incredibly precise control of etheric energy left Mu Xinju, a beginner, feeling stunned. This is called an enchanted slash, one of the most common combat techniques used by Transcendents when confronting deformities and anomalies. Enchanted. That is right, although physical attributes like strength, agility, and constitution are extremely important for a warrior, the most vital attribute is ether. No matter how strong one's physical conditioning is, it is often difficult to surpass deformities that are either massive in size or have undergone mutations. And many anomalies with unique abilities do not even have a physical form. In such cases, you must rely on ether to cause them harm or even kill them. Whenever we face this kind of battle, we need to apply an etheric enchantment to our weapons. Enchanted slashes and enchanted bullets work on this very principle. Seeing the shock on Mu Xinju's face, Wen Lan felt a small sense of satisfaction. She handed the broadsword back. "I can sense etheric energy within you. I assume you have already experienced the etheric tide. Though I do not know if you have completed the etheric reincarnation yet, I think you can give it a try." "How do I do it?" Empty your mental world, concentrate your focus, and guide and control the flow of ether in your own magic pool. Let it flow like fire, water, storms, or thunder, gathering it into the blade and then strike with all your might. That is an enchanted slash. Mu Xinju listened intently as she took the broadsword and held it horizontally before her. She slowly closed her eyes, sensing the magic power within her body, and the sword in her hand turned silver without her even realizing it. The moment she opened her eyes, she swung the sword. The silver sword aura shimmered like moonlight before rapidly vanishing into the air. Feeling that her strike had failed, Mu Xinju looked at Wen Lan. "I feel like I failed, is that right?" As her instructor, Wen Lan fell into silence. After a long while she spoke again. "Have you really never studied this before?" Mu Xinju was taken aback. In truth, Shi Ye had told her the general theory regarding the guidance and flow of ether, although he did not seem to understand the practical application himself. During their training of etheric magic, they were constantly verifying and learning from each other. They had discussed this kind of etheric attribute simulation countless times. If I put it that way, I have studied it, I have gone through similar exercises. Hearing Mu Xinju say this, Wen Lan let out a sigh of relief, so she had practiced it, that made sense. If someone told her that they could pull off an enchanted slash just by listening to the theory and seeing one demonstration, she would have thought it was utter nonsense. If such a talent truly existed, what would be the point of instructors like her? Very good, Mu Xinju, you have high potential, but you need more practice with the enchanted slash. Let us continue. Yes, instructor. When one is absorbed in training, time always passes quickly. It was the same for Mu Xinju and just as true for Shi Ye. A month flashed by. There are 21 days left until the next arrival of the ether wind. Even though Wen Lan and Mu Xinju had a somewhat inexplicable dislike for each other, they both maintained a very proper attitude as teacher and student. One was willing to learn and the other was willing to teach. With Wen Lan's careful instruction, in just 1 month, Mu Xinju learned the enchanted slash, firearm knowledge, reloading, and enchanted bullets. As for team tactics, she also learned a wealth of advanced soldier techniques. At this point, besides her roommate Wu Wenjing, whom she had chosen herself, Pei Bohua, who she had once defeated, also joined her team and became her subordinate. It is said that he requested to join Mu Xinju's team himself. Given Mu Xinju's talent, the month she spent with Shi Ye was already a rebirth for her. And this month at the special training camp was her second rebirth. Mu Xinju knew that Wen Lan's special tutelage was genuine. She was a person who valued gratitude, so before parting, she found Wen Lan and proactively reached out her hand. Instructor Wen Lan, thank you for everything during this time. Wen Lan looked at the palm Mu Xinju offered and let out a strange series of laughs. Hey hey. It seems I have been acknowledged by you, student Mu Zhao. However, I have also come to acknowledge you. You are the most outstanding student I have ever seen. Oh, thank you. Under Mu Xinju's puzzled gaze, Wen Lan placed her fingers on her mask. Mu Xinju thought she was about to see Wen Lan's true face, and even with her usual calm demeanor, she could not help but feel a sense of expectation and curiosity. What kind of face would be underneath the mask? As if guessing what Mu Xinju was thinking, Wen Lan laughed again. Hehe, you seem very expectant, do not you? Aye. To Mu Xinju's embarrassment, Wen Lan gently reached up and removed her mask. It was a pity that Mu Xinju did not see what she had been hoping for. Beneath Wen Lan's mask was simply another mask. She paused before continuing. Student Mu Xinju, do not be so naive next time, naive enough to think I would become your friend. Instructor Mu Xinju was startled. She did not quite understand what Wen Lan meant. Wen Lan just tilted her head slightly, reached out to gently smooth Mu Xinju's hair, her gaze hidden behind the mask, looking as if she were looking at a long-lost relative. She placed the removed mask into Mu Xinju's hand. Beneath the mask is an even more beautiful mask. Let this be a parting gift for our time as teacher and student. Thank you, I will definitely take good care of it. After handing the mask to Mu Xinju, Wen Lan bowed slightly and swayed her lithe body, dancing for Mu Xinju just like a dancer. She left as gently as she had come. Mu Xinju did not know the meaning of the dance Wen Lan performed for her, nor did she understand the significance of the words she spoke before leaving. She only thought that the dance, though not complex, was very beautiful. Well, I can remember it and dance it for Shi Ye later. Mu Xinju, it is time to go, an instructor called from the distance. Coming. Mu Xinju responded quickly. She watched Wen Lan walk away, then gradually withdrew her gaze and returned to the team. In the distance, Wen Lan stood still in the shadows where no one could see her, removed all her masks, and hid herself in the darkness as she watched Mu Xinju journey away. She took out an iron tag from her neck, the notch of which matched the one Shi Ye had, though the inscription on it had been worn away. Wen Lan's eyes held a touch of relief and the joy of a long-awaited reunion. Your world is so vast, my companionship seems hardly worth mentioning. In the pharmacology classroom, Shi Ye looked at his side in silence. Jiang Kaio, that young lady from the upper district, had actually run over to the back row to sit with him today. His benefactor was quite controlling, but since she was the one paying, Shi Ye could only grumble to himself. Jiang Kaio, it is really inappropriate for you to sit here. Why is it inappropriate? I have to supervise your studies, otherwise what would you do if you keep zoning out in class? Shi Ye scanned the surroundings. The students from the lower district looked at him with amusement, while those from the upper district looked at him with subtle hostility. He felt that if he could not come up with a reasonable explanation by the end of class, he would be cornered in a back alley tonight. This is the back row, usually only lower district people sit here. It really is not appropriate for you to be here. There is no rule against it. Who would dare to tell me where I can or cannot sit? Jiang Kaio crossed her arms, looking like someone who believed no one would dare challenge her. You might be fine, but I am the one with a problem. Look at how everyone is staring at me. Jiang Kaio, you surely would not want your medicinal slave beaten to death in an alley tonight, would you? Jiang Kaio glanced left and right. The others immediately shifted their gazes, not daring to meet her eyes. Many people knew that Jiang Kaio was Professor Jiang Yancheng's own sister, and they did not want to get on the professor's bad side. Because of this, Jiang Kaio could not perceive the threat Shi Ye was talking about. Is it really that serious? Really, maybe even more serious than you imagine. Jiang Kaio looked at Shi Ye with an innocent expression. Why is not it just me sitting here? Looking into Jiang Kaio's naive eyes, Shi Ye could not tell if she was genuinely clueless or just pretending to be ignorant. Jiang Kaio, you are a young lady from the upper district and I am from the lower district. Studying together after class is fine because few people know about it. But hanging out with me during class really is not appropriate. What is so inappropriate about that? I have many friends from the upper district who also keep company with students from the lower district. That is different. How is it different? Besides, you are my apprentice and there is the task assigned by Professor Jiang and I am paying you, are not I? Fine. Since we are talking about money, I have nothing left to say. Shi Ye felt helpless and could only endure the occasional glances from the crowd, forcing himself to keep studying. Jiang Kaio was indeed a bit headstrong, but it had to be said that she was a qualified teacher with an incredibly solid grasp of basic pharmacology. Her guidance to Shi Ye was meticulous and was the key to his rapid progress. Shi Ye knew very well that for a long time to come, it would be hard for him to find a backer as powerful as Jiang Yancheng. So he definitely had to continue holding onto this opportunity. However, a girl like Jiang Kaio represented absolute resources and power. If he had the idea of getting close to her, others would too. Even those from the upper district were no exception. Jiang Kaio was beautiful, had resources, and had a background. If one could win her over, it would be of immense benefit to those in the upper district. She was the perfect marriage partner and the target of many students in the upper district. With Jiang Kaio as the target, Shi Ye, who was getting very close to her, naturally became an obstacle to these people. Therefore, running into trouble while being with Jiang Kaio had become inevitable. This was probably also the reason why he disliked associating with people from the upper district. When class ended, Jiang Kaio suddenly stood up, and Shi Ye hurriedly pulled her back. Where are you going? Jiang Kaio's expression froze. She touched her behind and a blush appeared on her cheeks. I need to use the restroom, let go. Oh, sorry about that. As soon as Jiang Kaio left the classroom, Shi Ye already felt a few malicious stares. Sigh sooner than expected. Several students from the front row wearing red uniforms walked toward him. With a flick of a hand, they bumped his pen onto the floor. Oops, sorry classmate Shi Ye, I knocked your pen down. Shi Ye looked at the other party with resignation. These people right here. Beat the small ones and the old ones come out. In the end, it is just an endless cycle. It is quite troublesome to resolve these issues once and for all, but it is not impossible. It just requires leveraging the right influence. Unlike how he planned to handle Yi Chen when facing these people, the key point was not him himself, but rather Jiang Yancheng and Jiang Kaio. Shi Ye slowly lifted his head and looked at the boy who had knocked his pen down. He knew the boy's name was Wang Liang. He reached out his hand, intending to retrieve his pen. But Wang Liang's hand slipped and it dropped again. Oh, why are you so clumsy? You did not catch it. This time it was not my fault, you have to pick it up yourself. Shi Ye's eyes narrowed, a flash of fierceness crossing his face. He had already gripped the remaining pens from his pen holder. By the time Wang Liang sensed the danger, it was already too late to escape. Stab! A handful of various pens stabbed into the back of Wang Liang's hand, followed immediately by his agonizing scream. Shi Ye grabbed Wang Liang by his hair and slammed him directly onto his desk with a loud crash. Boom! The crowd immediately erupted into chaos. Shi Ye, what are you doing? Do you have any idea who he is? You are courting death. Shi Ye ignored their shouting. He glared viciously at them, holding a pencil halfway toward Wang Liang's pupil. Whoever takes another step forward, I will blind him. This display of violence frightened most of the people there, including, of course, Wang Liang, who was pressed onto the desk. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop them. Do not move, nobody move. Wang Liang looked at the pencil tip so close to his eye that he could not help but tear up. He could not understand how Shi Ye had such great strength that he could not resist at all. He had indeed wanted to stir up trouble and push around this peasant from the lower district, but if he ended up suffering such a heavy cost, it would not be worth it. Shi Ye, let us talk this out. Shi Ye toyed with the pencil in his hand, his tone playful. Talk it out, do not you think you guys are ridiculous? Why did not you suggest talking it out when you were surrounding me earlier? Did you think people from the lower district were easy to bully? Are not people from the lower district easy to bully? That was common knowledge after all. But now Wang Liang did not dare to argue. No, it was all a misunderstanding. Shi Ye narrowed his eyes and with a thud stabbed the pencil into the desk. This is definitely not a misunderstanding. I know what you want and why you are targeting me, but you are really overthinking it. Do you think a person from the lower district like me could study with Jiang Kaio for any other reason than being a disciple of teacher Jiang Yancheng? It was teacher Jiang who asked Jiang Kaio to come over. And you idiots actually dared to lay a hand on me. Did your lust for her cloud your brains and replace your ability to think? You have no brains at all. Shi Ye's words left everyone looking at each other, but not many doubted the truth of it. Indeed, only the status of being a disciple could explain the situation. The standoff slowly cooled down. Just then, Jiang Kaio's voice came from the doorway. What are you doing? The usually sweet and cute girl rushed over aggressively, shielding Shi Ye. Without even asking for the full story, she confronted the group of upper district students. You dare to touch someone of mine? Are you tired of living? Her man, is that something you can just go around saying? Jiang Kaio's fierce, protective attitude toward her man caught everyone off guard, but it also indirectly confirmed exactly what Shi Ye had just said. Shi Ye really is a student valued by Jiang Yancheng. Oh, and now it might be more than just Jiang Yancheng valuing him. Seeing how Jiang Kaio is acting, nobody would be surprised if this Shi Ye eventually became a kept man for her. Even though a commoner from the upper city cannot marry Jiang Kaio, there is absolutely no problem with keeping him as a lover on the side. As for why I say a commoner from the upper city, the logic is simple. Anyone valued by Jiang Yancheng will inevitably become an upper city resident. The mud-footed folks from the lower city are indeed worthless. But that does not mean the windless Belt Council ignores the lower city. Giving people from the lower city a chance to get into Black Crow University is a policy after all. This opportunity helps the upper city filter out the most talented individuals from the lower city. For instance, pharmacists, designers, various technical experts, and elite soldiers can all be scouted during their 4 years at university. And what does the upper city have to pay in return? Actually, all it takes is the identity of an upper city resident. That is right, it is that simple. Once you have value and status, you are an upper city resident, and since you are one of us, you are part of the team. We do not fight our own people, we are all friends here, so what is there to argue about? This is how the windless belt operates. If Shi Ye has gained the favor of both Jiang Yancheng and Jiang Kaio, he indeed has the potential to become an upper city resident, so using his status to attack him is no longer effective. Sensing the situation, Wang Liang scrambled up from the table and shouted. So that is how it is. It is a classic case of family not recognizing their own kin, just a misunderstanding, all a misunderstanding. People from the upper city are different from the lower city. Most of them are shrewd. Because they have something to lose, they tend to be more protective of themselves. knowing when to back down and admit defeat is the biggest difference in their mindset. The arrogant Wang Liang, upon realizing that Shi Ye was physically formidable, had the Jiang family backing his relationships and was no longer vulnerable to attacks on his status. He did not hesitate at all and immediately chose to back down, leaving no room for Shi Ye or Jiang Kaio to continue pursuing the matter. Once he conceded, everyone else immediately realized the shift in momentum and followed suit. Exactly, it is all just a misunderstanding. We did not know Shi Ye was your friend, Jiang Kaio. What a classic case of family not recognizing their own kin. These people nodded and apologized, retreating with smiles on their faces. Jiang Kaio scanned them and lowered her voice to ask Shi Ye. So how about it? Your boss is pretty imposing, right? Pretty impressive. Because they were standing close enough, Jiang Kaio's chest rose and fell with her breath, making Shi Ye unable to resist taking a few extra looks. Yeah, it is pretty impressive indeed. Where are you looking? I was not looking really. Look again and I will beat you to death. Fine, I will not look then. Aha, you were looking. Their whispered interaction was intimate enough to cement the previous claims. Whether they were a couple or not, they were certainly very close. This situation made quite a few people mutter in secret, feeling a surge of jealousy. I am so jealous of this brat Shi Ye. He actually managed to bag himself a rich girl and a beautiful one at that. This guy has not had to suffer a day in his life. In fact, among those slightly bitter gazes, there was one that was much more intense. Jealousy, hatred, and intense killing intent. It was Yi Chen. When Shi Ye was blocked by that group of upper city people earlier, he was secretly excited, thinking this guy was bound to have a terrible day. He never expected Shi Ye to be so strong, taking down that group of upper city residents in seconds. What a bunch of losers. But as long as there was conflict between the two sides, it was a good thing. However, the following turn of events was completely beyond Yi Chen's expectations. Professor Jiang's younger sister, Jiang Kaio, actually rushed out to back Shi Ye up. And looking at their intimate behavior and Jiang Kaio's playful expression, they did not look like ordinary friends at all. No, why how? First it was Mu Xinju being all submissive to him, and now it is Jiang Kaio favoring him. How does this kid land all the good stuff? Is he really some kind of succubus from District 13? Yi Chen could not figure it out, and the more he thought about it, the more resentful he felt. He did not understand what he lacked compared to Shi Ye. He did not understand why Mu Xinju did not choose him or why Jiang Yancheng did not value him. And he understood even less why Jiang Kaio would have eyes for Shi Ye. Jealousy spread like venom, and it pushed Yi Chen's killing intent toward Shi Ye to the limit. Tomorrow is the field trip for the pharmacist assessment. Enjoy yourself now, Shi Ye, let us see how much longer you can laugh. Actually, with Shi Ye's keen perception, he had long since sensed the hostility from Yi Chen behind him. Yi Chen was not any kind of master and could not hide his own presence. He was just thinking about how to handle things cleanly tomorrow. Shi Ye. Hi. Why are you spacing out in class again? Sorry, I did not mean to, I was just thinking about something. You can space out even with me right here. What would you do if I were not around? I am actually quite serious about my studies, no lie. But Jiang Kaio just frowned. Let us go eat lunch together. Shi Ye was stunned. Although he had been learning from Jiang Kaio during this time, unlike his relationship with Mu Xinju, he and Jiang Kaio had never actually eaten together. Besides, in the cafeteria, upper city and lower city residents eat separately. Upper city residents are usually on the second floor where the food is richer and more expensive. What are you humming at? Did not you say those people always trouble you? Have not you been using the name of the Jiang student? And what about being my lover? As a lover, if I do not eat with you a few more times and act intimate, would not your cover be blown? Hearing these words from Jiang Kaio and looking at her matter-of-fact expression, Shi Ye was somewhat shocked. Though she knew all along. The truth was, his confidence was not really that solid. Being a student of Jiang Yancheng was still just an elusive prospect, and as for being Jiang Kaio's lover, that was complete nonsense. He just did not expect Jiang Kaio to say it so openly and be willing to play along. Why are you helping me like this? Did not I say, you are my man? However, her sincerity did touch Shi Ye. Alright then, let us eat together at noon. When the morning class ended, Jiang Kaio could not help but stretch. The youthful energy radiating from her was truly eye-catching, and Shi Ye was no exception. "Let us go, time to eat." "Okay." The two of them went to the cafeteria together. This was Jiang Kaio's first time eating on the first floor, and looking at the long queue in front of the food counter, there was a hint of curiosity on her face. A young lady who was clearly from the upper city standing there naturally drew a lot of whispers. Shi Ye wanted to keep a low profile, but with Jiang Kaio standing there, he could not stay low-key at all. "Shi Ye, I want that and that." "What is that?" "A deformed spine." "That is a duck neck." "You can eat duck necks. As long as it is not a rat's head, it should be fine." Faced with Jiang Kaio's chatter, Shi Ye felt very helpless. The process of getting food was destined to be noisy, but the real commotion was yet to come. That soft voice he had not heard in a long time, the unique timidity of a withdrawn girl, sounded behind him. "Shi Ye, you guys." The girl's voice was the same as it had always been, yet coming at this moment, it inexplicably carried a sense of grievance. For some reason, Shi felt a little guilty upon hearing that voice. And it was this very sense of guilt that unsettled him the most. Why did he feel guilty? What was there to feel guilty about? Shi turned his head to look at Mu Xinju. "It has been a while, where have you been lately?" Shi's voice was very calm, but that calmness kept Mu Xinju from feeling calm. Her gaze could not help but drift toward Jiang Kaio. The other girl's beauty, composure, confidence, and that natural elegance unique to the nobles of the upper city were all things she lacked. "The gap is so wide. I have been busy with something lately." If it were before, Mu Xinju would surely have shared everything with Shi without reservation, telling him about her recent experiences, her training sessions, the trainees, and Wen Lan. But today, after seeing Jiang Kaio, she found she could not bring herself to speak. Mu Xiao's response did make Shi feel a sense of distance, but after a brief pause, he wore a relaxed smile. "I see it is normal to be busy at the Soldier Academy. I understand. I will not ask about things I should not." Actually, when Mu Xinju heard him say that, she already regretted it, but her personality always made it impossible for her to take back her words. In the end, she just nodded and gave a soft hem. The hesitation during their conversation, the awkwardness in their expressions, and the way Mu Xinju's gaze kept falling on her. All of this was naturally seen by Jiang Kaio. Crushes are actually quite obvious. The way eyes dodge when meeting, the feigned indifference, the uncontrollable inferiority, the restless fingers, and the way they lock onto someone in a crowd. She was so cautious yet so obvious, the way her breath almost hitched after seeing her, and the expression she put on to pretend she did not care. It is like a mute falling for a blind person. She thought she was hiding it well, but anyone else could see it at a glance, except for him. Jiang Kaio pursed her lips and suddenly reached out her hand to Mu Xinju. "Hello, I am Jiang Kaio, Shi's classmate in pharmacy class, and I help him tutor in pharmaceutical knowledge every day." Mu Xinju. Mu Xinju was still the same as ever, even appearing a bit rude at times like this. But Jiang Kaio did not seem to mind. She pointed to her own tray. "Since you two have not seen each other for a while, why not eat together?" Shi looked at Mu Xinju, as if asking for her opinion, but she shook her head slightly. "No, I am fine on my own." Jiang Kaio was stunned for a moment and looked at Shi. Shi frowned, unsure of what to say at that moment. "Are you really not going to join us?" No, Mu Xinju, who was not good with words, immediately showed her stubborn side. After the three of them got their food, Mu Xinju walked straight to the other side. Jiang Kaio tilted her head to look at Shi. "How about we go over and join her? It is a good chance to catch up." "No need." Shi shook his head and sat down on the other side with Jiang Kaio. It was just that the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere from before had now turned somewhat silent. Facing Jiang Kaio's occasional questions, Shi would answer them seriously, but he barely initiated any conversation himself. Jiang Kaio arranged the food on her tray into a square, then rested her chin in her hand and looked at Shi with curiosity. "You do not seem very happy." "I am fine." "Do you really need to deny it?" "Classmate Jiang Kaio, I think we should just focus on eating right now." Shi adjusted his emotions extremely quickly. He rarely dwelled on unproductive feelings for long, so he decisively chose to change the subject. But Jiang Kaio's reaction was completely beyond his expectations. Classmate Shi Ye, you seem quite popular with so many girls who like you. Shi Ye was just about to retort but suddenly felt something was not quite right. He looked at Jiang Kaio but she only gave him a meaningful smile. Then she went back to her meal. Let us eat. On the other side of the cafeteria, Mu Xinju had already mashed the beef she ordered into mince with her spoon. The chicken leg, which had been whole, now had its bones crushed. Yet she continued to eat her white rice with a blank expression and had finished several large bowls. After lunch, Shi Ye and Mu Xinju crossed paths again. This time they did not even say hello. Mu Xinju walked with long, firm strides under the sunlight. And Shi Ye with Jiang Kaio mingled in the shade where the sun could not reach. Light and shadow intertwined at this moment. Mu Xinju finally could not help but turn back and look at him. Her steps were firm but she moved only a centimeter at a time, yet he never stopped. And at the moment Mu Xinju turned around, Shi Ye finally stopped and looked back too. He only felt that the girl's silhouette looked a bit more resolute than before. Still looking, then why do not you call her? No, I just think this is fine. It was indeed fine. She had fulfilled her own ideals, become a squad leader at the Soldier Academy, and was walking in the sunlight. At least this way, she would not become the dreaded Silver Serpent, the witch who stood against the world. In the afternoon, the school issued an assembly order for members of the Soldier Academy. As a squad leader, Mu Xinju led her temporary squad to the assembly point. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the lead messenger began to brief them on the mission. Tomorrow, members of the pharmacy department will conduct a field study to the Lusa areas 1 through 4. This mission will be led by Professor Jiang Yancheng. A total of 146 members from the pharmacy department will set out for this new type of academic mission, called field testing for medicinal potions. As soldiers, your task is to protect the pharmacists so they are not harmed, and to ensure they return to District 13 safe and sound. For this mission, each squad will protect 2 personnel, and each will be assigned a different exploration area. Additionally, to ensure the secrets of the Soldier Academy are not leaked, please wear your masks during the mission and avoid excessive conversation with members of the pharmacy department. Finally, I hope everyone is prepared. May your first mission be a success and may you all return safely. Yes, sir. After being dismissed, Mu Xinju took her 10-member squad to an open field. Over the past month, she had already trained with her squad members many times. They were very familiar with one another. They all respected Mu Xinju, and for no other reason than her sheer strength. Only a strong leader can give members confidence, and only with confidence can members complete their missions effectively. Leader, what now? Mu Xinju took out her communicator which she had received this morning, already displaying a summary of the leader's mission. Go collect your combat uniforms shortly. Assemble at 4:00 am tomorrow. You will be issued your firearms, 210 rounds of ammunition, 2 bottles each of healing and stamina potions, and some food. There will be half an hour for preparation. Use this time to check your firearms, weapons, ammunition, and medicine. After Mu Xinju finished the mission briefing, her members immediately began discussing it. First mission, I'm a bit excited. I wonder if it is hard. Missions in the Lusa region are basically not hard at all. For a seasoned warrior, it is like a walk in the park. Is it that easy? Yes. Well, I wonder which pharmacist master we will be serving tomorrow. Actually, Mu Xinju was also curious about who they would be protecting tomorrow. Would it be? Just as the Soldier Academy received their mobilization orders, the pharmacy department received their own field mission notice. Field research on existing potion materials. However, unlike the eagerness shown by the Soldier Academy, the pharmacy department was filled with groans of despair, and the classroom was rife with dissatisfaction. It is no wonder these people were upset. Most people who want to become pharmacists do so because the logistics path is safe, does not require venturing into the wild, does not involve fighting, and you just have to focus on bottling potions. But now they were being forced to go on a group field mission which left many feeling disgruntled. Yet for every person grieving, there was someone happy like Shi Ye and like Yi Chen. After dragging it out for so long, it was finally time to settle things. Shi Ye, we are in the same team tomorrow. Remember to bring your tools, dissection tools, a shovel, a hammer, and a medium. You need to bring everything. Watching Jiang Kaio run over in a rush, Shi Ye was stunned for a moment. He could understand the tools and the shovel. But what the heck is bringing a medium for? What is a medium for? Oh, why are you so slow? We are going on a field research mission for potions, and it is very likely we will encounter anomalies in the wild. A large portion of these anomalies do not have physical forms. They mostly exist as phantoms, ghosts, or energy entities. Sometimes to capture materials from them, we need a medium. Jiang Kaio's explanation was logical and taught many novice pharmacists a lesson, including Shi Ye. He often collected materials in the game, but whether they were ghosts or not, they always just dropped items directly, requiring no such preparation. Come to think of it, that is actually a piece of obscure knowledge. Then how are you so sure we will be in the same team? Upon hearing this question, the disdain in Jiang Kaio's eyes grew even more intense. I am the one who arranged the team roster, and you ask me how I know? Others have to look for loopholes to get in, and I am the loophole, get it? Ji fell silent. Alright, you've got power and influence. Today's pharmacology class ended early to allow students to prepare their gear, materials, or defensive weapons for tomorrow's mission. Students at Black Crow University, regardless of their major, must take basic courses, which include combat training. After all, no matter how much others protect you, it is never as good as having some strength of your own. Having obtained enough information from Jiang Kaio, Shi Ye began to formulate his own plan. Well, classmate Jiang Kaio, I also need to go prepare my things. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Leaving the classroom, Shi Ye returned to his dormitory ahead of everyone else and pulled a small bottle from his pocket. Inside was a creature like a firefly, currently feeding on some powder. He poured out the powder and smeared it onto Yi Jiang clothes, tools, backpack, and potion bottles, hitting every spot. After finishing, he left the dormitory. Without realizing it, tomorrow had become a day many people looked forward to and many others feared. The next day before dawn broke, Mu Xinju's team had already assembled at the Soldier Academy. They changed into their combat uniforms and collected their firearms, ammunition, potions, and food. A somber, murderous atmosphere began to spread among them. However, this serious mood did not last long. They were students after all. Holding it for 10 minutes was impressive enough. After 10 minutes, people started joking around. Do you think we look like real soldiers? You idiot, we're already real soldiers. For most of them, this was their first time heading into the wild outside the windless zone. Some were mentally prepared, others were not. Pressure is inevitable, even in a low-danger zone like Lusa. The possibility of high-level monsters appearing cannot be ruled out. However, it had been nearly 70 days since the last Etha wind. Generally speaking, after such a long time, it is unlikely for high-level monsters to appear. A relaxed atmosphere can relieve stress, so Mu Xinju did not stop her team members from joking around. Captain, other squads have their own names. Should we pick one for ourselves? Yeah, Captain, let us come up with a team name. A team name. Mu Xinju hesitated for a moment. For some reason, she recalled the night she first met Shi Ye and the way he ruthlessly killed with a sickle in hand. Let us call ourselves the Reapers. Several members nodded in agreement. The Reapers, not bad, sounds pretty imposing. What about code names? Should we come up with some? How about Heartless Killer? Stop trying to act cool. Code names are things people give you naturally after you have made a name for yourself. While the team was chatting, Mu Xinju glanced toward the parish square. She wondered if Shi Ye would be waiting for her at the place where they usually trained, and if he would offer some explanation there. Actually, thinking about it carefully, she had no reason to be angry. She was not anyone to him. Who Shi Ye chooses to spend time with is his own freedom. It was just that looking back now, what Wu Wenjing said was actually not wrong. If one day other girls appeared around Shi Ye, what should she do? Especially when Jiang Kaio was so excellent with such a prominent background, and was a pharmacist who was also quite pretty. Sai Mu Xinju could not help but sigh. Beep beep beep. Her communicator rang, interrupting Mu Xinju's thoughts. She picked it up and took a look. Assemble, prepare to depart. All units camouflage. Understood. Many team members began putting on masks and hoods, and Mu Xinju, standing at the back of the team, also took out her mask. The white tear-stained mask that Wen Lan had given her. Move out. Understood, Captain. The team members marched in perfect unison and began to assemble on the Soldier Academy field. Following the team leader, the group did not head to the pharmacy department to pick people up, but instead went straight to wait at the gate of Black Crow University. On the other side, Shi Ye, having prepared everything, took the time to stop by the parish square. Mu Xinju was back. Yes, she had returned. Actually, arriving here, Shi Ye felt somewhat inexplicable embarrassment and a hint of lingering anticipation. He did not want to interpret or analyze this feeling. In any case, since he was already here. Unfortunately, Shi Ye did not see Mu Xinju. Even though she had returned, she had not gone back to this place. Will she never come again, or is it because of today's mission? Shi Ye felt somewhat annoyed, but he did not let these negative emotions linger in his head for too long. Straightening his collar slightly, he walked toward the pharmacy department. Shi Ye, over here. Seeing Jiang Kaio waving at him from afar, Shi Ye smiled and walked over. Today, Jiang Kaio was not wearing her usual red uniform but had changed into a coffee-colored coat with tools hanging on it and an excessive number of pockets. Obviously, this was professional attire for a pharmacist on a field operation. Compared to Jiang Wang, Shi Ye looked plain, wearing the same faded jacket and carrying a backpack. Jiang Kaio looked him up and down and immediately raised a question. Hey, why did not you bring a weapon? Even though pharmacists likely will not need to engage in combat, defensive tools are still necessary. Hearing Jiang Kaio's question, Shi Ye was clearly stunned for a moment. Apart from blue chess, he really did not have any conventional weapons. He had long since destroyed that iron sickle. After all, it was a murder weapon and he did not want to leave evidence of his killings. Oh, he simply raised his fist. Well, I am very good at hand-to-hand combat. The members of the pharmacy department are gathering at the school gate for assignments. Jiang Yancheng is the main person in charge of this pharmacy department field mission, and he himself carries a very important task. That is to follow the Windrunner troops to explore more dangerous areas and kill the high-level monster, the Ghost King. Having a medicinal scholar participate in a high-level monster hunt sounds pretty abstract. I wonder if there is some extra reason for it. Before leaving, Jiang Yancheng found Shi Ye and Jiang Anqi. Zio Kaio, this trip is different from being at home. Even in areas with a low danger level, it is possible to encounter some risks. I know, De Jiang, why are you acting so naggy when you are already that old? Jiang Yancheng ignored her complaints, squinted his eyes slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, continued. Do not act temperamental on this trip. If you really run into danger, just stay by Shi Ye's side, got it? Shi Ye, Jiang Kaio's expression was somewhat puzzled. Yes. After saying this, Jiang Yancheng ignored the surprise in Jiang Kaio's eyes and turned to look at Shi Ye. Shi Ye, on this trip, please take care of my sister. This request made Shi Ye a bit suspicious. Logically speaking, there is basically no danger in the Luke region. As long as there is a team of regular soldiers protecting them, there should not be any problems. Jiang Yancheng had no reason to instruct him like this. Could it be that he already knows about his true strength? But he hardly ever showed his strength at school. And is not this a bit too solemn? Shi Ye tried to discern something from Jiang Yancheng's deep eyes, but gained nothing. Teacher Jiang, I will take good care of her. Yes, I feel relieved with you saying that. Soon our era will come. Jiang Yancheng left, but after he was gone, Jiang Kaio looked at Shi Ye with a suspicious expression. Shi Ye, do not you think De Jiang is acting weird and talking nonsense today? Is something wrong? Something wrong. Shi Ye certainly felt it too, but that was not a reason for him to stop the trip. He had his own things to do. I do not feel anything. Maybe Teacher Jiang is just worried about you. Jiang Kaio frowned upon hearing this, staring at Shi Ye with suspicion. Shi Ye, you would not happen to be a bodyguard arranged by our family, would you? Purposely planted by my side, trying to swoop in if I ever want to date and take me down on the spot. Seeing Jiang Kaio looking so animated, the corners of Shi Ye's mouth twitched, his face darkening. The young Miss' ability to imagine things is truly top tier. Is not it? Let us go there assigning the teams. Hey, wait for me. The two arrived at the designated location, waiting for the people from the Soldiers' Academy to assign their security team. The soldiers coming and going all wore masks and hoods to cover their faces. This is standard practice for the Soldiers' Academy, so Shi Ye was not surprised. The two of them soon saw a team. The team leader was a woman. She wore a white mask with a teardrop mark, held a magic energy rifle, and carried a broadsword on her back as she walked toward them. This group had firm and steady paces and uniform movements, looking like they were of high quality. It is just that their gazes were mostly covered by masks and hoods, so even if their thoughts were already turbulent, they remained calm on the surface. After reaching Shi Ye and Jiang Kaio, the leader spoke. "Greetings, we are the Reaper Squad. We will be responsible for your safety during the upcoming mission." The female captain's voice was very hoarse, and her tone carried an indescribable coldness. Shi Ye nodded and reached out his hand to her. "Greetings, I am Shi Ye and this is Jiang Kaio. I hope we have a pleasant cooperation." Mu Xinju, wearing her mask, did not shake hands with Shi Ye. She just continued to lower her voice. "No need for handshakes. Student Shi Ye, you can just call us by our numbers. I am number 1. "All right." Shi Ye smiled after being rejected and shook his head awkwardly. Jiang Kaio next to him was already eager to go. "Let us go, I cannot wait." "Yes, let us head out." Mu Xinju watched the two who were almost leaning against each other, unable to help but tighten her grip on her rifle. After some simple preparation, the 12-person team finally set off on their journey. After crossing the first and second moats of the lower city, the team still had to walk through a section of more dilapidated village areas before they could truly leave the windless zone and enter the wilderness. Because of the special environment, the lower city has no walls. Only the first and second moats serve as protection for the city area, but the population of the lower city is still growing. The area within the second moat is no longer enough to live in, which is why the slum areas outside the moat appeared. When passing through here, the entire team was silent. The people here were visibly withered and frail. Being disheveled was considered mild, many had missing limbs. But even so weak and ruined, they still stared at the women in the team. The greed and desire in their eyes seemed to seep through the air itself. This kind of gaze was very uncomfortable, especially for the girls in the team, and even more so for Jiang Kaio, who had never experienced life in the lower city. The joy and novelty of going out had long vanished, and Jiang Kaio could not help but grab Shi's hand. This action made Mu Xinju, who was guarding from behind, narrow her eyes, but she just tightened her grip on her weapon again without saying anything. Actually, Jiang Kaio did not do it on purpose. It is just that the situation here made her feel frightened and scared. "Shi Ye, why do these people keep staring at me?" "You do not want to know." "What do you mean? Tell me. If you do not tell me, I will be even more afraid." Shi Ye sighed and spoke slowly. "They want to rape you and then eat your flesh." Jiang Kaio's steps suddenly faltered and she almost fell down. "Are you serious? Eating flesh is?" "It means exactly what it sounds like." Hearing Shi Ye's explanation, Jiang Kaio suddenly felt like throwing up. Only now did she realize why two alchemists needed a 10-person squad to accompany them on an exploration mission. When humans break through the bottom line, they can be more terrifying than beasts, freaks, monsters, and anomalies. Because humans know humans best. As they walked, Jiang Kaio suddenly saw an old man leading a little girl with lifeless eyes and one missing arm, kneeling in front of the team and kowtowing toward them continuously. One could hear some pleading sounds from afar, which made Jiang Kaio unable to help herself. "Shi Ye, they are so pitiful." But she was pulled to his side by Shi Ye as soon as she opened her mouth, and he warned her in a low voice. "Jiang Dao, do not show any mercy to anyone here, remember that." "Why?" She glanced at the little girl and frowned. "That girl is dying. Her arm was bitten off, her tongue is gone, and those brown stains on her body are dried blood. You should understand why there would be blood. Her purpose is just to serve as bait for these people to lure us in." Shi Ye's voice was very cold, but it struck everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Including Mu Xinju's 10-person squad. "Captain, is he being a bit alarmist?" "He is telling the truth." Although she was still feeling inexplicably angry in her heart, she still believed that Shi Ye's judgment could never be wrong. What? Just focus on your own task." Jiang Kaio was silent for a while. After swallowing her saliva, she spoke in a low voice. "If, and I mean if, I wanted to save her, what would happen?" "A massacre. Is there any hope for that girl?" Shi Ye actually understood what Jiang Angelina meant, and he did not criticize the pity and compassion surging in her heart. Because in this chaotic era, pity and compassion are still excellent qualities. This statement might be sneered at by most, but only someone who has experienced the breakdown of the game world's plot would understand. Mercy and compassion are not just about human kindness, but kindness toward humanity itself. Therefore, he did not answer Jiang Kaio's question. Instead, he asked another question. Jiang Kaio, do you know why there are no women here? Jiang Kaio wanted to say she did not know. But as sharp as she was, combined with what Shi Ye had just said, how could she not connect the dots to the result? Seeing her silence, Shi Ye knew she had already figured out the underlying problem, so he continued. Have you ever looked into the female drifters in the lower district? Perhaps you do not see these things as often in the upper district. Simply put, those female drifters in the lower district are like stray mother cats. They are constantly getting pregnant, then giving birth or miscarrying, and they get pregnant again shortly after, over and over. Most of them do not live long. The women here are even more miserable than those female drifters. Generally speaking, they die before they even have the chance to get pregnant because the people here are just too hungry. Jiang Kaio, you are actually quite sensible. At least you did not cry and beg others to save that girl. That is not kindness, that is just stupidity. You chose to communicate and ask me instead. That was a very smart choice, and choices like these can help you solve over 90 of your problems. The more she spoke, the more silent Jiang Kaio became. In fact, hearing this, not just her, but the entire Reaper escort squad fell silent as well. They were surprised by Shi Ye's knowledge and insight, and also silenced by the grim reality they could now imagine. Just as everyone was moving forward in silence, the old man carrying the girl suddenly climbed up from the ground. He held the girl up and ran toward the crowd while crying. And as soon as he started running, the refugees around him, who were like wild beasts, followed suit, beginning to swarm toward Jiang Kaio's team. Their numbers seemed to be growing. Captain, some team members began to tense up. Stay calm, prepare for combat. Compared to some of the flustered team members, Mu Xinju's mental fortitude was exceptionally strong. She was different from Jiang Kaio. Having experienced the cruel struggles of the bottom tier, she was colder than most. This was not because she was heartless, but because without this coldness, she might have long since ended up like those female drifters, dragged to the outskirts of the lower district, impregnated repeatedly, assaulted constantly, and finally dying in some gutter. When these people were close enough, Mu Xinju raised her hand. This was the command signal to disengage safety catches. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters. Protect the target. Bang, bang, bang. With Mu Xinju's order, the magical rifles began to manufacture a ruthless slaughter. These fragile human bodies were simply unable to withstand the power of magical firearms. A single magical bullet could often pierce through 2 or 3 people. Refugees fell in swathes. After a wave of deaths, they grew terrified and scattered in every direction. The old man who had first run toward the team had already been killed by Mu Xinju. And the girl he had been holding up was now discarded on the ground. This first kill put a lot of psychological pressure on the team. None of them had expected that their first taste of killing would be human lives. Many of the team members' palms were soaked in sweat. Looking at the corpses littering the ground, while no one started vomiting on the spot, the expressions beneath everyone's masks were far from good. The whole team remained silent, but Mu Xinju, who was always quiet, finally spoke up. Enemy repelled, regroup. As soon as she spoke, the team members snapped to attention and immediately began to regroup. Jiang Kaio, meanwhile, looked up at Shi Ye, the look in her eyes impossible to hide. Shi Ye did not say a word. He scanned the surroundings to confirm there were no survivors before looking down and speaking. Come with me. Okay. Jiang Kaio was unexpectedly obedient. In fact, by now, she had begun to understand why her brother had repeatedly instructed her to listen to Shi Ye. Their movement immediately caught the attention of Mu Xinju and the others. Captain, form up, protect the target. Yes. The group walked to a point about a meter away from the little girl and stopped. It was not that Jiang Kaio did not want to go closer, but Shi Ye would not let her move any further. When they drew near, the girl still had a faint breath, though it was extremely weak. Number 1, lift her clothes, Shi Ye said quite naturally. The soldiers were somewhat dissatisfied to hear Shi Ye ordering their captain around, though Mu Xinju herself did not seem to notice. she was already used to being ordered by Shi Ye. She extended her newly issued steel broadsword and gently lifted the rags that could no longer be called clothes off the girl. What was revealed beneath the rags made everyone's pupils shrink for a moment. Dried blood, writhing viscera, decaying muscle. If those perverts and maniacs were standing here, perhaps they would praise the beauty of death and the strength of life force. But these people were not maniacs, nor were they perverts. So they could only remain silent, while also understanding why Shi Ye had kept emphasizing that the girl could not survive. Does this happen to everyone? Get your mindset adjusted and let us get on the road. We are here for the pharmacist's field research, not to study human nature. No one knows what the future holds. Shi Ye changed the subject, feeling there was no need to dwell on it any further. As the team continued to advance, the silent atmosphere eased significantly. People are like this, as long as it is not happening to them, the miseries and sorrows that touch the heart are just fleeting clouds. After leaving the suburb refugee camp, Jiang Kaio took out the map she had prepared beforehand. Where we are going next is. Straight south is the Jishui grasslands, southeast is the rainforest. No matter which way we go, as long as we pass through this area, we can reach the Lusa region. Shi Ye, have you seen the map before? I have. Shi Ye had not just seen it, he had traveled these two paths countless times. Which direction are we taking? Mu Xinju approached with a lowered voice. Shi Ye looked at her, then at the broadsword behind her, and suddenly felt like laughing. Rainforest. Mu Xinju avoided Shi Ye's gaze and waved to the other squad members. Clear the path. Half the soldiers walked in front, half in the back, with Shi Ye and Jiang Kaio shielded in the middle. After entering the rainforest region with the exploration of the surroundings and the progression of the journey, Jiang Kaio's mood had improved a lot. She would occasionally bend down, check some roadside flowers, fruits, and roots, and then share the information about these plants with Shi Ye. This tuberous root is poisonous. These fan-shaped leaves require a lot of water, but once dried, they can be used as markers. This fruit is of the cypress family. It is highly likely to be edible, but if we still have other food, try not to eat it. Shi Ye followed her, studying diligently. Regarding this basic biological knowledge, he truly did not know much. He roughly knew which plants were edible, which animals were edible, which mutants were edible, but his cooking techniques and identification skills were quite average. After all, in the game, cooking only required putting points into a few skills. But in reality, even for scrambled eggs with tomatoes, you need to know how many tomatoes, how many eggs, how much water, how much salt, what heat level, how long to cook. These problems are impossible to solve without actual experience. A simple pinch of salt had him stumped, so he had to learn carefully. Jiang Kaio, who was pouring out content with gusto, did not notice that hidden within the branches she was poking was a pair of vertical pupils. They were staring at her intently. Do not move. It was a green snake. Just as Jiang Kaio stretched out her finger, it attacked with the speed of lightning. However, Shi Ye reacted quickly. Before the snake's fangs could bite Jiang Kaio, he grabbed its head and yanked it out from the bushes. Snap! Thanks to the high-quality meals lately and Jiang Kaio's constant supply of potions, Shi Ye's strength attribute had increased to 9, putting him right on the threshold of a Tier 1 transcendent. With his immense strength and years of combat experience, Shi Ye used his thumb to snap the green snake's neck. And just like that, a minor crisis was averted. What is this? Jiang Kaio looked at the snake in Shi Ye's hand, feeling a sudden panic, and her voice lost its earlier confidence. Shi Ye shook the snake in his hand. A bamboo pit viper. Although it is venomous, it is edible. Is not this the time to talk about danger and venom? What on earth do you mean it is edible? Before Jiang Kaio could say anything more, Shi Ye wrapped the snake's head up and packed it away. Shi Ye, are you serious? We do not have much food, so we will have to find a way to solve our rations on the road. As I said, this thing is edible. Shi Ye might not know how to cook, but with his extensive gaming knowledge, he could easily tell what was edible and what was not. If you really cannot cook, you just roast it. Those from the lower city felt Shi Ye made sense, but those from the upper city still felt resistant to such a venomous snake. They traveled through the rainforest, winding their way for a long time without encountering the dangers they had expected. It was as easy as a stroll in the park. They walked for quite a while until the sun's rays were no longer intense, at which point Shi Ye gradually slowed his pace. "We are here," Shi Ye said suddenly. As the group stood dazed, a slanted beam of sunlight pierced through the dense rainforest and fell upon the path ahead. When their gaze traveled through the sunlight to the scenery in the distance, a sense of indescribable shock began to fill their hearts. "It is so tall. My God!" A skyscraper with over 30 floors stood there in the nearby marsh. For a group whose tallest building in their entire windless zone was only 9 stories high, such a structure was an indescribable miracle. How could this building be so high? Although they had read descriptions of such things in books, seeing a building of several dozen stories in person still left them in awe. Shi Ye did not think much of it, who had not seen a skyscraper before. There were plenty of unfinished buildings everywhere. He gently pushed aside the last branches in front of him and walked toward the urban area, leading the group. This is the Lusa region. Unlike the previous areas, this is true wilderness. Mutations, anomalies, and monsters can all appear here. This is the Lusa region. Unlike the previous areas, this is true wilderness. Mutations, anomalies, and monsters can all appear here. No place here is absolutely safe. Even if their levels might not be high, you must stay vigilant. Shi Ye spoke casually, but the soldiers of the Reaper squad felt something was strange. How does this guy know everything? And somehow, the command of the team had inexplicably shifted to him. Thinking of this, Pei Bohua glanced at Mu Xinju, but seeing her follow Shi Ye silently without any objection, he felt a bit speechless. The captain is usually quite fierce. Why is she so obedient today? Perhaps feeling that it was not right for Shi Ye, a mere pharmacist, to keep leading the way, Mu Xinju suddenly quickened her pace and moved to the front of the squad. When she got there, she did not forget to look back at Shi Ye. "Please keep a safe distance from me." Shi Ye stared at the mask on Mu Xinju's face, his sharp gaze as if it could pierce through her disguise and see the panic she was feeling at that moment. However, in the end, Shi Ye did not say anything more and simply nodded. "All right, I will be right behind you." The eyebrows under Mu Xinju's mask twitched what he said. The panic in her heart grew, and she could not help but speed up, reaching the edge of the marsh. It seemed to have just rained, with toads visible everywhere in the marsh and insects flying above, making a buzzing sound. As they approached, they could smell the lingering scent here. The smell of water, grass, and blood. This was a true primitive environment, which held great appeal for a potion scholar like Jiang Kaio. "Shi Ye, there are many microorganisms in this marsh. Look at this type of toad, the school books do not even mention them, and this one." Jiang Kaio was pointing at the marsh, talking enthusiastically. However, a few bubbles emerging from the marsh made her feel something was wrong. There seemed to be something floating in the water. "What is that? Why do not you poke it and find out?" As soon as Jiang Kaio spoke, Pei Bohua pulled out his cane, unfolded the blade inside, and slashed out fiercely. Screech! A sharp screech instantly erupted from the creature's mouth, a sound so loud that the guards felt something was very wrong. Pei Bohua also realized he had caused trouble and looked at Mu Xinju in a fluster. "Maintain formation, move forward, get to the building and find cover." "Yes, Captain." Mu Xinju's judgment was correct, so Shi Ye did not say anything at that moment. While the squad quickly advanced toward the building, a pack of wolf-like creatures appeared in their view and began rushing toward the marsh. It seemed they were drawn by the screeching from the marsh earlier. They are charred wolves. The charred wolves looked exactly as their name suggested, burnt wolves. They were standard Tier 0 fire-type mutations. They had the appearance of wolves but no fur, only extensive charred skin and burn marks. These creatures were not very strong, their main threat lying in their numbers and the fire toxin they left behind when they bit or scratched someone. The 12-person team ran all the way, crossing the marsh and gathering beside the wall of the tall building. There was cover on both sides so they would not be attacked from both front and back by the mutations. "They are coming, prepare to fire." Bang bang. Mu Xinju fired first. The magic bullets exploded on the charred wolves, instantly tearing off chunks of flesh, even blasting through their internal organs and bones. The squad's killing efficiency was high, but Shi Ye frowned slightly at their fighting style. In his view, a Tier 0 mutation like the charred wolf was not worth wasting so much ammunition on. Reality is not like a game. In a game, a stack of ammo is 30 rounds and a backpack can hold thousands, so you never run out. But in reality, ammunition is very expensive and scarce. A standard loadout is only 7+1 magazines for a total of 240 rounds. If they keep firing like this, they will not last long before they run out of ammo. Use melee weapons. Mu Xinju paused, looking back at Shi Ye, as if confirming if he was actually speaking to her. She did not hesitate for long before lowering her rifle, drawing her broadsword and rushing forward. Captain, hold your formation. Mu Xinju stood at the front, broadsword in hand, watching the charred wolves rushing toward her. Sharp teeth and claws gradually grew larger in her field of vision. Her grip tightened around the weapon, and with a sudden burst of strength, she sliced the charred wolf in front of her in two with a single strike. Looking down at the carcass of the charred wolf, Mu Xinju frowned slightly. Why was it so easy? That was her immediate impression. She had not expected a Tier 0 deformity to be this weak. It felt even easier to kill than the pigs they raised back at school. Having gauged the strength of the charred wolves, Mu Xinju began to pick up the pace. A faint silver glow coated her weapon, and each of her strikes cut through the wolves like a hot knife through butter. Several other team members also realized that these charred wolves were not particularly strong. They drew their melee weapons one after another and joined the fray. The battle proceeded smoothly, and this pack of wolves soon retreated after suffering more than 50% casualties. However, once the wolves had retreated and the battle was truly over, the soldiers felt a shiver of dread as they looked at the field of corpses. In terms of combat and slaughter, deformities are completely different from ordinary beasts. They are far more fearless in the face of death. This pack only chose to retreat after losing half their numbers. If they had been a more powerful group of deformities, their lack of fear could have easily resulted in heavy human casualties. Captain Pei Bohua stood where he was, having caused the trouble, unsure of how to ask for forgiveness. If it had not been for his careless poke at that bubble monster, it would not have shrieked and attracted the wolves. Besides Pei Bohua, the others were also waiting for Mu Xinju's verdict. But the young Mu did not come down too hard on them. You are indeed largely responsible for this. Now is not the time for punishment. We will log this and handle it when we return. Understood. The rest of you, do you understand? Understood. Shi Ye watched as Mu Xinju finished handling the team matters, then gestured for Jiang Kaio to come over. Alright, it is time for us to get to work. As what work? Shi Ye walked up to Mu Xinju and waved his hand gently. Everyone, I'm afraid this incident is not over yet. What? Under the suspicious gazes of everyone, Shi Ye grabbed Mu Xinju's arm. The action made her stiffen, but she did not pull away. In truth, it had been a long time since Shi Ye had held her hand. While she did not resist, her team members could not stand it. What are you doing? Do not touch our captain. Pei Bohua was the loudest of them all. Shut up, everyone. Mu Xinju stopped them coldly, her raspy voice sounding quite displeased. Understood. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Shi Ye rolled up Mu Xinju's sleeve to reveal several faint scratches on her fair, translucent arm. What is that? It looks like a scratch from a charred wolf. Goodness, I think I have some too. I have them on my legs and back. Sensing something was wrong, Mu Xinju looked at Shi Ye and asked uncertainly. Are these minor injuries going to be a problem? This time it was not Shi Ye who answered, but Jiang Kaio standing nearby. The scratches and bites of a charred wolf leave behind fire toxin. It is not a potent poison and the symptoms and damage are mild. But it has a side effect that really hinders movement. It causes an insufferable itch if not treated promptly. Then what should we do? Do not worry, I am a pharmacist and I carry antidotes with me. Jiang Kaio said with some pride, feeling that she was finally proving her worth to the team. But Shi Ye immediately overruled her. In a place like this, there is no need for an antidote, nor is it appropriate. Then what about their fire toxin? Number 1, have your team collect the livers of the charred wolves and then catch some toads from the lowlands and peel their skins. Finally, Jiang Kaio, prepare some compound leaf roots. Mix these 3 things as you see fit, boil them and have them drink it. That will neutralize the toxin. The team. Are you sure? How do you know about this? While some were still doubting or confused, Mu Xinju had already started cutting out the wolves' livers. He Bohua could not understand why his cold and aloof captain was being so obedient towards Shi Ye. No, captain, you really believe him? Shut up and go catch some toads. Yes, understood. Seeing everyone working separately, Shi Ye took out his dissection tools and began to dismantle the wolf carcasses. Are the charred wolf carcasses useful too? Jiang Kaio asked while preparing to boil the medicine. Today's interactions gave her a deeper understanding of Shi Ye. He really knew a lot of things that the textbooks and teachers never even mentioned. His familiarity with the wilderness was astonishing. It made Jiang Kaio wonder if Shi Ye often came out to explore the wilderness to make some extra money on the side. However, this time Shi Ye shook his head. Charred wolves have no high-end value. The only thing is that the meat is edible, though it is sour, astringent, dry, and hard to swallow. I plan to cut off 2 legs and hang them on a tree to air dry. This can serve as backup rations. Besides that, they can also serve as bait to lure other deformities. Shi Ye spoke quite eloquently, yet his technique for dissecting the creature was so clumsy it was hard to watch. For things that required practical skills, he truly lacked them without extensive practice. But brute force works wonders. Relying on raw strength and a reasonably sharp knife, Shi Ye managed to tear off 2 wolf legs. He then threaded them onto a branch and hung them up high, ready to air dry. He shared the idea of using the wolf carcasses as emergency rations with others, though some followed suit while others did not. The members of the Reaper squad soon collected all the materials needed for the antidote. Jiang Kaio, still a bit green in her duties, went overboard and boiled a massive pot of the antidote. Looking at the quantity, there was enough for everyone to have 2 big bowls. It was definitely overkill. However, this was normal for a group heading into the wilderness for the first time and performing these tasks for the first time. A few mistakes and some laughter were all part of the process. After drinking the antidote, the itching gradually subsided, which only proved the effectiveness of Shi Ye's formula. Building trust between people is actually that simple. With knowledge, skills, and quick reflexes, Da Yi easily won the favor of many. Shi Ye walked over to Mu Xinju and grabbed her hand quite naturally. Are you feeling any better? Mu Xinju panicked inside but feigned composure as she pulled her hand back. I am fine. If you are fine, then let us continue on our way. After resting, the group got back on the road. They walked along the dilapidated building district for about 2 hours. The sun was setting, though it was not too late. They could have easily covered more ground if they kept moving. Going by Shi Ye's usual style, he definitely would have pushed the team to press on for a while longer. But today, let us find a building and set up camp. So early. We have been through a fight and the soldiers need some rest. Besides, there are plenty of buildings here, so we can find a safe house to regroup. We can plan our activities for the evening and formally begin our alchemy research tomorrow. Shi Ye's reasoning was sound, and no one could find any fault with it. Jiang Kaio nodded in agreement. Although the Lusa area was not particularly dangerous, this was everyone's first mission, and they did not want to overexert themselves, so the soldiers were naturally willing to agree. Only Mu Xinju felt differently. She looked at Shi Ye with some suspicion. Unlike the others who took it for granted, she did not know if she was the person who understood Shi Ye best in the world, but at this moment, she was definitely the one who knew him best in this group. Is he planning on doing something? One of the most notable traits of how Shi operates is his extreme goal orientation. He could move on now, yet he chose to set up camp here instead. He must have some other purpose in mind. Mu Xinju sat down quietly on the side and signaled for the squad members to check their gear, weapons, and ammunition. Report your ammunition expenditure. 44. 26. 39. 40. 87. When she heard 87, Mu Xinju visibly froze before turning her gaze to the speaker, her roommate, Wu Wenjing. It was not just her, the other team members also turned their attention toward Wu. Feeling the pressure from her comrades, Wu Donghai grew flustered. When we were in the refugee zone, those people were so detestable, so I fired a few extra shots. Then later, there were just too many scorched wolves rushing at me, so I ended up using more ammo than the others. Mu Xinju took a deep breath. Only a single day, just 2 low-intensity skirmishes, one of which hardly even qualified as a fight. And she had actually burned through 87 rounds. Mu Xinju was not worried about the cost of the bullets. She was thinking about what would happen to her roommate if they encountered stronger malformed creatures tomorrow or the day after, or even worse, anomalies or magical beasts. Conserve your ammunition. Yes, ma'am. By now, she understood more clearly why Shi had insisted she engage in melee combat. As soldiers, they carry 210 rounds of ammunition with 30 in the gun and 8 magazines total. At that rate of fire, it would not last long at all. In encounters that are not particularly intense, close-quarters combat is the most logical choice. It saves significant ammunition, and should they encounter a powerful magical beast, they can use that saved firepower for suppression, allowing for much greater flexibility in both fighting and retreating. Sigh. Mu Xinju let out a soft sigh. Leading a team is truly not easy. Truth be told, given her personality, she is not really suited to be a squad leader, even when Lan once told her that people with such a singular focus are better suited as frontline fighters. A leader has to consider too many things and is constantly distracted. Compared to herself, Mu Xinju had always felt that Shi Ye was the ideal choice for a leader, clear-headed, experienced in combat, capable of delegating and powerful. What is Miss Number 1 thinking about? The sudden voice broke her train of thought. She felt a surge of surprise but still kept her voice flat. Something on your mind? Have you eaten yet? Mu Xinju almost reflexively replied, no, because this was the kind of conversation that used to happen between her and Shi Ye all the time. If she said she had not eaten, Shi Ye would surely have offered to buy her a meal. But today, she felt that answering like that would only expose her. Besides, she was starting to wonder, does Shi Ye treat every girl this way? Just chatting casually and treating girls to meals. Mu Xinju, who had felt a hint of joy, suddenly became a bit grumpy, and her reply turned much colder. That is not something you need to worry about. I see, well, all right then. The group started cooking their rations. Most were eating their own supplies while Shi Ye was casually grilling a wolf leg. The meat already looked charred to begin with, and after more grilling it turned completely pitch black, looking anything but appetizing. While grilling, Shi Ye's gaze would occasionally sweep toward the other side of the marshland. That is another street over there, a good spot for hiding. Faint rustling sounds drifted through the wind, making it impossible to tell if it was small animals moving or just the wind blowing through the leaves. For a moment, Shi Ye and Mu Xinju's eyes met, but they both seemed to reach a tacit agreement, naturally looking away again. Jiang Kaio, however, walked over with a compressed food bar. How can you chat with just anyone? I am still right here and you are already hitting on someone else. Hold on, is there something wrong with what you just said? What do you mean, hitting on someone? Are you not going to be my lover anymore? How can you have your bowl but look at the pot? Jiang Kaio put on a pitiful expression, acting every bit like a little devil. If I had actually eaten, that would be one thing, but I have not even touched the bowl. It seems you are the type to walk away after you are full. HMPH scumbag. Mu Xinju, standing not far away, watched them bicker and flirt, finding it difficult to maintain her composure. Jiang Kaio's lover sighed. She had been a bit hungry earlier, but now the self-isolating girl lost all appetite. She stood up, sword in hand, and headed toward a nearby building. Two of you come with me to check out that building ahead. We need a safe place to settle in for the night. Yes, ma'am. Cha withdrew his gaze from Mu Xinju. Mu Xinju was the only person present whose strength was close to his own. To ensure his upcoming plan to deal with Yi Chen went smoothly, he needed her out of the way. She is on the right path now. If all goes well, she will eventually become a sergeant in District 13. She might even become an official or a protector in the future, securing a place in the upper city. Chen Lu's affair is currently unknown with few ties and little evidence, but Yi Chen and Mu Xinju share a long, complicated history. It would be far too easy for things to be dug up. Dealing with Yi Chen is his own choice. If she were to get involved, it would only stain her reputation. There is no need for that. Shi, your eyes look so deep. Are you planning something mischievous? Shi paused, then turned to look at the mischievous Jiang Kaio. It is nothing, everyone is busy, so we should also properly discuss our research plan for tomorrow. Mentioning work, Jiang Kaio dropped her playful expression. My target is to obtain 2 or more spectre-type anomalies. I want to try using their residue and soul bodies for some potion experiments. Spectre types, huh? Yes, they could become potions or other alchemical items. I am not very familiar with the remains of active spectre types, so I need to conduct tests. Spectre types dissipate very quickly. I know that, which is why I came out into the wild personally, and I even brought a medium. After hearing Jiang Kaio, Shi Ye nodded. Although she was a highborn lady, her drive and research-oriented mindset were beyond reproach, certainly better than those people back in the upper city who just liked to slack off. I see. What about you, Shi? Do you have a research direction ready? Shi Ye thought for a moment. Regarding his own research in alchemy, he actually did have one. Yes, I do. What is it? The mechanism by which potions enhance the human physique, Shi Ye replied quite seriously. That is actually quite a decent topic. You have got some good ideas. Yeah, I have way too many ideas. In his past life, he had consumed so many attribute-boosting potions that he was basically a living medicine cabinet. The two discussed alchemy for a long time. During the process, Jiang Kaio even personally showed Shi Ye how to dissect animals, such as the proper way to cut up the corpses of malformed species like the scorched wolf. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was late into the night. The Reaper squad found a building filled with shelves, though everything on them was gone, and even the shelves themselves were rotting. It was spacious and enclosed, making it a perfect spot for camping. The Reapers took turns standing guard, while Jiang Kaio and Shi Ye, as the alchemists, were given unconditional time to rest. Watching everyone drift into sleep, Shi Ye, who had only been feigning slumber, suddenly opened his eyes. Then he saw a pair of large, rolling eyes blinking at him. Shi Ye, I cannot fall asleep. Shi Ye. If you do not get some proper rest now, you might suffer from a nervous breakdown tomorrow. When facing ghost-type entities, people with weak nerves are easily possessed. If that happens, you will be in real danger. Shi Ye was quite good at scaring young girls. Sure enough, after hearing that she might be possessed by a ghost if she did not sleep well, Jiang Kaio finally closed her eyes obediently. Shi Ye did not rush. He waited a little longer until Jiang Kaio's breathing became steady and rhythmic before quietly getting up. After using his backpack to create a simple dummy in his bed, Shi Ye reached out and vaulted out of the window. He dodged two of the Night Watch members, lowered his stride, and began to move deeper into the ruins. Yet just after he left, Jiang Kaio suddenly opened her eyes. Looking at Shi Ye's empty bed, the young lady of the Jiang family curled her lip. I knew it, off to mess around again. She did not make a sound or scream, she just shifted her sleeping bag over until it was right next to Shi Ye's, then covered both spots with a blanket. Looking in from the outside, it would seem as if she and Shi Ye were sleeping in an embrace. Sure enough, the rustling sound immediately caught someone's attention. Mu Xinju had felt that Shi Ye's gaze and the route he chose during the day were a bit off. Feeling a vague sense of unease, she could not help but get up to take a look. She walked quietly to a spot further away, where she could just catch a glimpse of where Shi Ye and Jiang Kaio were. At a single glance, she saw the sleeping bags pressed together. Jiang Kaio's fidgeting was captured entirely by Mu Xinju's eyes. Young Mu clenched her fists and took a deep breath, but in the end, she did nothing and silently returned to her place. Feeling that all movement had died down, Jiang Kaio, hugging her sleeping bag, let out a sigh of relief with a helpless expression on her face. Alright, this is as much as I can help you. On the other side, Shi took out the firefly bottle and released the bug inside. Then he began to weave through the corridors like a ghost. He had memorized the map of this area so many times that he could practically navigate it with his eyes closed. Following the bug's direction, Shi crossed 2 blocks. Sure enough, against the night breeze, he caught the scent of lingering bonfire and the smell of blood. Looks like this is the place. In fact, when choosing the rainforest and grassland routes, Shi Ye had already sensed someone tracking them. It was the fact that these people never showed themselves that made him suspicious. The bonfire meant there were people, and the smell of blood meant they had been in a fight. But the problem was, there had not been any gunfire during the fight, which was quite intriguing. Although the monster level in the Lusa region was low, most anomalies were rank 0 or even just lowly beasts. However, rank 0 deformities are not that easy to handle. At least for inexperienced recruits, it is hard to come out unscathed without using firearms. After all, they are likely to appear in swarms, such as scorchwolves, carrion beasts, and crawlers. The soldiers out this time were all first-year freshmen. The mission was meant to be a warm-up for novices to get a feel for the wild. As novices, it is hard to stay calm when facing deformities and weird creatures. Such a strong smell of blood meant there were either many monsters or one very large one. Opening fire upon seeing a monster is almost an instinctive choice for a novice. Over a distance of 2 blocks, if these people had fired their guns, Mu Xinju's team would have definitely heard it. But the sound of gunfire never came. Why? Shi Ye, of course, would not be naive enough to think they were out of ammo. He could roughly guess 2 possibilities. First, someone had instructed this team not to fire during combat to avoid attracting attention. Second, they were skilled enough that their close-quarters combat was ferocious. Perhaps they were not even recruits at all and could handle this batch of deformities easily without guns. This was something even Mu Xinju could not perform perfectly. It was not that Mu Xinju lacked strength, but that she lacked field experience. In fact, both of these could be true at the same time. They were veterans with ulterior motives, which is why they did not shoot, to avoid attracting attention. If it is to this extent, then it is a bit strange. The level of intensity is inexplicably high. In the darkness, Shi rubbed his chin. Does Yi Chen have that kind of influence? No one understood the conflict between him and Yi Chen better than he did, and their feud had gone beyond just problems over a woman. His appearance had directly squeezed Yi Chen's access to pharmaceutical resources. A lot of the attention in the pharmacy department had also shifted from Yi Chen to him. In the calm zone, women are as disposable as clothes. To ruin someone's future is equivalent to killing their parents. Shi Ye's existence was severely compressing Yi Su's space. If Yi Chen wanted better resources, he had to eliminate Shi Ye. But feud aside, the problem was that no matter how talented Yi Chen was, he was still just an apprentice pharmacist. He could not possibly afford to hire a team of veterans. He did not have that much money or resources. Unless there was another reason. No. Realizing something was wrong, Shi quickly reorganized his thoughts. From his perspective, the grudge between him and Yi Chen had reached a point where they could not tolerate each other, and they were indeed both planning to strike in the wild. The conflict seemed huge. But what if you looked at it from a higher perspective? Whether it was him, Yi Chen, or Mu Xinju, they were actually just nobodies from the lower city. Perhaps they had some talent, but to translate that into real power would take many years and a great deal of resources. From the perspective of those in power, their actions were just a farce played out by a bunch of nobodies. The higher-ups would not pay them much mind. They had more important things to focus on. Such as the faction pushing for the development of magic pharmacy while squeezing out space for arcane pharmacy. The cruelest struggles in this world are never personal grudges, they are genuine factional conflicts. Ji suddenly recalled a piece of lore text from the game. After enduring a bitter struggle, magic pharmacy finally stepped into the light, received recognition from all, and began to flourish from then on. What a simple sentence. But those who have studied history know that to carry the weight of a single sentence in history, the events that occurred could not have been trivial. In the era when these events unfolded, they must have been sensational enough to be recorded in history books. In summary, the background, strength, and motivation were all there. Arcane pharmacy needed to hinder the growth of magic pharmacy, so they launched a factional struggle and targeted the personnel of the magic pharmacy group. The best target would be the young lady from a prestigious upper city pharmacy family, the sister of the youngest pharmacy professor. Jiang Kaiyou. The Jiang family was not monolithic either. Jiang Yancheng's generation had brothers who supported arcane pharmacy and others who supported magic pharmacy. If Jiang Kaiyou were to die on this trip, Jiang Yancheng would inevitably be questioned by the family, thus slowing down the development of the magic pharmacy faction. Everyone else was just a sacrificial lamb. Jiang Kaiyou was the only real target. Realizing this, Shi Ye tightened his fists and immediately decided to abandon the ambush on Yi Chen and return to the camp. But just as he lifted his foot, an intense sense of crisis came from behind him. Shi forced himself to dodge sideways. Whiz! A bullet whistled past where he had just been standing. Silenced. Shi Ye's eyes narrowed instantly, a sign that he had quickly entered combat mode. If the opponent has a silencer, this is a serious matter. Although a silencer hides noise and is well suited for field operations, it also makes assassination a possibility. Therefore, silencers are strictly regulated in the windless zone. The fact that these people managed to get a silencer, spotted him in such a dark and hidden environment, and attempted a silent assassination speaks volumes. Taken together, it already suggests a lot. These people are definitely not recruits. Shi Ye did not stay where he was. He turned and vaulted into a ruined courtyard wall to hide his tracks. The opponent did not show any intention of continuing the attack, and the environment fell back into silence. The shot just now was very stealthy, making it impossible for him to lock onto the opponent's position, but Shi Ye would never be naive enough to think the sniper had left. This kind of standoff puts him at a complete disadvantage. Because this group could not just have one sniper, the others are likely already preparing to move against Jiang Kaio and the others. Whether Jiang Kaio gets assassinated or he ends up surrounded by the kill team here while waiting. The longer this drags on, the worse it gets for him. It seems I have no other choice. Shi Ye threw a rock to his left, then suddenly accelerated and dashed toward the right. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The second bullet grazed his thigh, followed by the third and fourth. Shi Ye moved like a ghost, weaving between the streets and houses. In this territory he knows so well, he is aware of everything, even in pitch darkness. No one knows this place better than he does. After some dodging, Shi Ye determined the opponent's line of attack, but without a muzzle flash, he still could not pinpoint their exact location. However, he had another problem. The opponent's shots were all extremely tricky. How were they locking onto him? Ether perception, perhaps. Shi Ye silently placed his palm against the wall, concentrating his focus to inject ether into it. Bang! A bullet hit the wall immediately, confirming Shi Ye's suspicion. The opponent was locking onto him by sensing his ether. That makes things easier. He did not have much magic power to begin with, so if the opponent is using ether to track him, he will just burn through all of it. Pressing his palm directly onto the ground, Shi Ye wasted all his flowing ether. Once his ether pool was exhausted, the long silent Shi Ye moved again, making an even bolder choice, sprinting through the open street. Just as he predicted, once his ether was spent, the opponent stopped shooting because they could not track his position. Meanwhile, inside a 5-story building, Longleg pulled back his sniper rifle and turned to look at Wu Yang, who was also in the room, along with another female teammate, Li Si. That kid must have analyzed my ability. He has drained his ether and is heading in this direction. Wu Yang nodded. Impressive reaction and great speed. At his age, dodging your shots repeatedly is remarkable. Has he discovered you? Probably not yet. There is no way I could be exposed. He only deduced my location through the bullet trajectory. Understood, get ready to move out. Seeing Wu Yang about to leave, Longleg pointed his gun at Yi Chen, who had been dumped in the corner. What about him? Should we kill him? Hearing that the two were going to kill him, Yi Chen, with his mouth stuffed by a rag, began to panic. He squirmed in the corner, tears and urine streaming down, seemingly begging for mercy. But aside from muffled whimpers, he could not say a word. Moreover, the two killers did not even look at him. Yi Chen never expected things to turn out like this. He had only wanted to get rid of Shi Ye. So he went to the gangs in the lower city to look for assassins. He did not offer much money, but it was not too little either, and a group soon contacted him. The opponent inquired about Shi Ye's situation, his recent training and his companion Miss Jiang Kaio before readily accepting the contract. Yi Chen originally wanted to ask how they planned to do it, but their response was that he did not need to worry about it. By the time field work day arrived, everything would be arranged naturally. At first, Yi Chen was a bit suspicious. Could such a small amount of money really hire an elite squad? Could they even pull strings for a field mission? Did these people have some unspeakable secret? But after seeing this elite group, all his previous doubts were thrown to the wind. As long as Shi Ye dies, what is a few secrets? Who does not have secrets? With the same goal, they were allies. With that thought in mind, Yi Chen embarked on this field mission with the team to assassinate Shi Ye. But as soon as they left the windless zone, Yi Chen realized something was wrong. The leader actually killed his own teammate and threw him into a herd of beasts, leaving not even a corpse behind. He himself was tied up and dragged along to this area. The fact that they did not kill him had kept a shred of hope alive for Yi Chen. Now these people really meant to kill him. He did not want to die, he was still a virgin, he had not slept with a woman yet, what was wrong with wanting to live? MMPH, MMPH, MMPH. Yi Chen wailed continuously, trying to awaken a bit of their conscience, but Wu Yang just glanced at him. Do not kill him yet, let him howl here, it is sure to attract the kid's attention. Keeping him here as bait is the best choice. Once we deal with them, we can come back and kill him. We can even frame him to take the blame, clearing the records of 1 or 2 peripheral identities. Heh, you really are thorough, are not you? Longleg chuckled upon hearing Wu Yang's plan. With that, the 3 did not linger and exited the room, heading in different directions to set up another ambush. Yi Chen, left behind, fell into complete panic. Bait get killed, take the blame. It seemed like no matter what happened next, he could not avoid being killed. Why me? MMPH. He wailed loudly, venting his fear and anger. He understood that he likely would not survive. These people would not let him go, but even if he could not live, he would lure Shi Ye over. Shi Ye must die. Before he died, he wanted to see Shi Ye die. MMPH. With this new conviction, Yi Chen wailed even louder. And then his noise stopped abruptly because he actually saw Shi Ye. Shi Ye was crouching on the edge of a broken window, observing his surroundings. He had actually heard Yi Chen's cries from a distance. His familiarity with the map led him not to the stairs, but to scale the building from the outside. Observing the scene in the room, he instantly confirmed his earlier speculation. Yi Chen was nothing more than another piece of bait. Upon seeing Shi Ye, Yi Chen was stunned for a moment before immediately kneeling down. Woo, Shi Ye, save me, I am your old classmate. Driven by a desperate desire to survive, Yi Chen cast aside all his previous reason, hatred, and principles. He just wanted to stay alive right now, even if it meant being spared by Shi Ye, the very person he feared. However, Shi Ye, standing on the windowsill, said nothing. He stared at the doorway, his body taut, hands tensed for action. Whoosh! A bullet shot out from the darkness of the room. Shi Ye ducked low, letting the bullet graze his shoulder. He did not retreat or pull back from the fight. Instead, he pressed forward, braving the gunfire, and stormed straight into the room. What? The figure hidden in the shadows was also surprised by Shi Ye's choice. But he was not particularly worried. As a veteran, he possessed extensive combat experience and a keen sense for the situation. What is more, he still had teammates. Chang Jiao and Shi Ye were face to face, and they had already spotted each other. Shi Ye dodged the suppressing fire while sprinting, while Chang Jiao continued to shoot with calm precision, as there was still some distance between the 2 doorways. That was the narrow hallway. Just as Shi Ye lunged out of the doorway toward Chang Jiao, a cold flash struck from deep within the hall. Clang! As blades clashed, Shi Ye performed a backflip to evade the slash. Wu Yang grinned fiercely. Haha, die! The heavy blade came crashing down from above, an inescapable strike that seemed set to cleave Shi Ye in 2. Shi Ye exhaled softly, gathered his barely recovered ether into his palm, arched his body like a taut bow to gather force, and then swung his palm upward to meet the heavy blade. Blocking with his hand, is this guy crazy? That was Wu Yang's first reaction. But the scene that followed completely exceeded Wu Yang's expectations. Thud. Like a kitchen knife hacking into an impenetrable bone, the blade actually embedded itself into Shi Ye's hand, blood dripping down along the bone. Yet the result he had anticipated, splitting the man in 2, simply did not happen. Oh. By the time Wu Yang realized something was wrong, it was already too late. Shi Ye's strength was actually greater than his. He gripped the blade with his very bones and forcefully dragged Wu Yang toward him. As the distance between them closed, Shi Ye reached out with his right hand. He made a grasping motion in the empty air. A large blue scythe appeared in his hand out of thin air, wedging itself between Shi Ye and Wu Yang's bodies. The sharpness of this epic-grade weapon was not something a fighter of this level could withstand, let alone Wu Yang, who was just a common veteran and not even a first-order transcendent. Even if he were a first-order transcendent, he could not possibly defend against the edge of the blue chest scythe. PSHH. His head flew instantly. Even in death, Wu Yang could not understand. Their tactics and strategy had been sound, and they had never underestimated the opponent just because he was young. So why did they still fail, and such a disastrous failure at that? He wanted to tell his teammate to run, that this person was unstoppable, but unfortunately he could no longer make a sound. Wu Yang. Seeing his close friend killed, Chang Jiao was overcome with a surge of rage. He pulled a rifle from his coat and fired a rapid 3-round burst at Shi Ye. Rat-tat-tat. Shi Ye was hit in the arm, but he nimbly dodged and dived into a nearby room. But that did not mean he was safe. In the darkness of the room, a short blade suddenly appeared, stabbing straight at Shi Ye's heart. It was the female warrior who had been lying in ambush all along. Li Si. Li Si had not lost her composure over Wu Yang's death. Instead, she had remained hidden, waiting for this perfect opportunity for a one-hit kill. This choice was undoubtedly the correct one. And she succeeded. Yeah. As the blade sank into flesh, a flicker of vengeful satisfaction and joy crossed Li Si's fierce expression. It seemed she was not completely unaffected by Wu Yang's death. But this joy and satisfaction came as quickly as it went. The blade, thrusting into flesh, was actually stuck between the opponent's ribs. Was her strength not enough? No, it was the tip of the blade. It had snagged on several blue steel wires. It was these wires that had cushioned the impact of the blade. Blue chest scythe. The weapon was just as its name implied, a blue chest-themed scythe concealing steel wires. From the outcome of the fight between Shi Ye and Wu Yang, Li Si knew the power of this weapon. She instinctively grabbed the blue chest scythe from behind, intending to snatch it from Shi Ye, but just as she gripped the handle, Shi Ye let go. The weight of the heavy scythe caught Li Si off guard, causing her to stagger. Shi Ye took advantage of this obvious opening, turned and slammed a heavy, powerful punch into Li Si's flat stomach. The impact nearly made Li Si lose consciousness, and her body curled up instinctively. Here. At that moment, Shi's palm struck toward her neck. Do not move. A roar came from behind as Chang Jiao raised a double-barreled shotgun, pointing it at Shi Ye's back. But Shi Ye had no intention of stopping. He ceased his attack on Li Si, pulled the wires to retract the blue chest scythe and swung it out again. Die. Bang bang. Chang Jiao did not hesitate to fire at Shi Ye. The powerful blast of the shotgun nearly blew Shi Ye away. Dense shotgun pellet holes appeared on his back. It could be said that those 2 shots had left Shi Ye like a honeycomb. However, the price was steep. The spinning blue chest scythe sliced Chang Jiao in half at the waist. A massive amount of blood bubbled from his nose and mouth. He would not last long. Chang Jiao, Li Si screamed as she ran toward her teammate. She never imagined that their trio, having survived for years, would lose 2 brothers to a young punk like Shi Ye. As she ran toward Chang Jiao, she saw a flicker of despair and terror in his fading pupils. What was he in despair about, and what was he afraid of? Was not the enemy already dead? Years of combat experience and professionalism stopped Li Si's impulse to rush to save her comrade. She forced herself to stop in her tracks, but from behind her came the distinct sound of bones cracking as someone stretched their limbs. Such strong brotherly love, Shi Ye's voice was raspy. Li Si's eyes widened, her body stiffened as she turned around, only to see Shi Ye looking calm, cracking his neck. How is that possible? Li Si was absolutely certain that Chang Jiao's 2 shots had hit Shi Ye squarely in the back. Those dense shotgun wounds, the intense impact, and they were magic-infused shells to boot. At such close range, even a first-order transcendent could be killed in 2 shots. How did he survive? And he did not even look like he was injured at all. You. Before Li Si could finish, Shi Ye charged at her like a rampaging dinosaur. He landed a heavy blow on Li Si's left chest, the force piercing her heart, causing the blood flow of this beautiful female soldier to stop instantly. Then without mercy, Shi Ye kicked Li Si in the right leg, snapping it instantly. He tightened his fingers, grabbed Li Si by the neck and lifted her off the ground. Suffocating and in pain, Li Si struggled constantly in Shi's grip, but the struggle was entirely in vain. She could not even resist Shi in her normal state, let alone now. Give you 1 minute, tell me about your plan, the number of people, and your general strength. After asking the questions, Shi loosened his grip slightly, giving Li Si a chance to speak, but Li Si just gave a miserable smile. Are you a transcendent? Li Si asked, ignoring the question. 55 seconds remaining. Shi's patience was gradually wearing thin. You will die, you will be killed by us, you will. Before Li Si could finish her retaliatory words, her arm was snapped by Shi Ye, and she let out a scream. Shi's expression grew even colder. My time is running out and so is yours. I hope you will be cooperative and I can make it quick for you. Li Si's eyes flickered, appearing somewhat shaken. Grant me one request and I will tell you. What request? I want to try what it feels like to be loved. Li Si's voice was somewhat sorrowful. What do you mean? Oh my god. As she spoke, the only arm she could move actually reached down to her lower body, unbuttoned her tactical uniform pants and revealed the lace underneath. Seeing this, Shi's eyes narrowed slightly, and his fingers tightened abruptly. Greg. He twisted Li Si's neck, and a look of relief and liberation lingered on her face. In truth, by the end, Shi had realized she was just stalling for time. The longer it dragged on, the more dangerous it would be for Dao Kaio and Mu Xinju. Even Shi had to admit that these three soldiers had extremely high individual qualities, clear tactics, cool-headed thinking, and a strong sense of purpose. First using Yi Chen as bait to lure him into an ambush. Then using a sniper with long-range sensory abilities to attempt to kill, and immediately relocating after the failure, scattering and lying in ambush all over the room. Waiting for him to approach because of the noise to strike again. He followed the strategy of eliminating the long-range support first, only to be met by an ambush from a melee fighter and a second, calm assassination attempt. It could be said that they had hardly made any mistakes during their battle with him. The reason for their failure was simply that they were not strong enough. And even at the end when the mission failed, Li Si was still trying to buy time, maximizing her tactical value. If she had really managed to use her body to distract him, Jiang Kaio might have fallen into danger or even died. Time is running out. Sorry, an opponent like this deserved Shi's respect. He picked up two guns from the ground, a shotgun and a rifle, stepped over the corpse and walked quickly to the room where Yi Chen was. By now, Yi Chen had managed to use his tongue to push away the rag, and although his mouth was dry and uncomfortable, at least he could speak. Seeing Shi walking quickly toward him, the panic in his eyes was overflowing. But at the same time, a sliver of hope for survival leaked out. Shi, I know I was wrong. Please be the bigger person, let bygones be bygones and let me go. I really know I was wrong. Shi's pace did not slow down because of Yi Chen's plea for mercy. Letting bygones be bygones is too hypocritical. I prefer the tides to turn. Bang! The shotgun blast exploded his head, leaving red and white fragments scattered on the floor and walls. Shi was as casual as if he had smashed a watermelon by the roadside, then jumped out of the window and rushed toward the direction he had originally come from. I hope the gunfire can give them a warning. Where Mu Xinju's team was located. Upon hearing the first gunshot, she had already reacted quickly and stood up, reaching the side of Jiang Kaio and Shi immediately. Everyone stay on guard immediately. Yes. It was only when she saw Jiang Kaio rubbing her eyes and waking up half asleep that she realized Shi was not staying next to Jiang Kaio at all. Where is Shi? Mu Xinju's voice was a bit loud. Jiang Kaio did not react in time, was startled and lagged a step behind. Zhao Sha he. Mu Xinju walked straight to her side, pulled out the stuffed sleeping bag Shi had used, and immediately realized this guy had run off long ago. He was not here earlier. Under these circumstances, he went out alone and you kept it hidden. Why are you so fierce? I am not a mind reader. Seeing Mu Xinju questioning her, Jiang Kaio, who was not very confident to begin with, immediately started playing the victim. She was very familiar with this routine. Seeing her looking aggrieved, Mu Xinju could not keep her anger up. Their mission was to protect Jiang Kaio. She did not know the exact situation, but the gunshots just now were definitely real. Miss Jiang Kaio, let us change clothes. Change what clothes? Number 10, come here and switch clothes with Miss Jiang Kaio. Mu Xinju beckoned to Wu Wenjing. Although this was a cruel act, she had to do it. This was a soldier's duty. Wu Wenjing opened her mouth, her body trembling slightly, and her expression hidden beneath the hood was very unnatural, but in the end, she did not say anything. Obeying orders is the inherent duty of a soldier. This was the ideology instilled in them when they joined the soldier department. Yes, Captain. Wu Wenjing gritted her teeth and started taking off her clothes, and Jiang Kaio, feeling the serious attitude of the others, gradually understood the gravity of the situation. She was smart and sensible. She never messed around or acted like a spoiled lady in such major matters. This could be seen from the fact that she did not cause trouble for Shi Ye in the refugee area. After changing clothes and putting on an extra mask, Jiang Kaio blended into the team. Captain, lights out, keep quiet. Yes. The group extinguished all light sources and began to hide in the room, waiting for a long time without any movement. It was quiet outside, to the point that the team members wondered if Mu Xinju was just being too suspicious. Actually, Mu Xinju was also doubting her own judgment, but she was not willing to gamble. If she was wrong, they would just get less sleep. Until... bang bang bang. The distant gunfire was too obvious. This time, all the team members heard it clearly. Hei Bohua immediately looked at Mu Xinju, but Mu Xinju made a gesture for silence. SHH. After this burst of gunfire, the environment plunged into silence once again, and the team members' thoughts fell into a second state of conflict. It was distant gunfire, not here. Maybe another team had encountered a deformity attack during the night. Under these conditions, it was not necessarily them being attacked. Once the thought arose, it coiled around their minds like a poisonous snake, until one of the female members, unable to hold it in because she needed to urinate, finally spoke up. Captain, I kind of need to. Bang. A gunshot rang out right next to them, exploding in her ear, and the female member who had spoken was shot in the head on the spot. Blood sprayed across the ground, and the headless body fell to the floor. The team members, who had never experienced such a situation before, immediately shrieked, and their screams became the most eye-catching beacon in the dark night. He found you. Bang bang bang. Bullets fired from the distance. Do not panic, fall back, I will cover a retreat. Captain. Shut up and get out, Mu Xinju roared at the team members, then grabbed her rifle and returned fire toward the muzzle flashes in the distance. But the enemy's suppression fire was overwhelming. Although she managed to hold her ground and counterattack, some of her teammates were hit and injured during the initial exchange. Fortunately, Mu Xinju stood in front, buying them some time. It allowed the team members to scramble out through the window. But this maneuver resulted in them surrounding Mu Xinju. Whoosh, a burst of fire erupted. 3 flares landed around Mu Xinju, illuminating the darkness and revealing her silhouette. 2 men and 1 woman appeared before Mu Xinju. The tall man, Stone, and the woman, Lynx, were expressionless, while the sleazy man, Jian Kun, scanned Mu Xinju with unbridled, lustful eyes that made no effort to conceal his desires. Haha, nice body, I love young flesh, energetic and tender. Playing with you is going to be so much fun. Upon hearing Jian Kun's provocation, Mu Xinju just spat coldly. At this moment, Lynx pointed at the window behind her. I really do not want to be the one to remind you, but I have to ask, was letting that group of losers run away while you stayed behind to cover them really a good choice? Mu Xinju's heart skipped a beat. She truly began to doubt her own judgment. And that brief moment of hesitation was all the opening the enemy needed. Bang bang bang. The revolver fired continuously, and having lost the initiative, Mu Xinju could only scramble for cover. Just as she ducked behind a rack, an iron bar swung toward her face. Clang! Mu Xinju let out a muffled groan. Her whole body felt like it was being dislocated by the impact. The force of the blow literally lifted her feet off the ground, sending her flying into the air. Then Stone grabbed her ankle and slammed her violently onto the ground. Boom! Mu Xinju coughed up a mouthful of blood as she hit the floor. Luckily, she braced herself with her broadsword, absorbing a massive amount of the impact. Otherwise, that hit alone would have knocked her unconscious. These people, they are not fresh recruits. Mu Xinju made her assessment. Silver light instantly coated her blade as she raised it and unleashed an enchanted slash right in front of her. Stone, watch out. Clang. The sturdy steel iron bar was severed at the base, and 4 of the fingers on the hand Stone used to hold it were sliced off in one stroke. Blood flowed uncontrollably, yet Stone did not let out a single sound. He grabbed the double-barreled shotgun from his waist and fired 2 shots at Mu Xinju. Bang bang. Mu Xinju held up her broadsword with one hand to block, while a layer of liquid silver formed where the sword could not cover, shielding her from the shotgun pellets. With her other hand, she raised her magic rifle and fired 3 bullets in return. Even with such comprehensive defense, the powerful impact of the shotgun blast still sent Mu Xinju flying, just like before, crashing into the wall. Here. On the other side, Stone lay dead, with 3 bullets embedded in his forehead. Stone, goddammit. Seeing Stone killed, Lynx raised her revolver and fired at Mu Xinju. Bang bang bang. The continuous dodging forced Mu Xinju into a corner. Her rifle was knocked away by a shot and another bullet pierced through her forearm, striking the wall behind. The pain almost made Mu Xinju shut her eyes, but how could she close them in such a life-or-death moment? She forced herself to suppress the dizziness and clear her mind. Think, what would Shi Ye do? Shi Ye would find every possible way to thin the enemy's ranks, creating his own opportunities when lacking long-range options. He would use a high-power technique to deliver a one-hit kill. That is exactly what Shi Ye would do if he were here. She gripped her broadsword tightly, then swung it with all her strength, sending the blade spinning like a boomerang. It flew toward Lynx, rotating rapidly. But the distance was too great and the speed insufficient, and Lynx was agile enough. She dodged the spinning blade with ease. Yet, as Lynx turned back to resume her attack, her upper body suddenly slid off from her waist. What? Rotating enchanted slash. It is an attack that requires absolute mastery over etheric energy to pull off. Squelch. Before Mu Xinju could even rest after taking down 2 enemies, a long blade pierced through her stomach. The girl's whole body went rigid as she whimpered in pain. The blade buried in her abdomen did not stop there. It rotated gently, shredding her flesh from the inside. This strike nearly caused Mu Xinju to lose her balance. But it was not over yet. Jian Kun's second blade thrust out, piercing Mu Xinju's thigh. Here. The goal was clear, to weaken Mu Xinju and strip her of her mobility. The second wave of agony drew a roar from Mu Xinju. Jian Kun, sensing a sudden, chilling dread, scrambled backward. Even as he retreated, he did not forget to toss an ether bomb at her. Although I love fresh, youthful meat, even if you were dead you would still be good for a while. But unfortunately, someone like you is just too dangerous. Boom! The explosion swept across the room, and Jian Kun rolled away to dodge the shockwave. He glanced at the corpses of his 2 teammates, his expression dimming for a brief moment. However, his grief did not last long. He set a fire to burn down the abandoned shop, then composed himself, ready to leave. But as soon as he turned, a blade shot out from the center of the flames. Sharp silver impaled his chest, lifting him clean off his feet. The flames billowed out, carrying clouds of ash. Mu Xinju staggered out of the heat wave. Her clothes were in tatters, but aside from her previous wounds, the explosion seemed not to have harmed her. The end of the spike was connected to Mu Xinju's palm, and flowing silver covered her body like armor. Are you then awakened? Jian Kun finally realized what had happened, but the next second, a rip followed, and his body was torn into chunks by the silver hook. After killing him, Mu Xinju's vacant eyes returned to normal. Her will seemed to have been dominated by etheric energy just now, a feeling that was truly awful and extremely exhausting for her body. By now, Mu Xinju was at her limit. Hearing the screams from outside, she suppressed her worries and, dragging her severely wounded body, staggered toward the exit. Outside, the ground was littered with the bodies of the Reaper squad members. Pei Bohua held a sword in one hand and a gun in the other, firing as he retreated to cover the remaining Wu Wenjing and Jiang Kaio. Go, I will hold them off. Pei Bohua's skills were decent and his aptitude was excellent, but unfortunately he was too young. A genius without time to grow was no match for such seasoned veterans. Kid, now is not the time to be a hero. A voice zipped past him, heading straight for Jiang Kaio and Wu Wenjing. Just as Pei Bohua tried to stop them, a bullet struck his knee. The power of the magic bullet shattered his kneecap, breaking his left leg in 2. Pei Bohua was kicked to the ground, and then his head and arm were pinned down by a foot. His arm was severed on the spot, and his gun clattered to the side. Here. Pei Bohua knew that he was likely going to die. Damn it, who exactly are you people? He had once thought he had a vast world ahead of him, never expecting that on his very first mission he would die out in the wilderness. Normally, we do not kill people from the upper city because, unlike those in the lower city, your lives are worth a lot of money. But unfortunately, the nature of this mission is a bit different. the boss has paid enough for us to retire on. Before Wu Qi, who was stepping on Pei Beihua, could finish her sentence, a commotion erupted behind her. In the darkness, a flash of silver shimmered. Countless silver spikes exploded from Mu Xinju's body, killing the soldier blocking her path instantly. Wu Qi turned her head to look at Mu Xinju. A flash of shock crossed her eyes. And awakened. She raised her hand to kill Pei Beihua, but it was clear that Mu Xinju was faster than her. A burst of silver blades practically tore through the air. Wu Qi's fingers gripping her weapon began to lose control, and the world in her vision grew blurrier, gradually covered in a mist of blood. Yeah. More blood sprayed from her chest, and Wu Qi collapsed to the ground. After she fell, Pei Beihua, who was on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Mu Xinju with a smile. Captain, I did not mess up this time, and I was not a coward. After killing Wu Qi, Mu Xinju's aura had weakened significantly, and the silver hue in her eyes had faded. She glanced at Pei Beihua lying on the ground. He was always causing trouble, showing off, acting arrogant, and constantly flaunting his upper city superiority. You could say that this chatterbox from the upper city was full of flaws, but just as he said moments ago. He did not mess up this time, and he was not a coward. Mu Xinju nodded gently. This was her affirmation. Sensing her gaze, Pei Beihua finally lost consciousness and slipped into a coma. Up ahead, the last two enemies had cornered Wu Wenjing and Jiang Kaiwo in a dead-end alley. They had nowhere left to run. One of them pulled out a large-caliber revolver and fired at Wu Wenjing. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the bullets were about to hit, a pale blue energy shield appeared in front of the two girls. A protective magic tool, interesting. Big brother Wu Qi is dead. The mountain imp's expression turned anxious. Hearing that his lover had died, Scar sighed softly, seemingly unsurprised by the heavy price of this mission. As expected, the price that allows us to retire is not so easy to collect. Big brother, the person behind us isn't awakened. Scar looked back, locked eyes with Mu Xinju and nodded slowly. I will deal with her, you kill those two. Yes. Scar took off his coat, pulled a syringe from his pocket and stabbed it into his arm. Facing an awakened, even one who had just awakened, he could not afford to be careless. After the injection, Scar's body writhed, his muscles bulging more than before, veins popping out as his power surged significantly. Good, very good, this is the power of a magic potion. Scar clenched his fists and lunged at Mu Xinju with explosive speed, like a cannonball. He smashed through the wandering silver spikes, and Mu Xinju was sent flying upon impact. After the strike, Scar's body was covered in dense wounds, clearly injured. Glancing at his body, he shook his hand. An awakened, truly troublesome, come again. He tensed his muscles and the fine wounds stopped bleeding, actually beginning to heal. Rapid healing normal, life and wound recovery speed increased by 50%. Clearly, Scar was a physical superhuman. His personal attributes had exceeded the limits of a mortal, enough to face the awakened Mu Xinju. On the other side, seeing that his pistol was not effective in the short term, the mountain imp threw an ether bomb. In truth, at this moment, if Jiang Kaiwo just abandoned Wu Wenjing and used all her magic protection on herself, she could have withstood the blast. But her personality left her no way to push Wu Wenjing out in such a situation. Boom! The violent explosion swept through the alley, tearing through Jiang Kaiwo's ether shield. The two girls were caught in the shockwave and fell to the ground. HMPH. The mountain imp smiled, walking straight to Wu Wenjing, who was wearing apothecary robes and reloaded his revolver. Bang, bang, bang. Wu Wenjing groaned as 3 bloodstains blossomed on her chest. Finally done. After killing Wu Wenjing, the mountain imp sighed in relief, thinking the mission was complete. This mission was incredibly difficult. Some big shot had paid a massive price to get them assigned to this beginner mission. They had created a full 10 fake identities and bribed many officials. And their team had suffered heavy casualties, all just to kill Jiang Kaiwo. He did not understand the power struggles of the upper city elites, but he knew one thing: once the mission was done, they could retire and finally go to the upper city. What is life in the upper city like? With that thought, the mountain imp raised his pistol and aimed at Jiang Kaiwo's head. Facing the dark muzzle, Jiang Kaiwo fought back her emotions, desperately trying not to cry. Bang! Clang! The bullet was blocked by a palm. Blood blossomed in front of Jiang Kaio, but it caused her no harm. A solid chest shielded her within his arms. And at the same moment, the mountain imp's head was sliced off. Shi Ye. The Shi Ye who appeared now was completely different from usual. His clothes were soaked in blood that was already drying, and his expression was no longer the casual look he usually wore. Come powerful, confident. Wait for me here. Yeah, Jiang Kaio did not try to get in the way and nodded firmly. Watching Shi Ye's departing figure, she could not help but clench her fists. I knew it, I knew this kid. Jiang Kaio was moved. She felt her judgment was right, just like how the treasure she speculated to be real had truly become a treasure. But when she saw Wu Wenjing lying on the ground, the joy and excitement in her heart were swept away. This time, a lot of people really died. Back with Mu Xinju. Scar rushed forward holding a steel plate, using it first to resist the silver spikes Mu Xinju unleashed. Though the plate was rusty, it was thick enough, and combined with his formidable physique, it was perfectly suited to counter Mu Xinju's ability. After a sprint, he reached Mu Xinju. Scar pulled out a heavy blade and slashed down at her, only to be blocked by the gathered silver. But he just grinned hideously, his wealth of combat experience allowing him to shift his tactics instantly. His heavy military boot kicked Mu Xinju in the stomach. Off balance, Mu Xinju could not defend herself, and the heavy blade swept past her cheek. Swish! A lock of hair fluttered, and Mu Xinju stumbled backward several steps. Right then, Scar flung the steel plate. The spinning plate went straight for her upper body, and Mu Xinju, with her thigh already pierced, had nowhere to hide. She could only gather her ether with a body that was falling apart, trying to hard tank the blow with her ability. But the hand she just raised was pressed down gently, and she was pulled behind the other person. Mu Xinju looked at the figure in front of her. A long-lost sense of safety washed over her, but the tragic sight of her teammates made her feel immense pain. Shi Ye, where did you go? In a flash. Thud. The steel plate slammed into Shi Ye's palm and stopped dead. Clearly, after drinking some kind of potential-boosting magic potion, this opponent had attributes that surpassed his own in every way. This was evident from how he could charge straight through the silver spikes. At least 18, maybe even 19 constitution, WITH Chinese letter physical power and agility. Superior stats are the true power, just like the principle of overwhelming force breaking all techniques. To kill him, one must display even greater power. Shi Ye stared intensely at Scar, looking at the gruesome wounds on Mu Xinju, and his usually calm self began to radiate a chill not seen before. My allies are badly hurt. This is not the outcome I wanted, so. Sorry. Shi Ye slowly raised the blue chest silk. Skill, Soulbinder. Souls are mere chess pieces, consume souls to summon them, and the pieces grow stronger as more souls are drained. Blue souls erupted from the weapon. The stolen spirits resembled wild beasts struggling and desperate to break free. But they were all enslaved by Shi Ye. After Shi Ye consumed a soul, a black body as if molded from ink took shape before him. Summon Pawn Wu Yang. Wu Yang, Scarface faltered for a moment. It was clear he recognized this pawn. Yet the ferocity on his face did not soften in the slightest. Things had reached this point and he needed to show no more restraint. Anyone standing in his way had to die. Die. Scarface swung his heavy blade at Wu Yang. The soul-based body exploded into glowing specks drifting into the air. What? In that moment, he realized this move had been nothing more than a distraction. The true threat, Shi Ye, had already leaped up, his toes seemingly landing on thin air. He held the blue chest silk with both hands, lifting it high. Flesh, soul, and ether, three powers were drawn from Shi Ye's body like threads, then converged into a single point. These energies slowly transformed into a tiny green light, gathering at the tip of the blue chest silk. He did not swing it again. Instead, he slammed down to the ground, thrusting the handle of the scythe into the earth. Apocalypse grow from my hands. The green light burst forth, but the force behind it was not an explosion. It was filled with the breath of life as if spring had arrived. Sowing the seeds, letting all things grow. But soon this vital energy grew uncontrollable, and the growth turned wild. Those green shoots, like frenzied willow branches, lashed out at everything around them. Everything was sliced into fragments by this rampant vitality, including the top-tier Tier 1 Transcendent. Scarface. He lowered his gaze to his severed arm and offered a stiff smile, trying to give Shi Ye a thumbs up, but his body abruptly collapsed. Countless streams of blood and grease began to seep from the fissures in his body. His flesh, blood, and bones turned into tiny 1-centimeter cubes. At the same time, the task interface that had long been dormant finally provided a notification. Task completed. Task: meticulous guidance. Under your careful instruction, pointing out and nurturing, the once naive girl has finally grown into a qualified and outstanding warrior. Bonus objective achieved. Mental growth is always more important than physical strength. She has transformed. This is a dialogue between the unspoken. Remember, once the red thread of fate is broken, it can never be reconnected. Task reward: talent point 1, skill points 3, attribute points 5. Task reward 2, combat zeal elite. Combat zeal: for every 3 seconds you remain in combat, your attack and defense increase by 1%, stacking up to 10%. The effect is lost 30 seconds after exiting combat. Your bond with Mu Zinju has increased. Red thread of fate. Bond 1, partners in crime, all attributes +1 when fighting together. Bond 2, red thread of fate. Your fates have long since changed. Having received the rewards, Shi felt no joy in his heart. He withdrew his weapon and looked at the sea of corpses, speechless. He simply walked to Mu Zinju's side, took off his coat, and draped it over her. For Mu Zinju, this was a gesture she was once very familiar with. Whenever Shi Ye did this, she would be very happy. But today, Mu Zinju could not find any joy. She gently pushed his coat away, supporting her crumbling body, and looked up with her usual stubbornness. Did you know it was me all along? Shi Ye did not know how to answer this question. Mu Zinju simply wore a smile that was uglier than tears and turned toward the alley. As she walked, she saw her teammates. These were the friends who had followed her for this entire time. They called her Captain. She was no longer that lowly little girl from the lower district. But why did it end like this? Mu Zinju stepped into the alley and saw Wu Wenjing lying in Jiang Kaiou's arms. This roommate, who was always giggling in front of her and teaching her how to be more active around boys, had left in tears. Someone who loved to laugh so much died in tears. It must have hurt a lot, right? Mu Zinju's voice sounded stiff. Shi Ye did not make a sound, and Jiang Kaiou did not dare to speak at this moment. Mu Zinju pulled Wu Wenjing from Jiang Kaiou's arms and hoisted her onto her shoulder, intending to leave. But she was already gravely injured. After only 2 steps, she collapsed. Shi Ye seemed to have sensed this coming. He stepped forward and gently caught her. Shi Ye, let us clean the wounds of the injured first. Okay. Jiang Kaiou also knew this was not the time for idle chatter, let alone jokes. She followed Shi Ye to a secure second floor. Then she began to clean Mu Zinju's wounds. Afterward, He carried Pei Beihua up. Despite being heavily wounded, the guy was still alive. Jiang Kaiou came from a family of pharmacists, and with her presence, treating the two was not as difficult as Shi Ye had imagined. However, after their wounds were cleaned and bandaged, they fell into a deep coma. By the bedside, Shi Ye stared at Mu Zinju's face for a long time. He did not know what he was thinking or what he should be thinking. He could only use the time while they slept to allocate the newly acquired points. Regarding attribute upgrades, Shi Ye did not hesitate. He added all 5 points directly into Constitution. With the blue chest silk as his support, he lacked no offensive power, so Constitution and Agility yielded the most benefit. Because of his Constitution talent, the return on Constitution far outweighed the others. Furthermore, by putting everything into Constitution, he moved 1 step closer to the 20-point threshold for a Tier 2 Transcendent. After allocating the attributes, it was time to use the talent points to further strengthen Unyielding Will. Upgrading Unyielding Will Common to Courageous Will Elite. Courageous Will Elite reduces all direct damage taken by 10 and reduces the duration of all abnormal status effects by 30%. Combined with the second talent he earned from the task Combat Zeal, Shi Ye now possessed 2 warrior talents. Although Combat Zeal was also an excellent talent that balanced offense and defense, it was a pity that Elite was its absolute peak. It could no longer be upgraded. Aside from attributes and talents, the skill points Shi Ye had been hoarding also found their use. In the final moment of his battle with Scarface, Shi Ye had utilized a self-created skill system from his past life. Apocalypse 13. And Branch of Spring was the first move of Apocalypse 13. But now the skill had been split, appearing like this on the attribute panel. Untitled Skill Novice. Consume at least 40% ether mana, 40% life energy and 40% soul will to unleash a burst of life energy. Shi Ye knew very well that a high-level skill like Apocalypse 13 required many skill points for a single upgrade. However, since it was split, it should not cost that much. Shi Ye focused his mind and the untitled skill immediately became first form, Branch of Spring. He began to upgrade it. Consumed 2 skill points to upgrade first form, Branch of Spring to proficient. Consumed 2 skill points to upgrade first form, Branch of Spring to mastered. First form, Branch of Spring mastered. Consume at least 20% of all energy pools to unleash a burst of life energy. With 1 skill point remaining, Shi Ye decided not to spend it recklessly and saved it instead. By now, his attribute panel had undergone a drastic change. Nam Shi Ye. Attributes: Strength 9, Agility 9, Constitution 17, Ether 4. HP 170. Mana Pool 40. Life Coefficient 10. Talents: Courageous Will Elite, Combat Zeal Elite. Skills: Basic Combat Grandmaster, Basic Scythe Mastered, Branch of Spring Mastered. Equipment: Blue Chest Silcapic. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mu Xinju, who had been in a coma, murmured softly. Shi Ye continued with his routine from the past 2 days, using a spoon to feed Mu Xinju some water while she murmured. But this time it was different. The weak girl slowly opened her eyes. When she saw that it was Shi Ye sitting beside her, her gaze brightened ever so slightly. Yet after a moment of daze, her eyes dimmed again and she turned her head away. Their eyes did not meet again, and Shi Ye just kept sitting by her side. It stayed this way until Jiang Kaio sensed the awkward atmosphere. Although she felt a bit bitter inside, the sensible Miss Jiang chose to leave them some space. Shi Ye, I am going to sleep now, you too. Go ahead and get some rest. After Jiang Kaio left, the dim room fell into silence once more. This silence made Mu Xinju feel inexplicably sad. Her fingers twitched and she suddenly reached out to grab the edge of the bed, as if wanting to stand up. Hi. Shi Ye tried to support her, but she dodged him. Shi Ye understood this girl's personality all too well. The more you went against her at a time like this, the more stubborn she became. And so he just stood up and stayed to the side. But after Mu Xinju stood up, she realized she had been lying in the sleeping bag nearly bare. Now that she was up, aside from where the bandages covered her wounds, everything else was exposed to view. She was already severely injured, and now with the sudden panic she could not steady herself. Fortunately, she did not know that it was Shi Ye who had applied all those bandages, or she definitely would have passed out again. As she tried to retreat, her toe tripped, and she fell straight towards Shi Ye. Shi Ye, as always, stayed the same. He gently opened his arms and tenderly caught her. For a moment, Mu Xinju truly wanted to just melt into Shi Ye's embrace, but the next second, another voice in her heart reminded her. Mu Xinju, this is all your fault. Wu Wenjing is dead, Xiao Wang is dead, the other team members are all dead, and Pei Beihua suffered terribly as well. Only she was left alive. Coming to university, making friends, little Mu had finally gathered the courage to open her heart, only to be stabbed viciously, with salt rubbed into the wound. And now, to be clinging to Shi Ye's embrace, how despicable. Sob sniffle, a soft trembling sound was barely audible. Shi Ye naturally sensed the struggle within Mu Xinju. He did not know what to say, so he could only remain silent. After a long while, it was Mu Xinju who spoke first. Give me some clothes. She remained as taciturn as ever. All right. Enduring the pain of her wounds, Mu Xinju forced herself to dress. Even though the bandages on her body were stained red, she did not let out a single sound. Wearing Shi Ye's ill-fitting jacket, Mu Xinju leaned against the wall and started heading downstairs. Shi Ye did not try to persuade her. He knew it was pointless at this moment, so he could only quietly follow behind her. The two walked outside one after the other to a dark area filled with weeds. The previously silent Mu Xinju suddenly turned around. Let me be by myself. Her expression was inscrutable. Shi Ye frowned and flatly refused. No, you are too weak right now and in this environment. I need to go to the bathroom. Her voice was trembling. Shi Ye paused in surprise. Mu Xinjui's expression was already filled with shame and anger, but her emotions were simply too complex at the moment. The initial salvation, the painstaking guidance, the girl's attachment, the mature ambiguity, all the way to the current sorrow of lost comrades, plus the shame and pain she could not face. What else could she do? She just wanted to use the bathroom. Hearing the trickling sound from behind, Shi Ye could not help but scratch his head. He thought of the new bond between them. Red thread of fate. It was a bond without any attributes, but Shi Ye always felt it was not that simple. Because of this red thread of fate, both of their destinies had been altered. In the midst of his thoughts, Mu Xinjui had finished and walked out of the alley. Her figure was desolate, and she still refused to make eye contact with Shi Ye. In truth, Mu Xinjui just did not dare look at him, knowing that if she stared at Shi Ye, her heart would inevitably soften. She took a shallow breath, suppressing the soreness in her nose. Just as she was about to head upstairs, Shi Ye grabbed her arm from behind. She did not look back. I want to walk by myself. Zio Mu, I think we should talk. I do not want to talk. Mu Xinjui lowered her voice at least enough so that one could not hear the sobbing in her tone. Shi Ye immediately understood what she meant. He knew she was in great pain and could not find the right words of comfort. He could not bring himself to say things like, "Do not be sad." He did not know if staying with her was the right choice, but he just felt he should not leave her alone now. Mu Lin stood in place for a moment, then suddenly spoke. Am I really weak? Not weak, just facing different enemies. Actually, among the freshmen, Mu Xinjui's current level, even if not in a league of her own, was at least in the first tier. Plus, she had a lot of room for cultivation. As time passed, her talent would be enough to surpass her peers. As for him, Shi Ye felt he should not be counted among the freshmen. The people he had to face were not fellow students. The previously calm Mu Xinjui lowered her head again. Zio Wu was actually a very kind person. She had been taking care of me for the past 2 months. The others were also very kind and respected me. But I could not protect any of them. Zai Shi gave a slight sigh. Friends, respect, social connection, these were all things the old Mu Xinjui had never experienced, things she had wanted but never dared to hope for. She originally thought she had gained everything, only to see it all crumble to pieces in an instant. I have been cultivating hard just as you taught me, so why did it still end up like this? You did very well, otherwise you would not have held on until I came back. Shi Ye did not say that second part out loud. Shi Ye, in your eyes, am I just a burden? No. Then the next time you go out on a mission, can you take me with you, even if it is just as your weapon? Shi Ye was stunned when he heard this. I want to become your weapon. He felt like he had heard those words somewhere before, but he could not remember when or where. Mu Xinjui, usually not one for many words, said a lot this time, while all Shi Ye could do was remain silent and keep her company. This meticulously planned assassination was just a game of chess among those in power. Only when Shi Ye saw Yi Chen did he realize he had also become a piece in that game. Jiang Yancheng's solemn and strange warnings finally made sense. Perhaps he had known about his abilities all along. And his enemies had also realized he was capable of protecting Jiang Kaio. Mu Xinjui's team, including Yi Chen and his teammate, were all just sacrifices in this power struggle. To those in power, if they died, it meant nothing to them. And he, with his extraordinary strength and the sealed weapon blue chest silk, was the breakthrough point in their match. That was why they had set the team on Yi Chen's path and lured him away. That was roughly how it was, but there were still many strange details that Shi Ye had not quite figured out. For instance, if they knew of the danger in advance, why not send true experts to protect Jiang Kaio? Was the risk of doing it this way not a bit too high? And then there was his own impulsive action. If he had stayed there, directed Mu Xinjui, and fought collectively with the others, would the outcome have been better? At least it would not have been like this, broken apart by a single wave with so many casualties. But things had already reached this point. All right. Upon hearing this reply, Mu Xinjui's body trembled as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. A long time passed again before she spoke once more. Where are they buried? The fallen teammates were buried quite far away, and in Mu Xinjui's current state, walking that far was not really advisable. However, Shi Ye understood that instead of trying to persuade this stubborn girl, it was better to go with the flow. Women, once you smooth out their ruffled fur, their anger dissipates. Those who understand, understand. Those who do not should learn. I will take you there. Mu Xinjui did not speak, which he took as silent consent. Following Shi Ye, they made their way to the cemetery of the 8 fallen members. Calling it a cemetery was a stretch, as they were really just small mounds of dirt. Mu Xinjui stood expressionlessly before these mounds, slowly clenching her fists. The sky let out a dull rumble. Raindrops began to fall, drizzling down. The rain landed on Mu Xinjui, slowly soaking her hair, her jacket, and her bandages. Water trails ran past her eyes, making it impossible to guess if those drops were mixed with anything else. The two remained silent, perhaps it was sorrow. Lower District Adult Soldiers. More than 2 months of college life gave her a momentary sense of shocked happiness, making her feel that everything around her was beautiful. It made her feel that the world was actually not that bad after all. But reality always delivers a resounding slap, stinging her, waking her up. Mu Xinjui stood there thinking for a long time, pondering things she would not have thought about before, just as people only grow after experiencing certain things. What is life? What is friendship? What is emotion? Time ticks by slowly, rain falling like the hands of a repetitive clock. Only the arrival of dawn serves as a reminder. As she pondered, she gradually understood the reason for her pain. The pain of her own powerlessness, the pain of losing a friend she had finally gained so suddenly, and the pain of not being with her, even if it meant being used as a tool or a weapon. She knew that, in truth, some people only appear to accompany us for a short and beautiful moment in time. It is not that it is beautiful because it is short, but that it is short because it is beautiful. But no matter how wonderful a banquet is, the day will eventually come when it must end. Goodbye. Mu Xinjui waved gently toward the small mounds of earth, then turned and began to walk back in the direction she had come from, or rather, to return. But after walking a few steps, she stopped again, her gaze passing through the curtain of rain to linger on those mounds once more. Shi Ye felt she was on the verge of breaking, yet he did not know what to say to comfort her. They had stayed up all night. The already fragile girl, having stood in the rain all night, finally could not hold on any longer and collapsed. Shi Ye caught her gently. Mu Xinjui. There was no voice in response, so Shi Ye picked the girl up and walked toward their shelter just like he had done before. Back in their original room, watching Mu Xinjui, who was forcing herself to stay awake even as her eyelids drooped, Shi Ye was truly speechless. Though she was not unconscious, just exhausted. To be this stubborn even when she is in such a state. He sat her on his lap and his fingers rested on the zipper of her coat. Realizing what was about to happen, Mu Xinjui suddenly reached out and grasped Shi Ye's fingers, though her weak grip did not feel like a protest, but rather like a fear of losing him. Mu Xinjui looked at Shi Ye with drooping eyelids for a while, whether from a fever or some other reason, he could not tell. Her breathing grew heavier than before, and a flush appeared on her cheeks that was not there earlier. In the end, the girl, lacking the strength and the will to speak, let go and turned her head away, no longer looking at Shi Ye or caring what he did. Shi Ye gently pulled down the zipper, and her delicate body was revealed. Even though his composure had always been good, he could not help but daze for a moment. This brief hesitation only made the girl in his arms feel more ashamed and resentful. He was still looking. How could he bully her like this? Shi Ye caught sight of the corners of Mu Xinjui's eyes turning red, as if she might burst into tears at any moment, and he snapped back to reality, internally sighing at his own lapse and quickly apologizing. Sorry. He continued to take off Mu Xinjui's coat, carefully wiped her upper body with a towel, then removed the water-soaked bandages, applied fresh medicine, and rebandaged her. After her upper body was cleaned, Mu Xinjui was glowing hot, her entire body like a boiled shrimp. But what about the lower part? Especially the wound on her inner thigh left by the previous attack, which was quite troublesome to clean. Mu Xinjui, leaning against Shi Ye, could already imagine what was to come. Though she simply passed out. Whether she really fainted or just pretended to, it was not clear. Shi Ye followed the procedure, took off Mu Xinjui's pants, unwrapped the bandages on her lower body, and dressed her wounds. Seeing how flushed she was, Shi Ye did not perform any unnecessary actions. After cleaning the wounds, he simply put her, bare as she was, back into her sleeping bag. He smoothed her hair and wanted to say something but ended up saying nothing. As he was about to leave, he muttered to himself. "You are so quiet, I thought we would always have things to talk about." Shi Ye eventually left, and after he departed, Mu Xinju opened her eyes, her gaze filled with nothing but confusion. She had indeed been on the verge of breaking before, full of cracks. But cracks are also where the light gets in. Ugh. Leaving the room where Mu Xinju was resting, Shi Ye scanned the surroundings but did not find Jiang Kaio. Just as he was about to check the rooftop, a mission notification from the romance game flashed in his mind. New mission triggered. Mission Red Thread of Fate. People always say there is plenty of time and we can take it slow, but freshness has an expiration date, and once the red thread of fate breaks, it can never be reconnected. For Mu Xinju, make one sincere amends or perform one act of deception. Hint 1, you gave her too many memories and expectations, so the pain you bring will increase exponentially. Hint 2, the story has turned a page, but everything you do from here on will have a profound impact on her. Mission reward, light or darkness. Seeing the new mission notification, Shi Ye could not help but twitch his lips. The choice mission has finally arrived. The romance games he used to play had these choices too. Generally speaking, after choosing a path, the romantic character would enter an entirely different storyline. As the names imply, the light path corresponds to pure love and redemption, while the dark path corresponds to corruption or even NTR plots. Who would actually choose NTR? Shi Ye could not accept that. He had always been a fan of pure love games. NTR must die. Reality is not a game, and there is no safe scumming. Even if there are countless female characters in the romance game, he will always treat every girl with a pure heart. Though Shi Ye would never consider the dark path. I will be better to her from now on. Arriving at the third-floor balcony, Jiang Kaio was indeed there. It was already dusk. The young lady was standing by the edge of the rooftop, cupping her chin in a daze. Seeing Shi Ye return, she pouted. "Did you get her settled?" "Yes." "Shi Ye, once the two of them are doing a bit better, let us head back. Are you planning to give up on the mission?" "Yes." Jiang Kaio's gaze was somewhat dim. Her older brother Jiang Yancheng had high expectations for her, and she wanted to prove her philosophy of alchemy. To complete the mission as a low-level alchemist without additional resources or strength, and to expand the development of this discipline. To provide support and feedback for her brother's theories. But unfortunately, they had encountered a major accident on this mission, and so many people had died. It went without saying that the mission could no longer continue. The medical environment here was too primitive, and both Mu Xinju and Pei Bohua needed better medical conditions for their injuries. In the current situation, no one could leave, so the mission had to be abandoned. Do not be in a rush, let me think. As everyone knew, when it came to brewing alchemical potions, Shi Ye was a total novice. But when it came to familiarity with maps, monsters, and materials, he was a top-tier expert. You could even say that in these aspects, there was no one in the world with better knowledge than him. He might be bad at alchemy, but he was truly skilled at luring and aggroing monsters. You need a remnant of a ghost-type creature, do not you? Although she was puzzled as to why Shi Ye would ask that, Jiang Kaio did need that item, so she did not deny it. Not just the spirit medium remnant, but also a soul entity, the more complete the better. Are there other materials needed? Ashes of a deformed-type creature will do. Hearing these conditions, Shi Ye's eyes lit up. Ghost-type, soul entity, ashes of a deformed type. That is easy. There were leftover bones from the scorched wolf's leg last time, and he could summon a soul entity from Lanchi's. So only the ghost type remained. Come. What is it? Come downstairs with me. I will find a way to get you a medium remain. Now they are still resting, we should not go too far. We are not going far, just downstairs. Although suspicious, Jiang Kaio followed him downstairs, trusting in Shi Ye. Once they reached the open ground outside, Shi Ye ran to the campfire, gathered some charcoal, and then rushed to the ashes where the enemy corpses had been cremated, retrieving 3 broken skulls. Back at the spot, he built a rack out of wooden boards, laid out the charcoal, and positioned the 3 skulls. He gently sliced his palm with a knife and dripped blood onto each of the 3 skulls. Finally, he ignited the wooden rack. This series of actions looked nothing like anything normal. Jiang Kaio, who had been observing the whole time, could not help but ask. Shi Ye, what are you doing? This is not some cult ritual, is it? It is not a cult ritual, it is called a spirit summoning ritual. That is it. Not yet. Do you have any ether? Hurry up, come on, infuse some ether magic energy into it. Shi Ye pointed at the three skulls, flashing a grin as if he were about to show her a big surprise. Do not you have any yourself? Jiang Kaio felt a bit anxious. She studied alchemy and certainly did not want to get mixed up in cults. I need to save my ether for fighting monsters. Hurry up or I will run out of blood. Do you still want to continue your alchemy research or not? Well, alright then. Following Shi Ye's instructions, Jiang Kaio infused some ether into each of the three skulls. Whoosh! The originally yellow flames turned blue instantly after the blood and ether magic energy were added. The blue flames seemed to emit a kind of spiritual power, attracting the surrounding spirits. Shi Ye, what is this? SHH. Shi Ye was equally focused, staring intently at the blue flames. Not long after, a white shadow appeared above the blue fire. Not only he but even Jiang Kaio saw it too. The young lady really wanted to say, "Oh my God," but her years of refined upbringing and strict family education made her quickly cover her mouth. Then she saw Shi Ye take a few steps forward, right in front of that white shadow. The white shadow had no face and from its shape one could barely judge it was female, or rather, a female creature. After Shi Ye approached, it actually made a sound. I never thought someone here would perform a medium summoning. Thank you for the spiritual nourishment, human. You are very welcome, my lady ghost. Shi Ye bowed slightly, showing his gentlemanly grace. This attitude pleased the spirit. She fluttered in the air for a moment, absorbing a lot of the blue flames, and then drifted a bit closer to Shi Ye. State your wish, and I shall grant it. Shi Ye, who had been bowing, finally looked up. A flash of killing intent glinted in his eyes as he made a grasping motion in the air. Lankasi was already in his hand. My lady ghost, I will be borrowing your life. Clang! The blue blade of the scythe practically tore through the air, channeling all of Shi Ye's ether magic and slashed out a blue ray of light. This was Shi Ye's enchanted strike. Without a teacher or guidance, he relied on his past knowledge of enchanted strikes and the theoretical knowledge he supplemented after arriving at school to develop this on his own. He finally managed to execute this move. The ghost let out a scream and was instantly sliced into two halves. Once the ghostly will perished and the spiritual energy dissipated, the ghost revealed its true form. It was just a white lady's dress. This was the broken ghost remain. That is it. Yeah, is one not enough? No, I just find it hard to believe that something so complex became so simple in your hands. He pointed at the small white dress in Jiang Kaio's hand, then took out a piece of scorched wolf bone. Now that we have the ghost remain and the bone of the deformity, we just need a complete soul, right? Oh yes. Alright, just wait here. Shi Ye silently communicated with Lankasi and released one of the souls he had previously harvested. Pub. A flash of blue light shimmered, and the released soul floated up like a bubble. Seeing Jiang Kaio still staring blankly at his weapon, Shi Ye became a bit impatient. Jiang Kaio, where's your medium? Oh, coming. Jiang Kaio belatedly took out her medium, a small bronze incense burner only 4 centimeters in size. This was a medium she had prepared long ago, but had not had the chance to use. The soul that had escaped from Lankasi had nowhere to go, and without a better host, it would dissipate bit by bit. So, upon sensing the presence of the medium, it moved straight toward it. It slowly crawled into the small incense burner, finally completing the soul containment. It worked, Jiang Kaio said with some surprise. Good that it worked. Shi Ye, however, looked indifferent. At this moment, Jiang Kaio had many questions, such as why Shi Ye knew this type of ghost summoning ritual, which seemed so complex that it should not be possible without systematic training. And what was up with his weapon? It could actually summon souls. It looked really impressive. Shi Ye sensed the curiosity in Jiang Kaio's eyes, but he had no intention of explaining. Since all the materials are ready, let us start your potion development. Did not you say the fresher the materials, the better the activation? Oh yeah. Jiang Kaio put aside her curiosity and nodded forcefully. That is right, rather than letting her mind wander, she should finish her alchemy project first. She took the items back upstairs, rummaged through her bag for simple reagent bottles, test tubes, and some unknown potions. Then she started mixing them right in front of Shi Ye. My alchemy subject this time is called the ghost potion. Hearing this name, Shi's gaze suddenly hardened. Was the legendary ghost potion born in this place? The creator is actually this obscure little girl, Jiang Kaio. That is incredible. The ghost potion has another name in the game, a very simple one. Invisibility potion. Such a straightforward name, but anyone who knows how to play the game, even if they were just a simple pervert player, should be able to realize its power upon seeing the name of this potion. Although the invisibility potion has many limitations, such as not being able to move after drinking, potentially showing a silhouette under light, being unable to avoid magical perception, and being unable to hide footprints, etc. But if used properly, it is still a game-changing artifact. In his past life, Shi Ye had also used the invisibility potion many times to turn the tables in PvP. Of course, he had also been ambushed by others using this kind of cowardly potion. This potion's fame is too great. Shi felt that if Jiang Kaio really were its creator, she should not have been so obscure in the game's story, having no name at all. Could he have mistaken it? With a skeptical attitude, Shi asked, Jiang Kaio, what is the specific effect of this new potion of yours? Mentioning the potion's effect, Jiang Kaio suddenly let out a weird giggle. Hee, you are not allowed to use it to peek at Mu Xinju taking a bath in the future. Shi looked at her sneaky expression. She did not look like a proper young lady at all, which left him speechless. However, he was certain of one thing. This really was an invisibility potion. Could it be that Jiang Kaio's brewing process would actually fail? Can we start now? We can, but Shi Ye, you need to watch closely and remember every single step. Shi Ye was slightly stunned, but he instantly understood what Jiang Kaio meant. She was going to teach him the method for brewing the ghost potion. First is soaking the spirit remains. This is a secret exorcism mixture, but to me, it should be called spirit stripping fluid. This is a stabilizer for deformed organisms, used to prevent explosions. After these ashes are neutralized, they need to be mixed with the spirit stripping fluid to create a new etheric reaction. You need a sufficiently powerful soul as a base, which also serves as the driving force for the potion to take shape. Finally, you need to use your own magical energy as a catalyst. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Jiang Kaio explained every step of the brewing process. She spoke very simply, clearly, and in detail. That is all. There is one final step left. Jiang Kaio looked serious. Seeing her like this, she grew serious too. You do it, I am watching. Jiang Kaio nodded and began to chant. Spirits of heaven, spirits of earth, Miss Jiang Kaio will surely succeed, now transform. Shi Ye, Wait, you actually believe in this? Are you a quack? Is this superstition? Metaphysical phenomena in scientific research are not quackery or superstition, but particle changes that existing methods cannot observe, you illiterate. Shi Ye. Jiang Kaio injected her etheric magical energy into the potion. It bubbled and hissed. The girl was covered in sweat but looked delighted, and soon the potion was complete. Looking at the white liquid floating in the test tube, Shi suddenly felt a sense of jet lag, as if it were only yesterday. He was all too familiar with this. It actually came from Jiang Kaio's hands. She really was the top potion scholar of the 93 class, a true genius of her generation. However, why was there no mention of Jiang Kaio in history? Could it be that she was too powerful and had been hidden away for protection? No, that makes no sense. The Jiang family is powerful and well-connected. They have many geniuses and certainly have the strength and confidence to protect a talented child. There was no need for any kind of hidden protection. Therefore, there is only one reason why Jiang Kaio never made it into the history books. She did not survive. So in the history not shown in the game's plot, Jiang Kaio, this princess of the Jiang family and true potion genius, died in an assassination attempt. Perhaps even this one. Thinking of this, she felt an inexplicable emotion. Without realizing it, he had changed the plot of the world line, history, and the fate of some people. It was just like his relationship with Mu Xinju. The red thread of fate changed both of their destinies. The witch known as the world boss, the Silver Snake, did not end up standing against humanity. How deeply sigh-inducing. What are you sighing about over there? Are you actually learning? Jiang Kaio was a bit dissatisfied with Shi Ye's performance. Although their relationship was quite good, she held extremely high standards for him regarding his studies. I'm trying my best. Jiang Kaio carefully lifted the bottle, gave it a sniff, squinted her eyes in satisfaction, and sealed the potion in a vial. There we go, with this, I will be an official potion scholar once we get back. Potion scholar. Hearing the term, Shi Ye raised an eyebrow and secretly checked the dating game's character panel. The mission test subject slave has not been completed yet. This means that even after completing this potion, Jiang Kaio is still not officially considered a potion scholar. Shi Ye was not particularly surprised by this. After all, Mu Xinju's warrior quest was very long. She had to finish school training, undergo combat missions, slaughter and bloody battles. And only after the spiritual baptism of losing her comrades did she finally undergo a transformation and become a warrior. If we compare the difficulty of Jiang Kaio's potion scholar mission to Mu Xinju's warrior quest, then Jiang Kaio's path to becoming a potion scholar will likely take some time. Earning points is really not easy. Shi Ye shook his head and sighed. Jiang Kaio had already packed up the ghost potion. She patted Shi Ye on the shoulder and said very seriously, "Shi Ye, thank you. So much has happened during this mission, the refugee camp, the wild, the anomalies, people killing each other, and you, thanks for bringing me here. After all, I am pretty weak. If it were not for you, I probably would have died days ago, and I would never have been able to finish my research." Jiang Kaio's tone was light, but her eyes looked far into the distance. She always felt there was something hidden in her words. This young lady of the Jiang family did not seem as happy as she usually pretended to be. Why so sentimental all of a sudden? What do you think? Are you carrying a lot on your shoulders, like family responsibilities or something? You know about this too. What, looking down on lower city people? Jiang Kaio burst out laughing. Hahaha, no, not at all. You are really amazing. Among our peers, I do not think I have seen many who are better than you. Not many, that implies there are still a few. Yeah, there are a few, but they are all geniuses from other districts. So what kind of responsibilities do you have now, a young lady of a family like yours? Surely it is not an arranged marriage. Jiang Kaio. Watching her expression, Shi Ye really wanted to tease her. Aren't you usually laughing? Why are not you laughing now? But he felt that if he said that now, he might get poisoned by Jiang Kaio tonight, so he forced himself to hold his tongue. Is it really an arranged marriage? Things like that, they are not that strange, are they? No, a family as big as yours, why would you even need an arranged marriage? That does not make sense. I thought you would have the freedom to fall in love. Hearing Shi Ye say this, Jiang Kaio shook her head gently. Actually, anyone can be a candidate for an arranged marriage, any family, and I could fall in love freely, but the only requirement is that the other person must be a member of an upper city family. Shi Ye, do you know why that is? Jiang Kaio looked at Shi Ye with bright, expectant eyes. This intense gaze made Shi Ye instinctively want to look away, but he hesitated. Do you really want me to answer that? I do. Jiang Kaio looked quite serious. Shi Ye felt a bit helpless. He knew deeply from the game just how complex the upper city was. As a child of a major family, Jiang Kaio must surely bear the responsibilities of the upper city. Because you are a member of a high-ranking upper city family, you are essentially nobility, people in power, the ones who truly control the development of the windless zone. Upper city resources are limited, and so is power. If there were no constraints on you, it would inevitably lead to an outflow of resources and power. If it flows to people with common status in the upper city or even to people in the lower city, the result would be a gradual dilution of the influence and resources of upper city families. So it does not really matter who you upper city ladies end up with, no one cares, as long as it is with another upper city family. After hearing what Shi Ye said, Jiang Kaio's eyes were even brighter than before. She even had a slight faint smile. You actually know all that, and you explained it so clearly. I have been smart since I was a kid. Smart is not enough. Most people in the upper city do not even understand these things. So Shi Ye, what kind of person are you really? Me, I am just your test subject, the guinea pig for your medicine. Hahaha, alright, but every time I bring up something important, you just dodge the question. Shi Ye smiled. He actually knew that things regarding Jiang Kaio were not that simple, but he did not delve into the power behind it. Since that is the case, as long as you are happy, that is fine. Shi Ye changed the subject. So is the responsibility of the upper district the reason why you attract so many pests when you teach your classes? Oh, could not it just be my charm? To those people are just plain annoying, Shi Ye could not help but retort. Where are you going? Getting things ready. Once Mu Xinju and that kid recover from their injuries, we are leaving this place. Shi Ye turned and walked away. It looked like a natural movement, but in reality, he just did not want to meet Jiang Kaiou's gaze anymore. He had unknowingly changed many things. He changed some history and the fates of some people. He did not know if the future world's plot lines would still happen if he kept changing things like this. If they did not, would he lose his advantage of knowing the future? Although what he has done so far are just small things, who can truly say how the butterfly effect works? Though Shi Ye himself was just as conflicted. What to do, how to do it, should he even do it? These questions haunted him every single moment, and no matter how much he thought about it, he could not find a clear answer. But there was one thing he was certain he could do, and that was to get stronger, constantly get stronger. Anyway, let us just do some tasks and upgrade first. Returning to the second floor, Shi Ye decided to play the good guy for once and checked in on Pei Bohua's room. Seeing that he had woken up, he even kindly whittled a walking stick out of a wooden branch for him. Figure out how to handle your own bathroom business. You know the situation, Jiang Kaiou is not going to help you with that, and neither am I. Pei Bohua. This young master from the upper district felt a mix of shame and anger. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? I can do it myself. Fine then, rest well. Once your condition improves, we will head back to the windless zone. Shi Ye got up to leave after saying that. He had nothing to chat about with Pei Bohua. Hey, wait a second, Yu Hao called out from behind. Something else, Shi looked back. How is the captain? Did she survive? Pei Bohua's expression was full of concern, and the emotion in his eyes could not be hidden at all. Or rather, he had no intention of hiding it. But when Shi heard his words, looked at his eyes, and felt the concern in his tone, a strong sense of irritation welled up within him. He did not know what he was feeling annoyed about. Or perhaps he did, but deep down, he was not willing to admit it. For instance, she is fine. Leaving that behind, Shi Ye walked away, pondering questions he had never thought about before. He had been with women before, yet he had never truly been with any of them. It is a strange way to put it, but it was the truth. The difference was merely between the physical and the mental. Now it seemed things were quietly starting to change. After leaving Pei Bohua's room, Shi Ye went back into Mu Xinju's room. The girl was asleep, but she looked so heart-wrenching, even frowning in her sleep. The clothes Mu Xinju was wearing and the sleeping bag she was in actually belonged to Shi Ye. Her own had been shredded by the explosions and shockwaves in the previous battle. Watching her curled up in the sleeping bag, unable to stop trembling, Shi Ye let out a soft sigh. He looked at the windowsill where a few flower pots sat. No one knew how many years old they were. Ceramics were truly incredibly durable. No wonder they survived for thousands of years in ancient times. Shi Ye cleaned the flower pots briefly and then walked over to where the weeds were growing. He pulled a small white flower, complete with its roots in soil, from the grass pile and put it into a flower pot. Then he filled it with dirt to make a small potted plant and placed it by Mu Xinju's bedside for decoration. After finishing all this, Shi Ye prepared to go fetch some water. But just as he reached the door, he heard Mu Xinju whisper from behind him. Shi Ye. Shi Ye turned around at the sound, only to find that Mu Xinju's eyes were still closed. She was just talking in her sleep. He did not know what she was seeing in her dream that made her keep calling his name. Shi Ye shook his head and got up again to go fetch water. Fresh water was crucial. Not just for him, but everyone else needed it for drinking and washing, especially the two injured ones who needed boiled water for cleaning wounds. By the time Shi Ye returned with the water, it had turned completely dark outside. In the gloom, Shi Ye sat beside Mu Xinju again. At such a close distance, he could hear her soft, gentle breathing. Then came the awkward question of sleeping arrangements. After the battle that day, Shi Ye had actually gone 2 days without a proper rest while taking care of Mu Xinju and Pei Bohua. Fortunately, his physique was robust, and his energy reserves were still decent. However, after a fierce battle and 2 days without sound sleep, he was feeling tense and exhausted. Now he really wanted to sleep well, but there was not a great place to do so. He grabbed a random blanket and prepared to make a pallet on the floor for the night. Just as he was spreading the blanket, he accidentally caught sight of a pair of dark, gleaming eyes reflecting light. They were Mu Xinju's eyes. The eye contact in the darkness stirred up some strange emotions between them. It was unclear whether they were restraining themselves or being drawn to each other. Regardless, it was a bit intimate. Shi Ye could feel that Mu Xinju was holding her breath. This must be a reaction to nervousness. He felt as if a long time had passed and that if this girl kept holding her breath like that, she would get sick. So he proactively looked away and continued setting up his floor bed. But the moment he lowered his head, his arm was grabbed by a few slender, soft fingers. The fingers tugged at Shi Ye, but their owner did not say a word. "Rest well, be a good girl." Just like that time in the women's restroom, Shi Ye coaxed her as if she were a small child. Yet the owner of the fingers remained stubborn and did not show any intention of letting go. Instead, she tugged him closer to her side again. Shi Ye remained silent for a moment and stopped setting up the floor bed. Sensing Shi Ye's hesitation, the delicate young girl shifted back in the sleeping bag, leaving half of the space open. She still did not speak. Her failure, the death of her teammates, and her emotional withdrawal made it impossible for her to voice what she wanted to say. But her intention was perfectly clear. Although she was shy, she had mustered the little bit of courage she had left. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Ye nodded gently, took off his outer clothes, and crawled into the sleeping bag. But the moment he entered, his brows locked together. The icy, bone-chilling cold of her body made it hard to imagine the state she was in. It is normal for a girl's hands and feet to be cold on a chilly night in late November. But to be this cold was abnormal. She even felt that if his own constitution were not so high, he might have been frozen stiff himself. This was also a point Shi Ye had overlooked. Their sleeping bag was thin to begin with, and Mu Xinju had suffered significant blood loss, leaving her body weak and sensitive to the cold. It was perfectly normal that she could not warm up the bed. So had she been freezing this whole time? Shi Ye felt a pang of sympathy and hesitated, but in the end, he reached out toward the area near Mu Xinju's neck. And Mu Xinju, as if she had been expecting him to do this, lifted her head without any resistance and used his arm as a pillow. Shi Ye gently stroked her back and pulled the girl closer. Her soft body pressed perfectly against him, almost melting away. At the beginning, the girl's fingers were a bit restless, not knowing where to put them. But after a while, she seemed to completely shed her final shyness and hugged She's waist tightly. She could feel the girl's gentle breathing against his chest. That fragility and helplessness made it impossible for Shi to ever associate her with the name Silver Snake again. Perhaps the moment the red thread of fate began, she was no longer the Silver Snake but simply Mu Xinju. "Sleep now." Hearing Shi's voice, the young girl snuggled even closer into his embrace. In truth, she was conflicted. This was the harbor she had always craved, but being near it made her feel weak, despicable, and guilty toward her fallen teammates. A thought kept echoing in Mu Xinju's mind. "Mu Xinju, why can you just not resist?" But this gentleness was too hard to let go of. Heavens, please just let her indulge in it for a little while longer. After all, this was the gentlest place she had ever encountered in her life. Carrying this longing, the young girl drifted off to sleep. This was a sense of security she had never known before, allowing her to sleep more soundly than ever. However, while Mu Xinju slept soundly, Shi was having a very hard time. Come to think of it, it had been a very long time since he had been this close to a woman. And now, the night in Lusa, the occasional breeze drifting in and her, so close he could touch her. All of this was simply too gentle for Shi. Her face was like a small stone dropped into the lake of his heart, and no matter where it landed, it stirred up endless ripples. To the point that even the master of that lake lost his composure. He was not some saintly monk, how could he possibly have no reaction? It was just that restraint had become a professional habit, and emotions were a cost that led them to death. That was why he guarded his heart. Uncomfortably aroused and with his thoughts in disarray, Shi, unable to fall asleep, felt like a worm squirming under the covers. He kept tossing and turning inadvertently. It was not intentional, he just could not help it, especially with the girl in his arms pressed so tightly against him. But such squirming inevitably affected Mu Xinju. "Shi, do you carry a weapon even when you sleep?" Mu Xinju, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was faint, caught in that half-asleep, half-awake state sounding like a murmur. It made Shi freeze completely in his tracks. Usually composed and measured, Shi truly lost his cool, and after a long pause he managed to blurt out. "That is not." The Mu Xinju in his arms clearly stiffened, but instead of pulling away or avoiding him, she held him even tighter. So much so that his manhood was pressed firmly against her. The searing heat was enough to set these two young people ablaze. At this moment, Mu Xinju was no longer dazed or half asleep. She held Shi, caressed him, and whispered clearly, "I give you the right to pierce me more fiercely than anyone else, but I also hope you will show mercy." After saying this, Mu Xinju closed her eyes and buried her head again. It seemed she was ready to accept whatever might happen next. Shi was clearly stunned by her words. Perhaps it was Mu Xinju's intense, burning emotions that stung him. Compared to himself, who had come in with ulterior motives from the start, Mu Xinju's feelings were undoubtedly much purer. "Sleep now." Holding the girl tightly once more, Shi gradually calmed down, and eventually he too fell into a deep slumber beside her. Very sound sleep. It was true for Mu Xinju, and it was true for Shi as well. The next morning, the chirping of birds replaced the alarm clock, and Mu Xinju, having slept for a long time, woke up before Shi. She stared at Shi, who was just inches away, in a daze for a full 5 minutes. Then, suddenly realizing something, she moved her legs and shifted around against him. No pain, no other feelings. It seemed like nothing had happened after all. Mu Xinju let out a breath, feeling a mix of relief and an inexplicable sense of disappointment. She even thought that if Shi really had done something to her last night, she could have found a shameless excuse to be with him in a logical way. If they really were together, then with her following his lead, her psychological burden might be lighter. Still, even like this, it was already quite good. She could feel the warmth of his body, as gentle as it had always been. This gentleness lasted until Shi opened his eyes. Staring eyes meeting staring eyes. Mu Xinju lowered her head in embarrassment. It was day now, and without the cover of darkness, she felt ashamed and shy about her own behavior. After all those high-sounding words, in the end, she just could not bear to let go of his gentleness. "Did you sleep well?" Shi finally broke the silence. Mu Xinju nodded lightly. She really was too embarrassed to speak, thinking her request for him to hold her last night was too humiliating. Shi stared at the shyness on Mu Xinju's face without pulling back his arm from beneath her neck. Instead, he curved his arm and gave her a gentle hug. This tender gesture left Mu Xinju frozen. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Elevating our friendship." "Hey, as soldiers, we face special circumstances out here. What happened last night was a matter of necessity. Do not overthink it." "Not overthink it? Is this meant to be a warning?" While the girl was lost in thought, Shi had already pulled his arm back, climbed out of the sleeping bag, and began to get dressed. After a good night's sleep, Shi had also thought about many things. In truth, people really cannot hold on to all kinds of relationships. Even if you try hard to maintain them, they drift apart due to growth, work, parting, or death. There is no logic to human relationships. Intimate ones can spoil, while care during a low point can make strangers instantly warm up to each other. People who were inseparable can drift apart after a single casual goodbye. That was why he had once chosen to keep his distance. But now he wanted to try cherishing them. Since he decided to try cherishing, then he would cherish every minute they had together. What if one day their friendship were to change its nature? "I am going to make some breakfast." Mu Xinju watched Shi leave, then looked at the set of clothes he had left behind, and the little white flower Shi had picked the day before. A plant even more fragile than a weed, she wondered if it would even survive. After a moment of hesitation, she began to get dressed. No matter how her relationship with Shi truly was, or what the future held, at least this moment was not too bad. Shi went to prepare breakfast, and Jiang Kaio started packing their things. Once dressed, Mu Xinju prepared to check on Pei Beihua in the next room. Since he was the only one left of the 10-member squad, she hoped to bring him back alive. Just as she was about to leave, Mu Xinju's footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned to look at the pile of debris to the side. The white mask was sitting there all alone. Mu Xinju pondered for a few seconds before finally picking up the mask, putting it on, and heading to the room next door. Captain, you are here. Pei Beihua was somewhat excited to see Mu Xinju. He struggled to prop up his broken body and sit up. And Mu Xinju did not stand on ceremony with him. How are you feeling? I will live. The brothers are all dead. Mu Xinju's voice was low. I know, Pei Beihua replied, just as dejected. When we get back, I am going to file for the squad's dissolution and resign my position as captain. Captain. Looking at Pei Bohua's surprised expression, Mu Xinju felt a bit fortunate that she was wearing a mask. I am not a qualified team leader. That is not true. You have always been qualified and we all respect you. It is meaningless, whether it is regarding battle results, tactical predictions, on-site responses, formation structure, or field command. I have significant flaws. If there had been a qualified team leader here that day, I believe the casualties would not have been so heavy. Mu Xinju was not just talking nonsense, nor was she belittling herself. She had realized long ago that she was not well suited to be a team leader. Her nature was too straightforward, making her better suited as a combatant. Captain, what about you from now on? For this mission, I will report truthfully to the school's military department, and I will follow whatever arrangements the school makes regarding the outcome. I could have my family arrange something. No need, thank you. Watching Mu Xinju walk away without looking back, Pei Bohua opened his mouth to speak. A few days ago, they were still a team full of hope, having many dreams about the future. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, they had fallen apart so easily. This caused the young master from the upper city to feel an uncontrollable emotion. Sadness. Pei Bohua had once read about this in some books. If you feel sad about the outcome of something, it means the process of that thing had its beautiful moments. It is not that the outcome is unsatisfactory, it is simply not the outcome you wanted. In this post-apocalyptic world, this was just the first lesson after university. The four of them rested in the Lusa region for a few more days. At this point, there were 12 days left until the next arrival of the Etha wind. After breakfast, Shi Ye made a stretcher for Pei Bohua and he and Mu Xinju carried him, one in front and one behind. The outside world was flamboyant, full of unknowns and dangers, but eventually they would have to face the day of returning to the windless zone. Passing back through the Lusa region and walking through the rainforest. The group soon arrived at the refugee area. Because the team's size had decreased significantly, the people in the refugee area undoubtedly surrounded them again. Actually, there is no need to wonder why they surrounded them, because staying here likely meant death as well. Hunger, disease, and the slaughter committed by others. The windless zone is just like that. Shi Ye and Mu Xinju predictably killed a few more people, and even the young lady Jiang Kaio fired her gun before they finally crossed the second ring of the windless zone and returned to Black Crow University. Standing at the school gate, Shi found a moment. You all know what to say. Yes. Good. The two girls nodded silently, and then they walked into the school together. The pharmacy department did not set a specific time limit for this field mission. However, in general, simple missions in the Lusa region are completed quickly. A magic potion research mission just requires 2 recorded magic potion experiments or 1 successful brewing of a new type of potion. Usually, alchemists choose the first option and return within 2 to 3 days. There are almost no teams like Shi Ye's that take 8 to 9 days to return. Because this incident involved Jiang Yancheng's sister, Jiang Kaio, the youngest daughter of the Jiang family, the school also gave it significant attention. After the 4 of them returned to campus and reported to the school, they were immediately detained and subjected to strict questioning. Fortunately, as survivors of this mission, Pei Bohua did not know Shi Ye's true strength. He had only seen Mu Xinju's performance in battle. Meanwhile, Shi Ye, Mu Xinju, and Jiang Kaio had already roughly coordinated their story before returning. According to normal logic, if a group had hidden information, their statements would be quite consistent to fool the interrogation. But as they faced the guards' questioning, their stories were vastly different. In interrogation room number 1, Shi Ye. The opposing team was very strong, all veterans. We were ambushed and someone was seriously injured in the first exchange. But fortunately, through a powerful collaboration between Captain Mu Xinju and me, we finally managed to defeat them after a bitter struggle. Shi spoke with great enthusiasm, full of youthful flair. What is youthful flair? It means always liking to attribute the process, the experience, and even the achievements to oneself, liking to show off one's own strength, and even feeling a bit exaggerated. Especially since he kept emphasizing his own great strength and how he joined forces with Mu Zinju to repel the enemy. The way he kept emphasizing his own merit was as if he was afraid others would not know about it. All right, student Shi Ye, right? We already know you are very strong, you do not need to repeat it, tell us more about the details. Okay, but I really am not bragging, believe me. Yes, we have always believed in you. The guards' expressions were strained. They already felt that Shi Ye was bullshitting and that the combat part was definitely exaggerated. However, judging from Shi Ye's story, he could at least be considered to have earned some credit, so they did not want to embarrass him. In interrogation room number 2, Jiang Kaio. We were assassinated during this mission, but fortunately, Shi Ye protected me. He was very brave and even helped me complete the alchemist mission. Will he be rewarded? Can he be granted the status of an upper city resident? I know Captain Mu Zinju is very powerful and killed several enemies, but Shi Ye also deserves a lot of credit. Shi Ye fought alongside Captain Mu Zinju in the end. The guards watched Jiang Kaio, who kept asking about what would happen to Shi Ye and felt quite helpless. This behavior was clearly that of a girl head over heels in love. Could that kid Shi Ye have slept with this young lady from the Jiang family during this time? In any case, combining both statements, it was basically certain that Mu Zinju was the main combat force. That Shi Ye probably contributed, but to suggest granting him upper city status because of it was complete nonsense. In interrogation room number 3, Mu Zinju. Hello, Captain Mu Zinju. Hello, but I have already prepared to resign from my position as team leader. Why? My command during this incident was improper, too many team members died, and I have significant faults and responsibilities. Unlike Shi Ye, who claimed credit for himself, or Jiang Kaio, who tried to push credit onto Shi Ye, Mu Zinju began her interrogation by frankly admitting her own mistakes and taking a humble stance. Moreover, Mu Zinju was not lying, and the polygraph was on the whole time, which made many guards feel sympathy and respect for her. I know the pain of losing companions and comrades, but Captain Mu Zinju, you do not need to make such a hasty decision. Let us start by understanding the mission process, shall we? Okay. Then please describe the situation regarding the enemy. Mu Zinju pondered for a few seconds, and the guards did not rush her. They were very strong veterans. Are you sure? Mu Zinju nodded and then continued to speak. During the fight, I heard some names: Scar, Li Si, Longlegs, Wu Yang, Wu Qi, Stone, Jian Kun, and so on. Their combat styles varied, and some had very powerful abilities. The ones who left the deepest impression on me were Longlegs and Scar. Mu Zinju's description was very detailed. She even mentioned their general appearance, gender, and combat preferences. This made the expressions of the guards listening to her account grow increasingly grave. Let me interrupt for a moment. How was student Chen Yi's performance in this battle? Mu Zinju was stunned for a moment, then hesitated and said, Shi Ye, he gave me a lot of help. The polygraph did not move. No problems, it was all the truth. Several guards nodded to each other, signaling that they could proceed. Can you give us some specific details? Yes, I can. As they listened to Mu Zinju's account, the guards nodded, took notes, and helped her reconstruct the process of the battle. Mu Zinju's testimony did not come quickly. She often had to pause to recall details, occasionally remembering things she had not mentioned before. Whenever she paused to think, the guards would fall silent, careful not to interrupt her. Because in their view, the fact that Ms. Jiang Kaio had returned unharmed was undoubtedly entirely thanks to Mu Zinju. This was evident from the way even Ms. Jiang Kaio, in her infatuated state, did not dare to downplay Mu Zinju's contribution. It seems the battle you went through was quite brutal. Yeah, I almost died back there. That scar-faced man was incredibly strong, a very powerful transcendent. A very powerful transcendent? Are you sure about that, Captain Mu Zinju? Upon hearing that the scar-faced man was a transcendent, the guards stood up instinctively. This reaction was exactly what Mu Zinju wanted and what Shi Ye had instructed her to do. To shock the guards and subtly divert their attention through the details. To silently convey the information she wanted to instill in them. Yes, I am certain, the scar-faced man was a very powerful transcendent. After Mu Xinju gave her confirmation, the guards looked at each other. Ordinary students at the cadet academy could usually apply to join the guard system in their second or third year. The requirements for being a guard were not low, but they were slightly lower than those for a regular private in the 13th district. One only needed a score of 6 in 3 physical attributes or a score of 7 in 2 to apply. Simply put, to become a guard, you had to be at least stronger than the average adult. That was the minimum requirement. And the minimum standard for a transcendent was having one attribute break through the human limit, which is 10. Therefore, even within the guard system, a transcendent was a top-tier asset. A sufficiently outstanding transcendent could even apply for the Wind Chaser assessment within the guard ranks, which was the true transcendent force of the Windless Zone. For instance, Wen Lan was a member of the Wind Chasers. An enemy who was a transcendent, fully armed and prepared, was more than enough to cause massive casualties among an ordinary guard squad. In other words, if it had been them, they likely would not have survived. They might even have been wiped out. And even more absurdly, the Mu Xinju in front of them had killed a transcendent. Suddenly, the guards' postures became much more rigid than before. To put it mildly, they were definitely sitting on edge now. Captain Mu Xinju, it is not that we doubt your strength, but we are just saying, even though you are a captain, a physical transcendent, how did you manage to kill him? The conversation had finally arrived at this point, and all the groundwork had been laid. After feigning a moment of hesitation, Mu Xinju suddenly spoke up. I have awakened. The guards. What? I said I am an awakened one. Do not ask any more questions, report it. Why are you just standing there, report it immediately. The tone of the interrogation changed instantly. Inquiry Room 3, where Mu Xinju was immediately sealed off. Guards arrived in waves, then left in waves. After some were sworn to secrecy, the guard captain, academy professors, and a team of Wind Chasers arrived before Mu Xinju one after another. They began to test her innate ability. Student Mu Xinju, you claim to have awakened. Can you demonstrate your ability now? Yes, I can. Mu Xinju extended her hand and, following the instructions Shi Ye had previously given her, released the power of silver. The flowing silver was breathtakingly beautiful, capable of turning into sharp weapons or solid armor. Without a doubt, the ability Mu Xinju displayed was that of a standard awakened one. After testing its sharpness, durability, and controllability, a Wind Chaser member provided an assessment. A silver ability that combines offense and defense. It already possesses the elements of a high-level ability, though it has not reached the strength of an epic level 1 yet. Even so, it is very strong, and with further development in the future it may well reach a higher level. Congratulations, student Mu Xinju. Thank you, Mu Xinju smiled, but there was not much warmth in her expression. Everyone understood her mood at that moment. They also gradually formed their own judgments and theories regarding this assassination incident. In a side room, a guard captain began to summarize the assassination event. The assassin's target was undoubtedly the daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Kaio. To navigate so many channels and plant a killer in a field mission with such strict requirements and screening, the perpetrator must be of significant status. The killer's strength was also considerable, a transcendent along with a team of elite veterans. Normally, such a squad against these rookie soldiers would be an easy massacre. But they did not anticipate Mu Xinju's immense strength and the intensity of her counterattack, which caused heavy losses to the assassin squad. At the same time, Mu Xinju's teammates suffered heavy casualties and were driven into a desperate situation. And desperation is the easiest trigger for human will, leading to awakening. Student Mu Xinju must have awakened her innate ability under these conditions, allowing her to turn the tables and kill the enemy. This analysis was well-reasoned and supported by evidence. While there were still some flaws in areas that were hard to scrutinize deeply, the general process was believable enough. Does the truth matter? Often, as long as the results are satisfactory, the truth is completely irrelevant. What are the results now? The most important person, Ms. Jiang Kaio, is unharmed and even completed her alchemy mission. The secondary person, Pei Bohua, the younger son of the second branch of the Pei family in the upper city, lost an arm and a leg, but he returned alive, and that is enough. The captain, Mu Xinju, achieved a high-level ability awakening. She has a clean background and a promising future. Of course, there is also Shi Ye, the talented alchemist, acting as a bonus. It can be said that the important members of their team all returned safely, without any loss. Those who died were just some nobodies from the lower city. Could there be a better outcome than this? No, it is impossible to have a better result than this. Everyone is happy now. If they were to continue digging deep and discovered some hidden secrets, how would they explain that to everyone? Therefore, regarding the investigation of the assassination, everyone reached a tacit understanding not to dig any deeper. They would hand over the information on the assassins to the Jiang family, and the rest would be handled by the Jiang family themselves. Since there was already a conclusion, the people could be released. All right, student Shi Ye, the current questioning is over. You can leave now. So, will I be getting any kind of reward? Shi Ye gave a shy smile and rubbed his fingers together. The lowliness and petty greed typical of a lower city resident were perfectly portrayed by him in that moment. Several guards gave a scornful laugh. That is something you will need to ask the academy and Ms. Jiang Kaiou about. We, the guard hall, are not responsible for such things. I see, all right then. Shi Ye, having gained nothing, looked a bit awkward but still walked out with a smile. By the time he came out, Mu Xinju was already waiting for him at the door. Shi Ye, they gave me a sum of money as hush money for this incident. How much? Shi raised an eyebrow, somewhat expectant. 20,000. Fair enough, being this stingy is the academy's style. Hearing this number, Shi Ye did not seem particularly satisfied. So, wanna go for a walk? Mu Xinju extended the invitation. Such a direct invitation actually caught Shi Ye by surprise. Since returning this time, Mu Xinju's mindset seemed to have shifted. Shi Ye could not quite put his finger on what changed, but overall it seemed like a positive change. He glanced at the coat Mu Xinju was wearing. It was his, and she had been wearing it for several days now. Shi Ye scratched his head. How about you change your clothes before we go? Mu Xinju paused, her fair fingers gripping the collar. She lifted it to her nose to sniff it, her expression turning rather peculiar. Seeing this, Shi Ye thought she had misunderstood him, as if he were implying she smelled of sweat, so he quickly clarified. There is no bad odor, actually you just have a faint milky scent. Mu Xinju's expression froze instantly, turning from peculiar to shy, and she turned straight toward the girls' dormitory. I will go take a shower and change. Oh sure. Shi Ye rubbed his chin, watching Mu Xinju hurry away, wondering if he had said the wrong thing. Never mind, it really is time for a good shower. After the two had left the school security office, a gaze from behind the window was pulled back. Security Captain Chen Shuai returned to his desk, picked up Mu Xinju's mission report, scanned it briefly, and spoke nonchalantly. This student Mu Xinju is truly impressive. The guard beside him, thinking Chen Shuai was just giving a simple compliment, immediately chimed in. Yeah, many departments and the school think highly of her. They should be allocating some resources to train her properly soon. Chen Shuai nodded, continuing to flip through Mu Xinju's file. He flipped all the way back to the very beginning. Mu Xinju suspected of being bullied by Chen Lu. Chen Shuai's expression remained the same, kind and calm, but unknowingly his eyes narrowed slightly. So the one who killed my sister was a woman with a scythe. It is well known that a man taking off his clothes, brushing his teeth, showering, pooping, and getting dressed only takes about 20 minutes total. But women have so much more to consider. Washing their hair alone can take 30 minutes. 2 hours later, Shi Ye was already feeling drowsy while squatting in the bushes when Mu Xinju finally emerged from the girls' dormitory. She was wearing a blue-toned school uniform. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, dappling her in light as if casting a golden veil over the girl in the uniform. Under Shi Ye's stare, Mu Xinju's eyebrows arched slightly like two crescent moons in the clear sky, revealing a trace of shyness without losing her tenderness. What are you looking at? Looking at you, Shi answered honestly. Mu Xinju lowered her head. The school gave me 7 days off to get some good rest. 7 days? Why did I only get 3? Maybe they think I was injured. Are we going to eat now? Mu Xinju's invitations were always so simple, mostly because her world was far too simple. Even when with Shi Ye, there were only a few things they did. Cultivating, eating, and going back to the dormitory. Right now, other than eating, she truly could not think of anywhere else to go. Sensing Mu Xinju's awkwardness, Huoyi could not help but laugh. Let us go eat, but not at the school today. Oh, then where? Hearing that they would not be eating at school, Mu Xinju felt inexplicably panicked, as the only places she was familiar with were the school and that dilapidated little home of hers. If not at school, they would inevitably be elsewhere in the windless zone. She had rarely, almost never been anywhere else. To Mu Xinju, this felt even more difficult than going out into the wild to carry out missions and fight. You seem quite nervous. No, I am not. Being stubborn was a must. However, Shi Ye saw through it without calling it out. Just like during their training in the past, he took the lead and walked in front of Mu Xinju. Let us go, you have me with you. What are you panicking about? Yeah. The two of them walked through Black Raven University in their uniforms, compared to their usual fast-paced, high-intensity life at the military academy. Today they were exceptionally relaxed. Unrestrained, peaceful. This was the first time in years Mu Xinju had felt such an emotion. Walking on the road, Shi Ye was not just zoning out, but started to chat about the questioning process regarding the assassination incident. I did not get any news from the questioning on my end, and they did not dig too deep. How about you? I was fine. Jiang Kaio was taken away directly by people from the Jiang family, and Pei Beihua was sent to the hospital. As for me, I gave the statement and information exactly as you told me to, and I did reveal my identity as an awakened. Hearing Mu Xinju summarize the questioning process, Shi Ye nodded slightly. Well done. Suddenly getting praised by Shi Ye, Mu Xinju's mood soared. She looked at him with anticipation. It was only because your instructions were detailed enough. Does this mean I am in the clear? Shi Ye nodded, then shook his head. Yes, but it is meaningless. The reason they did not dig deeper was that they were satisfied with the result. Our story had too many holes. In reality, it would not have stood up to scrutiny. Is that so? But do not worry, you have shown your value, which is what matters. With the identity of an awakened, things will be much easier for you in the future. Besides, the school will invest in you and give you priority access to certain resources. When that happens, just do as I told you before. Exchange for as many constitution-enhancing potions as you can to improve your physical fitness, and also. Listening to Shi Ye arrange everything for her, Mu Xinju could not help but interrupt. Shi Ye. What? What about you? What about me? Shi's expression remained calm. Mu Xinju, however, was getting anxious. She was naturally happy to be getting resources from the school and the Windless Zone Council. But more than that, she cared about Shi Ye himself. For her, ever since the day she had not yet enrolled, it was Shi Ye who dragged her out of the gutter. She wanted to be with Shi Ye, it was that simple. But every time he spoke, acted, or made arrangements, it gave her the illusion that they would only drift further apart. He is clearly so strong, why does he have to hide it? You can get resources from the school too, we can be together. Seeing the girl's hopeful expression, Shi Ye explained. I know what you are worried about, but do not be in such a hurry. I have no intention of leaving Black Raven University or District 13, but before that, I have some personal matters to handle. Personal matters. Hearing those two words, Mu Xinju, who had been so happy, suddenly stopped in her tracks, her expression looking saddened. So is this another thing that needs to be kept from me? Hi. Mu Xinju's reaction caught Shi Ye off guard, but he quickly understood the reason why. The previous loss of so many team members had hurt her deeply. Mu Xinju's personality was already quite introverted. This kind of unexplained departure would only cause her to bottle things up and pressure herself. So even if the secrecy was out of good intentions, it should not be done this way. Thinking it through, Shi Ye chuckled. If that is the case, then let us try expressing it more directly. He turned around, walked up to Mu Xinju, raised his hand, extended two fingers and tapped her forehead gently. Dab. The gesture was slightly intimate, not really how normal friends interacted. Mu Xinju's heart raced, beating rapidly. What is he doing? Why are you poking me? Shi Ye pulled back his hand and asked a question that is almost fatal between a man and a woman. Are you angry? No, Mu Xinju turned her head away, giving the standard answer that 99% of girls use. That is right, for any woman, being stubborn is a must. In fact, Shi Ye's usual attitude toward others has always been friendly indifference, a professional habit developed over many years. Friendliness is the shell, but indifference is the core. Even with Mu Xinju, Shi Ye was the same at the beginning, there was no difference. It was only later as they spent time together that while Shi Ye changed Mu Xinju, he was also unknowingly changed by her. Xiao Mu's personality is indeed a bit extreme, but in reality she is not as outrageous as in the game's plot. Right now she has not suffered as much pain yet. Of course, suffering is nothing to be celebrated. So Shi Ye could never intentionally create suffering just to mold a boss who obeys his orders. To say Shi Ye is helpful would be an exaggeration. But at least for Mu Xinju, he would have a little more patience. Every time he saw her looking angry, Shi Ye could not help but tease her. "Is that so? I thought you were angry, so I was going to tell you." Mu Xinju froze in place, not knowing whether to admit it or not, feeling like she was about to suffocate. Seeing her at a loss for words, Shi Ye almost laughed out loud, but continued to pretend to be serious. "What is it? How about this? If you admit you are angry right now, I will tell you the reason." Hearing Shi Ye's request, Mu Xinju frowned, her eyes flickering. Her usually cold expression now became somewhat dazed and cute. "No, how can he be so shameless?" Mu Xinju struggled internally. Even an introverted girl needs to save face, you know. But she really wanted to know the reason Shi Ye was hiding. "It is so suffocating." "Yeah, I am angry," Mu Xinju admitted in a small voice. After saying that, she simply turned her head away because even she could not stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. This is probably what is known as making yourself laugh. But after a few seconds, when Shi Ye still did not say anything, Mu Xinju thought he still did not want to talk about it, and worried that her reaction might have made things awkward for him. Her internal bias toward Shi Ye led her to compromise, and she lowered her head. "If you do not want to say it, actually, it is okay." "It is the orphanage," Shi Ye suddenly said, interrupting Mu Xinju. Mu Xinju was stunned by this answer. She did not expect Shi Ye to really tell her. But she could not understand why it would be this answer. It was not that she thought Shi Ye was lying, but the orphanage usually had a very good reputation in District 13, and was well supported by many. Just a while ago, it was awarded the title of Model Charitable Institution of the Doldrums. The orphanage, what is wrong with it? Do you also think that the District 13 orphanage is a great place that takes in homeless children, gives them resources, education, and raises them to adulthood? Is not it? Mu Xinju hesitated. The Red Sun Orphanage in District 13 is actually a child trafficking organization belonging to a big shot in the upper city. It has an incredibly complex background, powerful force, and a truly terrifying core. They provide human weapons, playthings, and even more horrific living subjects for human experiments to the rich in the upper city. If the lower city of the doldrums is hell, then the orphanage is an abyss deeper than hell. Unfortunately, I am from that orphanage. Shi Ye was used to working alone, so keeping secrets had become a habit, but thinking about it carefully. When doing certain things, having a trusted partner is definitely much better than doing it all alone. Since he had already mentioned the orphanage, he had nothing left to hide. But for Mu Xinju, this news was too much of a shock. "Shi Ye, I grew up in the Red Sun Orphanage, and most of the friends I grew up with are gone. They were either taken away as toys, died, or became fertilizer for the garden." I know I seem quite impressive in your eyes, strong and knowledgeable, but actually all these years in the orphanage I have just been playing the fool to get by. As someone who grew up there, I learned too many secrets. I used to be able to get away with playing dumb, but now that I have been admitted to college, many of those disguises will no longer work. This place is tied up with too much, and without enough certainty, it is really not suitable to expose to. Shi Ye spoke with a nonchalant expression, as he usually did, but the touch he suddenly felt behind him made him forget everything he was about to say. Gentle arms wrapped around his waist, and a soft body rubbed lightly against his back. "I know now, I am sorry." The girl apologized first, and then continued to rub her forehead against his back for a while. She pushed Shi Ye forward a few steps before stopping. Then she exhaled against his back. I could not help it." Shi Ye glanced at her hands still tightened against his chest, somewhat helpless. "Are you still going to eat?" Yes, the girl's voice sounded flustered, and her hands, which had nowhere to rest, quickly pulled back. "Then let us go." "Okay." The two of them walked out of the campus together. Wearing their school uniforms, they looked like they belonged to some carefree era. youths in their prime being drawn to each other. Occasionally, students passing by would look back, their thoughts turning to someone they had been hiding in their hearts for a long time. Their mouths were always curved upward, yet they did not speak again. Only when they reached the Su railway station did Mu Chen finally ask, "Where are we going now?" "To the high wall." In the doldrums, the high wall is the marker dividing the upper city from the lower city. Unlike the simple moats of the lower districts, the high wall has absolute, powerful defenses. It signifies money, power, status, strength, and class. The high wall is the greatest barrier and the true watershed of the ether world. That has never changed. Do you intend to go to the upper city? Mu Xinju was hesitant. They did not have temporary passes, and even applying with their Black Crow University student IDs would require a long process. "No, I do not intend to go to the upper city. We will just stroll around near the high wall. The environment there is nice." Mu Xinju did not know what Shi Ye meant by the environment, but when Shi Ye made a decision, she never argued. "Okay. Beep beep." The Magitech train arrived at the station. Shi Ye stepped on first and then reached out to Mu Xinju behind him. "Come." Yeah, Mu Xinju reached out her fingers and held hands with Shi Ye. The train started and the wind blew in through the window, occasionally tousling Shi Ye's hair. Mu Xinju sat next to Shi Ye, glancing sideways. Facing the sunlight, he seemed to be shining. Just by watching him for a little longer, she would inevitably lower her head. She did not know what their relationship was. Being just friends was not enough, but they were not a couple yet either. She just felt that the invitation she mustered the courage to make today was not bad. Mu Xinju took the phonograph her mother gave her out of her bag, put on the left earphone, and silently started playing some old songs from an unknown era. Shi Ye happened to look at her then and saw her phonograph. He reached out, picked up the right earphone, and hung it on his right ear. As a result, their distance unintentionally closed, and if Mu Xinju tilted her head, she could lean on Shi Ye's shoulder. Mu Xinju kept her head down. She liked it when the wind blew because she could smell the scent on Shi Ye. Listening along, it was truly wonderful. Mu Xinju was immersed in her own little world, finding satisfaction so easily. "Young man, get up and give your seat to an elderly person. You are young, it is better for you to stand." Shi Ye, who was listening to music, looked somewhat bewildered. As soon as he looked up, he saw a slightly hunched old man standing in front of him. The man not only demanded that Shi Ye give up his seat, but also kept glancing at Mu Xinju from time to time. It was as if the word sleazy was written all over his face. Mu Xinju had already clenched her fists silently, her face revealing a grim look. She was not some kind-hearted young girl, and she never had been. She could rise up in rebellion against bullies in the upper city, kill decisively when the opportunity arose, remain calm when summoned by the guards, and kill several veterans during her first mission in the wilderness. Her softness, delicacy, and submissiveness were always selective, or rather, reserved only for Shi Ye. Even to teammates like Pei Beihua, Mu Xinju was a cold and ruthless captain. This old thing in front of them had interrupted the intimacy she and Shi Ye had finally built up, and honestly, he was somewhat tired of living. She stood up directly from her seat and clenched her fists at the old man before her. "Greg." A flash of silver light shone, and the sharp silver needle was nearly poking the old man's eyeball. "Scram." The windless zone had no tradition of giving up seats to the elderly, nor were there any priority seats. This is the lower city, no one cares how old you are. If you do not have the ability to survive, then go die. The old man was a lower city resident, but he was no fool, and Mu Xinju's move had clearly scared him. Upon realizing that the other party was an awakened, the old man immediately scurried towards the back of the train. Even his lecherous gaze became much clearer. After displaying her martial prowess, Mu Xinju could not help but look at Shi Ye, feeling a bit flustered because she did not know how he viewed her actions just now. "I was protected by classmate Mu Xinju, huh," Shi Ye said with a smile. Mu Xinju felt a bit awkward hearing this. Given Shi Ye's strength, how could he possibly need her protection? In fact, every time they encountered danger and hardship, it was Shi Ye who was protecting her. That was why she had to work even harder on her cultivation, hoping that one day she could be of help to him. I just think that kind of person is annoying. If you do not want to be disturbed, let us go to the seats for two in the back. Shi Ye's tone was very calm, showing no signs of anger, which instantly soothed Mu Xinju and calmed her emotions. Okay. She stood up and followed Shi Ye to sit in the corner of the train, quietly listening to her music again. The atmosphere remained calm, just lacking a bit of the intimacy from before. It lasted until the train pulled into the platform at the high wall station. We are here, get off the train. Oh. Mu Xinju stood up from the chair, looking at the earphones Shi Ye handed over, feeling a sense of regret in her heart. She even wished this train could run longer and slower. For instance, just keep driving on forever. This area under the high wall, being the innermost part of the lower city and the periphery of the upper city, usually gathered some of the wealthiest people in the lower city. These people were generally businessmen in the lower city, having some skills but not quite that much. Most of their business came from low-end industries. They might be richer than some ordinary upper city residents, but they would never touch the core areas, such as pharmacology, etho weapon equipment, firearms, awakened personnel, or certain technology industries. The industries of these people were basically highly replaceable. It meant that if you replaced them with anyone else, it might not be better, but it would not be much worse either. They were like piglets raised by the upper city, likely to be served on the dining table at any time. Let us eat something good today. She pointed to a bustling area under the high wall. Yeah, it is my treat, Mu Xinju said hurriedly. She had never had the habit of taking advantage of others since she was a child. She had been eating at Shi Ye's expense for a long time, but back then she had no money and could not treat him. Now that she had finally found an opportunity, she was very eager to state it. Between men and women, it should be equal and mutual. At least that was how Mu Xinju felt herself. Are not you afraid that I will order too much and eat you out of your savings? I am not afraid, Mu Xinju replied very earnestly, almost making Shi Ye laugh. Alright then, let us have something expensive today. Hearing Shi Ye say this, Mu Xinju prepared herself for a major financial bleeding. Soon, she was brought by Shi Ye to a pinkish, slightly noisy entertainment club in the lower city. The name of this club was also unique, called Colorful, just like the lights here. Even though Mu Xinju had done a lot of mental preparation, after arriving here with Shi Ye, her expression was still difficult to control and her whole body became stiff. Shi Ye, are we really going to eat in a place like this? Just as Mu Xinju finished asking, a bunny girl in revealing clothes walked over. Wearing black fishnet stockings and a tight miniskirt, she was carrying drinks and beverages bowed in front of Shi Ye and Mu Xinju and placed down 2 glasses of fruit wine. Please enjoy 2 guests. If you need anything, just call me. My name is Maomao. Maomao did not look down on them because they were both wearing school uniforms. Here, there are all kinds of people, and not offending others easily was a waiter's survival skill. Moreover, students from the Crow University might soar to the sky any day. Offending a university student is the stupidest thing to do. Therefore, while speaking, this Miss Maomao did not forget to puff out her chest in front of Shi Ye, wiggling her round bunny tail. Of course, her intention was certainly not to let Shi Ye look at her bald tail. Thank you, we will look at the menu first and call you later. Shi Ye nodded politely, then looked at Mu Xinju with a smile on his lips and a teasing tone. Why do not want to pay anymore? If you are afraid of spending money, we can go somewhere else. Mu Xinju's stubbornness and headstrong nature were well known. This kind of provocation that anyone could see through was unexpectedly effective on her. No, let us just stay here, as long as you like it. Little Mu's expression was indescribable. She had originally expected eating with Shi Ye to be a romantic date like the one on the magic train. She never expected it to be like this. Sai-he, Mu Xinju took a sip of the fruit wine and then looked at what was in front of her in surprise. This thing tasted unexpectedly good, so she could not help but take a few more sips, but tasty drinks could not change her current mood much. While Shi Ye was flipping through the menu, she felt bored and could not help but glance around the club. All sorts of bunny girls were posturing. This was the most distracting part for her. Their attire made Mu Xinju blush. But she could not help wondering, would Shi Ye like this style? Taking a sneaky peek at Shi Ye, seeing him still ordering food, Mu Xinju silently turned her head away again, looking at the other people. The noisy hall contained many rough guests. They had their chests open, with weapons either hanging at their waists or simply placed on the tables. The more Mu Xinju looked, the more she felt something was wrong. She was actually very smart, just prone to getting distracted when it came to Shi Ye. But now, upon regaining her focus and taking another look, in this club, are not there a bit too many people carrying weapons? Whether we are here for a meal or for fun, there is really no need to be so heavily armed, is there? Shi Ye here. You want to eat shrimp? Mu Xinju, who had originally intended to ask a question, was stunned for a moment, and then her eyes filled with confusion. What is shrimp? This counter-question actually stumped Shi Ye, a thing like shrimp. If you have never had it, you should give it a try. Shrimp are quite rare in the lower city, and this place does a pretty good job with them. Have you been here before? Heh, I heard about it. Shi Ye chuckled and continued to focus on ordering. This small intermission of ordering dishes suppressed the doubts in Mu Xinju's heart, and she did not continue to ask about the clubhouse. But she already had a vague feeling that Shi Ye bringing her here was not that simple. That should be about enough. Take a look and see if there is anything else you want to add. Having finished ordering, Shi Ye handed the menu to Mu Xinju, and after she took it, her pupils immediately constricted. Salt-baked lobster, 380. Abalone claypot rice, 299. And that Black Knight beer thing, 20 a bottle, and you ordered 12 bottles. As an ultimate pauper from the lower city, where had she ever seen such a display? She had planned to make the 20,000 credits the school provided her last for a whole year with Shi Ye. But this one meal alone is nearly 2,000 credits. Who can afford to eat like this? Although she had said earlier that she would treat him today, seeing the prices of what Shi Ye ordered still made her heart bleed. Shi Ye, we are just students, is not this meal a bit? Looking at Mu Xinju's almost tearful expression, Shi Ye could not hold back a smile. He reached out and gently tapped her finger. Do not worry, just enjoy the meal today. You will understand once you have finished eating. The confusion in Mu Xinju's eyes was gradually replaced by thoughtfulness. Her trust in Shi Ye was almost blind, and coupled with the fact that she had already noticed something abnormal about this place, she could quickly guess a few things. Shi Ye is very powerful and mysterious. Could this be some secret stronghold related to him? Once this thought popped up, Mu Xinju could not help but let her imagination run wild. She wondered if Shi Ye bringing her here meant that he trusted her completely. What kind of relationship would deserve such trust? A simple friendship definitely would not be enough, could it be? As Mu Xinju pondered, her ears began to steam and she could not help but bow her head. But she did not forget to steal glances at Shi Ye while looking down. Is it very hot? Your ears are so red. Mu Xinju's expression stiffened instantly. When her mind went blank, she tended to babble. I agree. What do you agree to? Mu Xinju was almost pressing her face against the table. How embarrassing. What is wrong with her today? Nothing, I mean you can order whatever you like. Although Shi Ye found Mu Xinju's behavior strange, he did not ask further and waved at Mao Mao, the bunny girl not far away. Alright waitress, that will be all. Got it, handsome, please wait a moment. Shi Ye had originally wanted to chat with Mu Xinju, but seeing her inexplicably bowing her head and playing dead left him a bit speechless. Mu Xinju, why do you keep your head down? It is nothing. They were sitting by the window, so this behavior from Mu Xinju was understandable. But Shi Ye raised his eyebrows at this moment. He stared at Mu Xinju for a while, and even after confirming she noticed his gaze, he had no intention of looking away. As for why he could confirm that little Mu sensed his gaze. Simple, whenever little Mu realizes she is being watched by Shi Ye, she blushes. It is just that she would pretend not to notice until Shi Ye suddenly stood up and sat down beside her. Mu Xinju's back stiffened. Her long legs could not help but pull together, and she pulled her hand off the table, put it on her lap, decided it felt awkward, and moved it back. Finally, she could not get comfortable, so she just put one hand on the table and one on her lap. Are you nervous? No. If we sit together like this, those bunny girls will not keep throwing flirtatious looks at me. Shi Ye's words seemed to be something else she could dwell on. But now that they were sitting together, Mu Xinju had no chance to think about those things. She was wondering why Shi Ye had suddenly sat beside her, and whether he would make any further moves. Actually, when they were on their field mission, they had already been open and honest with each other. Although she was the one who invited him that night, Shi Ye had held her and held her very tightly. Thinking back, they had already been closer than this. So why was she still so nervous when Shi Ye got close to her now?
Shi Ye,
If you do not like me sitting here, I can go back. No, do not go back, just sit like this, it is fine. Her performance today was too shameful, she could not even stand it herself. But Shi Ye just smiled knowingly, he felt that the current situation was just right. Then I will just sit here, okay?
Meh.
Since the dishes Shi Ye ordered were bestsellers, the waiter brought them over very quickly. When the waiter served the food, Mu Xinju let out a sigh of relief, finally able to eat. And when the bunny girl Mao Mao saw Shi Ye and Mu Xinju sitting together, she threw a resentful look at Shi Ye. Shi Ye pretended not to see it. There were not many decent people among the girls in this kind of place anyway. However, Mu Xinju looked at the salt-baked lobster in front of her and was at a loss, not knowing where to start. Shi Ye of course noticed her predicament. Do not know how to eat it. Mu Xinju was a little embarrassed, but she nodded. She did not pretend to understand when she did not. Shi Ye smiled and picked up the lobster. Then I will peel it for you. Oh, okay. Shi Ye laughed again at this sight. He pointed to the other dishes. Do not be like that, you can eat the other dishes too. Oh right. Mu Xinju picked up her chopsticks, held them for a while but then put them down. Her eyes lingered on the crate of Black Knight beer. Even though she was from the lower city, she had worked hard to get into college, so she recognized beer though she had never drunk it before. Shi Ye, do you want to drink some beer? Sure, do not lose the bottle cap or we will have to buy another crate later.
Pub.
Using the bottle opener for the first time, Mu Xinju used the wrong technique, and the cap immediately flew off. It carved an arc through the air. Mu Xinju's gaze followed the bottle cap, her thoughts already captured by what Shi Ye had just said. Do bottle caps have other uses?
Whoosh.
Little Mu stood up abruptly and reached out a hand to grab the beer bottle cap. But her sudden movement startled Shi Ye. Mu Xinju herself felt that she had used a bit too much force. Nice moves, hero, she added out of the blue. Mu Xinju felt even more embarrassed, so she slinked back into her seat and handed the beer to Shi Ye.
Here? Yeah.
Having gained some experience with the bottle opener, Mu Xinju's second attempt was much smoother, and she opened a bottle for herself as well. Although she had never drunk alcohol in her life and this bottle was quite expensive, they had already spent so much money today that it did not really matter. One bottle it is.
Pub.
After opening the bottle, Mu Xinju stared at the rim for a moment. Do you drink it directly? She looked at Mu Xinju and blinked. You can drink straight from the bottle or pour it into a glass. I suggest that, as a lady, it is better to pour it into a glass because both smoking and drinking directly from the bottle make it easy to develop fine lines around your lips. Oh, okay. Mu Xinju nodded blankly, touched by how much Shi Ye knew. But then she thought about it, why would a guy like Shi Ye know these things about women? No, cannot keep thinking about this. Mu Xinju poured herself a glass of beer, picked it up, and downed it in one go. Because she did not know much about alcohol, at least not beer, the alcohol in her mind was always the really strong kind that smelled pungent. But after drinking a glass of beer, a hint of confusion appeared in Mu Xinju's eyes. This thing. It was not exactly delicious, but it did not have the harsh or spicy taste she imagined. It was a bit bitter but very refreshing after being chilled. While she was lost in thought, Shi Ye had already prepared a lobster and handed it to Mu Xinju. Beer and big shrimp, here you go. Mu Xinju looked at Shi Ye's fingers stained with oil and seasoning, feeling a bit dazed, yet also joyful. Shi Ye is truly so gentle. But his gentle attitude and skillful technique clearly came from experience, and probably not just once, which always made Mu Xinju's mind wander. For instance, is Shi Ye like this with other girls too? Always so gentle or thoughtful? This was something she had already contemplated before. Especially when she saw Shi Ye with Jiang Kaio, this young lady from an uptown family seemed to value Shi Ye highly and even covered for him, which clearly was not an ordinary relationship. Coming from a humble background, she knew she lacked the conditions to compete with Jiang Kaio. So she always wanted to be a bit greedier. For example, why are not you eating, daydreaming, she suddenly asked. This time, Mu Xinju was not shy. She just kept her head down, staring at the lobster meat Shi Ye had put in her bowl and muttered. Is Shi Ye like this to other people too? Shi Ye's chopsticks paused and he frowned. Who are other people, and what do you mean by like this? With her head bowed, Mu Xinju pursed her lips as if she had made up her mind about something. Is Shi Ye this gentle with other girls too? Mu Xinju.
Yeah.
Mu Xinju lifted her head out of reflex and immediately saw Shi Ye's fingers coming right at her.
Dab.
His index and middle fingers poked her forehead. Following that came Shi Ye's calm yet firm voice.
No.
Mu Xinju widened her eyes, as if processing the information contained in those two words. So is she special to Shi Ye? It is well known that during adolescence, both boys and girls love to fantasize. The thing they love to overthink the most is whether so-and-so likes them. Seeing Mu Xinju dazed again, Shi felt a bit helpless. Mu Xinju, you have asked your questions and I have answered, so can we eat properly now? Oh, okay. Mu Xinju nodded hurriedly and bit her lip, but this time a distinct curve appeared at the corners of her mouth. Picking up the lobster meat Shi Ye had peeled for her with her chopsticks, Mu Xinju suddenly felt that the food was extra delicious. These 2,000 yuan were well spent. After eating a few bites, Mu Xinju turned her gaze to Shi Ye again. The beer bottle in Shi Ye's hand tilted slightly, the transparent liquid swaying gently with his movements, and the bubbles reflecting flickers of gold in the sunlight. He tilted his head back, the beer sliding past his lips. The icy sensation formed a sharp contrast with the summer heat, and he closed his eyes slightly, as if enjoying the coolness and tranquility of the moment. Shi Ye, what does it feel like to drink? Shi paused, seemingly giving the question some serious thought. A light buzz, romantic and cozy, with the emotions of yesterday and the expectations of tomorrow. But I always feel that apart from being refreshing, beer does not seem very tasty. Then you are right, I do not really like the taste of alcohol either, but I love the feeling of being slightly buzzed. Slightly buzzed. Mu Xinju stared at the Black Warrior beer bottle in front of her, thought about it just as seriously for a while, and then picked up the bottle to drink again. A small sip, another sip, a big gulp. Feels pretty good. Seeing her getting into it, Shi Ye did not forget to remind her. Even with beer, it is possible to get drunk, so you would better control your intake. Then when do you count as being drunk? When you really feel like talking. Alright, stop overthinking it, come let us cheers. Mu Xinju did not quite understand the significance of clinking glasses, but she did not want to ruin the mood at a time like this, and she was quite happy with this level of interaction. Okay. Mu Xinju, who was not great at conversation, accompanied Shi Ye, who did not like to talk much, in having her first drink after living in this different world for so many years. Back in the orphanage, Shi Ye had neither the resources nor the state of mind to drink. He had lived cautiously until today, when he could finally say he was living a bit like a transmigrator. To tomorrow, Shi Ye made a finger gun gesture at Mu Xinju. Mu Xinju did not know the meaning of the gesture, but she was riding high and so was Shi Ye, so she followed along with a matching action. To tomorrow. Ding. As the bottles clinked, the golden liquid swirled inside. The atmosphere was great, a slight buzz, that was probably what this moment was all about. The meal ended and Mu Xinju's cheeks were slightly flushed from the alcohol. She would glance at Shi Ye from time to time, seemingly expectant of what would happen next. As everyone knows, 18 is truly the age for daydreaming. But things rarely develop the way one expects. After the meal, Shi Ye grabbed the bottle caps from the table, opened all the remaining beers and collected the 12 bottle caps. Follow me. Mu Xinju was a bit dazed, but she still followed obediently behind Shi Ye. The two of them walked one after the other, casually approaching the door of a clubroom. Shi Ye knocked gently 3 times in a row before the person inside aggressively opened a viewing port. Who the hell are you? Shi Ye handed over the 12 bottle caps in his hand. Friend, will not you let me come in and have a seat? The other person looked Shi Ye and Mu Xinju up and down and raised an eyebrow. New faces. Everyone has a first time. What are you here for? The other person was still very guarded. Shi Ye then pulled a handful of iron tags from his backpack, some still stained with blood, the very ones from the squad of veterans he had taken out during a mission in the wilderness earlier. Dangling the bloodied iron tags in his hand, Shi Ye smiled. Trading 10 dog tags. Even with the door frame in the way, Mu Xinju could still see the shock in the eyes of the person inside through the gap. Dog tags, Mu Xinju muttered to herself. She really had not paid attention to these things before, and the instructors at the Cadet Academy had never taught them anything about it. But she felt these must be identification tags because soldiers or mercenaries in the wild often faced weird, deformed entities, and it was easy for bodies to become unidentifiable. These iron tags were probably used to confirm the identities of fallen soldiers. But the question was, could these things be sold? While Mu Xinju was puzzled, the attitude of the person inside the door had changed significantly. Their voice was no longer arrogant, but instead carried a hint of curiosity. "Did you make these?" When Shi Ye heard him ask this, his previously indifferent expression suddenly turned cold. "You have the nerve to ask something like that, do not you know the rules? You may be young, but you sure know a lot, come in." The door creaked open and the red lights inside the room made people feel a bit dizzy. There were 5 or 6 men and women in the room staring straight at the two of them. This environment made Mu Xinju very uncomfortable. However, she spoke up at that moment. "Follow me." "Okay." Mu Xinju did not feel timid. She usually kept a cold expression anyway, and with the hazy red lights, no one could notice any change in her demeanor. The two of them followed a man with multicolored hair toward the restroom of the private room. Although it was a restroom, as soon as the door opened, there was a long flight of stairs leading downward. The hazy red lights from before were gone here, and after pushing open a door at the corner of the end of the corridor, a whole new world appeared. This is, Mu Xinju looked at the place with some surprise. The first thing that caught her eye was a massive ring inside the underground arena. There were 2 fighters brawling on it. Why call it a brawl instead of a fight? The reason was obvious. One person's hand bones were already broken, while the other's jaw was hanging loose. Blood was everywhere, yet there was absolutely no fear in the eyes of the 2 men, only bloodlust and madness. The surrounding spectators were constantly howling and shouting, holding betting slips in their hands. It seemed they had bet quite a lot. The waitresses here were dressed even more scantily and provocatively than outside. Money, blood, darkness, and the scent of sex permeated the air here. Besides those watching the brawl, at the very back of the underground hall were individual cubicles, each occupied by either a waitress and a client, or 2 clients chatting with each other. Dirty, unspeakable transactions were unfolding right here. "This is the largest black market in District 13, Kaleidoscope," Shi Ye explained, not forgetting to take a glass of juice from an exposed waitress. Seeing that Shi Ye was handsome, the waitress actually stopped and spoke bluntly. "Want to get together after I get off work? If you can last 20 minutes, I will give you a freebie." After saying that, she even scanned Mu Xinju with a provocative look. Mu Xinju was pretty, but she was just too green. How could a little green apple like her compare to a juicy peach like her? Mu Xinju. Little Mu was trying to understand the meaning behind the woman's words. Although she could only guess a little bit, it definitely was not anything good. "You..." Before Mu Xinju could turn red and say something tough, Shi Ye pushed her down. "Thanks, no need." "Heh, since you are in a place like this, are you afraid of your girlfriend getting jealous? That makes no sense." The waitress shot Shi Ye a glance and swayed her hips as she left, not insisting. But after hearing what she said, the previously angry Mu Xinju did not seem so angry anymore. "Girlfriend. She must mean her, right?" "Hee. What are you laughing at?" Shi suddenly asked. "Nothing, no, I am not laughing." Mu Xinju stiffened her face and denied it. Shi shook his head helplessly and dragged her toward the trading area. When the two arrived at the trading area, the hostesses here were dressed much more formally, wearing attire similar to kipaos, and greeted the two very politely. "How can I help you two?" Shi got straight to the point and placed the dog tags on the table. "I'm selling 10 dog tags." Looking at the blood-stained iron tags, the beautiful hostess raised an eyebrow. "Young man, I do not know where you got these identity tags, but here at Kaleidoscope." "Cut the crap, 10 dog tags, one of them belongs to an awakened 200,000. Hearing the figure Shi proposed, Mu Xinju's pupils shrank fiercely. All the credit for this mission went to her. She saved Jiang Kaio and Pei Bohua, completed the mission successfully, and after her awakening, the school only gave her a bonus of 20,000. Shi Ye was holding 10 iron tags and asking for 200,000. Would they get kicked out? "No, sir. I said cut the crap. If you cannot make the call, go get your supervisor." Shi Ye had changed from his usual gentle and kind speaking style to being very assertive. The hostess looked at the dog tags, hesitated for a moment, and then, as if she had made a major decision, nodded at Shi Ye. "Sir, I can make the call on this deal, but is not the price of 200,000 a bit too high? Ordinary dog tags are 7,000 each and awakens is 100,000. 200,000 is perfectly reasonable." Shi Ye did not even blink when he said this. Mu Xinju, on the other hand, was starting to get confused. Ordinary ones were 7,000 each, 9 of them would be 63,000. Plus the 100,000 for the awakened, that should only be 163,000. Her math should not be wrong, right? Where did the 200,000 come from? Then the remaining 37,000, the hostess stared at Shi Ye. "That 37,000 is the reason I chose you." Shi Ye's voice was cold, which reminded Mu Xinju of the night he killed someone. Perhaps this was the real Shi Ye. The hostess fell silent again, but she did not keep Shi Ye and Mu Xinju waiting too long. "Fine, I will use that 37,000 to buy this reason." Hearing the hostess agree, a smile finally appeared on Shi Ye's face. "A very wise choice, you will not be disappointed." "I hope so. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yi Qing. How should I address you, sir?" "My name is Shi Ye, and her name is Mu Xinju." Upon hearing the introduction, Yi Qing paid a little more attention to Mu Xinju. Logically speaking, Shi Ye had led the entire process, so there was no need to introduce Mu Xinju at all. But there must be a reason why the client did that. "Okay, I have noted that, Mr. Shi Ye, Ms. Mu Xinju. Also, would you like cash or a card? Prepare a card and also help us buy some things." Hearing that it was time to spend money, Yi Qing immediately beamed with joy. To keep a business running, there has to be give and take. If you only put out money without anything coming back, nobody would be willing to do it. "Please go ahead, I will write it down so we can prepare everything together. First, I need 2 high-caliber handguns. High-caliber handguns, refined iron broadswords, smoke grenades, poison, a communicator, ether crystals, and 2 bottles of essence-strengthening magic potion." Mu Xinju watched Shi Ye's spending spree with her jaw dropped. The 200,000 credits they had just received were shrinking at a visible rate. He clearly had no intention of saving a single cent. The most expensive items were the pair of handguns. A pair of fine-quality enchanted handguns priced at a staggering 137,000. Cherry Promise and Flower Without Regret. Stats Power Level 3, Weight Level 3. Enchantment Cherry, those struck by it will fall into hallucinations. Enchantment Flower, those struck by it will suffer a burst explosion. Description, rumored to be a couple's sidearms. These handguns have immense power, but their ether crystal consumption rate is just as huge as their caliber. It was not until they had spent 183,000 that Shi Ye's wild shopping frenzy finally ground to a halt. Even though it was not her own money, Mu Xinju felt a sharp pang of heartache watching him spend like that. She had been thrifty her entire life. "Are you done buying?" "Yeah, that should be about it. Take a look and see what else you need and I will add it." "How me?" "Of course, why else would I be buying 2 of so many things? Besides, I do not even use broadswords." Mu Liv felt that Shi Ye made a lot of sense, and she found herself at a loss for words. "And besides," she even felt a little flutter of excitement. Does this count as Shi Ye buying things for her? "Shi Ye, you actually do not need to buy me so many things. I am not buying them just for you. This money was always half yours to begin with. After all, we are partners." When it came to money, Shi Ye was very greedy, which was evident from his aggressive negotiating tactics. But greed is one thing, and distribution is another. Years of experience taught Shi Ye that when working as a team, one should never try to hog all the profits. That was a foolish move. Taking it all for yourself might keep you full for a moment, but it is really just cutting off your own path forward. What is win-win cooperation? What does it mean to grow the pie? In a 200,000 credit deal, getting 100 of it is still just 200,000. But if there is a 1 million credit deal, even if you only get a third, it is far more than hogging the whole smaller deal. Truly smart people do everything they can to make the pie bigger and the team stronger, ensuring there will always be more to go around. As for the method of distribution, splitting it evenly is the fairest choice, and it is less likely to create resentment. And while it is called an equal split, there are plenty of details that can be manipulated, just like the item Shi Ye just bought, which he managed entirely. Mu Xinju, hearing this, suddenly felt something was off. So that 200,000, did I have a half share in that? Of course, this wilderness mission was a partnership from the start. We are partners after all. Mu Xinju, who had been happy a moment ago, pursed her lips and suddenly clutched her chest. He had spent over 100,000 at once, and half of it was her money. It hurt. It hurt so much she could not breathe. I actually do not need such good gear. Can we return these things for a refund? Mu Xinju looked conflicted. I definitely have a use for these things. Mu Xinju, your status is different now. You are a genius at this school. You need to stand tall. Me different. A young awakener who turned the tide and wiped out a squad of veteran soldiers. If that does not make you different, if that does not make you a genius, then I do not know who is. Mu Xinju frowned. She really wanted to say, you are the genius here. But when the words reached her lips, they changed tone. Shi Ye, you do not need to accommodate me so much. It is not accommodation. Shi Ye directly rejected her premise. It is not. Nope, you are a partner I recognize, so I do not need to accommodate you. This is just a routine equipment upgrade for us. Is that so? Hearing him say this, Mu Xinju felt slightly more at ease. Pick one, pink or white. There were two guns, Cherry Promise, which was white with pink cherry blossoms, and Flower Without Regret, which was pink with white shadows of cherry trees. Mu Xinju hesitated for a moment, saying nothing. But Shi Ye noticed her eyes lingered a little longer on Cherry. Seeing she would not speak, he made the decision for her. How about this? I like pink, so you take the white one. Is that okay? Okay. Mu Xinju did prefer the white one, but she thought it would be strange for a boy like Shi Ye to use a pink handgun, which is why she had hesitated. Potions and equipment are all bought now. Our gear has had a major upgrade. Do not feel bad about it. Money only matters when it is spent. Any money not spent is just a pile of waste paper that the Windless Zone Council exploits from us. Is that how it is? Absolutely. Mu Xinju sensed that Shi Ye had spent the money on purpose, knowing that if he had just handed her 100,000, she likely would not have accepted it. But splitting it through equipment made it much easier for her to accept. Thank you. Sensing that Mu was still feeling a bit burdened, Shi Ye casually pulled out the communicator. Now I have got a communicator too. If something comes up last minute, we can get in touch beforehand. Hearing him mention the communicator, Mu Xinju's eyes lit up. A smile appeared on her face as she nodded vigorously.
Yeah.
But she immediately remembered that the communicator consumed crystals. Can we afford to use it? Do not worry about the money. But we do not have much money left, and buying crystals will be a huge financial burden. Mu Xinju's frugal domestic mindset kicked in again, but she did not refuse to use the communicator to reach Shi Ye, just worried about the funds. Shi Ye smirked, seemingly holding back a laugh. You actually naively thought we would have to pay for crystals ourselves. If we do not pay, where do the crystals come from? Mu Xinju, you are an officially recognized genius of the school now. If you do not have crystals, you just ask the school for them. As everyone knows, training is hard work for a genius. It is only natural for the school to support you with some ether crystals, right? Shi Ye stated, asking the school for money as if it were the most natural thing in the world. But Mu Xinju actually felt it made a bit of sense. Is it really okay to keep asking the school for money? Hearing her question, Shi Ye shook his head gently.
Dead wrong. Oh,
you think those few crystals mean a lot to the school? I do not know if they do or not. They do not. Besides, as a girl from the lower city with no backing, now that you have shown your talent, the school will inevitably want to make you feel their favor and care. That is a means of winning people over and building connections. Shi Ye said it quite calmly, but Mu Xinju caught some hidden meaning in his words.
favor and care.
Exactly, the school lets you grow strong, helping you become a combatant who can stand on your own so you can better bleed for the Windless Zone. Education here was never about selfless contribution, and waiving tuition is not charity. We are ultimately here to serve the Windless Zone. So there is no need to have any psychological burden when taking things from the school. Mu Xinju stared at Shi Ye for a while, even though Shi Ye had never explicitly said anything bad about the Windless Belt Council. But between the lines of his conversation there was always a sense of disparagement, sarcasm, and even hostility towards the council. Was it because of how she grew up? Although Mu Xinju had struggled in the lower district since she was a child, the values and education she received always taught her that the Windless Belt Council was great. It was the council that protected their fragile lives and gave them the right to survive in this broken world. In the past, Mu Xinju did not have the energy, nor would she ever think about such questions. After all, it is ridiculous to talk about philosophy when you are struggling just to find enough to eat. But things are different now. She has to get used to thinking for herself and learn to become an independent individual rather than just a blade for the Windless Belt. I understand, I will think about it carefully. Hearing Mu Xinju's response, Shi Ye smiled. What a good girl she is. Let us walk around. I will take this chance to show you around the place. Do we really have to? Looking at the scantily clad attendants and the chaotic environment, Mu Xinju felt a sense of resistance. But Shi gave a firm answer. We do. For a long time to come, we will have to deal with this place. Understood, let us go. Shi Ye led Mu Xinju and began to wander through the colorful black market. Weapons buying, gear selection, appraisal, shipping, gambling, and sex. You could say that any soldier or fighter could find whatever they needed or whatever desire they wanted to vent here. It was a den of debauchery, a crazy place, and a hub for trading equipment and disposing of stolen goods. After getting a sense of the place, Mu Xinju finally asked the question on her mind. Shi Ye, why are those dog tags worth money? You did not ask for so long, I thought you were not curious. Mu Xinju was speechless. Shi Ye did not keep her in suspense any longer. Dog tags usually identify a soldier, but blood-stained tags have another meaning. They mean someone died. Died? Does that have some extra meaning? Of course it does. The environment outside is not like inside the Windless Belt. Unless you have high-level etheric energy vehicles, large-scale transport is difficult. In complex terrain, even a bicycle is hard to ride, and our load capacity is limited, which means a lot of things get left behind: gear, weapons, and so on. Once the black market gets the dog tags and the body coordinates, they dispatch scavengers to go loot the items. So the dog tag itself has no value, but the body it belongs to is quite valuable, which is why they pay for them. But what if the gear on the body has already been taken? Would not the black market lose money? Shi Ye felt a bit helpless at this. Would someone like her really become a boss? She was actually worried about the black market losing money. First of all, the gear left by a veteran like melee weapons, armor vests, communicators, firearms, etc. is worth far more than 7,000 credits. As long as the situation is not too extreme, the black market will never lose money. As for the bodies of transcendents, that goes without saying. A transcendent themselves is worth a huge sum of money. What if someone tries to cheat the black market? Mu Xinju asked another somewhat silly question. Ordinary people from the upper district usually look down on this and would not bother, and as for people from the lower district, not many people even know about this business, and once you truly understand how things work, are you sure you would still want to try to cheat the black market? Hearing Shi Ye say this, Mu Xinju suddenly realized. The stray fighters and mercenaries in the lower district did not even have the qualification to try to cheat the black market. They would just be killed. This is a conveyor belt business. Mu Xinju made her own assessment. Clever, scavenging is a conveyor belt business, and it is a rule that the entire Windless Belt tacitly accepts. As he spoke, Shi Ye could not help but weigh the pink pistol in his hand. Just like the previous owner of this pair of pistols, they became part of the scavenger business. And it was a good business. They made us a fortune, tens of thousands at once. Mu Xinju gripped her white pistol tightly, her voice suddenly dropping. So, as a soldier, one day I will also die in the wilds. Is that right? That is the fate of a soldier. You will not die, Shi Ye directly denied it, his tone very serious. Mu Xinju was stunned. All right, I can see you are not interested in this place and we have walked enough. Let us go. Shi Ye did not dwell on the topic of death and turned to leave. Mu Xinju felt like she had said the wrong thing and could only quickly follow him. Oh, coming. The two headed toward the exit, but at the door they were stopped by the security guards. You two hold on a moment. She raised an eyebrow. Something up. One of the guards immediately smiled. It is not that we are intentionally making things difficult for you, but since you arrived, you have not left a voucher.
Leave a voucher? I actually forgot about that.
The meaning of leaving a voucher was not strictly defined, and there were many ways to do it. The simplest way was to play a game here: gambling, fist fighting, sexual transactions, anything. There were many reasons for the black market to do this, but the most important one was to make you leave information behind and make you a little less clean. When he played this game in his past life, there was also a leave a voucher task. You just had to pick a bunny girl and watch an explicit CG to complete it.
But now,
Shi Ye glanced at Mu Xinju, who was still standing there blankly because they had been blocked.
Fine, let us play roulette.
Of course, the guard nodded happily and pointed Shi Ye in the right direction. But Shi Ye just waved his hand and pointed in another direction, toward a table with only one male host.
I am not talking about roulette, I am talking about that deadly revolver.
Hearing Shi Ye's choice, the two guards immediately changed their expressions. They looked at Shi Ye with suspicion, as if confirming if he was joking.
Sir, are you kidding me? Of course not, I will bet with you.
Shi Ye dug into his pocket and pulled out a coin, the very same one he had been toying with when he was admitted to Black Crow University.
1 credit.
The two guards. All right, I understand. Please follow me, both of you. Shi Ye followed the guard but was stopped by Mu Xinju. Shi Ye, what are you doing? Mu Xinju saw the table and the revolver on it, realizing what might happen next, and felt uneasy. Shi Ye saw Xiao Mu's worry but could not help teasing her. He made a finger gun gesture and pointed it at his own head.
Bang! Oh, I am dead.
Do not go. Mu Xinju grabbed Shi Ye's arm and held on tight. Feeling Xiao Mu's tension, Shi Ye just casually stroked her soft hand. Do not worry, my head is hard, so it is really hard for me to lose at this kind of game. After offering a bit of comfort to Xiao Mu, she finally let go of his hand, though still somewhat hesitant.
You will be fine, right?
I will, Shi replied with certainty.
Yeah, I believe in you.
As the group headed toward the Russian roulette table, they immediately caught the attention of the black market. Never ones to miss an opportunity to take bets, the house promptly opened the odds for Shi Ye. Ladies and gentlemen, another brave soul is about to try their hand at our Russian roulette game. In such an exciting and thrilling moment, how could we not have a heated round of betting? The odds are 1 to 1.565 for the first player and 1 to 1.41 for the second. Everyone, place your bets if you are interested. The betting odds are adjusted in real time, with the total margin constantly fixed at 1 to 1.975. This was the standard rate in the casinos of Shi Ye's past life, just like in Macau and Las Vegas, a classic house edge of 2.5%. It was precisely for this reason that the legendary king of gambling once said, "As long as you are a gambler and as long as you play in his casino, once you have played 40 rounds, regardless of whether you won or lost, you have already lost everything." A 2.5% house edge is a rate that most people can understand and accept, and the black market casino in District 13 was no exception. You might win, but the casino never loses. After hearing the odds, Shi Ye shoved all his remaining money to Mu Xinju.
Go on, bet it all on me to win.
Oh, Mu Xinju stood there stunned. She had a sudden urge to ask, is this a guaranteed win? But she could not bring herself to say it. What are you hurrying for? Hurry up, do not waste time making money. As Shi Ye urged her, he sat down at the Russian roulette table. The dealer attending to Shi Ye was a man with long hair. Young man, playing such a high-stakes game on your first visit? Actually, there are many simpler games here that might suit you better. Shi Ye weighed the man's preachy attitude but had no intention of engaging. He just narrowed his eyes, pointed at the revolver on the table and spoke. 2 bullets. Watching Shi Ye's actions, the long-haired man was puzzled. Is this guy looking for a death wish? However, his professional standards held up. He picked up the revolver, loaded 2 consecutive bullets, closed the cylinder, and gave it a forceful spin. The mechanical sound of the spinning cylinder was quite pleasant until it came to a natural stop and was pushed toward Shi Ye. As you wish, young man, 2 bullets. Wait, the previous text was omitted. Shi Ye picked up the revolver and pressed it against his temple. A deafening roar of cheers erupted from the surrounding crowd.
Pull the trigger. Come on, shoot. Blow his head off.
The chaotic noise drowned out everything, but it could not hide the nervous and panicked look on Mu Xinju's face. Xiao Mu did not disturb Shi Ye, but she gripped his other hand tightly. Her sweat had already dampened his palm. This time, Shi Ye did not ignore Xiao Mu's feelings. He squeezed her hand back in a gesture of comfort. It was the first time he had taken the initiative to hold Mu Xinju's hand. Then, click 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 click. The trigger was pulled 4 times in succession. For a moment, the entire crowd of onlookers gasped in shock at Shi Ye's actions. This kid, is he really that reckless? But the fact that not a single shot fired after 4 pulls took everyone by surprise, including Shi Ye himself. There are only 2 types of losers in Russian roulette. Those who die on the table and those who admit defeat. Actually, he had prepared for the gun to go off once because the 2 bullets were loaded consecutively. If one fired, the next chamber would definitely hold a bullet. That was the reason she had asked for 2 bullets. But the fact that it did not fire after 4 pulls turned the scene into something rather humorous. The showboating did not quite go as planned, but the effect seemed even better. Shi Ye lowered the pistol nonchalantly and handed it to the long-haired man opposite him. Your turn. The pressure shifted to the other side, and Mu Xinju let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she is all right. Seeing the gun passed back, the long-haired man's expression stiffened. How could this kid not play by the rules at all? Normally, anyone facing death would, out of fear, show at least a hint of hesitation. The black market's goal was merely to use the pressure of death to force the opponent to forfeit. What is the point of a dead person? As long as they are alive, gamblers can continuously bring money into the black market. But now, you really are full of youthful vigor. Should not it be young and promising? Fine, I admit it, you win. The moment the man admitted defeat, the gamblers watching let out roars and cheers. Someone wins, someone loses, that is just how it is. And as it happened, Shi Ye and Mu Xinju were the winners. Shi Ye, did we win? Mu Xinju asked, checking in. Yeah, we won, Shi patted her head. Just as the 2 were about to collect their winnings and leave, the long-haired man stopped them. Wait. Something else, Shi stopped. Are you not afraid of death? I'm terrified of dying, Shi said with a smile. Then why? The long-haired man wanted to press further, but Shi had no intention of answering. Let him guess. The pair returned to the entrance of the black market, and this time the security guard did not stop them. The person who had blocked them earlier did not forget to offer congratulations. That was truly a magnificent game, sir. You have really earned our respect. Just luck, Shi nodded politely. Just then, the man pulled a scratched gold coin from his pocket and handed it to Shi Ye. This was not luck, it was courage. This is a small token from our boss, a stake won by your courage. $1, please keep it well. Thank you. Shi Ye smiled again. Finally, he had obtained the black market gold coin. A $1 death bet. It was the start of the entire side quest line for the District 13 black market. As expected, this quest line is indeed viable. Before leaving, Shi Ye did not forget to glance toward the compartment at the end of the underground black market. Then, he bent his left hand twice, performing a bow as a gesture of friendliness. Mu Xinju was not sure what Shi Ye was doing, but she would never question him. He must have had his reasons. Are we leaving now? Yeah, let us go. After they left, Mu Xinju followed cautiously behind Shi Ye. It was not until they walked out of the colorful club that Xiao Mu let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you are all right. I was always going to be fine. Besides, we won a lot of money. Hurry, let us tally it up and see how much we have got. Shi cared more about how much money he had earned than his own safety. But Mu Xinju looked at him with concern. Shi Ye, if at that moment. Shi Ye did not even look up. He raised his index and middle fingers and poked Mu Xinju's forehead. Silly, someone as cowardly as me, how could I ever really gamble with my life? Then you. Shi finally looked up and gazed at Mu Xinju. Because I simply cannot die, not even if a bullet hits me. Mu Xinju was a bit dazed. But thinking carefully, using herself as a reference, if they were just ordinary bullets without enchantments, silver-plated gear would be enough to withstand them. Her own growth in power was so fast that her perception of firearms had not quite caught up. As for Shi Ye's defensive capabilities, where are we going now? Mu Xinju took the initiative to change the subject this time. Let us go to the high walls observation deck. It is one of the few places where people from the lower city can look into the distance. Okay. Upgraded gear, earned money, and unlocked the black market side quest. Shi Ye's mood was clearly good. Sitting on the observation deck of the lower city's high wall, they drank beer and chatted casually. Until the golden twilight set the entire sky ablaze. Until the starlight of the heavens spilled down upon them both. Mu Xinju enjoyed this time very much and treasured it deeply, so she wanted to add a little something special to the moment. Unfortunately, she had few talents, even her combat skills were taught to her by Shi Ye. Looking at Shi Ye's profile, Xiao Mu suddenly thought of something. She stood up abruptly and pulled the teardrop mask out of her bag. Shi Ye, let me dance for you. Dancing. It is not that Shi Ye looks down on Mu Xinju. This girl is usually like a blockhead. To put it nicely, she is aloof. To put it bluntly, she is just dull. It is unlikely that little Mu, having grown up in the lower district, would have learned any performing arts. Learning to dance is something that requires a proper environment. Did she learn it at school? Regarding Mu Xinju's proposal, Shi Ye could not help but show a suspicious look. But he did not realize how much damage his look of doubt caused to little Mu. Do not just brush me off, I have actually practiced, you know. Oh, no, go ahead and dance. Shi Ye scooted back and leaned against the railing, trying to give Mu Xinju as much space as possible. Then here I go. Mu Xinju, eager to prove herself, immediately began her dance under the moonlight once she had enough space. The moonlight was like water, its cold radiance spilling over the girl and reflecting the white plaid pattern on her uniform. Mu Xinju's body was not as soft and lithe as Wen Lan's, like a willow branch. Lacking a dance background, she was somewhat stiff, but she made up for it with her youthful spirit and an indescribable purity. Just from the start of her steps, her posture captured Shi Ye's gaze. Mu Xinju sensed Shi Ye's stare, and the corners of her mouth gradually lifted. She turned elegantly, continuing to wave her arms and twist her waist. Her dance was soft, beautiful, and unique, as if she were conversing with the moonlight. And Shi Ye's eyes remained fixed on her. In this instant, Mu Xinju reminded him of many things from the past, things he should have forgotten. That dance under the moonlight. Those memories from the orphanage. A cold, unfeeling black-gloved agent living cautiously in this world, wearing a silly, foolish grin every day to handle everyone in the orphanage. He did not know who was real and who was fake, who was deceiving and who was slaughtering. He did not dare show his intelligence or his talent. Stubbornness, stupidity, and the occasional runny nose, these were probably the best camouflage for survival, a very meticulous kind of disguise. Even when he was bullied or beaten by other children in the orphanage, he dared not fight back. But no matter how meticulous the camouflage, it is ultimately just a disguise. There would always come a day when it would be exposed. One day at the orphanage, a little girl with short hair, even thinner than Shi Ye, stood up to stick up for the foolish-acting Shi Ye. She took on 4 kids at once. Though she ended up bruised and battered herself, it established her status as a badass in the orphanage. The little girl moved in with Shi Ye and started calling herself his sister. From then on, Shi Ye finally found protection and was no longer bullied. The two of them gradually grew up in that environment. But on one particular night, the little girl snuck into his bed and leaned over in front of Shi Ye, her hair, now grown long, brushing against his brow. That fine, itchy sensation plucked at Shi Ye's long-sealed heart. So much so that he could not help but open his eyes. At that moment they were so close, within arm's reach. Then, Shi Ye heard the words that broke through his defenses for the first time since arriving in this world. We have been sleeping together for so long, why do you still pretend to be stupid every day? It must be exhausting to act for so many years, right? Do not worry, as long as I am dazzling enough, they will not even notice you. Little Shi Ye, what would you do if I was not around one day? To Shi Ye, what was she? A childhood sweetheart, a heart's desire, a first love. A savior, a destiny, an unfulfilled regret. A bright moonlight, a cherished treasure, or a fated trial. Shi Ye felt he could attach many labels to her, and most would be beautiful, especially given their naive and helpless age back then. Shi Ye, people like us are inherently different. We have a unique perspective on this world. We are the outliers in this place that is nothing but a sewer. I will prove myself in the future, and I will prove you too. Shi Ye understood what she meant, but unlike him. She was free and she was fierce. She was aggressive while he was cautious. Their personalities were actually vastly different, much like flowers do not grow on the ocean and there is no sand in the clouds. Therefore, even with their past intimacy, it did not lead them down the same path. Shi Ye, what is wrong? Mu Xinju's sudden voice cut through Shi Ye's thoughts, pulling him back from his memories into reality. Nothing. Did I dance badly? No, you danced quite well, Shi Ye praised her sincerely. Mu Xinju truly did dance well. A girl's dance under the moonlight is always refreshing and delightful. But that should not have made him look for her shadow in Mu Xinju, so Shi Ye had no intention of mentioning that past. When did you learn it? During special training at the Soldiers Institute, my instructor taught me and she gave me this mask. Shi Ye took the mask from Mu Xinju's face and began examining it in his hands. As his fingertips lightly brushed the tear stains on the mask, he suddenly remembered the freckles on her face. How nostalgic. She must be a great instructor. Yes, she is. Mu Xinju felt like Shi Ye was acting a bit strange, but she could not put her finger on why. She did not want to ruin the atmosphere, so she said nothing more. Being with Shi Ye, even the silence felt harmonious and enjoyable to her. The two of them just leaned there aimlessly, chatting every now and then. Occasionally talking about cultivation, mentioning things they had heard at school and what might happen in the future. Time slipped away into the dead of night. Now they were suddenly faced with a problem. Where to stay for the night? The school gates close at 10 p.m., and it is impossible to return to the orphanage at this hour. A cheap motel. Or perhaps... Thinking of these questions, Mu Xinju suddenly blushed, and Shi Ye's voice came at that moment. Let us go. Where to? We cannot get back into the school. I will find a hotel to rest, and you come to my place. Shi Ye. Shi Ye was stunned for a moment, then stared at Mu Xinju for a while. But little Mu did not avoid his gaze, instead gathering the courage to invite him again. I said come to my place. It is a bit rundown, but it is clean. After a long pause, Shi Ye nodded. Okay. The magical trains had stopped running at this hour, so Shi Ye and Mu Xinju had to walk back. As they walked into that familiar alley, both felt a sense of poignancy. It seemed their fates had started right in this very alleyway. Let us go. Right. Mu Xinju tightened her grip on her backpack and led the way for Shi Ye. Opening the old iron gate lock, then the wooden door behind it, Shi Ye finally laid eyes on Mu Xinju's home. A very old yet very tidy little room. The place is a bit small, do not mind it. It is fine, why would I mind? Shi Ye waved his hand. He did not mind, but the problem was, there's only one bed here. What is she planning? Mu Xinju busied herself tidying up the room, placed the gear they had bought today on the table, and stowed their weapons under the bed. She then gestured toward a small nook, separated only by a door curtain. Shi Ye, I need to organize the room. Why do not you go take a shower first? Shi Ye. Whenever he was with Mu Xinju, Shi Ye had always been the one calling the shots. But since arriving here today, the roles had suddenly reversed, and the pace of their conversation was entirely controlled by Miss Mu. Interesting. Shi Ye caught the hidden shyness in the girl's eyes, but he did not say much, simply nodding gently. Fine. Hold on a moment, I will go boil some water for you. Having spent the whole day wandering around the colorful black market, he was covered in the smell of smoke and alcohol. When there were no other options, Lin Yi would not mind. But when the conditions allowed, he would not compromise on such matters. Once Mu Xinju boiled the water and set up a simple shower system using a hot water kettle, Shi Ye headed into the small washroom. It was a classic case of being small but perfectly formed. He took off his clothes, turned on the shower, and let the water wash over his body. Truth be told, they had not had a proper rest since they returned. This was likely their first night of true relaxation. Meanwhile, outside the shower curtain, Mu Xinju stared blankly at the shower stall. Because the curtain was so flimsy, she could even see Shi Ye's feet. Miss Mu swallowed hard and closed her eyes to calm her racing heart. Then she spoke toward the inside. Shi Ye, bring your clothes out please, it gets damp in there. Hearing this, there was a noticeable pause from Shi Ye, as if he were contemplating how to step out after handing over his clothes. However, he soon took the towel Mu Xinju offered and responded. All right. When Mu Xinju took Shi Ye's clothes, she habitually caught a whiff of them, then quietly hugged them to her chest, her steps becoming much lighter. This state of mind persisted until Shi Ye finished his shower. As he stepped out of the bathroom, water droplets slid down his dark hair and splashed onto his firm shoulders, disappearing into the steaming, mist-filled air. Crystal-clear droplets danced across his well-defined six-pack abs. Shi Ye's physique was like an artwork polished by a master sculptor, every line radiating masculine strength and beauty. His skin was as firm as marble, strong, and every movement exuded an innate confidence and composure. Even in this mundane moment, his charm was unmistakable, like fireworks on a midsummer night, glowing with a light that was impossible to ignore even after the grime had been washed away. The expression between his brows remained as nonchalant as ever. As their eyes met, Mu Xinju's gaze was dull and unabashed. This made Shi Ye a bit awkward. This girl. Stop staring, go take your shower too. Huh? Oh right, Mu Xinju stammered 3 words in a row, trying to cover up her panic. She walked into the bathroom, towel in hand, as the lovesick girl began to let her imagination run wild. Imagining what would happen next, tonight, tomorrow, and even throughout the next few days of their rest. The mere thought of it made her blush and her heart race. You stay calm. Mu Xinju let out a long breath and began to wash herself, scrubbing so thoroughly as if she wanted to present her absolute best self to Shi Ye. Finished, Mu Xinju emerged from the shower stall, wrapped in a slightly too small towel. Her delicate feet stepped through the puddles, her gaze evasive and hazy, yet filled with hidden anticipation. Mustering up the courage to meet Shi Ye's eyes, Mu Xinju did not see what she was hoping for. He did not seem to have that kind of desire. Mu Xinju knew what desire looked like. She had seen it in Yi Chen's eyes and in the eyes of many other students. Those looks made her feel disgusted and uncomfortable. But if that same look appeared in Shi Ye's eyes, she would likely embrace it gladly, perhaps even with excitement. This is probably what people call double standards in relationships. Usually, people use a nicer term for this kind of double standard. Love becomes heavier because of the difference. Unfortunately, Shi Ye did not show that look full of desire. Put on your pajamas, this is not really appropriate. Mu Xinju nodded in agreement, though her expression darkened significantly. Then the towel slipped down. Shi Ye. Wait man, are you for real? Shi Ye was genuinely stunned. The room was tiny, sure, but not so small that she could not find a place to change. Do you really have to do that right in front of me? Finally seeing Shi Ye's dumbfounded look, the corner of Miss Mu's mouth curled up. She picked up her somewhat worn-out teddy bear pajamas, lifted her arms and pulled them over her head. The movement was slow, and as she raised her arms, certain parts of her body swayed naturally. Somewhere between a B and a C cup, that was Shi Ye's assessment. Just about the size of a single hand, easily within reach. He had a feeling Mu Xinju was purposely taking her time getting dressed. Actually, Shi Ye guessed correctly. Mu Xinju was indeed doing it on purpose. She had only put on the top, and aside from her underwear, she had nothing else on. She slowly walked over to Shi Ye and gently swept her hair back. Let us sleep. Are you sure you want to sleep together? Shi Ye double-checked with her. But Mu Xinju simply climbed onto the bed and slipped into the blankets with practiced ease. Shi Ye, I am not a child anymore. Shi Ye just smiled at her words and lay down on the bed. Beside him lay Mu Xinju, hazy and within arm's reach. Although they had had physical contact when they were out in the wild, even more revealing than this, the difference in environment and mindset created 2 completely different outcomes. Back then, Mu Xinju had just faced a major trauma and could not open up at all. But now, she had made up her mind and knew what she wanted, which is why she was doing this. Miss Mu took the initiative to wrap her arms around Shi Ye's waist, resting her head gently on his arm. This was the brave expression of an introverted girl. Simple and straightforward. Shi Ye could feel Mu Xinju's breath, along with her small hand constantly tracing patterns on his chest and abdomen. The young girl's intentions were clear as day. It made Shi Ye feel restless, until he could not help but speak up. Mu Xinju, this is pretty dangerous. I know. You know, and you are still doing it. Shi Ye looked astonished. Mu Xinju actually nodded. Just then, Mu Xinju grabbed something that made Shi Ye freeze in his tracks. Is that a dog tag? Mu Xinju had touched the dog tag on Shi Ye's chest, pulled it out from under the covers and held it before her eyes. Mu Xinju. When land? Xiao Mu looked at the dog tag, its engravings long since blurred, and even without asking, she could feel the traces of time etched upon it. A dog tag that Shi Ye carried with him everywhere naturally held a different significance. So, is it her? Mu Xinju asked suddenly. She did not mention Wen Lan's name, nor did she bring up her experiences with her as an instructor or even any of the interactions they had shared. She just asked it plain and simple. Xiao Mu stared into Shi Ye's eyes, desperately wanting to hear a denial. She even hoped Shi Ye would lie to her, after all they had become so close. But Shi Ye had no intention of deceiving her. He pushed himself up a bit against the head of the bed and then turned his head away. It is. This blunt admission made Mu Xinju feel awful, in a way she could not quite describe. She had originally planned to talk to Jiang Kaio about the concept of first come, first served once they returned to school. But looking at it now, it seemed she was the one who came after. Are you two very close? We grew up together. I suppose you could call us childhood sweethearts. She answered this in a way that was intentionally devastating. Mu Xinju was left speechless by that single sentence. She and Shi Ye had only known each other for a little over 2 months, and she had spent one of those in the special training camp. No matter how she put it, it could not compare to being childhood sweethearts. That dance. She danced it many times, an encouragement she used to comfort me whenever I was at my breaking point. Xiao Mu felt at a loss for a moment and could only huddle under the quilt, picking at her fingers. What is the relationship between you two like? Very good, we are the people who know each other best in this world. Shi Ye's voice remained calm, but Mu Xinju found it hard to endure. The people who know each other best, in this entire world. To hear such high praise coming from Shi Ye. No wonder Wen Lan had said, "Student Mu Xinju, do not be so naive next time, naive enough to think that I would become your friend." She had not understood what Wen Lan meant back then. Looking back now, perhaps from the moment when Lan first saw her training with a broadsword, she had seen the shadow of Shi Ye in her. And Shi Ye had likewise seen the traces of Wen Lan when she danced under the moonlight. Her original aggressive spirit had completely vanished by now. Expressing one's emotions requires confidence. They were so familiar with each other that it made Mu Xinju feel like a third wheel. The withdrawn girl, having lost all her composure, could only hide under the covers and stay silent. It took her a while to recover, and when she poked her head out again, she seemed to have thought of something. Are you guys not together anymore? This time it was Shi Ye's gaze that flickered. The question truly caught him off guard. Between him and Wen Lan. Was it over? It did not seem so. After all, they had not even talked about breaking up. They both had their own thoughts, independent personalities, and different philosophies. But then again, although they never talked about ending it, it seemed they never really talked about starting it either. The relationship between him and Wen Lan was more like a silent understanding cultivated bit by bit since childhood, a natural progression. There was never a clear beginning between them, so there would be no clear end. I do not know, it feels like it ended, yet it also feels like it did not. Hearing Shi Ye's slightly uncertain answer, Mu Xinju's eyes brightened a little more than before. So you are not together now? Shi Ye was silent for a moment. I had thought she was dead. Oh, Mu Xinju was at a loss for words. The flicker of joy she had just felt dissipated because of that sentence. Growing up in an orphanage in the windless zone, the death of a child was something far too common. In this world, there were not many things worth commemorating for Shi Ye, which was exactly why he kept Wen Lan's dog tag with him. Do not think too much about it. It is a good thing to know she is alive. Oh, Mu Xinju nodded blankly. She felt conflicted. There was curiosity but also secret delight. She was secretly glad that Shi Ye and Wen Lan had no intention of getting back together, and she knew this was her own possessiveness at work. There was nothing wrong with admitting it. But at the same time, Mu Xinju was curious about their relationship. They had not really split up and they still cared for each other, so why, upon realizing the other existed, had neither of them sought the other out? Recalling the training camp now, Wen Lan clearly knew about the connection between her and Shi Ye. That must be why she gave her a mask when she left and taught her that dance. Was she using her as a messenger? Was this part of their game? And what about Shi Ye? Would he have any intention of reconnecting with Wen Lan? Do you want to find Wen Lan? No sooner had she asked than Mu Xinju regretted it. She felt so stupid, why would she ask such a lethal question? But Shi Ye's response surprised her. All the unexpected encounters in life are actually long-planned partings. Oh, what does that mean? The fact that she could become your instructor means she is doing well. We are both walking on the right paths and that is fine, there is no need to change anything. Shi Ye. Get some sleep, Shi Ye turned away, seemingly uninterested in dwelling on the topic any further. Mu Xinju, curled up in the blanket, stared at his back, her mind racing with thoughts. She suddenly remembered something her mother had once said. The people we meet later on usually have someone else living in their hearts. I do not mind that you have a past, what I mind is that your past has not passed yet. She had not understood the meaning of those words before, but at this very moment her mother's words shone into reality. Mu Xinju did not know if Shi Ye's hot and cold attitude was because there was still someone else in his heart. But she had finally gotten so close to him, and she truly did not want to let go. She was greedy for his presence and could not bear to leave. The girl who had been closed off for years adjusted her position, leaning behind Shi Ye and embracing him gently, like a tender wife. The feeling was as harmonious as a couple who had spent years together. So bold are we, Shi Ye's voice remained nonchalant. But Mu Xinju had made up her mind at this moment, and she let out a soft nasal hum. You are going to attract scumbags acting like that. I do not know what you are talking about, and I am not afraid, Mu Xinju retorted. Then she felt Shi Ye suddenly turn around to face her. In the darkness, they could not see each other's eyes, but they could feel their breaths so close together. After a long moment, Mu Xinju felt her face burning like a fever, and she had to bury her head low, curling up like a frightened shrimp. Both stupid and cute. Shi Ye pursed his lips, rolled onto his back and closed his eyes again. This relatively short span of time gave Mu Xinju a significant mental buffer. It allowed her to digest her own emotions. Mu might be antisocial, but she also had moments where she gathered her courage, and she felt her performance just now was quite poor. Because in front of the person she likes, she should be a bit braver. Why are you hiding, Mu Xinju? Though she kept cheering herself on inside, her actions remained timid, and the courage she had painstakingly gathered had already vanished into thin air. Gently holding Shi Ye's hand, Mu felt a strange sensation in her heart. But after composing herself, she showed the same stubbornness she usually displayed in her work. She stubbornly leaned closer to Shi Ye and continued to hold him, just like any normal couple. Shi Ye felt somewhat helpless. In the darkness, he stared at Mu Xinju for a long while. In the end, it was Shi Ye himself who made some concessions. He stretched out his arms and pulled Mu Xinju into his embrace. This familiar embrace made Mu intoxicated, and she simply snuggled into Shi Ye's arms, falling silent. Time ticked by, and the sense of security gradually made Mu feel sleepy. She indulged in this whirlpool of gentleness and slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, sensing something, Mu Xinju jolted awake and immediately hugged the person in her arms tightly, as if out of instinct. Thank goodness he is still here. What are you doing? Shi Ye was startled by her sudden jolt and could not help but grumble. He had been awake for a while, but Mu had been clinging to him like an octopus, leaving him unable to move much. Now that she was awake, it did not matter anymore. Mu Xinju widened her eyes, staring at Shi Ye with watery, earnest eyes, and parted her lips. You often appear in my dreams, but every time I wake up I have to readjust the distance between us, and the feeling of insecurity is awful. This time it is different, you are so close and it is real. Facing such an almost direct confession, Shi Ye felt a stir in his heart. The first rays of the morning sun filtered through the window, falling upon the two, casting a glow on them as they sat so close together, almost divine. In fact, some decisions are made in such quiet, silent environments. Morning is not like the evening. Most men do not have much energy at night. Some are just tired, and for others, well, it is hard to say. But upon waking up, men always become full of vitality. Looking at Mu, who was inches away, her body soft yet stiff, Shi Ye finally took some action. He suddenly flipped over, changing their positions. Mu was stunned by this move. She did not know what to do and could only open her eyes wide. Then she felt Shi Ye's breath drawing closer. Their lips were also gradually approaching. Finally they touched. Mu Xinju clenched her fists, not knowing where to put her hands. Her eyes widened, getting bigger and bigger, but then, as if remembering something, she quickly shut them. But soon she opened her eyes wide again. Because she felt her lips trembling, against Shi Ye's dexterity, her lips and teeth were completely defenseless. The tender, passionate kiss was a sensation more intoxicating to Mu Xinju than any of his previous actions. It made her stiff body gradually relax. Her clenched fists loosened and slowly moved to stroke Shi Ye's back. Before she knew it, Mu had closed her eyes again, immersed in the overflowing affection of the kiss. She twisted her body, dazed and clumsily responding. It was not until she was out of breath from her lack of experience and inability to breathe that Shi Ye leisurely stopped. Their lips remained together, though the passionate movement had ceased. After Mu caught her breath and steadied her rhythm, she suddenly took the initiative, catching Shi Ye off guard. Another 5 minutes of intimacy. They finally pulled apart. The silver thread between their lips witnessed what they had just been doing. Was that kissing? Mu Xinju hugged Shi Ye. Yeah. It feels so good, I like it. If you keep doing that, I will not be able to hold back, Shi Ye said truthfully. You do not have to hold back. Mu's reply was barely audible but loud enough for Shi Ye to hear. Shi Ye smiled, then placed his palm on Mu Xinju's flat stomach. He stroked it gently. This gesture made Mu, who had just relaxed, tense up again. She instinctively wanted to hold Shi Ye tighter, but he stopped at that moment. Sexual relationships are a shortcut in emotional bonding. They bypass the process of getting along and go straight to the depths of a person's heart. Mu Xinju looked blank, she did not quite understand. Mu, you are starving for love. Life in the lower districts has left you insecure, making you desperate for a harbor to hide in. I do not know. Have you ever thought that I might not be a safe harbor but an abyss? And I am not some helpful, nice guy either. A nice guy would not teach you how to kill or the best way to decapitate someone. You are not. Mu Xinju knew what Shi Ye said was true, but she had not really thought that much. She just simply liked Shi Ye. Mu Xinju, you are too panicked. Feeling Shi Ye's intimacy, Mu blushed deeply. However, unlike last night, Mu did not dodge this time. She just buried her forehead into the crook of Shi Ye's neck. Her heart was racing, and her voice trembled slightly. Shi Ye, it is a bit Shi Ye withdrew his hand at just the right moment. Satisfied. Men's intentions are all the same, but how could one possibly admit to such a thing? Shi Ye looked at his right hand. Everything is under control. You are so annoying. Realizing what he meant, Mu punched him in the chest. Getting up and washing up. Like a young couple, they spent another day living a simple life. However, when evening came, while eating, Shi Ye turned serious toward Mu. All right, the days of leisure should not last too long. We have many things to do, get ready. Ready for what? Mu asked with curiosity. The Ether wind, there are only 10 days left. In the Ether world, a powerful Ether wind blows every 3 months. The Ether wind carries intense magical energy, eroding all living things, causing distortions, mutations, and even turning them into monsters. The windless zones are gathering points established by humanity to escape and resist the Ether wind. And this particular Ether wind marks the start of the game's storyline. It is the origin of everything. Ether winds. Mu Xinju murmured upon hearing She's words. Compared to Shi, Mu Xinju herself did not really have a strong feeling about the Ether winds. That was not actually surprising. For the past dozen years or so, Mu Xinju had just been an ordinary little girl from the lower city. Although she was at the bottom of society, she never had to face the threat of the Ether winds. After all, that was the whole point of the windless zones. People in the lower city truly had no status. They were crops to be harvested, beasts of burden, the tiny cogs keeping the windless zone running. Yet, regular lower city folks, let alone resisting monsters and deformities, would get winded just from running a few extra steps. They simply had no value as cannon fodder. The upper city people did need their crops and beasts of burden, but those from the lower city who had not grown up were just seedlings and cubs, not yet useful for anything. Seedlings certainly need protection. If they all died, how would they be harvested later? Shi, however, was completely different. The main content of his game experience revolved around dealing with the invasion of the Ether magic energy into the world. Everything from deformities and monsters to human awakenings relied on Ether. The plot lines of the game world would also unfold at these times. Shi Ye walked over to Mu Chen, who was preparing dinner, placed a cup of hot water beside her, and then crossed his arms. Well, back when you were not in Black Raven University or the military academy, you did not have to worry about these stability issues, but you are different now. I know I'm a soldier now. And not just an ordinary soldier, but an awakened. It is a fundamental truth: if you consume resources, you have to dish out damage. Click. Turning off the stove, Mu Zinju set the cooked noodles aside and took off the apron she had been wearing to cook. He took 2 steps and stood in front of Shi Ye. Watching her keep moving closer, Shi Ye felt a bit flustered. Mu Zinju, I want a kiss.
Shi Ye.
Wait, are not we supposed to be talking about serious business right now? The girl's eyes were like stars, her burning gaze fixed directly on him, filled with deep and tender affection. Shi Ye could even see his own reflection in her pupils. It made him unable to help but drift off.
Shi Ye is so cute.
Seeing Shi Ye distracted, Mu Zinju looked a little unhappy, so she repeated herself. I want a kiss. Shi Ye's expression shifted from dazed to a wry smile. Then he pulled Mu Zinju into his arms, his hand grasping her waist, almost lifting her up. This pulling motion also brought their lips together. After a long while,
Huffy.
Mu Zinju felt she was a bit more proficient than she was yesterday, but recalling her own initiative just now, she could not help but blush and feel her heart race.
Let us eat.
Okay, Shi Ye picked up the noodles. To be honest, Mu Zinju's cooking was not great. The noodles were a bit mushy, and besides the salt, they had no other flavor. Of course, Shi Ye knew this was not her fault, because life in the lower city was essentially just survival. Cooking was only something you thought about when you had the means. If you were struggling just to stay alive, being able to eat your fill was already good enough. Does not it taste good? Mu Zinju kept staring at Shi Ye's expression.
Oh, it is okay, Shi Ye nodded.
Well, I will learn to cook when I have time later. After all, eating is a very important part of life. Hearing Mu Zinju's words, Shi Ye could not help but be dazed again.
Life.
A life for 2 people. It seemed he had not experienced that either. The upper city. At the Jiang family estate, an informal family meeting was taking place. The whole family was gathered around. Several elder women were fussing over Jiang Kaio while several elder men frowned. The rest of the younger generation looked filled with righteous indignation. Among them, the second brother Jiang Yansheng was the most agitated. He was staring at the cut on Jiang Kaio's hand, ranting furiously. Those old fossils in alchemy are out of their minds. How dare they lay a hand on you? Do they really think the Jiang family has no temper? Fourth, have you investigated the identities of this group? This group was just a bunch of ordinary gray mercenaries. Everything was an anonymous transaction. We can only trace them, but not who their superiors were. Big brother, say something. Our little sister was bullied and this was under your watch. Are you just going to let people bully us like this? Facing the questioning of his brothers, Jiang Yancheng pinched the bridge of his nose, trying to relieve the pressure and his temper. Can you all be quiet for a minute? Your shouting is giving me a headache. Jiang Yancheng sounded impatient. After his angry shout, the room went significantly quieter. As the eldest son and heir of the Jiang family, and with his exceptional abilities, Jiang Yancheng carried a lot of authority. Jiang Kaio was actually quite annoyed as well. Seeing her eldest brother speak up, she finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Big Jiang.
Seeing that everyone had calmed down, he rubbed his forehead again and shifted his gaze to Jiang Kaio, his eyes filled with love. He patted her head. It is good that you are back safe. Yes, big brother, this time I owe it all to Shi Ye. If it were not for him, I do not think I would have made it back. Hearing Shi Ye's name, Jiang Yancheng nodded genuinely, but then arched an eyebrow. We are not even there yet. The culprit has not been caught, and you are already siding with an outsider. As soon as he said that, Jiang Kaio was not happy. What are you saying? I am stating facts. Shi is very strong. He is even better than those guys in District 13 who fancy themselves geniuses. Alright, no need to brag about your, have you two talked yet? No, what are you talking about? Oh, I see, Jiang Yancheng scratched his head. Never mind, you should get some rest these next few days. I will handle this matter. Understood. Jiang Kaio trusted Jiang Yancheng completely, as he was the most capable person in their generation. After the family meeting ended, Jiang Yancheng sat alone in his office, flipping through information and documents about those old men. Without exception, these people were all veterans of the alchemy discipline. The mastermind behind this incident was likely among them. However, after watching for a while, Jiang Yancheng suddenly sighed, shook his head slightly, set their dossiers aside and picked up Shi Ye's suspected holder of the sealed weapon, blue chess string. It is actually true, you really do keep giving me endless surprises, student Shi. Early the next morning, Mu Xinju and Shi arrived at school. They did not engage in anything too intimate, like holding hands or being overly lovey-dovey. That kind of behavior just did not fit their style. Unlike the past where Mu Xinju was just a quiet wallflower, any talk about her back then was only because of rumors and gossip. But the news of Mu Xinju killing a squad of transcendent and veteran soldiers in the field had come out. After 2 days of rumors swirling, public opinion about her finally shifted. From disparagement, contempt, and malicious rumors, it gradually turned into, "Oh my god, is that Mu Xinju? It is her. I wonder if those rumors were true. The school already announced a medal, how could it be fake if she killed a veteran squad? Is she that tough? You have to admit she is actually quite pretty. What about the one next to her? Her boyfriend, I heard before that she was very close to a guy from the pharmacy department, so that must be him. Damn, someone else beat us to it." Mu Xinju and Shi Ye strolled amidst these subtle whispers, feeling quite happy inside. It was not because people were praising her strength, but because they were saying she was Shi Ye's girlfriend. Well, this should be a reasonable identity now, right? After all, they had already kissed. Shi Ye did not know the girl beside him was letting her thoughts run wild. He simply stopped as usual when they reached the divider between the men's and women's dorms. "Go back now, get prepared, and then we will start the special training." Mu Xinju nodded, but she did not turn to leave right away, because she felt like something was missing. After thinking about it, young Miss Mu looked down and then up at Shi Ye. Every time, Shi Ye would wait for her to leave first before he turned around. So today, Mu Xinju suddenly took 2 steps forward and gave Shi Ye a light hug. Shi Ye was stunned. It was not exactly a tearful farewell, so why the hug? Still, it felt quite nice. Before he could respond, Mu Xinju had already let go. There were too many people at school, unlike at home. Mu Xinju was a bit thin-skinned. She could not bring herself to kiss and hug Shi Ye in front of everyone yet. Use the communicator if you need anything. Yeah, I know. After they said goodbye, Shi Ye watched as young Miss Mu gradually disappeared from his sight, all the way until she turned the corner, not forgetting to wave back. Recalling the little moments from the past 2 days, Shi Ye suddenly chuckled. Hey, the sour stench of romance. Heading towards the men's dorm, he could not help but add under his breath. It feels pretty good. Without a doubt, in his relationship with Mu Xinju, young Miss Mu was the one who was truly proactive. It was her sincerity and intensity that moved Shi Ye. She was simpler and more direct than others, so Shi Ye felt that it did not matter if he did not get some silver snake, losing a boss would not kill him. Zio Mu as she is now is just fine. Just after walking a few steps, Shi Ye arrived at the corner of the men's dorm area. But his footsteps stopped here. He put his hands in his pockets, looked ahead and then behind. Exactly 5 people had appeared, blocking his path. Soon they began to close in. Shi Ye stood there thinking for a while, ultimately deciding not to make a move while at school. Instead, he scratched his head, looking clueless. Who are you guys? One of them, a tall man named Zhou Jun, walked up to Shi Ye and suddenly took an ID out from his jacket. We are from the plainclothes department of the District 13 security team. Shi Ye, right? Please come with us to assist with an investigation. Hearing them reveal their identity, Shi Ye narrowed his eyes instantly. Did something happen? The school or the council checking on the field mission? Or is it because of Lan Kissy? Or perhaps, can I ask what this is about? Do not ask things you should not, some things are better left unknown. Listening to Zhou Jun's threatening tone, Shi Ye realized that something was definitely wrong. If it were an ordinary student, their momentum would certainly weaken when facing the security team, but Shi Ye was not a pushover, though he did not resist here either. It is just that. Can I contact my teacher? Hearing that Shi Ye wanted to contact his teacher, 2 of them looked uneasy, but only Zhou Jun remained expressionless. He grabbed Shi Ye's wrist first, applying some pressure. I advise you not to make any unnecessary moves, student Shi Ye. You would not want to ruin your bright future here, would you? Hearing his words, Shi Ye's mouth twitched. How this sounds feels a bit like those Japanese dramas. Seeing Shi Ye did not make a sound, Jo Jun tightened his grip on his fingers, seemingly wanting to make Shi Ye feel the pain. Although Shi Ye felt nothing at all, he thought he should play along and give the security officer some face. Ouch, do not squeeze, it hurts. Know the pain now, if you know the pain then let us go. Alright. Thinking to get to the bottom of it, Shi Ye was coerced by the group to leave the dorm area and even leave the campus. Once they stepped out of the school gates, a hood was placed over Shi Ye's head, and he was dragged directly into a car. What are you doing? Just as Shi Ye asked, he was kicked in the face by someone. Behave yourself and cooperate, or you will have to pay the price. Wait, do not hit me, I will cooperate, just tell me what you are doing first. Shut up. The car started and Shi Ye was taken to an abandoned wasteland on the edge of the lower city. This area was clearly beyond the range of the moat. But even now, Shi Ye still had not figured out what these people's goal was. Kidnapping. Do I have any value for kidnapping? If it were the school side, there would be no need to go through such trouble. Not just the school, even any slightly decent organization would not do something like this. It is not that they could not, it is that there was no need. Why would a major organization go to kidnap a nobody from the lower city? So this matter. Bang. While he was thinking, Shi got kicked again. Fine, that is 2 kicks, I will keep a tally. His hood was pulled off, and he saw a man in a black jacket sitting opposite him. Chen Shui. Although it was his first time seeing him, Shi Ye saw something familiar in his face. Who are you? You do not need to know who I am, it is enough that I know who you are. Shi Ye, Mu Xinju's boyfriend, right? Mu Xinju. They actually kidnapped him for her. This guy. What do you want to do? Shi Ye asked with a look of panic. I have investigated, your relationship is very good. Mu Xinju likes you a lot and even brought you home. So how is it? Being the top genius of the freshman year, it must feel pretty good, right? When it came to this point, Shi Ye was sure of their target. But regarding the motive, it was still very blurry. What do you want me to do? You are very sharp, student Shi Ye. The other side praised him and then handed him a communicator. You know Mu Xinju's contact number, right? Call her. What do you want with her? What do I want? Heh, of course, there are plenty of things I can do. Kid, do not ask what you should not. Alright, she looked very flustered. Then he dialed Mu Xinju's number 9,153,414. Because they were within the windless zone, the call connected quickly. Hello, who is this? Mu Xinju's voice came from the other side. Mu Xinju, it is me. Someone here wants to see you. Shi Ye, what person? As soon as Shi Ye finished the sentence, the communicator was snatched away by Chen Shui. Hello, Mu Xinju. I want to meet you, but you are a celebrity at Black Crow University, which leaves me with no choice. So I had to invite your boyfriend, Shi Ye, first. If you do not want him to get hurt, I will give you 1 hour to come to the abandoned repair factory 506 in the District 13 suburbs so we can have a good talk. Mu Xinju on the other end was silent for a moment. Give the communicator to Shi Ye. You do not have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Chen Shui was somewhat dissatisfied. Give the communicator to Shi Ye or I will not come, Mu Xinju repeated. Chen Shui was a bit angry, but he still tossed the communicator to Shi Ye. Here, talk to her and do not say anything stupid. Alright. Shi Ye took the communicator, and Mu Xinju's voice came through immediately. Should I go? Yeah, keep your cool when you come. I am worried someone might try to run. Of course, Shi said that last sentence only in his heart. Fine, give the communicator to him. With Shi Ye's affirmation, Mu Xinju complied without hesitation. The communicator was back in Chen Shui's hands. Hello. Do not touch him, you should understand what I mean. At this moment, Mu Xinju's emotions were calm and her tone was firm, a far cry from the timid, soft girl she had been while sticking with Shi Ye over the past 2 days. Cold and indifferent, that was her true nature. Hearing her words, Chen Shui sneered. At a time like this, you are actually trying to bargain with me. Mu Xinju, you are a bit naive. Do not touch him, Mu Xinju repeated, her voice now icy cold. Chen Shui felt that such a stalemate was pointless, so he decided to take a step back. Fine, come here alone and do not let anyone else know. If you do not show up, I will not lay a finger on him. Alright, wait for me. The call ended and Chen Shui turned his head to look at Shi Ye with a look of annoyance. In his view, both Shi Ye and Mu Xinju were just bottom feeders from the lower district, huddling together for warmth, using each other to get what they needed. They are young, so falling deeply in love is normal. That is why he was using Shi Ye to pressure Mu Xinju. But what if Mu Xinju suddenly sees through it and does not come?
That was why he could not push too hard.
As long as she is willing to come, everything else can be managed. As for Shi Ye, ha.
Bang!
As Chen Shui sneered, Gao Jun, standing nearby, landed another kick on Shi Ye.
Damn it!
Rolling on the ground, Shi Ye could not help but curse inwardly. What kind of mess is this? Although his heart was filled with murderous intent, he was still curious and puzzled about how they intended to deal with Mu Xinju. The news at school was not intentionally spread, especially regarding Mu Xinju's status as an awakened. But it was not exactly hidden either. If they were enemies, a little background check would reveal that Mu Xinju's current strength is not to be underestimated. These people are weak. Anyone who has worked in the shadows understands the necessity of knowing one's own limits. Never underestimate an enemy or an opponent, even if they look like a fool, act like a fool, or even if they really are a fool.
Do not ever look down on them.
It is impossible for them to know the detailed relationship between him and Mu Xinju without knowing her actual power level. This is called a mismatch of information. With the increase in her base stats combined with the powerful perception of etheric magic she gained after awakening, it is very hard to ambush Mu Xinju from a distance. Even if she were ambushed, she has her fluid silver armor for protection. It can be said that through Shi Ye's professional training, Mu Xinju has gradually become harder and harder to kill. Therefore, if these people are going after her, they must have some information or even some actual methods to kill her.
A long-distance sniper, poison bombs, or perhaps overwhelming physical power.
Shi Ye took a look at the few of them. They really did not look like it. What could it be?
Testing the waters, Shi Ye asked in a cowardly tone.
Mu Xinju is already on her way, so can I leave now? Right now, you want to leave, kid. You and Mu Xinju are truly naive together. No wonder you two ended up as a pair. What do you want to do? Mu Xinju is an awakened. She is very powerful. At that moment, Shi Ye might as well have had the words, "I'm so scared" written on his face. However, upon hearing him mention that Mu Xinju was an awakened, Chen Shui's face flickered between gloom and a smile. He walked over to Shi Ye and tapped his cheek lightly. Ha, so what if she is an awakened? Do you think she is the only awakened in this world?
Shi looked stunned, though he already had an epiphany. So their trump card is another awakened. Are they hiding among these people, or somewhere else?
Shi Ye's etheric magic level is not great, so he could not detect the opponent's presence from a distance. That is how it is for a physical-type superhuman with well-developed limbs. Even if he wanted to use his brain for tactics, there is not much room for strategic planning. He has to rely on his own strong body to crush the enemy. What kind of grudge do you have with her anyway? Cannot you just go to her alone? Looking at the distressed and fearful Shi Ye, Chen Shui continued with that same sinister smile. As expected, everyone is the same when they are scared. To survive, things like love and friendship are all garbage. They can all be tossed aside. Who told you to make Mu Xinju your girlfriend, and who told her to touch my sister?
Sister.
Mu Xinju touched his sister. Shi Ye quickly filtered through the events of the recent past.
Chen Lu.
So the person in front of him is Chen Shui. I do not even know your sister, big brother. Who exactly are you? It does not hurt to tell you now, I am Chen Shui.
Okay, that is clear enough.
Shi Ye lowered his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. We who work in the shadows usually care more about evidence than the guards. It is not that we are kind-hearted, we just do not want to ruin our reputation by failing a client. Since the identity is confirmed, it is time to think about how to finish the job cleanly. Shi Ye lowered his head, his voice almost sounding tearful. I just want to live a normal life, boo-hoo. His acting was a bit clumsy, but these people did not care about his expression. Chen Shui even felt that discussing women with someone like Shi Ye was beneath him. It was completely meaningless. He waved a hand at his subordinates. Keep a close eye on him, do not go too far and do not hit his face. When Mu Xinju gets here, we still need him to be able to talk.
Understood, Brother Chen.
The henchmen nodded, indicating they understood Chen Shui's intentions, and then looked at Shi Ye with disdain. One of them immediately kicked Shi Ye in the stomach.
Even though Shi Ye wanted to pull a kung fu hustler line like "you do not even have the strength to hit someone and you are in the mob," he decided against it. He was already a bad actor, it was better to just play dead. Ouch. Shi Ye lay on the ground holding his stomach, looking like he was about to die. Sure enough, after his wail, the goons who were ready to continue hesitated. After all, Chen Shua had specifically warned them not to be too rough. "What the hell are you faking for? Get up." Shi Ye shook his head in pain and pointed at his stomach. "You kicked my intestines." The men were a bit suspicious, but they did not continue beating him. The wait was quite long. After about 40 minutes, Shi Ye sensed something and looked toward the entrance. Mu Xinju's figure appeared silently. Chen Shuai's eyes lit up when he saw Mu Xinju. He had seen photos of her and knew she was beautiful. But he had assumed it was just average for the lower district. He had not expected her to be this stunning in person. "Interesting. Student Mu Xinju, you have finally arrived." Chen Shuai opened his arms, making a welcoming gesture. But Mu Xinju did not pay him any mind at all. She just looked at Shi Ye with a calm expression. Seeing Mu Xinju, Shi Ye stopped playing dead. He brushed himself off and stood up. "Did they hit you?" Mu Xinju asked a question that was not very substantive. At least Shi Ye thought such things were irrelevant at a time like this. "There should be an expert here or maybe more than one. My etheric perception is not good, but yours is strong. Try to find them." Mu Xinju pursed her lips. Although she had many things she wanted to say to Shi Ye, she understood that business came first. However, as they were talking, there was always some dim-witted nuisance making noise. "What the hell are you two whispering about? Brother Chen is talking to you, did not you hear him?" Mu Xinju gave the man a cold glance and suddenly pulled the broadsword from her back with her left hand. As the blade swept across, the man's head went flying. She and Shi have learned many combat techniques together. But when it comes to her most proficient skill, it remains beheading. A single strike and the audience is left in shock. Mu Xinju's expression did not ripple in the slightest, as if killing someone for her was no different from slaughtering a pig. She held a sword in one hand, while gathering ether in the other. Countless silver particles immediately condensed in the surrounding air. Scatter! These silver particles exploded instantly, flying in all directions. Each one was incredibly small, yet infused with Mu Xinju's etheric energy. Soon, these ether-infused silver particles sent feedback back to Mu Xinju. Southwest on the roof. Shi looked toward the abandoned building to the southwest and nodded at Mu Xinju. "This person is probably here to counter you. I will handle them, you take care of the rest." "Alright," Mu Xinju nodded calmly. However, just as Shi was leaving, he suddenly stopped and pointed at the bewildered Zhou Jun. "That guy, yes him, he kicked me 4 times, I have not forgotten." After saying this, Shi pushed off with his lower legs and charged toward the southwest like a cannonball. "Zhou Jun. Good, I understand." Mu Xinju nodded again, her gaze toward Zhou Jun having changed completely. "You guys." Chen Shuai realized something was wrong at this point, and he immediately shouted to those around him. "By Jianjia, why are not you making a move yet? Did not we agree on this earlier?" The turn of events caught him off guard. His calls were met with no response. The roles of hunter and prey had switched without anyone even noticing. By Jianjia, Mu Xinju memorized the name. Seeing Mu Xinju distracted, Chen Shuai suddenly drew his pistol and prepared to fire at her. But Mu Xinju was faster in drawing her gun, and her shot was even more powerful. Bang! The bullet from her white pistol instantly pierced Chen Shuai's arm, knocking his gun away while simultaneously plunging him into a hallucination of cherry blossoms. With glazed eyes, he ignored his wounded hand and muttered, "I always said there was nothing special about Bai Zhuo. If it was not for him, you would not have died." Lulu, do not go. Lulu, stay with your brother, will not you?" Hearing Chen Shuai's words, Mu Xinju frowned slightly. What kind of relationship was this? Some twisted family business. Mu Xinju had no interest in exploring the relationship between Chen Shua and Chen Lu. After she fired, the few thugs surrounding her started to panic. Because Mu Xinju's current identity was under school protection and he was a guard captain, Chen Shuai did not dare do this publicly, which is why he went to the black market for assassins. And these thugs, except for Zhou Jun who was his confidant, were barely at the level of street punks, let alone organized crime. For trash like this, Mu Zinju just raised her pistol and took them out one by one. Bang bang bang. After killing the remaining 3 thugs, Mu Zinju shifted her focus to Zhou Jun and suddenly said, "You kicked him 4 times. So what if I did? Like this?" Mu Zinju accelerated suddenly, kicking him in the shin before Zhou Jun could even react. Snap. Zhou Jun's scream did not cause a flicker of emotion in Mu Zinju. She aimed at his other leg and kicked again. Bang! The combination of etheric enchantment and silver plating was truly an indestructible weapon. Although Zhou Jun had passed the guard exams and had slacked off on training in recent years, his stats were technically up to par and he was certainly stronger than those street thugs. But Mu Zinju's attack was one that even a first-tier superhuman would need to evade, let alone him. After 2 kicks, Zhou Jun's eyes became completely clear. But Then Mu Zinju delivered a 3rd kick directly to his chest. The immense power shattered his sternum instantly, though he was not dead yet. Because Mu Zinju had not delivered the 4th kick. For this 4th kick, Mu Zinju aimed at Zhou Jun's head. Bang! Having taken care of all of Chen Shui's thugs, Mu Zinju finally turned her attention back to the still delirious Chen Shui. She walked slowly to him, raised her broadsword but hesitated for a moment and decided not to kill him outright. Mu Zinju grabbed Chen Shui by the hair and dragged him toward the southwest. Fine Shui. However, after taking 2 steps, Mu Zinju looked back at Chen Shui, her brows furrowed, and she swung her blade. The agony snapped Chen Shui out of his delusion, only to see his legs nearly severed at the root by Mu Zinju, causing him to wail in pain. Mu Zinju was expressionless, her eyes cold. "Can you shut up?" You are." Chen Shui was screaming too loudly, which annoyed Mu Zinju. She felt he should not die too quickly, as Shi Ye might want to ask him questions after he finished his fight. But if he were left to wail like this, even in the lower district, it might draw unwanted attention. So, flowing silver quickly gathered, part of it sealing Chen Shui's mouth so he could not make a sound. The rest collected around his wounds, plugging them to ensure he would not die too quickly. That is better. Chen Shui was in immense pain as the silver permeated his body. Even Mu Zinju herself was not entirely aware that once her silver entered a human body, it became an irresistible poison. She just felt that Chen Shui was finally quiet now, and that was good. Meanwhile, Shi Ye rushed straight toward the southwest. Just as he sprinted out of the abandoned courtyard, he heard sounds from that direction. Is the target running? That does not make much sense, I have not even made a move yet. Shi was puzzled, but his pace did not slow. He leaped onto the roof, using his limited etheric energy primarily for speed. The target was not very fast. Before long, Shi Ye caught sight of a figure darting between the eaves. Hey! Shi Ye drew his pistol and fired 3 shots at the figure's back. Bang bang bang. The figure ahead stumbled, seemingly hit by Shi Ye, and their pace slowed down. Shi Ye charged forward, perhaps a bit recklessly. As he stepped onto a roof beam the target had crossed earlier, his footing gave way and the entire structure collapsed. Falling into thin air, Shi Ye plummeted directly toward a bed of sharp spikes below, their ominous shimmer clearly indicating they were coated in lethal poison. Clearly this was a trap. Not exactly sophisticated but effective. Shi Ye offered no real resistance and fell straight into the trap. Ouch, Shi Ye called out. But he was not met by the creator of the trap. Instead, an overwhelming amount of toxic gas poured out from all sides. Green mist filled the old factory. Because all the surrounding doors and windows had been sealed, the toxic fog lingered for a long time. In such an environment, not even a mutant cockroach could survive. Bai Jianjia, dressed in a JK-style outfit, watched from the rooftop for a while. Seeing Shi Ye lying motionless among the spikes, she put on a gas mask and jumped down. Standing about 5 steps away from Shi Ye, Bai Jianjia waited for a moment. She was certain Shi Ye had not brought a gas mask. Given the current environment, you could not survive this even if you wanted to. There was simply no reason for him to still be alive. Still, finishing someone off is always necessary, especially when dealing with superhumans. Bai Jianjia held her gun in one hand and drew a thrusting sword with the other, walking slowly toward Shi Ye to deliver the final blow. Just then, Shi Ye, who lay on the ground looking like a corpse, suddenly reached out. He grabbed Bai Jianjia by the ankle, right over her white lace stockings. "Hey, caught you." The moment Shi Ye grabbed her ankle, Bai Jianjia reacted instantly, swinging her sword directly at his arm. Though she was surprised that Shi Ye had not died despite hitting so many traps. Years of training and sufficient combat experience still allowed her to make an immediate counterattack. The sharp blade sliced into Shi Ye's arm. Bai Jianjia could even imagine the sight of exposed bone and blood spraying after severing his limb. But the sword got stuck. The sharp edge felt like it was buried in mud, unable to move forward even an inch, let alone sever his arm. What the hell, oh no. Alerted, Bai Jianjia had no time to escape as Shi Ye exerted force, causing her to lose balance and fall backward. The opponent was dangerous and highly experienced. She knew without a doubt that falling now would put her at a complete disadvantage. Without hesitation, Bai Jianjia dropped her sword and pressed the watch on her left wrist. The dial shattered, instantly condensing a beam of bright green light that struck directly at Shi Ye's forehead. Shi Ye could withstand scattered, repeated, and sustained damage. But he certainly could not take this kind of nearly lethal strike head-on. At least not yet. Forced to let go of Bai Jianjia's ankle, Shi Ye dodged the beam with a sidestep. Although he did not land the hit, forcing out one of her trump cards was not bad at all. Shi Ye stood steady, brushed the dust off his body, and as he looked at the woman in the JK uniform again, his expression shifted slightly. Her gas mask had fallen off. It was not just Shi Ye. Bai Jianjia had not clearly seen his face when she attacked him earlier. Now, standing steady and looking at him, her eyes showed surprise, even shock. If Shi Ye had any obvious drawback, it was that his facial features were too handsome, making it easy to remember him after just one meeting. Not to mention, Bai Jianjia had met him more than just once or twice. Many times over many years. Unlike Shi Ye, who had played the fool for years, Bai Jianjia clearly lacked control over her expressions. She could not hide the horror in her eyes and asked her doubt directly. "Shi Ye?" Shi Ye narrowed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and decided to admit it. They were too familiar with each other. Having grown up together in the orphanage, they had too much history. Denying it now would be pointless. "Long time no see, Wang Li." "HMPH, I go by Bai Jianjia now," she retorted upon hearing him call her by her original name. They did not know everything about each other, but they were definitely far from strangers. However, Bai Jianjia still could not fathom or reconcile the powerful, capable Shi Ye before her with the cute kid who used to have snot bubbles, giggle mindlessly, and just follow when Lan around. The contrast was too stark. "So you have been faking it all these years? Heh, when Lan protected you for so long. Shi, are you even deceiving her? I really feel sorry for her." Faced with her sarcasm, Shi remained unmoved. He lightly tore off his tattered top, revealing his solid, streamlined muscles, and retorted with equal disdain. "I never expected that someone like you, Wang Li, a sidekick who just followed others around, could become a killer too." Hearing his mockery, Bai Jianjia could not maintain her composure like Shi did. The past at the orphanage was a scar she least wanted to mention. No one knew what she, he, or they had endured there. Changing their names was just the starting point for their group to escape the abyss. "Someone like you who only knows how to act like a fool and hide in a corner has no idea what we have been through." With that, Bai Jianjia charged forward and opened fire. Shi did not know if she was genuinely angry or faking it. But he welcomed this head-on approach. Well played. Bang bang bang. The bullets grazed Shi's cheek, leaving a trail of red marks. Clearly the bullets were enchanted. Shi had high defense, but high defense did not mean he was brain-dead or that he had to take enchanted bullets head-on. Proper dodging was definitely necessary. Bai Jianjia fired 6 shots, forcing Shi into a corner, and then threw a fragmentation grenade. This combination was very practiced, which explained why she chose to go on the offensive. So it was all an act, huh? Shi even had the mood to laugh as he watched the grenade fly toward him. Boom! The grenade exploded, countless shards of shrapnel grazed Shi's body, and he was knocked into the corner. The JK skirt fluttered with Bai Jianjia's movements, and a hard kick swept past Shi's neck. Taking advantage of Shi being dizzy, Bai Jianjia gathered green light in her hands. Bang bang bang. Her fingertips rained down on Shi, each strike carrying her poison enchantment. From their initial battle, it was clear that Bai Jianjia was not only skilled in traps and toxins but also proficient in firearms and close-quarters combat. She was a very versatile assassin. However, Bai Jianjia's final attack was a sweep kick that landed squarely on Shi Ye's neck. If it had been an ordinary person or a typical guard, that kick would have been enough to snap their neck. This physical attack convinced Bai Jianjia more than the poison fog or traps that she had dealt a lethal blow. Just as she prepared to taste the fruit of victory, Shi's fist was already swinging. Bang! A heavy punch slammed into Bai Jianjia's stomach. The agonizing pain caused her eyes to roll back and lose focus. Her body naturally curled up, like a shrimp waiting to be slaughtered. "Had your fill." "What?" Bai Jianjia answered instinctively, but Shi grabbed her hair and slammed her face into the ruined plaster wall. She could not resist his strength. The intense bloodthirst made her feel as if she were facing not a human but a monster or a freak. This strength terrified her. An average first-order transcendent could not be this strong. "Shi, stop, please stop. You win, I surrender." "Surrender?" Shi's mouth curled slightly. "I know our relationship at the orphanage was not great, but we did grow up together, ah." Halfway through her sentence, Bai Jianjia's voice broke in agony. Because Shi, standing behind her, had snapped her right arm. The pain in her arm was not even over yet. Snap! Shi stomped directly on Bai Jianjia's ankle, and her lower leg bone broke with a crunch. Good, he had been annoyed by those lace stockings for a long time. Cries and wails kept coming from his men, but facing the playmate who had grown up with him since childhood, Shi still gave her nearly 100% respect. He meticulously disabled her forelimbs without being the least bit sloppy. There was no other way. The Red Sun Orphanage was not a place to be trifled with. From the moment Bai Jianjia saw Shi Ye and recognized him, one of them had to die. After Shi Ye crippled Bai Jianjia, Mu Xinju had already dragged Chen Shuai to the rooftop. She glanced at the girl in the JK skirt under Shi Ye's command and tossed Chen Shuai down with a calm expression. "Is it over?" "Not exactly. This person's identity is a bit troublesome." "Troublesome?" Mu Xinju glanced at Bai Jianjia. The JK skirt was already in tatters, and her originally delicate makeup was a mess of red, white, and blue from lime powder and blood, making her look just like a clown. "This woman came from the same orphanage as I did. Her name was Wang Li, but she goes by Bai Jianjia now." "Your childhood friend?" Mu Xinju's expression was one of surprise. Does Shi Ye use such heavy-handed tactics even on his own childhood friends? "I would not put it that way. Childhood friend usually implies a friend," Shi Ye countered. "In truth, the only person I would actually consider a childhood friend is Wen Lan." Mu Xinju had already begun to analyze the situation regarding this incident. "So you think the assassin organization Chen Shuai sought out has some connection to the Red Sun Orphanage?" Shi Ye pondered for a moment and shook his head slightly. "It is not just a connection. They are a branch of Red Sun, and Red Sun is more like the superior organization." Huh? An orphanage being the superior to an assassin organization sounds quite absurd. But if you think about it carefully and combine it with the situation at the orphanage that Shi Ye mentioned earlier, you can see it is indeed a very real possibility. The orphanage itself functions to collect, screen, and distribute. Collecting enough orphans reduces the burden of responsibility and social risk. It also gains fame and funding. After all, in the windless zone, orphans are the one thing they have in abundance. Once enough orphans are collected, the screening and distribution follow. The screening process covers many things. Those with exceptional looks can be sent away as playthings. Those with talent can be trained as suicide agents or assassins, provided the brainwashing keeps up. Even if they lack those traits, as long as they are tactful and capable, they can be assigned work as a servant or even a secretary. In a sense, the orphanage's method of collection, screening, and distribution is an extremely effective way to select talent. It is just that the orphanage's means are too cruel. To them, children like Wen Lan, Wang Li, and Shi Ye are not even considered human. They are all just tools to achieve their goals. "Are you worried that the orphanage will come looking for her?" Shi Ye nodded and admitted it directly. "Yeah, I'm a bit worried. Hearing Shi Ye say this, Bai Jianjia, lying immobile on the ground, suddenly let out a laugh, regardless of how ugly it sounded. Shi Ye, at least you have some brains to recognize Red Sun's power. If you are smart, you would better let me go. I will report truthfully that Mu Xinju handled the job, and if you dispose of Chen Shui, this matter will just be dropped. The orphanage will not pursue it, and from now on, we will stay out of each other's way. Bai Jianjia said a whole string of things. Mu Xinju looked at Shi Ye upon hearing this, and Shi Ye cooperated with her gaze, immediately showing a look of hesitation. This made Bai Jianjia feel that she still had a sliver of a chance to survive. Shi Ye, I know what you are worried about, but you do not have to worry too much. Once the Institute knows you have this kind of talent and power, they will only be happier. Do you have specific channels when Chen Shui hires you for assassinations? Shi Ye suddenly asked, off topic. Oh, why are you asking that? Nothing, just curious. Bai Jianjia hesitated. She was not stupid. If there was a chance to live, she certainly would not say anything to provoke Shi Ye at a time like this. If there is something to discuss, then discuss it. Survival first, nothing else is worth keeping. There are dedicated channels in the upper city and the black market. Our organization is called Black Claw, and we handle matters specifically for District 13. Not just assassinations, you can also hire our organization for investigations, framing, and setting traps. To stay alive, Bai Jianjia sold out some information about her organization, and she did so without any mental burden. She nodded deep in thought. What are your usual rates for an assassination? It depends on the situation. We analyze the pros and cons, the risks of the action, and the employer's willingness, and then make a comprehensive assessment. You do not need to make it so complicated. Just tell me how much you received for killing Mu Xinju. Bai Jianjia hesitated, looked at Shi Ye's expectant gaze, and finally answered him truthfully. The fee we received was 310,000. 310,000, huh? Shi Ye listened to this number. It was not a lot, but it was not a little either. Although Mu Xinju had already awakened, her attributes had not yet reached the superhuman level, though she was progressing quickly and would likely soon break into the superhuman realm in both magic power and physique. But for now, setting aside her awakened silver talent, her basic attributes had not broken through the mortal realm yet. The price of 310,000 was really not low. And how much of that do you get? Half, 155,000. That much money? You get that much for killing just one person? Shi Ye asked openly. But when he asked that, it made Bai Jianjia feel a glimmer of joy. This is just a bumpkin from the lower city who knows nothing. Shi Ye, do you want to become an assassin for the organization too? No, just asking casually. Let us chat. What do you want to chat about? Bai Jianjia asked. Let us talk about the orphanage and also about your assassin organization, Black Claw. Although a bit hesitant, Bai Jianjia still told him about the organization, with 9 parts truth and 1 part lie. The current situation between Black Claw and Red Sun is roughly like this. Bai Jianjia was quite detailed. At this moment, she was still enduring the excruciating pain of her broken legs and arms, not daring to relax for even a second. After she finished speaking, Bai Jianjia could not help but ask, "What are you doing asking all this?" "Oh, just asking out of curiosity so that when I go back, I will not appear too ignorant." Hearing Shi Ye mention going back, Bai Jianjia quietly sighed in relief. Finally, the other party had decided not to kill her. However, she did not dare show any triumph or relaxation. Until she returned to the organization, Shi Ye remained the #1 threat. How about this, Shi Ye? You kill Chen Shui and that money will just be written off. When I get my 50%, I will give you. No, I will give it all to you. How about that? Huh, so you have not received the money yet? Shi Ye's tone was extremely disappointed. His unhappiness was written all over his face. But such an expression was truly terrifying for Bai Jianjia. Shi Ye, what do you mean? Sai, I thought you had 150,000. What a waste of me getting happy for nothing. Shi Ye waved his hand disinterestedly, and then, in Bai Jianjia's terrified gaze, he turned his head and said something to Mu Xinju. No use, kill her. Swished a silver flash. Just as Shi Ye finished speaking, Bai Jianjia's head flew into the air. Mu Xinju's beheading count +1. The moment Bai Jianjia's head went flying, her face was still frozen in disbelief. Why? Why attack so suddenly? Her eyes spun in midair, stalled, and finally landed on the ground. After the decapitation, Mu Zinju prepared to wipe off her broadsword, but Shi Ye stopped her at that moment. What is it?" little Mu asked, looking puzzled. Shi Ye pointed at Bai Jianjia's corpse and began to instruct her earnestly. "Generally speaking, decapitation is a very reliable way to kill, but as our power increases, it is no longer enough to be considered the end of a battle." What do you mean?" Etheric magic causes massive transformations in living beings. For example, even if you are not a phantom type, you should understand that simply decapitating one is not enough to kill them, right? I suppose so. Mu Zinju felt a bit guilty. In fact, the modification etheric magic does to humans is no less than what it does to deformities and monstrosities, so why would you think that simple decapitation could kill a transcendent? Mu Zinju hesitated, but she had already understood She's meaning, and she was used to being guided and taught by him. "What should I do?" "When killing a transcendent, you must always finish them off. Generally, there are 3 places to finish off a humanoid being: the head, the heart, and the spine." No sooner had Shi finished speaking than little Mu raised her sword and stabbed away. She stabbed the left side of the chest a few times, then hacked the spine into several pieces. Honestly, her harmless, cute, and aloof appearance really could not be equated with such violent behavior. The key was that Shi was nodding and praising her the whole time, looking quite like a troublemaker egging someone on. Most importantly, there was a third person present, Chen Shuai, an uptown resident and a squadron captain of the District 13 security team, who was also Chen Lu's brother. As the silver fluid sealing his mouth dissolved, Chen Shuai breathed a sigh of relief while shifting his gaze to Shi and Mu Zinju. At this point, Chen Shuai had already been invaded by the silver poison. He was unaware of his own bruised, purple face or his completely bloodshot eyes. He looked at Shi and Mu Zinju with a very complex expression, filled with the fear of knowing his impending death. And also with malice and hatred. "My sister, you killed her, did not you?" Hearing Chen Shuai's resentful tone, Shi suddenly laughed. "You look like you are not resigned to this. How could I be willing to accept being killed by an awakener, by a transcendent?" Hearing this, the smile on Shi's face grew even wider. He tilted his head toward Mu Zinju and pointed his thumb back at Chen Shuai. After bullying others as an awakener and a transcendent, he actually thinks he is the innocent one. Mu Zinju narrowed her eyes, a habitual imitation of Shi that showed she was angry but had no intention of speaking. Chen Shuai stared straight at Shi. "What am I wrong?" Shi actually did not like bickering with others. Villains dying from talking too much is a classic trope. But this matter involved Mu Zinju, so he, who usually disliked wasting words, said a few extra things today, which was very unusual. "Yeah, sure, you are right about everything. You think it is unfair, but why did not you think about where the fairness was when your sister relied on her uptown status to bully Mu Zinju, or when you relied on your guard status to abduct me? You have said it all with your double standards, you idiot. By the way, let me remind you again, the person who killed your sister used a scythe, and coincidentally, I use a scythe too." With that, the blue silk was already in his hand. The great scythe did not just decapitate, it swept through horizontally, violently smashing Chen Shuai's upper body into a mist of flesh. While Shi was killing him, Mu Zinju blinked. She did not care at all whether Chen Shuai lived or died, but now, reflecting on Shi's words, she could not help but wonder. Was Shi standing up for her just now? Because of what happened to Chen Lu back then. Shi at that time, how should I put it, seemed quite cold and detached. "What are you looking at?" Shi noticed Mu Zinju's gaze and felt inexplicably guilty. "You little Mu was very straightforward." "Hi." "I said I am looking at you." Thinking Shi had not heard clearly, she repeated herself. But saying it like that made Shi feel even more awkward, so he immediately changed the subject. "The people are dead, let us prepare to deal with the aftermath." "Are we still feeding them to the pigs?" little Mu asked curiously. Shi's mouth twitched at that. Back then, feeding them to the pigs was a last resort. The environment and conditions did not allow for other choices. Now it is spacious here and there is no one around, so we can just burn them. Oh, Mu Zinju nodded blankly. With the two of them working together, burning the bodies became much easier. But while Shi was looting the bodies, Mu Zinju could not help but ask a question. "Why do you only take cash? The other things look quite valuable too."
Because I need to avoid risks. Then what about selling the dog tags before? First of all, selling dog tags and directly selling other people's items are two completely different concepts. Furthermore, the identities of those mercenaries cannot be compared to these two. Items like accessories, weapons, or bank cards are very distinctive. As soon as they appear, it is easy to track the identity of the owner. Mu Xinju hesitated, feeling a bit distressed. Is it not okay to sell them to the black market? Who do you think runs the black market? If we take these things to the black market, then what becomes the commodity is not just these items, but also the information that we were the ones who brought them in. So that is how it is. Humanity only has the windless zone as a settlement, and there are only 13 regions in the lower city. Sometimes we do not have that many choices. I understand, for the sake of safety, we cannot be greedy. Although she still felt it was a pity to miss out on so much money, Mu Xinju nodded to show she understood. After the two finished destroying the evidence, Shi raised the great scythe in his hand. Clang! A circular sweep slammed into the surroundings of the abandoned factory. This already dilapidated place finally collapsed with a roar, burying all traces underground. Is not the disturbance a bit too big? Mu Xinju asked, looking at the ruins with curiosity. You can never completely clear away the traces of a murder. There are many masters in this world, some of whom can even communicate with spirits. For instance, there are such experts in the Wind Chaser unit. As long as they get a tiny clue, they can actually convict us. For transcendent units, often it is not that they cannot find the killer, but that the cost versus the benefit makes it not worth searching. By collapsing this place, the Wind Chaser unit naturally will not come here to dig through the rubble. I see. Little Mu nodded again, but she was thinking about the words Wind Chaser. In her memory, Wen Lan mentioned in her introduction that she was also a member of the Wind Chaser unit. With the Chen Shui incident resolved, Shi Ye and Mu Xinju scrounged up over 10,000 yuan from those people as their spoils of war. Yet Shi Ye himself could not bring himself to be happy. The more he came into contact with the true doldrums, the more the complex system behind the Red Sun orphanage sent shivers down his spine. Their practice of raising and screening children had already become a full-fledged industry chain. This system is getting a bit terrifying. Although it was safe enough at school, there would always be times when school was out. By then, the orphanage could just say, "We hope you can come back to help out during the break to corner him," and if he refused, they would surely dump all the blame on him. Therefore, even though he was safe for now, he had to improve his strength faster to cope with any sudden changes that might occur. Sitting on the magic-powered train back, Mu Xinju noticed the grave look on Shi Ye's face and took the initiative to reach out and interlace her fingers with his. This gesture pulled Shi Ye back to reality and made him feel inexplicably stiff. Mu Xinju, what exactly is our relationship right now? Mu Xinju was taken aback. Relationship. Boyfriend and girlfriend. Perhaps, but she felt there should be a better answer. Accomplices, the kind that commit arson and murder together. Heh, that is good. She patted her head, feeling quite a bit happier. Mu Xinju kept watching his profile until they got off the train, returned to school, and separated at the dormitory area. Only then could she not help but step forward tiptoe and give him a light peck on the cheek. I am off. Oh yeah. After being kissed by her, she felt a bit strange, like a couple just starting to date. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard a voice from not far away. "Sai, look at that couple, so loving, I want to kiss someone too." Shi Ye. Shi Ye fell silent for a moment. Being a couple did not seem so bad after all. The next morning, at their usual spot, the school's teaching plaza, Shi Ye and Mu Xinju met up again. These next few days, I will mainly talk to you about the strengths, weaknesses, and most effective killing methods for various deformities and anomalies. Were not these things mentioned in our basic courses? What I am going to say is definitely not superficial stuff like furry things are weak to fire. Understood. In the following days, Shi Ye and Mu Xinju returned to the peaceful training life they started with in order to prepare for the Etha Wind. This calmness and tranquility lasted through Mu Xinju's entire one-week break, making her feel quite comforted. 3 days left until the Etha Wind. As a student of the Soldier Academy, Mu Xinju was summoned immediately after her break ended. Even as freshmen, students from the Soldier Academy were required to perform perimeter defense duties while the ether wind was blowing. They would also assist in cleaning up any remaining deformities and anomalies after the wind passed. Having received resources from the school, she naturally had to provide some tangible work in return. However, as an awakened, she would likely be under the school's protection. Training is necessary, but there is no need to throw lives away just for the sake of it. If Mu Xinju had not awakened, the school would not have cared about her, but now that she is shown potential, it is worth taking some appropriate care of her. As for Shi Ye, how are your stamina potions coming along? A supervisor from the pharmacy department walked over to urge him. There was no helping it. On the line she was supervising, Shi Ye had the worst progress, a high defect rate, and a slow speed. To put it in an old phrase, you are the worst one I have ever taught. Supervisor Zhang, hold on, I am working on it. Sai, hurry up, do not stay up too late again. Alright, I will do my best. Shi Ye, do not push yourself too hard, just do what you can. Understood, supervisor. Shi Ye had been working here as a beast of burden alchemist for 4 days now. Every morning after finishing training with Mu Xinju, he would come here to work. Shi Ye's alchemy skills. Actually, with Jiang Kaio's help and his own diligent efforts to fill the gaps, they were already quite high among his peers. As for why he was so skilled yet so late with deliveries, naturally it was because he was skimming off the top and feathering his own nest. Although alchemists did not have to go to the front lines, Shi Ye wanted to improve. He wanted first-hand alchemy materials, high-level anomaly remains, deformity wrecks, and even monster corpses. So he had to go to the front lines to scavenge. Looting and gathering was the hard truth of improvement. Since he was going to the front lines, potions were absolutely essential. Stamina potions, healing salves, he had brewed quite a few. Since Shi Ye could not bear to spend his own money on potions, he had to resort to skimming. Of course, he was not purely greedy, he kept his production just enough to meet the school's standards. In fact, other alchemists did this to some extent too, just not as outrageously as Shi Ye. Whenever the night was deep and quiet and the others had left, he would brew potions frantically and stash them all in his own pockets. But tonight, there was an interruption in the alchemy room. Jiang Kaio, who had been stuck at home since the incident while out, sneaked out and quietly came to the alchemy room to find Shi Ye. Hey Shi Ye. Seeing it was Jiang Kaio, Shi Ye frowned slightly. What are you doing here? I have been dying of boredom at home these days, why cannot I come? I am an alchemy student too, you know. Why did your family let you out? Did you sneak out? Sai, what are you talking about? I got permission from Jiang, okay. Shi Ye frowned slightly at Jiang Kaio's words. Come to think of it, he had not seen Jiang Yancheng since he returned from the wilderness after the last mission. For Jiang Kaio, this event was definitely not minor. Coupled with what Jiang Yancheng said to him during the last mission, Shi Ye always felt that the eldest son of the Jiang family was strange. Even if he was busy, should not he have contacted him after he returned? Even if just for Jiang Kaio's sake, they should have met. And after what happened to Jiang Kaio, letting her out alone without protection, Shi Ye always felt that some things should not be dwelled upon too deeply. Jiang Kaio, how is your relationship with Professor Jiang? Jiang, although his temper is a bit ugly and he is very arrogant, he is actually the one who treats me best in the family, better than mom and dad. Is that so? Shi Ye nodded slightly, rubbing his chin as he looked up at the moon to ponder. But as he thought about it, something felt wrong. It was not that he found the problem, he had seen the problem. The moon unknowingly had turned red. That is the color of destruction. The ether wind. Shi Ye knew that in the World Line storyline, this ether wind was the beginning of everything. And the point in time when the player enters the game is also right after this ether wind ends. In the story, this ether wind is described as powerful, terrifying, and like the end of the world. It was a disaster, but he never expected it to arrive this early. Shi Ye, that is. Jiang Kaio pointed at the moon. Clearly, this young lady also felt that something was wrong. Yeah, the ether wind, it is here 2 days ahead of schedule. Although she is from the upper city and well protected in the windless zone. Jiang Kaio had not exactly never seen the ether wind, and the sight of the red moon hanging in the sky at the change of each season was unforgettable and deeply ingrained in her memory.
However, the usual ether wind was like a beacon of time, arriving punctually at the beginning of March, June, September, and December every year. The situation of it arriving several days early was truly beyond everyone's expectations. In the 90-plus years of history in the windless zone, it had never been recorded. Seeing the snowflake-like white particles hidden in the dark night, the young lady, who was usually quite composed, began to panic. "So what do we do now?" Shi Ye frowned and did not answer immediately. Instead, he took out the communicator he had just bought and dialed Mu Xinju's number. The communicator is based on ether magic power. Now that the ether wind is blowing, the magic power in the whole world is in chaos, so it is normal for the communicator to malfunction. But Shi Ye did not want that to happen, so he could only mutter to himself in his heart. "Pick up, please pick up." After dialing 5 times in a row, just as Jiang Kaio, who was standing nearby, noticed that Shi Ye's emotions were off, the call was finally connected. "Shi Ye, are you alright?" Mu Xinju's voice came through before Shi Ye could speak. Hearing Mu Xinju's voice, Shi Ye felt slightly more settled, and the inexplicable agitation he felt moments ago began to subside. From her tone, it was obvious that Mu Xinju was panicking, which was only natural. That was exactly why Shi Ye could not afford to panic. He needed to keep his head clear and calm to deal with this catastrophe that marked the beginning of the entire story. "Mu, do not speak for a moment. The signal could cut off at any time. Just listen to me," Shi Ye spoke rapidly. "Okay," Mu Xinju agreed just as readily. "Where are you right now?" "I am in the shelter, handling defense operations." Hearing that Mu Xinju was in the Black Crow shelter, Shi Ye breathed a sigh of relief but also frowned slightly. "Stay in the shelter. From now on, seal the doors and windows in your area immediately. No matter whose order it is, if they tell you to go outside and risk exposure to the ether wind, just refuse them point blank." "Understood." Also, the sudden arrival of this ether wind means some people will not be prepared. Those who inhale ether particles might not mutate immediately, but they will definitely show signs of illness. Be careful around them. Static, static, static. Halfway through his sentence, the signal on the communicator began to suffer interference. His voice reaching Mu Xinju had become blurry and distorted, but that did not stop her from understanding what Shi Ye wanted to tell her. "Okay, I will take care of myself, you too." Xiao Mu was not very good at expressing herself, so her responses to Shi Ye were always brief, but the concern in her tone could not hide her feelings. After hanging up, Shi Ye turned to look at Jiang Kaio. "We need to split up and shut the doors and windows now." Oh right." Jiang Kaio felt a bit strange hearing Shi Ye's request. The tone was almost like a command, one that brooked no refusal. Just as the two of them were splitting up to close all the doors and windows in the alchemy lab, a figure walked straight toward Shi Ye. It was Supervisor Zhang, who had not left yet. "Shi Ye, I knew you were still here. The ether wind has started blowing. Quick, come with me." Zhang Kaiyan's voice was a bit anxious. Shi Ye could tell that this middle-aged supervisor was genuinely concerned about him. A few days of being a drudge in the alchemy department and the constant delays in delivering results meant that while Shi Ye and Zhang Kaiyan were not exactly strangers, their relationship stopped at merely being acquainted. This sudden show of concern caught Shi Ye by surprise. Would anyone really care about a struggling, marginalized person? He believed there were good people in this world and he knew they existed, but he had never imagined he would encounter one himself. Looking at Zhang Kaiyan's anxious, flustered expression, Shi Ye shook his head gently. "Supervisor Zhang, it is too late." "Hi." Zhang Kaiyan felt that Shi Ye was a bit different at this moment. His eyes were deep and resolute, entirely lacking the confusion and clumsiness he usually displayed while preparing medicines. "Shi Ye, we should take advantage of the fact that the ether wind has not fully picked up yet and get to the school shelter immediately. By then." Zhang Kaiyan's words were cut short by Shi Ye. "It is too late. If we run to the shelter now, we will inevitably inhale a large amount of ether particles. Even in the windless zone, even a small amount of these particles can be lethal or cause mutation. We should not take that risk. Plus what?" Shi Ye paused and Zhang Kaiyan immediately pressed him. "And what?" "I do not think the shelter is safe either." "How is that possible? The shelter has been there for so many years and has never had a problem." "As you said, that is in the past. Previous ether winds never arrived early, but this time is different. The premature arrival of the ether wind means some people will not have had time to prepare. While fleeing, they will inhale ether particles and carry them into the shelter. Those people are the unstable elements, the very source of danger. But there are soldiers stationed in the shelter, Zhang Kaiyan countered immediately. Then let me ask you, what is the purpose of those stationed soldiers? Well, to deal with the mutated. Then let me ask you another question. Under what circumstances are soldiers needed to deal with the mutated? Shi Ye's question was sharp. But one only needed to think about it for a moment to immediately grasp what he meant. This ether wind arrived too suddenly. It is inevitable that some people will carry ether particles into the shelter. The soldiers have neither the capacity nor the ability to distinguish who has inhaled ether particles. They will simply herd everyone together. These people will be mixed in with the ordinary, healthy population. That is what will inevitably happen inside the shelter. Depending on the amount of particles inhaled and their individual resistance and immunity, these people hiding in the crowd will inevitably mutate at some point. And their first reaction after mutating is very simple. It is to kill.